The very first task upon returning to life. I immediately dug out my own eyes with my own hands. Then, carefully detached the orbs from the Dragon King statue and reattached them. Everyone believes that I have lost my sanity. But only I am aware. 3 days hence, the long-awaited eerie era shall descend. The mortal realm has descended into an abyss of endless torment. To survive, one must become a demon slayer within the shadowy ranks of the underworld. These stone beads are, in fact, the very essence of the blood-clear Dragon Lord. At this moment, gazing upon the Dragon King temple, I could not help but take a deep breath. The destruction of Luochang was indeed due to the emergence of the formidable deity, Blood Dragon Lord, from this very place. Gazing at the clock, I noticed it was already 8:30 in the evening. At this hour, the Dragon King temple had long ceased to welcome visitors. I circled around, and under the cover of night, I took advantage of the darkness. After a prolonged discourse on warmth, I leaped over the wall, engaging in an extended conversation about the vastness of time, and entered the Dragon King's temple. At this moment, the fragrance of incense lingers in the air within the grand hall. For a long while, I have been lost in thought. Instinctively, I lifted my gaze, only to behold a statue of a figure with a dragon's head, majestically standing upon the incense table. However, at this moment, the position of the dragon's head on the statue is obscured by a piece of red cloth. According to the local customs of Los Angeles, at the end of each month and the beginning of the next, a ritual is performed to honor the Dragon King. For an extended period, offerings of young boys and girls are made to the Dragon Lord, accompanied by a beautiful maiden. At this moment, a red cloth symbolizing the grand wedding will be draped over the head of the Dragon King. It has been some time since we last spoke. Indeed, the sentiment remains unchanged. As for this red cloth, it shall remain in place until the 5th of next month, when it will finally be removed. However, this conveniently suited me, and I immediately approached the table. Then, with a sudden and forceful gesture, Hua Hua exclaimed, "How magnificent!" Dear remarked, "Indeed, it is splendid." They unveiled the crimson cloth draped over the statue. Continuing, I dared not gaze into those eyes. Relying solely on instinct, I reached out and plunged my hand into the statue's eye socket. In the next moment, the blood-red stone bead, seemingly possessing awareness, spun around of its own accord. Yet, with its minuscule pupil merely a few centimeters, how could it possibly evade my grasp? In an instant, my fingers lunged forth, and a gentle sensation surged within my palm. Immediately thereafter, I found myself unable to meet its gaze, and instead, I placed the 2 orbs directly into the iron box that had long been prepared. This marks the beginning of my journey home. Upon returning home, it was already 11 o'clock at night. After steadying my breath, I gingerly placed the iron box upon the table. Without the slightest hesitation, I effortlessly grasped the fruit knife beside me and plunged it straight into the left eye socket. A sharp pain surged through me, nearly causing me to faint. I clenched my teeth tightly, yet blood continued to flow. With my remaining right eye, I gazed upon the iron box resting on the table. The next step involved merging my essence with that of the specter. Although the likelihood of success was rather low, a failure could result in severe injury, disability, or even a sudden demise. Yet I am acutely aware that the Yellow River blood-clear Dragon Lord is one of the most terrifying deities from my past life, and presently, it is the only malevolent entity I can engage with. At this moment, this enigma is merely a source, possessing boundless potential yet feeble strength. If one cannot muster the courage at this juncture, what future can one possibly contemplate? He immediately fumbled to open the iron box, then suddenly seized a blood-red eyeball and thrust it into the socket of his left eye. The agonizing pain that surged once more compelled my body to convulse uncontrollably. Yet I mustered the strength to stand before the mirror. Before me, within the crimson-hued orbs, my left eye is incessantly writhing. Moreover, the pace of this writhing accelerates, as if yearning to escape from its socket. Sensing something amiss, I immediately pressed my palm firmly against my eye sockets, a heavy feeling settling in my heart. How could this have ended in failure? Based on my understanding, these peculiarities originating from the QG region exhibit an exceptionally high compatibility with humanity during their vulnerable stages. I cannot afford to ponder further. The blood-red eyes seem to have sensed something amiss, and they directly surge towards the nerves behind the eye socket, colliding with the brain. At this moment, I find myself engulfed by a sense of panic. Once the mind succumbs to injury, no matter how formidable my willpower may be, it is inevitable that I shall descend into unconsciousness, or even face the finality of death. Moreover, should the blood eye escape and fail to achieve immediate fusion with its host, even if the blood eye is reinserted, one would be unable to truly master it thereafter. At that moment, my solitary right eye turned towards the iron box behind me. The other blood-red eye within is currently swirling wildly. At that moment, a frenzied thought emerged in my mind. These blood-red eyes, as a pair, seem to exist as one. Is it only through their complete fusion that success might be attainable? Upon contemplating this, a flicker of hesitation graced my countenance. Should I falter, I would be left utterly blind. In the impending era of terror, even with fragments of memories from my past life, I fear the predicament would be exceedingly troublesome, perhaps even leading to an untimely demise. But in a fleeting moment, I steeled my heart, scarcely hesitating any longer. Once more, the blade plunged deeply, and with a sickening sound, the excruciating agony engulfed me, leaving me momentarily adrift in a haze of consciousness, on the brink of total oblivion. Yet, fortified by the formidable willpower honed in my previous life, I persevered, resolutely forcing the other eye into the shattered socket. Immediately thereafter, I firmly shut my eyes, endeavoring to prevent the escape of my tearful gaze. Yet, with the arrival of the being with eyes, the frequency of struggle in my left eye began to gradually diminish, allowing me to finally breathe a sigh of relief. Then I could no longer bear it. Fell into a deep unconsciousness. Knock, knock, knock. Accompanied by a muffled sound of someone knocking at the door. I slowly opened my eyes, only to be immediately overwhelmed by an intense, searing sensation. Instinctively, I covered my eyes with my hands. At this moment, the knocking at the door grew increasingly fervent. I abruptly opened my eyes, only to find that my vision was shrouded in a crimson veil. Yet, I immediately realized that I had succeeded. Ignoring the persistent knocking at the door, I swiftly retrieved my phone and directed the camera towards myself. What was once a pair of black and white eyes has now transformed into a pair of blood-red vertical pupils. Merely, the era of terror has yet to officially descend. The ledger of life and death for the survivors has not yet arrived. I am also unable to comprehensively grasp the effects and capabilities of these blood-red eyes through the ledger of life and death. However, scarcely had this thought emerged when a crimson inscription began to coalesce before my eyes. Blood eye. Grade, 9th rank. Symbiotic. Eerie. Category, entity. Lifespan, 3 months. Rules. Eye for an eye. After a fixed duration of eye contact, one may disregard the opponent's rule-based abilities and reflect them instead. Should the adversary attempt to activate a rule-based ability, the effect will cause the target's blood to reverse flow, leading to their demise. The activation necessitates a specific duration of eye contact, with the disparity in grades and talents of both parties being a determining factor. Possessing eyes and orbs. Ability. Capable of probing sentient beings, as well as otherworldly artifacts, to discern their grade, essence, and lifespan. Status. Currently coexisting with humanity. The consumption of lifespan is doubled. Simultaneously, a nascent intelligence has begun to awaken. Promotion requirements, unknown. After perusing the introduction, I couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. Although I had anticipated that the blood-eyed demon possessed formidable powers, I was unprepared for just how terrifying they truly are. It is essential to understand that spectral entities possess their own unique rules of power. The more formidable the spectral being, the simpler the activation of these rules tends to be. Undoubtedly, the blood-eyed specter's rule of an eye for an eye manifests its effects through mere eye contact, destined to stand out amidst the myriad of murderous laws governing countless malevolent entities. Even so, one can still initiate actions after the commencement, disregarding the opponent's rules and countering them. Furthermore, it is unnecessary to mention even more outrageous occurrences, such as possessing both sight and wisdom. Ultimately, possessing insight into the capabilities governed by a spectral entity, particularly an understanding of its underlying principles, can significantly enhance one's chances of survival. Only after a prolonged period did I find myself somewhat taken aback by the realization that this blood-eyed specter possesses a degree of awakened intelligence. To comprehend, if malevolent entities aspire to awaken their intellect, it is often said that they must accumulate a substantial amount of shadowy longevity, elevating their rank to approximately the 4th tier, to have a chance at awakening. This blood-eyed specter, merely existing in a symbiotic fusion with me, has already attained a nascent form of intelligence, and judging by the annotations, it appears to be quite formidable. I redirected my gaze towards the status bar. Chu Qing. Rank, unclassified. Lifespan, 3 months. Status: symbiotic. Significantly reduced personal lifespan. Capable of fully commanding the blood-eye ghost. Upon finishing, I could not help but clench my palm tightly. I have a full 60 years of life. And now, only 3 months remain? It seems I must hasten to embrace the realm of the departed. At that moment, the knocking at the door outside finally ceased. Soon after, the voice of the man echoed once more. Sister Yun, I kindly ask you to make a trip. I am uncertain about what that young man, Chu Qing, is up to. In the midst of the conversation, the clattering sound of keys echoed, soon followed by the unmistakable click of the door lock being engaged. I furrowed my brows and swiftly glanced around. A blood-stained fruit knife lay nearby, alongside a rusted iron box marked by congealed blood. Dried crimson stains splattered across the bedding, painting a vivid tableau of a gruesome crime scene. Without a moment's hesitation, they hurriedly tidied up before rushing into the bathroom. At that moment, as the door swung open, 2 figures swiftly dashed inside. As soon as he entered, a young man wearing glasses urgently exclaimed. Fong Ping? What has transpired here? Why the frantic rush? I emerged slowly from the restroom, casting a puzzled glance at the two. Why do you still inquire about us? Your calls go unanswered. And despite incessantly knocking on the door, there is no response. I had assumed you were still preoccupied with that in Ruo Shui, to the extent of being unable to move on. And Ruo Shui? I blinked and pondered for over 10 seconds, before finally recalling who this character was. He smiled fleetingly, took a sip of wine, and failed to hear. My apologies. Yet, upon uttering these words, the expression on Fong PF's face shifted to one of bewilderment. Indeed, you have a problem. How could you possibly utter the words "I am sorry" to me? The silence lingered, stretching on interminably. Have you truly lost your senses? I disregarded him and turned my gaze towards the landlord, Su Suyun. Sister Yun, I apologize for troubling you with this trip. I am relieved to hear that you are well. I shall take my leave now. According to Fong Ping, you are to attend an interview today. Wishing you the best of luck. Su Suyun made a gesture of a clenched fist. Thank you. I will see you off. I wiped my face. Leading Su Suyun, I approached the doorway. At the onset of the terrifying resurgence, the affluent landlady met her demise within her chamber. Not only Su Suyun, but the entirety of the building, and subsequently all the women in the entire community, met with untimely and tragic ends, their demises characterized by a profoundly horrifying and ghastly nature. It is rumored that someone once witnessed a peculiar girl clad in crimson attire on the balcony of the 16th floor where Su Suyun resides. The garment, reminiscent of blood, seemed to be woven from both crimson hues and an aura of enigma. Later, it was heard that during the ascension to the second rank of the blood-clear Dragon Lord, there was a grand selection of concubines held in the city of Luo. It is said that among those selected is the enigmatic figure clad in red. It is evident that, following the course of normal development, this extraordinary MSF before us will soon become an integral part of the red-clad maiden's attire. Upon reflecting on this, I couldn't help but voice a reminder. Sister Yun, should any unusual circumstances arise within the community, please do not hesitate to call me. Upon hearing this, Su Suyun was momentarily taken aback. Then, with a hint of skepticism, she inquired. What special circumstances could there possibly be? You wouldn't be contemplating giving up, would you? A young man ought to have his own ambitions. Nevertheless, I appreciate your kindness. Yet I must remind you that rent is due next month. Very well. I nodded slightly, my expression remaining largely unchanged. After all, my connection with Su Suyun was merely a fleeting encounter. And whether she lived or died had little bearing on me. I am particularly intrigued by the young woman in red. If I could seize the opportunity during her moment of vulnerability, it would be far easier to triumph over her. Moreover, if it is at all possible, I still wish to retain some semblance of my humanity, rather than exist merely as a vessel controlled by malevolent forces. However, I am fully aware that another presence within me is evidently dissatisfied with the current state of affairs in this SF. In an instant, my eyes, a striking blend of black and white, were utterly beyond my control. A blood-red vertical pupil suddenly emerged, instantly fixating upon Su Suyun before me. As Su Suyun was about to turn away, her entire body suddenly became rigid beyond measure. The blood coursing through her veins surged uncontrollably towards her brain, flooding it in an instant. Her heart raced with an intensity that felt as though it might explode. In but a fleeting moment, those terrifying crimson vertical pupils vanished without a trace. Su Suyun's uncontrollable heartbeat gradually calmed down. Soon after, a wave of dizziness washed over her, compelling her to instinctively lean against the nearby wall for support. I promptly extended my hand. "Sister Yun, are you all right?" Su Suyun finally regained her senses, promptly coming to a halt. A look of bewilderment flickered in her eyes, yet she refrained from further inquiries, attributing her feelings to her recent weight loss efforts. He shook his head and then turned to depart. After it has walked far away, I furrow my brow slightly, covering one of my eyes. Silently I proclaim, "This is the first time, and I sincerely hope it will be the last. If I were to lose control, I could pluck out my own eye with my own hands, let alone yours. And do not forget, it is because of me you, human, are endowed with a measure of wisdom." In an instant, joyful words meander. The ebony orbs once again transform into a vivid crimson, swiftly oscillating between the two states. For an eternity, the discourse lingers, seemingly exceedingly dissatisfied with my demeanor, desiring to break free, yet unable to escape the confines of this corporeal prison. After struggling for more than 10 seconds, tranquility finally returned. As the moments stretched on, Fang Ping, who had been waiting with growing impatience, finally stepped forward. "Qingzi," he urged, "stop dwelling on the past. Are you going to the Tianyu entertainment interview or not?" I turned my gaze towards the other person. "You may go on your own." Yuan Zhongjiu spoke leisurely. "I have already secured a job." "When did this happen? What work is involved?" Fang Ping couldn't help but widen his eyes in astonishment. "Just now, as I spoke, I arrived at the door and picked up the Los Angeles Morning News that lay at the entrance." I pointed to a minuscule recruitment section on the page, which announced that Beishan Cemetery was seeking a security guard. After bidding farewell to Fang Ping, I took a taxi directly to the Beishan Cemetery. Nestled at the northern foothills, this locale is undeniably one of the most renowned in the entirety of the Dragon Kingdom. It is distinguished as the final resting place of numerous royal dignitaries and esteemed generals throughout the ages. It is precisely for this reason that this place was once exceedingly prosperous. Although it is still some distance from the true northern mountains, many individuals aspire to be interred here, hoping to bask in its noble aura. However, due to inadequate repairs and the persistent rumors of hauntings, the current cemetery appears desolate and devoid of life, seemingly lacking even a single staff member. However, it was not long before a young man dashed down from a private vehicle at the entrance. "You must be Chu Qing," he said. "I am Su Wei from our Beishan office." The young man appeared exceedingly anxious. After I nodded in acknowledgement, before I could utter a word, he continued, "Regarding the compensation, you have observed it, haven't you? Our work is relatively flexible. You need only patrol once at 6 in the morning and again at 10:30 in the evening. After taking your photographs and clocking out, you are free to leave. If there are no issues, please sign this form, and you can officially commence your employment today." As I lingered in silence, Su Wei eagerly handed me a form, his impatience palpable. He seemed disinterested in entering alongside me, as if merely standing at the threshold had already pushed him to his limits. I observed everything keenly, yet remained indifferent. I inscribed my name upon the surface, for my purpose in applying for this position is not driven by concerns about the remuneration. My primary motivation lies in another matter entirely. My humble profession is that of a paper craftsman, and with my rudimentary artistic skills, I initially found myself thriving in this endeavor. However, the subsequent path to promotion proved to be exceptionally arduous. Had it not been for the fortuitous opportunity one encountered during my ascent to the 6th rank, which allowed me to transition into the sequence of shadowy positions, I might have nearly become the king of Chujiang. In this lifetime, I shall undoubtedly refrain from considering the profession of a paper craftsman. Among the various occupations in the realm of the departed that I am aware of, the one that grants the highest limit of ethereal longevity is none other than that of a gravekeeper. One can discern by the name itself that this guardian of the tomb is required merely to oversee the sepulchre. However, how could it be so simple and effortless to be acknowledged as a shadowy figure in this bizarre era of deadly games? Gravekeeper. Tasked with guarding the awakened spirits within the tomb during the darkest hours before dawn, to ensure that the malevolent specters have returned, and to safeguard the tranquility of the sepulchre. Thus, one may seamlessly transition between the realms of life and death during the light of day. Simultaneously, the more peculiar tombs there are, the higher their quality becomes, resulting in an increased lifespan acquired. Furthermore, and most importantly, there is virtually no upper limit. For the gravekeeper, as long as he can exert control over the malevolent spirits dwelling within his tomb, it is akin to effortlessly reaping the rewards of extended life. However, for one who is just beginning to assume the shadowy role of a gravekeeper, this endeavor is as challenging as ascending to the heavens. A moment's carelessness could lead to being unexpectedly countered by the eerie forces within the tomb. Thus, the limits of the gravekeeper are exceedingly elevated, both above and below. Yet, for one like me, endowed with the ability of blood pupils and the memories of a past life, is this not the most fitting of shadowy roles? Moreover, and of greater significance, in my previous life, I encountered some extraordinary phenomena within a particularly unique secret realm. There, I beheld a most peculiar mural, its inscriptions weathered and faded beyond recognition. Yet my memory remains vivid. Upon that mural, several ninth-rank underworld officials were notably emphasized. Among them, the one most frequently mentioned is none other than the gravekeeper. At the same time, this gravekeeper was also the individual with whom I shared the closest bond in the beginning. Yet, at the final moment, I received a lethal blow from the initial ninth-rank shadow position of the king of Bianqing, Ding Xie.
Chapter 007 The Faceless Ghost. The Earthbound Spirit of Beishan. Upon entering, the small incense shop and guardroom to the left will be your abode. Inside, you will find a bed and various living necessities. Should you not mind, you may either reside there directly or replace them with new items. Additionally, the incense shop contains paper offerings and the procurement contact number for the incense dealer. If you aspire to engage in a modest venture, you are welcome to do so, albeit at your own risk. Furthermore, on the first day of each month, be sure to collect your wages from the office located 2 kilometers away at 8 in the morning. The young man named Su Wei, after rambling on about these details, handed the keys to Chu Qing before hastily departing in his vehicle, never once setting foot within the cemetery itself. Chu Qing, however, remained unfazed. Grasping the keys, he unlocked the heavy iron gates of the Beishan cemetery and strode boldly inside. Yet, as he stepped in, his pace momentarily faltered. He began to understand why that individual had been so reluctant to enter this cemetery. The Beishan cemetery, true to its name, was situated on a desolate hill belonging to the Beimeng mountain range. Aside from a vacant burial ground at the foot of the hill, there lay a small mound within. Although the hill stood only 200 or 300 meters high, the cemetery's description indicated that the higher the elevation, the more valuable the burial plots, hence their exorbitant prices. Naturally, with the cemetery's deterioration, many former prominent families had altered their fortunes and long since relocated from Beishan Cemetery. Now, this cemetery appeared strikingly vacant, with scarcely a few headstones, and it was precisely this emptiness that sent a chill down one's spine. In truth, the location of Beishan Cemetery was quite advantageous. Not far from the Yellow River, with several barren hills beyond it leading to the flowing waters of the mighty river. The entrance connected to the suburban main road, and there was ample surrounding land ripe for development. Chu Qing, lacking any understanding of feng shui, found his gaze drawn to a wisp of grayish aura upon stepping within the cemetery. This grayness was imperceptible to ordinary eyes, yet under Chu Qing's scrutiny, it became vividly apparent. It was none other than the legendary Yin energy, or perhaps the essence of spirits. Although the era of terror would officially commence at dawn 2 days hence, numerous anomalies, akin to the blood-eyed dragon monarch, had already begun to manifest. It seemed that Beishan was among them. No wonder that fellow had turned and fled. Moreover, given the potent remnants of this Yin energy, It was likely that some peculiar entities had already partaken in the harvest of life essence, having tasted the flesh. In other words, this place had witnessed death prior. Contemplating this, a faint smile graced his lips. From the perspective of the Gravekeeper, he found great satisfaction in this expansive cemetery. Not only was it vast, but its diverse terrain allowed for numerous graves capable of attracting the gathering of Yin energy, ensuring ample space for future oddities, preventing the mindless, bloodthirsty entities from engaging in chaotic infighting in the early stages. Most importantly, the initial offering included a formidable spirit. Although its latent potential remains uncertain, and it is unlikely to become his designated tomb spirit, especially since Chu Qing had already decided on a candidate for that role. The principal advantage of a Gravekeeper, in contrast to other spirit tamers, lies in the abundance of spirits at their disposal. Thus, what may seem like a sinister spirit to others is, for him, a living, breathing vessel of deathly wealth. As for the tomb spirit, as the name implies, it is a spirit entirely under the control of the Gravekeeper, confined to the bounds of the tomb. This limitation is indeed a significant drawback of the Gravekeeper's role. Once it strays beyond the cemetery, it is not much stronger than an ordinary person. However, within the confines of the tomb, the combat prowess of the Gravekeeper alongside the tomb spirit is quite commendable. Therefore, even with the blood-eyed spirit in his possession, the value and significance of this first tomb spirit cannot be underestimated. With this thought in mind, Chu Qing advanced slowly towards the area thick with malevolent energy. Before he could summon the blood-eyed spirit to scrutinize the source of the dark energy, an unusual sound emerged from the side. Meow. Turning his head, Chu Qing beheld a black cat perched upon a decayed stone tablet entwined with unknown vines, its curious orange-green eyes assessing him. A wisp of dark energy swirled around it. Was this a cat that had encountered the bizarre and absorbed dark energy, awakening to a nascent state? A faint smile graced Chu Qing's lips as he crouched down and extended his hand. Meow. The black cat looked at Chu Qing with a hint of surprise, yet it exhibited no fear whatsoever. It leapt gracefully from the stone tablet to stand before him. The cat, approximately 30 centimeters in size, appeared diminutive and gaunt, its pure black fur glinting with a deep crimson hue under the sunlight. Ancient texts describe the mystical black cat as entirely dark, revealing a reddish-brown color in sunlight, reputed to ward off evil spirits. As he stroked the cat's body, what had initially been a trembling form suddenly relaxed into a soothing purr. Chu Qing then inquired, "Little one, has someone perished here before?" Strangely enough, as he spoke, the previously calm cat began to tremble uncontrollably once more, as if it understood human speech. Continuing to smooth the cat's somewhat disheveled fur, he smiled and reassured, "Do not be afraid. I understand. It's not your fault. You merely happened to be present when that entity was feeding, right?" Meow. At the sound of Chu Qing's voice, the cat's meow turned piercingly sorrowful. Its earlier docility vanished entirely, and its orange-green eyes shrank to mere pinpricks, filled with terror as it gazed at Chu Qing, or perhaps at something behind him. An indescribable chill emanated from that direction, even though it was still daytime. Chu Qing narrowed his eyes slightly, but refrained from turning around hastily. The rules governing the bizarre and malevolent could be ever-changing. Who could say what kind of abilities this spirit might possess? In that moment, amidst the increasingly terrified gaze of the black cat, the figure of Chu Qing before it abruptly transformed. The once black and white irises morphed into a deep, ominous crimson within the inky blackness of his eye sockets. The blood-red vertical pupils fixated intensely on the black cat before Chu Qing slowly turned around. It was an ethereal apparition, cloaked in blood-red observation. This figure donned a tattered and decaying white dress, its original form now unrecognizable. Withered gray locks obscured the visage, rendering it indistinct. However, the piercing gaze of the crimson pupils activated an immediate effect of clarity. The full array of this spirit's abilities materialized within the blood-red vision. Faceless ghost. Rank, 9th tier. Type, bound spirit. Lifespan, 9 months and 17 days. Face of fear, ruled by crafting an atmosphere of terror and shaping the scene. It can diminish the will of living beings. When a human's resolve is shattered beyond a critical threshold, extreme fear will reveal the true visage of the faceless ghost, simultaneously triggering a fatal face-swapping effect. The effectiveness of the terror created is contingent upon the rank and innate abilities of both parties. Ghostly Wall, ability capable of conjuring an illusory wall of terror within a designated area. It weakens the will of living beings, plunging them into profound fear. Bound Spirit, state incapable of leaving the confines of the Beishan Cemetery. Its ability recovery accelerates within the graveyard. Additionally, the daily consumption of lifespan is halved. Promotion requirement. Unknown. Note. Hey, you aren't frightened by such a creature, are you? Yet, our appearance seems to align quite well with its aesthetic. Observing the rules and abilities of this faceless ghost revealed through the blood-red pupils. Chu Qing could not help but reflect once more on how the rules bestowed by the Blood-Eye Dragon Lord allowed it to thrive. However, a slight tremor flickered at the corner of Chu Qing's eye. Regrettably, the pressing issue remained. How does one gaze into the eyes of a being that possesses no face? Chapter 008. Subduing the Faceless Ghost. An ex-girlfriend? Silence. Stillness. Above the Beishan Cemetery, the sun shone brightly, yet within the graveyard. A chill akin to an ice cellar permeated the air. Two figures stood motionless, locked in confrontation. Only the black cat, brimming with terror, watched the two entities, clearly not of this world, cower from afar. As time trickled by, Chu Qing could distinctly sense a creeping fear emerging within his heart. This fear was not a result of insufficient willpower. Rather, it stemmed from the activation of the faceless ghost's rule. Although lacking a dramatic scene to amplify it, this fear was palpable, and he could feel its involuntary birth. He understood that, despite the presence of the Blood-Eye, this faceless ghost was a ninth-tier anomaly. Its rule, while not overwhelmingly powerful, posed a grave threat, capable of easily extinguishing his life upon activation. What he needed to accomplish was to counteract its rules before they could take effect. Yet, ironically, the very first genuine encounter with an anomaly was with one that possessed no eyes, and the activation of the Blood-Eye's rule necessitated a gaze of mutual acknowledgement. How can one gaze without eyes? This poses a conundrum. Yet, even in such a precarious moment, Chu Qing remained utterly unperturbed. Mastering the enigmatic rules of murder allowed him to maintain the upper hand. Even if he could not subdue, he could withdraw at any moment. Reflecting on this, Chu Qing cast his gaze upon the visage shrouded in withered strands of hair, offering a slight smile. What a pitiable creature, lacking even a face of its own. Upon uttering these words, the black cat that had leaped back onto the gravestone not far away regarded Chu Qing as though it had seen a ghost. Even a nearly mindless, faceless specter paused momentarily in surprise before erupting in fury. The lowly specter, devoid of wisdom yet akin to a beast, could sense emotions. Indeed, this faceless ghost's very modus operandi hinged upon the emotions of others. In Chu Qing, it sensed no fear, only abundant mockery. In an instant, the North Mountain Cemetery seemed to transform into a realm of gloom, the sun vanishing from the sky, engulfing the surroundings in darkness. Punctuated by the occasional whisper of the wind, the palpable sense of dread became an ever-present shadow. Nevertheless, Chu Qing remained unfazed, his blood-red eyes fixed intently upon the faceless specter, even extending a hand to probe its ethereal form. Alas, as a spirit bound to the earth, it possessed no corporeal body to touch, his palm meeting only an icy void. Upon realizing this, Chu Qing withdrew his hand and continued. What do you think of my face? During my school days, I was considered quite the heartthrob. Surely this visage aligns with your aesthetic, does it not? Yes. These are the exact words of the Blood-Eye. There should be no issue here. Meanwhile, the black cat continued to observe Chu Qing's antics, reminiscent of dancing on a minefield. Chu Qing slowly leaned forward, his forehead nearly brushing against that of the faceless specter. Now let us examine my eyes. Are they not striking? A deep crimson, akin to rubies. Would you not desire to pluck them out and adorn yourself with them? He blinked his blood-red eyes, disregarding the sensations of shame and resistance emanating from them, though internally he felt a growing tension. Engaging with ghostly entities, unless one possessed overwhelming superiority, was akin to walking a tightrope. This was especially true for creatures devoid of much intelligence, resembling wild beasts. For a practitioner of spirit control in the early to mid stages, confronting these entities essentially involved deciphering and unraveling their rules, employing one's own capabilities to navigate and dominate the spectral rules in opposition. The rule governing the blood, eye contact. However, it had never been stipulated that eye contact necessitated actual eyes. The perception of spirits transcended mere sight. Thus, what he endeavored to do was delve deeply into the application of the blood eyes rules. Should this endeavor succeed, all would be well. If not, there remained the option to retreat. Ultimately, it was evident that Chu Qing's blood eyes indeed possessed a remarkable allure. In the dark, ghostly environment, those blood-red eyes seemed to shimmer with an otherworldly light. As the sense of dread intensified within Chu Qing, he and the blood-red eyes simultaneously perceived a peculiar gaze directed towards him, specifically towards his visage adorned with a pair of crimson orbs. A fragmented voice echoed, exclaiming, "Such a stunning face! Those eyes are captivating." In that instant, the scarlet glow in Chu Qing's eyes flared brilliantly. The rules of the blood-red gaze activated instantaneously. Chu Qing calculated, within his mind, that facing the faceless ghost of the 9th rank, the duration of the eye contact required for the blood-red gaze's rules to take effect was merely a breath's time, less than 2 seconds. Indeed, the potential of the blood-red gaze was unfathomably immense. However, it could not analyze the weight of the corresponding rules due to its own observational limitations. Only when the eerie era descended could it investigate through the ledger of life and death. At this moment, however, Chu Qing could not afford to be distracted. Almost instantaneously after the activation of the blood-red gaze's rules, the body of the faceless ghost before him began to tremble violently. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. This was the terrifying capability of the blood-red gaze. Once activated, any ability employed by the opposing entity could be completely negated and simultaneously returned. Doubled in intensity. How formidable was this rule? In this moment, under Chu Qing's deliberate provocation, the effects of this reciprocal gaze manifested. The faceless ghost began to quake intensely. The fear it had previously instilled in Chu Qing was now fully returned to it through the piercing gaze. In its view, the blood-red eyes consumed its entire field of vision, as if poised to devour it whole in the next heartbeat. An instinctual dread compelled it to kneel, burying its head beneath its arms, pleading, "Spare my face, do not take my face." Enveloped by overwhelming fear, Chu Qing distinctly sensed that within the rule of an eye for an eye, under the faceless ghost's own terror, he could extinguish its existence with but a thought. It was akin to a diner savoring a morsel, ready to swallow at any moment. Such was the instinct of the ghostly entity to kill after triggering its rules. Yet, Chu Qing refrained from such action, although vanquishing this faceless ghost would allow the blood-red gaze to absorb its essence, yielding a portion of longevity. He contemplated the potential of this creature born before the horror era's official onset. Despite recognizing its capabilities, Chu Qing had no intention of transforming it into his tomb guardian. Instead, observing the effects of fear it evoked would likely result in a stable source of longevity for an extended period. Furthermore, as a bound spirit, it could be considered a destined servant. Thus, he lowered his head, and even without the ability to physically touch the faceless ghost, he reached out to make contact, smiling gently as he spoke. "Do not worry. As long as you obediently comply, I shall not peel away your face. Moreover, if you perform well, I may even find a visage for you that you desire." What do you think? Clearly, the wisdom of the faceless specter is difficult to comprehend. It merely responds to Chu Qing's actions and the emotions he perceives, its ethereal form quivering. Nonetheless, it conveys a sense of submission. The ghostly entity lacks intelligence. Resembling a wild beast, yet it does not seek its own demise. The midday sun shines brightly and fervently, seemingly intent on dispelling all darkness from the shadowy land. The light dances upon Chu Qing's disheveled black hair, softening his brooding demeanor. Slowly, Chu Qing rises, glances aside, and extends his hand. The black cat trembles, yet does not dare to refuse his beckoning, leaping back into his embrace. With a smile, Chu Qing cradles the feline against the scorching sun, gazing at the Beishan cemetery before him, as well as the entire Mongshan range. As long as I am here, no one shall bully you. However, at that moment, the cemetery gate behind him creaked open, producing a clattering sound. Chu Qing turned to look, only to see Fong Ping prying open the gate, peering inside. Chu Qing, I came to check out your workplace. Look who I've brought along. Through the rusted iron gate, Chu Qing noticed a girl of similar age beside Fong Ping. Adorned in a Chanel maxi dress, her Valentino-studded heels glimmering in the sunlight, and carrying a toffee-colored Hermes calfskin handbag. After a moment of contemplation, he recalled her identity, his former girlfriend, and Ruoxue, from this particular time frame. Chapter 009. Humanity is quite intriguing, isn't it? In the era of terror, Chu Qing endured over 20 years in his previous life. During those years, his attention had long since shifted to matters of greater significance. The legacy of Yin Luo, the hierarchy of the underworld, the acquisition of longevity, and the harbingers of calamity. The trivialities of life before the onset of horror were hardly worth remembering. Had it not been for the elevation in his underworld position, which granted him an impeccable memory, he might have long forgotten them. It was evident that, for Chu Qing, the sight of his former girlfriend, appearing quite pitiful and somewhat remorseful, fell into the category of inconsequential matters. He vaguely recalled that in his past life, just before graduation, she had taken up with a wealthy heir. However, before he could even mourn the loss, the era of terror arrived, rendering such trifles insignificant. Now, he pondered how she had come to be here. Unbeknownst to him, the faceless specter had vanished without a trace, cradling the black cat in his arms. Chu Qing approached the gate, smiling. Fong Ping, what brings you here? Fong Ping scratched his head. I finished the interview and was waiting for the results. Guess what? As soon as I left Tianyu Entertainment, I ran into Ruoxue. She specifically inquired about you, and since we both had some free time, we thought we'd come see you. As he spoke, Fong Ping's demeanor grew somewhat cautious. It was clear he had told a fib. In truth, he was concerned about Chu Qing's situation, prompting him to call on Ruoxue to come check on him. There was no other choice. Chu Qing's direct decision to take on the role of a guardian at such a desolate graveyard saved him 30 years of misdirection, particularly the kind that was dark and sinister. This led Fong Ping, who had maintained a long-standing relationship with him, to entertain unwholesome thoughts. Naturally, Chu Qing noticed the unease in his friend, but chose to disregard it. After glancing at the two, he simply said, "Come inside." As they followed Chu Qing into the premises, an inexplicable chill swept over them the moment they crossed the threshold of the graveyard. It was evident that no ordinary person would willingly visit such a ghastly place. This only reinforced Fong Ping's suspicions that his friend had been profoundly affected by heartbreak. With this thought in mind, he turned his gaze towards Ruoxue, who bit her crimson lip and nodded in response. They entered what had been promised to serve as a dormitory, a modestly maintained guardhouse and incense shop. It was relatively clean and spacious, yet upon surveying their surroundings, and Ruoxue, after taking a seat, expressed her remorse. "Chu Qing, I'm sorry. I know I've hurt you, but you don't have to." Chu Qing looked at the woman, whose face was now a mask of suppressed emotion, with a sense of disbelief. Indeed, his ex-girlfriend possessed quite the cunning. He recalled how she had successfully charmed a wealthy heir in a previous life. Had it not been for the arrival of the bizarre era, her aspirations of soaring to greatness might have come to fruition. Even if she had not married into a prominent family, she would have undoubtedly established herself as a formidable spirit wielder in the early days of Luochen. Alas, she ultimately fell victim to the city's catastrophic fate, perishing amidst the specter plague. Enough, Chu Qing interjected, raising his hand. I bear you no ill will. Many couples part ways during graduation season. Your choice is entirely understandable. There is no need to dwell on it. Upon hearing this, Ruoxue felt even more guilty. I know you're pretending to be unaffected, but you've come to this place to escape. I understand. It's my fault. Can you forgive me? And Ruoxue gazed earnestly at the man before her. He possessed an indescribable aura, accentuated by his status as the heartthrob of their modest university. and her past experiences made it impossible for her not to feel a stir of emotions. Yet, she knew that after graduation, such sentiments wouldn't sustain her, prompting her to embrace the affections of a wealthy and powerful heir from Luocheng without a second thought. However, seeing Chu Qing again today awakened that peculiar charm and mysterious thrill, transporting her back to those earlier days. Thus, she reached for her phone, her beautiful eyes pleadingly fixed on Chu Qing. Yet, he furrowed his brow slightly. He truly wished to sever any ties with her. The notion of being unable to let go was nothing more than sheer nonsense. After all, their relationship had been mutual, and he had enjoyed it as well, with Ruoxue often footing the bill during their hotel stays. Therefore, any feelings of anger or resentment were utterly unfounded. Not to mention that in this very moment, having been reborn, cannot even recall who his former girlfriend is, even if in his past life she had thwarted his endeavors and, to some extent, betrayed him. Just like the treacherous Deng Xie of Bianqing. It would be an understatement to say that he harbored a desire for vengeance so intense that he wished to exact retribution upon her, to consume her flesh and drink her blood. Such feelings had not yet reached that level. One could only categorize her as a sworn enemy destined for annihilation in this life. Kingship transcends mere physical prowess. It encompasses an indomitable spirit. In due time, vengeance would be inevitable. Indeed, Chu Qing had already conceived his preliminary plans. However, allowing revenge to disturb his heart would be folly. In such a terrifying era, where malevolent entities corrode the human soul, aspiring to become a king-level spirit master would be utterly unattainable for someone like him. Bearing countless sins, he forged an undying heart. Hatred, when juxtaposed with his lofty ideals and aspirations, is utterly trivial. His reluctance stemmed purely from a disdain for complications. Yet, it was evident that his resistance led Fang Ping and Ruoxue to misunderstand him. Fang Ping cleared his throat, saying, you two carry on. I'll take a stroll outside. With that, he turned and left, oblivious to the potential dangers he might encounter alone outside. Meanwhile, Ruoxue, seemingly unaware of Chu Qing's exasperation, gazed tenderly at the black cat in his arms, saying, You still adore cats, don't you? The little one we raised together is still with me. However, noticing Chu Qing's continued indifference, she finally pressed on. Chu Qing, we are both orphans. And we understand that in this society, in this era, without money, one is worse off than a dog. A woman's only reliance, aside from youthful beauty, is her relentless pursuit of upward mobility. Chu Qing smiled faintly, finally sensing they were getting to the crux of the matter. He awaited the impending humiliation from his former girlfriend. Yet, even the Chu Qing who had nearly ascended to the throne of Chu Jiang in his previous life could not have anticipated that this ex-girlfriend would abruptly declare, But Qing, I still love you. Add me as a friend. I have 10,000 for you to take now. Lin Hengtian and I have registered our marriage, though we haven't held a formal wedding yet. Recently, his family has been quite busy, leaving me little time. How about this? I'll send you money every month, and when I can, we'll meet here secretly. Upon hearing this, Chu Qing, despite his remarkable past experiences, was utterly taken aback by her words. And Ruoxue glanced around, nodding in satisfaction. It's true. This place is sufficiently concealed, making it an excellent meeting spot. Rest assured, Lin Hengtian's father has been in poor health lately, and in a few years, the Lin family assets will all belong to Lin Hengtian. That fellow is nothing but a fool. I will strive to secure the wealth and then divorce him. Chu Qing remained silent, observing the woman before him, who seemed to be lost in her own thoughts. Wasn't he agreed that their interactions would follow a dramatic ebb and flow? How had it suddenly devolved into the role of a malicious supporting character? And Ruoxue gazed at Chu Qing, feeling an impulsive surge. These words, even if they are the truth, should not be spoken lightly. The fewer who know, the smoother the plan will unfold. It is inevitable that gazing upon this man, steeped in melancholy amidst this desolate place, softens her heart. Regrettably, time is scarce today. Meanwhile, Chu Qing, at a loss for words, shook his head, preparing to clarify matters, but Ruoxue did not grant him that opportunity. continuing directly. It's settled then. I've been quite busy lately. There have been troubles with the Lin family, and I won't be out much. No sooner had she finished speaking than a thunderous roar of an engine pierced the air outside. Suddenly, Ruoshue's expression shifted, and, as anticipated, they heard Fong Ping's voice resonate from beyond the door. Lin Hengtian, how did you find this place? Chu Qing raised an eyebrow, intrigued by Ruoshue's reaction. She, too, was quick-witted. She stood up hastily, retrieving a wad of cash from her latest Hermes calfskin bag, tossing it to Chu Qing. Take this for now. Lin Hengtian has arrived, and since you had an unpleasant encounter with him before, it's best you stay in. Leave everything to me. With that, Ruoshue briskly opened the door and dashed out, and even from within the security room, Chu Qing could hear her overly sweet call. Darling, what brings you here? Aren't you supposed to be at the hospital with Dad? A smile crept across Chu Qing's face, his eyes once again taking on a blood-red hue. In the shadowy corners of the sunlight, those crimson orbs flickered erratically within their dark sockets, seemingly applauding the splendid scene that had just unfolded. Following this, he appeared to be muttering to himself, or perhaps addressing the two disparate beings in the room. Humans, are they not fascinating? Chapter 010. There are ghosts here. Xuea, didn't you say you had a lunch date with a close friend? Yet here you are, a stranger's voice questioned from outside, peering through the slightly chipped glass. Chu Qing discerned a vague figure beyond the door. Dressed in a white suit, he barely resembled a decent human being. It was evidently Lin Hengtian. However, after a cursory glance, Chu Qing raised an eyebrow, revealing a hint of interest. The three individuals outside, oblivious to his shadowy gaze, were soon met by Ruoshue's voice. Darling, don't be angry. Fong Ping said Chu Qing was feeling a bit down, so I came to persuade him, hoping to dissuade him from any misguided thoughts. Is that so? But why is that pretty boy here in this ghastly place? Lin Hengtian's voice chimed in again. He claims to be working as a doorman. Seeing him pitiful, I offered him 10,000 as a parting gift, hoping he won't cause any more trouble. You really don't trust me, do you? You even followed me here? Upon hearing Ruoshue's slight irritation, Lin Hengtian's tone softened. Not at all. My mother came to take over my shift. They no longer need me at the hospital. My father has been insisting on being discharged, which has been quite bothersome. As I contemplated the idea of dining out with you and meeting your dear friend, I never anticipated finding myself in such an unsettling place. At this juncture, Lin Hengtian turned his head to survey the surroundings, seemingly catching sight of a figure within the security room. Leaning in, he muttered, "Damn it. What on earth is that fool Chu Qing thinking? I always said those in the arts are a bit eccentric. Working as a guard in this wretched locale? Chu Qing, are you brave enough to come out?" The door to the security room swung open, and Ruoshue's expression shifted to one of anxiety. As expected, Chu Qing emerged, clutching a stack of cash. "Is there something you need, young Master Lin?" Well, you truly dare to show yourself, huh? What did I say back then? You ought to have gone straight to a nightclub or something similar. I can assure you, earning tens of thousands a month would be a breeze. Lin Hengtian smirked, casting a disdainful glance at Chu Qing, particularly at the 10,000 yuan in his hand. He continued, "If you encounter a few wealthy women willing to spend, making hundreds of thousands a month would be entirely feasible. If you find yourself in need, I can make some introductions. My father knows several affluent ladies seeking companionship and even a few male bosses with similar inclinations. Should you require it, I can facilitate introductions, and who knows, perhaps our Lin family's business might even benefit from your persuasive charm." Ha ha ha. Chu Qing's smile remained unwavering, his curiosity about Lin Hengtian undiminished, seemingly indifferent to the words being spoken. Beside them, Fong Ping could no longer restrain himself and stepped forward, positioning himself in front of Chu Qing. "Lin Hengtian, what the hell are you saying?" Lin Hengtian coldly regarded Fong Ping. "What's wrong? Do you intend to confront me? I heard you went to apply at Huanyu Entertainment this morning. Let me tell you, Zhao Yu from Huanyu, the son of Uncle Zhao, is a childhood friend of mine. You think you can work there? Dream on." However, observing Fong Ping's reddening face, Lin Hengtian smirked. "I co-registered a company with Zhao Yu. So, if you insult this pretty boy now, I can reserve the position of human resources manager for you when the time comes, starting at an annual salary of 20,000, not including bonuses. What do you think?" He arrogantly gazed at Fong Ping, employing his customary tactic. Beneath the lure of money, love, friendship, and even kinship are rendered insignificant. He was accustomed to witnessing how people would grovel under financial temptation, and thus he eagerly awaited Fong Ping's response. Even Chu Qing appeared intrigued, glancing back at his friend. Only in Ruoxue furrowed her brow, genuinely displeased with Lin Hengtian for the first time. Fong Ping's face turned an even deeper shade of red as he surged forward, seizing Lin Hengtian by the collar. "What makes you so impressive with your money? Without it, you are nothing." With that, he swung his fist toward Lin Hengtian's face. This scene caught both Lin Hengtian and Chu Qing off guard. The former instinctively dodged, while Chu Qing extended his hand, finally intervening to stop Fong Ping. He still bore that expression, smiling as he gazed at the somewhat flustered Lin Hengtian. "Young Master Lin, your display of authority has concluded, and you have located the person you sought. Very well, take this money and be on your way." As Lin Hengtian's attention was drawn to the stack of cash presented by Chu Qing, he snapped back to reality, slapping the 10,000 yuan back. Just as he was about to utter further words, a sudden chill enveloped him. For reasons unknown, the graveyard before him seemed to dim considerably, and an indescribable fear permeated his heart. He mustered a fierce glare at Chu Qing and Fong Ping, declaring, "I am not in need of this meager sum. Do not trouble Schwer in the future. My dear, let us depart." With that, he deliberately took hold of Ruoxue's arm and hurried toward the exit, entering an ostentatiously designed sports car. As he opened the car door, he instinctively cast a glance back at the graveyard. However, that fleeting glimpse sent his previously sunlit figure plummeting into a frigid abyss. He quickly dove into the car and pressed the accelerator, speeding away. "My dear, what has come over you?" And Ruoxue inquired, observing the distracted Lin Hengtian with surprise. His body seemed to tremble at that moment. He abruptly slammed on the brakes in the middle of the road, casting a panicked look at Ruoxue beside him. "Schwer, there are ghosts in that place." Right next to Chu Qing, there was a ghost with an indistinct face clad in white. Noticing the terror in Lin Hengtian's eyes, and Ruoxue's gaze flickered with a barely perceptible disdain. Yet she spoke softly. "Surely there are no ghosts in this world. Moreover, it is broad daylight. Have you been affected by spending too much time with your father lately?" "No, Schwer. I swear I am not deceiving you," Lin Hengtian pleaded anxiously. "Just watch. That Chu Qing won't have long to live. How dare he serve as a security guard in such a haunted place? But perhaps this is for the best. He will no longer be able to entangle you. That is indeed for the best." Listening to Lin Hengtian's nonsensical ramblings, and Ruoxue remained silent, her delicate hands gently patting his back, seemingly to soothe his terror. However, within her eyes, unseen by Lin Hengtian, lay a profound and unyielding chill, accompanied by unabashed scorn. Chapter 011. The Paperman. The familiar stench of copper. Chu Qing stood at the entrance, still smiling as he watched the roar of the engine fade into the distance. He had done nothing throughout this encounter. Instead, he turned to regard the still furious Fong Ping and remarked, "Why the excessive anger?" Fong Ping was taken aback, looking at Chu Qing. "Chu Qing, are you not enraged by the insolence of that brat? Damn it, does he think I would be his dog for that little money? He should consider whether one can survive in these times without a shred of common sense. Am I to starve for the sake of a paltry sum?" Chu Qing smiled as he opened the door to the security booth. Fong Ping, witnessing his demeanor, felt a surge of frustration but had no recourse, and he strode inside. However, Chu Qing did not follow Fong Ping, but instead moved toward a nearby vacant area, continuing, "Do not rush. He possesses an intriguing object. When the opportunity arises, I will ensure you experience it fully." Back in the room, Fong Ping cast a suspicious glance at Chu Qing, inquiring, "What's the rush? What opportunity? What am I supposed to experience? I've had my fill of frustration." Chu Qing offered no answer, but regarded this fellow with a hint of approval. Indeed, he was rather pleased with the man's reaction. Although Chu Qing seldom foolishly tested human nature, it appeared that this individual was quite commendable. It was somewhat regrettable that he had perished early during the last catastrophic event. With this thought, Chu Qing tossed a sum of 10,000 yuan onto the table, extracting several bills and directing his gaze toward Fong Ping. Fong Ping, I shall teach you a skill. Hand me your identification card. What? Fong Ping blinked in surprise, but complied obediently. He stood there, wide-eyed, as he watched Chu Qing deftly fold a bright red banknote into a diminutive paper figure. This figure boasted arms, legs, and a head. Indeed, Fong Ping was astounded when Chu Qing produced a watercolor pen and began to illustrate upon it. He felt as though this origami figure represented him, for he saw that Chu Qing had inscribed his birth date upon it and handed it back to him. Keep this close. In times of danger, either discard it or ignite it for a more potent effect. Then, simply come find me. Fong Ping, in a daze, accepted the peculiar item, casting a glance at the dilapidated shop that served as both a guardhouse and a purveyor of incense and paper figures, exclaiming incredulously, "Goodness! You truly intend to pursue this line of work?" Chu Qing disregarded his comment and picked up another banknote, addressing him, "Enough with the trivialities. Learn from me. My time is limited, and I must step out soon." Okay. However, Chu Qing, can we not use a different paper? Isn't it a bit wasteful to use money for folding? Fong Ping lamented, his expression peculiar as he contemplated whether he should call a mental health facility. Without even glancing up, Chu Qing replied, "Do not concern yourself with such things. What Lin Hengtian mentioned earlier bears no significance. Remember, whatever he relies upon, even his very identity, holds no meaning for me." Fong Ping's talent was commendable. After half an hour of meticulous guidance from Chu Qing, he had successfully crafted a reasonably well-made paper figure. Chu Qing nodded in satisfaction. "Good. Familiarize yourself with this. For the next few days, do nothing but fold these. Oh, and bring me in Ruoshues." Gazing at the pile of paper figures made from cash in his hands, Fong Ping could no longer contain himself. "Qingzi, are you quite all right? You've seen how in Ruoshue is. She's not worth it." Observing Fong Ping's worried expression, Chu Qing chuckled. "What are you thinking? I merely intend to return the money to her." "Oh, well, that is acceptable. But what is the actual purpose of folding these things?" "We aspire to strengthen our partnership and monopolize the funeral market in Los Angeles." Fong Ping, feeling a sense of unease, fiddled with the paper figure in his hand. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Qing clasped the latter's shoulder and, in a tone imbued with an eerie gravity, whispered, "This object has the power to exorcise spirits. Lin Hengtian is haunted, and I suspect his entire family bears the same affliction." With that, Chu Qing boldly stepped out of the guardhouse, leaving Fong Ping alone in the foreboding room, causing him to shudder involuntarily. Observing Chu Qing's departing silhouette, he adopted a mindset of cautious belief and tucked the paper figure into his pocket, hastily following after him while calling out, "Qingzi, I know a reputable psychiatric hospital. Should I assist you in making contact? Get lost." After witnessing Fong Ping depart in a taxi, Chu Qing summoned another cab to return home. Before pursuing the grave ghost he had long coveted, which had been lamented over countless times by Ding Xie, he needed to ascertain the situation regarding the Lin family. He harbored a myriad of strategies to eliminate Lin Hengtian, many of which would avoid unnecessary complications. It was quite simple. Allow him to appear in a video monitored by surveillance, where the faceless ghost could eliminate him. The reason for sparing his life was solely due to the dense aura of negativity surrounding Lin Hengtian, which surpassed even that which lingered at the Beishan cemetery. Most crucially, Chu Qing detected a familiar scent emanating from Lin Hengtian, a fragrance that stirred emotions within him, one he had struggled to suppress through years of composure, now only able to mask his tumultuous feelings with a smile. It was a metallic, oxidized scent, commonly referred to as the stench of copper. While in Ruoshue bore no such odor, the scent on Lin Hengtian was overwhelmingly potent. In his past life, a unique entity possessed a remarkable object of a similar nature. Without delving into the specifics of that object, it suffices to say that the bearer was far more renowned than the blood-eyed Dragon Lord, and in terms of power, it was difficult to ascertain superiority. However, the blood-eyed Dragon Lord wielded his influence solely within the confines of the Dragon Kingdom, reigning as a tangible deity of malevolence. While that object could be said to be celebrated throughout the world, the scent emanating from Lin Hengtian was a remnant of a treasure held by that entity. Yet, Could it be that this object also originated in Los Angeles? No, perhaps it was merely a fragment of a larger puzzle. Or perhaps he was merely overthinking. Regardless, he felt compelled to investigate further. As this realization dawned upon him, a glimmer of determination sparkled in Chu Qing's eyes. Seated in the taxi, he promptly sent a friend request to Ruoxue. Approximately 10 minutes later, the request was finally accepted, and Ruoxue sent no words, merely a red heart emoji, as if conveying a multitude of unspoken sentiments. Chapter 012, The God of Wealth of the Lin Family. On August 31st at 1:12 p.m., within the confines of the Second People's Hospital in Los Angeles, several nurses and 2 doctors firmly restrained an elderly figure in an extravagant single-patient room. He was a middle-aged man who, by no means, could be considered elderly, with only a few streaks of gray at his temples, giving him the appearance of someone in his 50s. However, the madness etched upon his face added an indescribable air of lunacy and age. My money. My money. Someone is trying to steal my money. Where is my God of wealth? Hurry, summon the God of wealth. Only with the God of wealth present can no one touch my money. My money is mine. His shrieks revealed nothing of the fact that he was a prominent businessman in Los Angeles. Rather, he resembled a complete madman, a miser akin to a modern-day Harpagon. Beside him, a woman wore a bitter expression, yet she, along with the other medical staff, remained firmly focused on Lin Yuancheng. Before long, the hospital room door swung open, and Lin Hengtian rushed back, having not even paused to eat. Upon witnessing his father, resembling a zombie under some unseen control, he inquired, "Has Dad had another episode?" Though exasperated by his son's choice of words, the woman nodded, her face clouded with worry. Where is Xiaoxue? As a mother-in-law, she held a deep appreciation for her daughter-in-law. Despite a modest background, she was dutiful, loving toward her son, and, most importantly, ambitious, studious, and exceptionally beautiful without attracting unwelcome attention. She had only had one boyfriend at this age. Thus, despite the disparity in their families, she had consented to this match. Lin Hengtian then remarked, "Mom, you call me saying Dad is going mad over that thing again. I thought this couldn't continue, so I suggested Xiaoxue go home and fetch it for now." The woman shot him a reproachful look. "What are you thinking? Your father is in this state because of that thing. I say, it should be smashed and discarded immediately." "Why would you?" Before she could finish her sentence, Lin Yuancheng suddenly broke free from his restraints and clutched the woman's neck with both hands. "You want to take my money? You're trying to steal my money. I will strangle you. I will strangle you." Within mere seconds, her face turned a deep shade of red, but fortunately, the nearby medical staff reacted swiftly, restraining him once more and securing him tightly to the hospital bed with a rope. Nevertheless, even in such a state, Lin Yuancheng's bloodshot eyes remained fixed on the woman who had shared his life for over 20 years, as if she were not a beloved partner, but rather a sworn enemy. Finally, the woman could no longer contain herself and collapsed onto the bed, weeping uncontrollably. Lin Hengtian furrowed his brow, feeling a mix of annoyance amidst the commotion. He could only hope that Ruoxue would arrive swiftly. He wished for her to bring that item quickly, so that the 2 elderly individuals might find some semblance of peace for a while. However, at that very moment, the Ruoxue whom Lin Hengtian had placed such hopes upon was accompanied by an unexpected rugged man. As they entered the garden of his family's villa in the car he had purchased for her. The origin of the matter traces back to a week ago when Lin Hengtian returned home in the dead of night and discovered his father, Lin Yuancheng, hunched over the incense altar in the living room, murmuring to himself about his money and the threats to it. He sought the protection of the God of wealth. Both Lin Hengtian and his mother believed that his father had lost his sanity. In the days that followed, his symptoms worsened considerably. As Ruoxue recounted this story, she alighted from the driver's seat of her white BMW 530, accompanied by Chu Qing. His expression remained remarkably calm. However, the slight tremor at the corner of his eye betrayed the tumult within him to those who knew him well. Upon entering the luxurious garden of the 8-figure villa in Luo City, Chu Qing was able to confirm his previous suspicions unequivocally. The familiar, peculiar scent of copper and the unsettling aura it bore was an unforgettable allure. Upon entering the main hall of the villa, his former girlfriend, oblivious to her marriage to another man, playfully attempted to link her arm with Chu Qing's, as if they were lovers lost in a passionate affair. I took a risk bringing you here, Qing. How will you repay me? Gazing at her lovely, expectant face, with her chin lifted in a proud manner, Chu Qing stole a glance. Indeed, this woman possessed a certain cunning charm. Otherwise, it would not have been easy for him to enter without complications to discern the truth. Ignoring Ruoshue's overtures, he recognized that each moment before the impending dread was invaluable. His plans had been slightly disrupted by the presence of this object. There was little room for leisurely exploration of human emotions in such dire times. His gaze swept the room until it settled on a particular object, and he approached it slowly. Having encountered numerous peculiarities, even without activating his blood eye or utilizing any spectral abilities, he could sense the concentration of malevolence in the air. At that moment, the oppressive atmosphere in the living room was as thick as that of Beishan Cemetery, and, due to its smaller confines, even more concentrated and intense. No wonder Lin Hengtian's eyes were darkened, bearing the marks of premature demise. The source of this malevolence lay here. He did not hasten to employ his blood eye. Based on Ruoshue's reactions, the object had been in situ for at least half a month, yet only Lin Hengtian's father seemed affected among the Lin family. Moreover, according to Ruoshue, there was no imminent danger of death, which indicated that the lethal rules governing this object were not alarmingly immediate. It was a statue of the god of wealth, approximately the height of a human head, seemingly cast in copper. However, due to the passage of time, the once bright surface had darkened with oxidation, casting an eerie pallor in the dimly lit living room, where no lights illuminated the space nor curtains were drawn. It is noteworthy that the copper deity of wealth clutches a small black coin in its hand. It appears that during the initial casting, this very coin was forged alongside the statue, fitting seamlessly into its grasp. Chu Qing's gaze remained steadfastly fixed upon the deity, as well as the black coin it held, without the slightest shift. Beside him, Ruoshue incessantly chattered. "Brother Qing, you have no idea, just after leaving the North Mountain Cemetery, that good-for-nothing Lin Hengtian actually claimed to have seen a ghost beside you. He even said that you might die soon. It's he who should be worried about death. At his age, fearing ghosts is utterly laughable. Apart from having a good father, how could he possibly compare to you, Brother Qing?" At that moment, Chu Qing finally spoke. He is not mistaken. What? And Ruoshue was momentarily taken aback by Chu Qing's interruption, struggling to comprehend his words. Chu Qing's gaze remained unwavering, still locked on the copper statue above, and he reiterated calmly, "He is not mistaken." And Ruoshue opened her mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. And after a brief silence, she finally responded, "Brother Qing, what are you saying? How could you possibly?" Chu Qing calmly interjected once more, "I am not referring to that. I mean, he is not mistaken. There are indeed ghosts in this world." What? At that moment, and Ruoshue found the situation utterly absurd. The sunlight outside was obscured by clouds, and in an instant, the already dimly lit living room, shrouded by curtains, descended into a profound silence. Yet, Chu Qing remained unfazed, slowly pointing upwards as he continued in a soft tone. "Look there." And Ruoshue lifted her gaze, and the deity appeared shrouded in shadow, taking on an eerie and sinister aspect from this angle. For reasons unknown, upon gazing at the figure, she felt a chilling sensation sweep over her, goosebumps rising on her skin. Chu Qing's voice echoed in her ears. "There's one lurking above, observing us. This pair of foolish lovers." Chapter 13. The Malevolent God of Wealth. Chu Qing competing with ghosts for wealth. Silence enveloped the villa, a stillness punctuated only by the darkness that should not have existed. 5 seconds passed. A crisp sound echoed. A soft gulp from the woman beside him was distinctly audible. However, at this moment, neither Chu Qing nor Ruoshue paid heed to such trivialities. Chu Qing could feel the tremors of the woman beside him, and Ruoshue's fingers clutched the sleeve of his garment, turning pale as she involuntarily trembled, shaking his attire. Chu Qing, however, remained indifferent, even stepping closer to stand before the deity shrouded in darkness, shielding and Ruoshue. This act left his former girlfriend, who had misunderstood the situation, utterly moved, though she still dared not believe that ghosts truly existed in this world. If only she were braver and stood beside Chu Qing, she would discover the answer. 4. Unbeknownst to her, Chu Qing's pupils had transformed into a vivid crimson hue. Gazing indifferently at the statue of the god of wealth, shrouded in darkness, I remain unimpressed. The capabilities of the blood-eyed dragon lord are unquestionable in this current phase. It is likely that no living being could withstand the gaze of its all-seeing eyes. God of shadows, grade, 9th category, entity of the supernatural, lifespan, 3 years 2 months, and 10 days, divine wealth. Rule beings may worship this statue of the god of wealth, beseeching for fortune. Subsequently, they attain a state of shadowy financial blessing, during which their fervent reliance on the god of shadows escalates with each financial gain, diminishing their willpower. Upon accumulating a certain amount of wealth under this blessing, the rule of murder is triggered, absorbing all fortune from the being. The act of killing to absorb shadowy lifespan is significantly enhanced by this rule. Greed's enticement, ability passive effect that intensifies the greed of all beings who behold its true form. Entity, status unable to move freely. Its shadowy lifespan is halved daily. Promotion requirements, unknown. Note, this entity is intriguing, and the copper coin in my possession is even more remarkable. So what say you? Human? Without my presence, would you not have missed out on a treasure? Ignoring the self-admiration of the blood-eyed ghost beneath its watchful gaze, Chu Qing's calm eyes paid no heed to the god of wealth. The god of shadows? What a pitiful 9th grade anomaly, daring to claim divine status. In the prior era, a mere passerby, a powerful spirit controller, would have easily obliterated such a fledgling being. It is merely instinct that drives this entity, and ignorance can be forgiven. Following the blood-eyed ghost's indication, Chu Qing's crimson gaze fell upon the pitch-black copper coin it clutched. Clearly, this coin held far greater significance than the god of wealth itself. Black copper coin, grade, 9th category, fragment of a nether artifact, size unknown and undetectable. Minting, ability holding this coin allows one to receive 1 day's worth of shadowy lifespan currency daily. Who doesn't love wealth? Curse no usage curse. Any being of notable rank may utilize it. Note, human, hasten to rank up. Do not delay our fortune. This is our wealth. A smile graced Chu Qing's lips, the most genuine expression he had worn since his rebirth. This black copper coin was indeed extraordinary. 1 day's worth of shadow currency daily. In the early stages, if a spirit controller were to obtain this, they would have a safety net, alleviating concerns over the depletion of shadowy lifespan. Not to mention, this artifact bears no usage curse. This signifies that it is a treasure of immense value, usable without consequence. The utilization of nether artifacts typically comes with curses. The severity of the curse correlates to the artifact's worth. The lower the requirements for usage, the higher the artifact's value. However, what truly brought joy to Chu Qing was not merely this. He had finally confirmed that this copper coin was indeed a fragment of the puzzle from his memories. In this entire world, within the terrifying realm of Blue Star, there are not many first-grade ghost kings or malevolent deities, yet some do exist. However, let us not speak of treasures of the highest caliber. Even those of the 3rd rank are indeed extraordinary rarities. In his previous life, Chu Qing possessed one such artifact, which served as one of his key supports in becoming the king of Chujiang. Yet, compared to the complete version of this item, it was as if a small witch were to witness a grand sorceress. In the realm of terror, the disparity in reputation is equally vast. Of course, the proprietor of the complete version, a renowned figure in the entire horror world of Blue Star, stands in stark contrast to him. Nevertheless, Chu Qing could hardly fathom that a fragment of this object would appear in Luo City. It seems that in the future, there will be ample opportunity to engage with that enigmatic owner of the interstice world. With this thought, the corners of Chu Qing's mouth curled into a more radiant smile. He extended his hand, and Ruo Shui, sensing Chu Qing's movement, leaned forward and caught sight of his slender, pale fingers delicately pinching the black copper coin held by the statue of the god of wealth. What was he up to? Soon, and Ruo Shui would understand his intentions as he tugged at it. The visible force he exerted grew increasingly powerful. Yet, even as the veins on his hand stood out, neither the coin nor the statue budged an inch. Standing behind Chu Qing, and Ruo Shui was left in stunned disbelief. Robbing money? Robbing from the god of wealth? No. Just moments ago, Chu Qing mentioned a ghost perched atop it, which meant he was now attempting to seize wealth from a spirit. Was he out his mind? The most concerning aspect was that the god of wealth, no, the ghostly god of wealth, seemed reluctant to relinquish his hold. Before long, Chu Qing relaxed his grip. He appeared to exhale, adjusting his slightly disordered breathing from exertion. In the next moment, he raised his hand, signaling Ruo Shui to step back. She complied, but dared not stray more than 2 paces from him. Chu Qing, with his blood-red eyes, calmly regarded the ghostly god of wealth and spoke softly. You, a lowly anomaly that devours the fortunes of living beings, dare to exist in the name of a righteous deity? I grant you an opportunity, yet do you not know the limits of your audacity? It was clear that Chu Qing did not expect this 9th-grade anomaly to grasp the weight of his words. Engaging in discourse with these mindless beasts was indeed futile. The primary aim was to capture its attention. His blood-red gaze was firmly locked onto the ghostly god of wealth, whose pitch-black eyes in the darkness met his in an instant. At that moment, the sensation reminiscent of his previous encounter with a faceless ghost resurfaced. Thus, Chu Qing, meeting its gaze, slowly inclined his body, much to Ruo Shui's bewilderment. Ghostly god of wealth, may you bless me with prosperous fortune. The wealth I seek is not the worthless paper of humanity. You should comprehend that, yes? Upon uttering these words, he surprisingly performed a bow towards the entity above. Then, to Ruo Shui's astonishment, the once eerily dark and foreboding statue of the ghostly god of wealth began to sway on its own. Subsequently, with a resounding thud, it toppled directly onto the incense burner. The bronze statue, seemingly bowed and kneeling before the incense altar, appeared unable to withstand Chu Qing's solemn prostration. The black copper coin, which Chu Qing had exerted all his strength to no avail in attempting to retrieve, clinked as it fell before him. He picked it up, feeling its icy chill. Recognizing its significance, he decided to spare its life, proclaiming it would serve to guard his abode in due course. Suddenly, the statue emitted another sound, as if in affirmation. Chapter 14. The Legend of the Death Apartment. Chu Qing's command. 20 years have passed since the dawn of a terrifying era, where the most formidable malevolent spirits. As Chu Qing rode alone in a taxi back to the cemetery, this intriguing question resurfaced in his thoughts. In the future, countless spirit tamers would gather in forums, where many powerful entities had left their marks on the most renowned threads. Within these discussions, formidable spirits and entities from around the globe, each with unique abilities and rules, were mentioned. There was the blood-eyed Dragon Lord, reigning over the Dragon Kingdom, the Bloody Mary, the nightmare of all men across Blue Star, the enigmatic proprietor of the Neutral Realm, the Night Girl, the Hunger, the Curse of Friday, the Midnight Cinema, and the Clown. Among these, some possessed high ranks, others had bizarre rules, and some boasted astonishing records. Yet, there existed one particularly unique entity, a quintessential tale of the bizarre. It had once been a profound nightmare for ordinary humanity, a trial coveted by the ambitious and daring. 2 decades into this terrifying epic within Blue Star, it bore numerous names. In the Dragon Kingdom, it was initially referred to as the Death Apartment or the Underworld Hotel. In Blue Star, it later became known as Little Hell or the Scarlet City. Legends say it began as merely a single room. Those who entered this room would trigger a peculiar curse. The nature of this curse was simple. It compelled the entrant to go to a specific place and fulfill a task. The task, however, was uncertain. It could be so arduous that a mere mortal would need to employ the rules to vanquish the bizarre, or perhaps it required retrieving a spirit. It might even be as simple as a mere stroll, returning without incident. Yet, without exception, failure to complete the task led solely to death. Of course, with punishment comes reward. Upon successful completion of the task, one could earn what was referred to as hell points. These points were said to be redeemable for vast treasures. perhaps even anything one could desire. This aspect excited countless spirit tamers. However, during those 20 harrowing years, it appeared that only ordinary humans who had yet to become spirit tamers could enter its confines. This was undoubtedly a source of great lamentation. Consequently, when news of the death apartment spread, many spirit tamers dismissed it as mere folklore, until, eventually, an event transpired that sent shockwaves through the spirit taming community. In the southeast of the Dragon Kingdom, a spirit tamer of the highest caliber, known as the Buddha King, emerged. Upon discovering the existence of the death apartment and disregarding its rejections and warnings, he employed a peculiar method to willingly step inside. After 3 days devoid of any disturbances, the entity symbolizing the Buddha King, the three-faced ghost, dissolved the contract and re-emerged into the world. From that moment forth, in the Southeast Asian region, there emerged a formidable ghost. The three-faced deity, while the once revered Exorcist, the Buddha King, seemed to have never existed at all. Silently, he extinguished a top-tier exorcist, leaving behind the latter's soul-bound entity, the death apartment, which from that instant became an existence that must never be provoked. This is the legendary tale of the death apartment, a story known to all exorcists in the previous era. The honking of a taxi disrupted Chu Qing's reverie. He glanced at the somewhat panicked taxi driver who had arrived in this eerie place. Paying the fare, he returned to the North Mountain Cemetery, which now belonged entirely to him. Producing a key, he unlocked the gate, and in an instant his eyes turned a vivid crimson as he beckoned. The faceless ghost, concealed in the shadows, promptly approached Chu Qing, following him into the guardroom. Toying with a chilling copper coin, Chu Qing embarked on a bloodletting ritual, taking a fruit knife and slicing his finger. Drops of blood were collected in a bowl. Before long, the crimson liquid filled the bowl to a significant extent. After contemplating for a moment, he added some leftover cinnabar and mineral water from the shop, stirring with his finger. Satisfied after a brief trial, he nodded and turned his scarlet gaze towards the bewildered, faceless ghost. He produced 2 bowls and inserted them into the ghost's body, beginning to pour. The faceless ghost attempted to evade, but was firmly locked in place by Chu Qing's blood-red eyes, unable to move. Finally, after infusing the bowl of blood cinnabar water with a substantial amount of yin energy, Chu Qing once again used his finger as a brush and began to inscribe on the glass of the guardroom door. Name: Yin God of Wealth Grade, 9th tier in the previous life. Compared to the widely known legend of the death apartment, Ding Xie had also spoken to him about it. One particular remark he made left Chu Qing astonished. Ding Xie claimed that he had almost controlled the death apartment from the very beginning. Indeed, this king of Bian City, Ding Xie, had uttered what anyone else would unequivocally regard as a boastful statement. However, Chu Qing understood, from his familiarity with Ding Xie, that even inebriated, Ding Xie was not one to engage in idle bragging. Despite how improbable this sounded, the reason was simple. Ding Xie had stated that the death apartment was something he had summoned, or perhaps even created, by sheer chance. Incredibly, this individual had spoken with such conviction. Most importantly, to bolster his credibility, he had detailed the specific steps, processes, and subsequent reasoning behind it. Initially, Ding Xie was a gravekeeper, and after assuming this role, he merely created a small grave within the confines of his own homestead. In the early days of his tenure as a gravekeeper, he cultivated a peculiar habit. He would inscribe on the sole iron gate of his modest grave the eerie news, locations, and death tolls he had gathered from various sources, alongside his speculations. This served as preparation and planning for future endeavors. At this very moment, Chu Qing found his thoughts racing. Yet his hands remained steady as he swiftly penned the next line in blood. Location: Second People's Hospital of Luocheng. Ding Xie's potential and audacity had already manifested at the onset of terror, marking him as a future first-class entity within the realm of yin positions in Longhua. Thus, his chances of returning triumphantly after each expedition were exceedingly high. Each time, he would hang the subdued specters upon that gate, either allowing his grave spirits to absorb them or entombing them within his sepulchre. However, one day, Ding Xie suddenly noticed alterations in the inscriptions on the iron gate. Initially, he dismissed it. Yet, One fateful day, he discovered that the letters on the gate had animated themselves, revealing a strange, previously unknown eerie trail. Skeptical yet intrigued, he ventured to the cited location, only to find a genuine anomaly awaiting him. Upon returning to his tomb, however, he was dismayed to find that the peculiar script on the iron gate had vanished, for he had failed to complete the task inscribed in blood. Even the grave spirits guarding his tomb were oblivious to the means by which it had disappeared. Subsequently, the moniker of the death apartment began to spread gradually throughout Longhua and the world. Ding Xie had recounted this tale to Chu Qing more than once, often expressing his regret. Had he foreseen the potential and possessed the grave spirits capable of harnessing the death apartment's rapid evolution, he would have endeavored to subdue it at any cost. Chu Qing's fingers hesitated momentarily in their writing, a smile gracing his lips. Objective: retrieve the essence of the Yin God from the Second People's Hospital of Luocheng and bring it here. Simultaneously, the Lin family, tainted by the Yin God, would perish en masse. As Ding Xie, who had ascended from the lowly 9th-tier Yin position of Gravekeeper to the king of Bianqing. Even he believed that the initial form of the death apartment, that gateway to death, represented the optimal choice of grave spirit for a tomb guardian. He had pondered with Chu Qing the possibilities had he commenced his journey as a grave spirit with the death apartment as his 9th-tier Yin position. It can be said that the reason for Chu Qing's reincarnation and his choice of Gravekeeper as his 9th-tier Yin position was significantly influenced by this unique grave spirit. As the closest confidant of the former king of Bianqing, how could Chu Qing refrain from aiding his dear friend in realizing this aspiration? Upon this realization, Chu Qing dipped his brush into the last remnants of crimson pigment at the bottom of the bowl, leaving behind a final flourish upon the glass of the portal. A remark stating that wealth can touch the heavens and the earth, and money can summon spirits as well as dispel deities. Thus decreed the king of Chu Qing. Chapter 15. The Grave of Banknotes. The arrival of the King of Hell. On August 31st, at 4:17 p.m., there remained a mere 55 hours and 43 minutes until the complete resurgence of terror. In the city of Luo, at the Second People's Hospital, and Ruoxue had never been so cautious. Initially, when she departed from the Lin family's villa with Chu Qing, it had barely been around 2 o'clock, yet this journey had stretched over 2 hours. It was not due to traffic, but rather the object resting in the back seat. Prior to this afternoon, she would have staunchly denied the existence of ghosts in the world. However, after the events at the Lin family villa, she now understood that the deity of wealth in the back seat was indeed a genuine anomaly. Who could drive nonchalantly under such circumstances? Throughout the journey, she had accrued countless traffic violations. The mere thought of a ghost watching her from behind sent chills down her spine. Who could fathom how many times she had cursed Chu Qing in her mind during this ride? Were it not for the peculiar demeanor of that entity, when faced with Chu Qing earlier, she would have unleashed her frustrations vocally. Was this fellow even human? It seemed increasingly uncertain. After frightening her thoroughly, he had simply hailed a cab and left her, a lone girl, to navigate with this ghostly figure. Of course, these thoughts swirled in her mind, yet on the surface, she repeatedly reassured herself, "I am Chu Qing's woman. If you seek trouble with the Lin family, do not involve me." It must be said, while that man treated her like a mere tool at this moment, and Ruoxue realized he was the only one who could provide her with a semblance of security, even if it was merely his name. Thus, after bringing this presence into the hospital room, and Ruoxue found that the flickers of fear in her heart had inexplicably vanished without a trace. "Xuya, you finally arrived. Why didn't you answer my call?" Lin Hengtian hurriedly approached, taking the heavy, black statue of the wealth deity, which stood approximately 30 centimeters tall. He seemed oblivious to any changes in the statue, as he chastised Ruoxue for her delayed arrival, which had subjected him to over 2 hours of torment from the incessant noise of the two elderly individuals. He extended his hand to receive the weighty copper figure, promptly making his way toward his father, Lin Yuancheng. As anticipated, since in Ruoxue's entrance, Lin Yuancheng had not diverted his gaze from the statue. Wealth God, Mine, my money. Father, the wealth god has arrived. Rest assured, with the deity present, Our family's wealth shall not diminish. Please cooperate and allow the doctor to treat you and take your medicine. Lin Hengtian hastily offered the statue. Lin Yuansheng held the statue of the god of wealth tightly in his arms. The once wide-open eyes gradually closed, allowing everyone to exhale in relief. Lin Hengtian then remarked, "I told you, bringing this to Dad was sufficient. Once he calms down, it will be far better to let the doctors treat him thoroughly than anything else." Observing her husband's tranquility, the woman also relaxed, nodding in agreement. She looked at her husband with closed eyes and added, "In that case, let your father rest for a while. Inform the medical staff that he hasn't eaten all day. We should step out for a bite." The three nodded in unison and exited the hospital. After a hasty meal at a nearby eatery, they emerged into the night, now shrouded in darkness. However, as they returned to the entrance of the people's second hospital, a taxi came to a slow stop before them. Upon glancing at the vehicle, two of them instinctively halted in their tracks. Lin Hengtian and Ruo Xue exhibited starkly contrasting reactions. The former furrowed his brow, while the latter displayed a mix of surprise and slight panic. Yet neither spoke, their silence directed towards the figure emerging from the taxi. Chu Qing. "Chu Qing, what brings you here?" Lin Hengtian inquired coldly, prompting Chu Qing to turn and face the trio, a familiar and detestable smirk gracing his lips. Addressing Lin Hengtian's inquiry directly, Chu Qing replied, "I came to retrieve something of mine." "Ah, young Master Lin is also here. You have something here?" Lin Hengtian glanced at the entrance of the hospital, momentarily taken aback. However, after the events of the afternoon, Lin Hengtian clearly had no desire for idle chatter with Chu Qing, especially in the presence of family. He strode into the hospital lobby and approached the elevator. To his irritation, that bothersome individual followed him into the lift. Lin Hengtian did not conceal his disdain. Meanwhile, the woman beside him noticed her son's expression and cast a strange yet contemptuous glance at the unassuming young man, who, despite his plain attire, exuded an extraordinary aura. As a genuine member of the upper class in Luocheng, she was unaware of Chu Qing's connection to her son, but it was evident she felt no obligation to extend him any courtesy. Just as she was about to inquire further, several hurried nurses entered the elevator. Upon seeing the four, one of the older nurses slightly bowed and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, we must first head to the 8th floor of the inpatient department due to an urgent matter. Would you mind waiting a moment?" The three, excluding Chu Qing, were momentarily taken aback. Lin Hengtian responded, "We're also going to the 8th floor. What is the matter?" The 8th floor housed private patient rooms, accessible only to the affluent. However, the nurses' expression shifted and they shook their heads, saying, "No matter, since that's the case, we'll all go up together." Lin Tianheng and the woman exchanged a glance, both seemingly perceiving the worry reflected in each other's eyes. Only Chu Qing maintained an unwavering smile on her face. Upon reaching the 8th floor, a doctor anxiously inquired at the elevator entrance, "Has the spare key for room 11 been brought? Hurry." The mere mention of room 11 caused Lin Tianheng's complexion to pale noticeably. He disregarded the woman behind him and hurriedly followed, asking, "Doctor, what happened in room 11? The doctor clearly recognized Lin Tianheng, but, regrettably, had no intention of conversing. Beads of sweat adorned his forehead, even soaking the edges of his mask. With the spare key in hand, he approached the door of room 11, and Ruo Xue and the woman hastily followed suit, while Chu Qing ambled leisurely towards them, only to be met with the piercing screams from within. In mere minutes, the previously commanding woman fainted from her screams, and the once imposing young master crumpled to the ground, pale as a ghost. The tense doctor exhaled in relief, his anxious heart finally at ease. Only Ruo Xue turned, her face ashen, glancing back at her leisurely strolling ex-boyfriend, Chu Qing. Her expression was a complex mix of emotions, tinged with an indescribable terror, as if the king of hell had come to claim a soul. Unperturbed by her gaze, Chu Qing strolled at a measured pace until he finally arrived outside room 11. The door stood wide open, revealing Lin Yuansheng lying on the pristine white bed, a bronze statue of the god of wealth cradled in his arms. Facing the entrance with a semblance of a smile, scattered across the bed were numerous crimson banknotes, strewn about the bed and floor. transforming the space from a hospital room into what resembled a grave constructed from piles of red currency. In the center of this morbid scene, Lin Yuansheng sat propped against the bed, his eyes darkened from asphyxiation. His mouth was agape, stuffed with the same vibrant banknotes, resembling a blooming rose. Chapter 16. The Human Heart. The death of Lin Hengtian. Amidst the clamor, panic, and cries of anguish, the unconsciousness enveloped the room. In the fleeting silence, the chaos outside resembled that of a bustling marketplace, shattering Chu Qing's appreciation for what should have been a solemn, artistic farewell. The doctor hurried over, examining Lin Yuansheng's eyelids, instructing the nurses to place the fainted woman on an adjacent bed. Rising, the doctor shook his head, stating, "The patient has committed suicide by choking on money. We did not anticipate any suicidal tendencies. Please accept our condolences." Condolences? You think that's enough? Is this how you treat patients at your second hospital? My father's mental state was already fragile. Lin Hengtian erupted in fury. "Mr. Lin, please remain calm." After your departure, the elderly Mr. Lin promptly locked the door, leaving us oblivious to the events that transpired. When inquired, he spoke. It was only a mere 10 minutes later that the nurse noted the lack of any response, leading to the doctor's evident perplexity. Clearly, this predicament was unforeseen. Nevertheless, Lin Hengtian could not acquiesce. After all, his father lay upon that bed. Just as he was about to press further, a nearby nurse interjected. "Dr. Zhang, Ms. Sun's condition is deteriorating." Ms. Sun, evidently, was Lin Hengtian's mother. Instantly, he turned his head. The doctor approached, examined her pupils, and urgently exclaimed, "This is serious. The patient has suffered an acute cerebral hemorrhage. Quickly, to the emergency room." At this moment, Lin Hengtian could no longer afford to create a disturbance. The spirited young master of noon now stood, utterly despondent, his eyes filled with bewilderment. However, at that juncture, another matter arose to further fuel his ire. Outside the bustling ward, the figure of his fiancée, who should have been present, inexplicably vanished, having departed with that detestable individual. What was her intention? A surge of unnameable fury welled within Lin Hengtian. Without a second thought, he stealthily pursued them. With his father's sudden demise and his mother's uncertain fate, how could this woman engage in flirtation with a stranger? Indeed, the two had quietly slipped away into a nearby emergency exit. Lin Hengtian could no longer contain himself. He forcefully pushed through the door of the emergency passage, hastening his steps, and Ruo Shui. "What are you doing?" Yet, as he rounded the dim corner, Lin Hengtian discovered the two figures standing there. Most notably, neither displayed an ounce of alarm, particularly his girlfriend, or rather, his fiancée, whose beautiful eyes now conveyed only a flicker of guilt and acceptance. Chu Qing regarded the young master with newfound interest. Under the dim light of the emergency passage, he spoke. "Young Master Lin, how does it feel to lose both parents in a single day?" His calm voice, laced with a hint of mockery, reverberated through the corridor, sending shivers down Lin Hengtian's spine. Lin Hengtian glared at Chu Qing. "What nonsense are you spouting? My mother is not dead." Chu Qing shook his head. "I can assure you with utmost certainty that your mother's demise is inevitable, though it is indeed a pity." He genuinely felt a tinge of regret. The malevolent aura of the Grim Reaper had taken its toll, and among the trio, the impact was most acute. As one ages, sudden shocks, coupled with an already burdened body, render such a cerebral hemorrhage, especially in an individual drained by dark energies, a guaranteed death sentence. His lament was not for the innocent life lost, but rather for the manner of death itself, whether it be the shadow god of wealth or the blood-eyed ghost. Neither could siphon any of the deceased's essence. Such essence was wealth, his wealth. Thus, having already lost one, he could not afford to squander the opportunity presented before him. With this thought, Chu Qing's gaze towards Lin Hengtian grew furtive. Lin Hengtian attempted to interject, yet Chu Qing, unable to contain himself, interrupted, "Enough. I did not summon you here to discuss this matter." Lin Hengtian was taken aback. In that moment, the man's tone bore an undeniable authority, revealing him to be the true figure of power. However, before Lin Hengtian could fully comprehend the implications of Chu Qing's words. The latter's next utterance sent a chill through his entire being. You see, your parents have perished on this very day. As their only child, you surely would not wish to see them languishing in solitude, would you? Why not go and keep them company? Chu Qing spoke with a smile, as though suggesting a casual outing for supper. Lin Hengtian's lips twitched. He gazed at Chu Qing with shock, fear, and anger. The man before him, perpetually adorned with a serene smile, seemed more akin to a devil. Even Ruoxue suddenly turned her attention to Chu Qing. He had never before alluded to the intention of taking Lin Hengtian's life. Yet in that instant, and Ruoxue's eyes darted with realization. Stay back. I know how to fight. In this day and age, do you still dare to kill? Lin Hengtian assumed a fighting stance, but before he could finish his statement, his body froze in place. For at that moment, he noticed, unbeknownst to him, that the man in front of him, within this dim emergency passageway, had eyes that had turned blood red. He trembled uncontrollably, a primal urge to flee surging through him. Yet inexplicably, the blood in his legs felt stagnant. He wished to run, but his body would not obey. Just as he believed his end was nigh, Chu Qing's voice echoed once more in the shadowy corridor. This is becoming rather dull, and Ruoxue. It was only then that Lin Hengtian remembered his fiancée. He was still present, seemingly responding to Chu Qing's summons, and Ruoxue acknowledged him, prompting Chu Qing to continue with a smile. Let us do this. I shall grant you a favor. You may decide whether to spare your beloved fiancé's life. Think carefully, for his fate rests entirely in your hands. And Ruoxue stiffened, her gaze fixed upon Chu Qing, whose blood-red eyes were now directed at her, and upon Lin Hengtian, whose face was a mixture of fear and hope. Her lips pressed together tightly. Lin Hengtian swallowed hard, his eyes locked on Ruoxue. He had faith in her. Even now, he believed in her. From the very first moment he had laid eyes on her, he had known she was the partner he would pursue for a lifetime. Beauty is an inevitability. She is kind-hearted, adores small animals, and is ambitious. When she entered their family business, she commenced her journey as an ordinary salesperson, yet managed to secure substantial contracts that even seasoned managers could not accomplish. In just a few short months, he resolved that this girl before him was his lifelong love. He was willing to defy his parents' commands, secretly obtaining a marriage certificate, irrevocably binding their fates together. Thus, he believed wholeheartedly that his affection for this woman was profound, and it seemed that in Ruoxue harbored a similar depth of love for him. However, this was all contingent upon Chu Qing. Once the danger had passed, he vowed to eliminate any threats, no matter the cost, even if it required hiring a costly assassin to ensure her safety. And so, amidst his hopeful gaze, and Ruoxue exhaled deeply, glanced at Chu Qing, and began to retreat slowly. This seemingly trivial action appeared to signify a choice and an answer, delighting Lin Hengtian and raising Chu Qing's eyebrows in surprise. Yet, the turn of events unfolded swiftly, and Ruoxue halted her steps, grasped a fire extinguisher positioned nearby. Under the dim emergency lights, the extinguisher glowed a vivid red, as if soaked in blood. She approached the astonished Lin Hengtian, tears streaming down her face, smudging her exquisite makeup, even causing her nose to run slightly, a clear testament to her profound sorrow. Despite her heart-wrenching expression, she faced Lin Hengtian, whose countenance had turned ashen, and spoke. Hengtian, we are already married. After you and your parents have passed, the entirety of your family's fortune will belong to me. The sum is so vast that even without managing it, selling off the shares would suffice for several lifetimes. Hengtian, I am truly sorry, but the amount is simply too great. I cannot bear to share such wealth with someone I do not love. As she muttered these words, she lifted the half-meter-high fire extinguisher and swung it toward Lin Hengtian. The sound was a dull yet resonant thud. Chu Qing leaned against the wall, observing this dramatic tableau, which now surpassed the tension of earlier events in the hospital by several magnitudes, and he could not help but smile. Why do humans transform into shadowy figures to wield powers over the supernatural? Because the depths of the human heart are far more unfathomable than the enigmatic rules surrounding murder. Are they not? Chapter 17. The Lantern of Heads. The Vanished Blood Characters. In Luocheng, at the Jinshan community. This local dilapidated area is situated in the old district. With a nearby processing plant having been established, most residents have vacated, awaiting demolition, leaving behind only those with no other place to reside. Among them is Fong Ping. He exhaled deeply, lying on his bed, glancing at his slightly reddened fingers and then at the stack of discarded papers on the table. According to Chu Qing standards, only a few of these could barely be deemed complete. Yet, this was sufficient to fill Fong Ping with a sense of accomplishment. Despite his own uncertainty regarding the significance or reasoning behind such tasks, it was purely an act born from trust in Chu Qing. However, as he contemplated this, Fong Ping gently caressed the peculiar origami figure nestled in his embrace. The crimson paper figure, both endearingly awkward and charmingly grotesque, combined with his own birth date, imparted to him an uncanny sensation that this folded paper creation was indeed another version of himself. Who had taught this rascal, Chu Qing, such an art? It had never been mentioned before that he possessed such a skill. With the vividly crafted paper figure safely tucked back into his bosom, Fong Ping retrieved his phone, which had been carelessly discarded nearby. He casually opened it, only to be taken aback. Following his graduation in the 4th year, the classmates with whom he had once shared a bond had drifted apart, each embarking on their own journeys during this summer. The class group chat had become nearly silent. Yet today, upon entering the chat, the glaring number 99 illuminated his screen, indicating that something significant had transpired. Without hesitation, Fong Ping clicked on the notification, scrolling back to the origin of the conversation. The first line of text that greeted his eyes caused his pupils to widen in astonishment, abruptly propelling him from his reclined position on the bed. Zhao Miao. Something monumental has transpired. Lin Yuansheng, the chairman of the Senmu Group, committed suicide this evening at the second hospital due to a mental illness. His wife suffered an acute cerebral hemorrhage and perished as a result, and their son, unable to cope with this grim reality, leaped from a height. Lu Yinyan. Is this for real? Zhao Miao, absolutely. I accompanied my mother for a checkup today, and the body of that young Master Lin was merely a few dozen meters from me. He fell from the 8th floor, and the sight was utterly horrific. Wang Qing, what the hell? I just interviewed at Senmu Construction today. This won't affect my monthly salary of 6,000. Will it? Mu Hong, wait a moment. The son of Senmu Group? With the surname Lin? Is he the one? Li Qingyun. Indeed. The new boyfriend of our university's belle. Goodness. She never expected that before entering the affluent world, her family would face such calamity. Lu Yunyun. If you ask me at the time, Chu Qing and Ruoxue were such a perfect match. Why the need for this? Now look where we are. Wang Qing. What does a talented couple matter now? It should be about wealth and beauty. What a pity that the university belle missed such an opportunity to ascend the social ladder. Zhou Lingling. While you all revel in this misfortune, you may not be aware that Ruoxue had long ago registered her marriage with Lin Hengtian. Now that this incident has occurred, do you realize how much inheritance she stands to gain? Wang Qing, wait, what? Registered and then faced with annihilation? Is there some conspiracy at play here? The group chat devolved into a flurry of discussions. Yet, Fong Ping could only mechanically scroll through the messages, his thoughts entirely detached from the chatter about vast inheritances or conspiracy theories. What truly occupied his mind was but a singular notion, the words Chu Qing had spoken to him earlier that day, just before he returned from the Beishan cemetery. This thing can exorcise spirits. Lin Hengtian is haunted, and it is likely that his entire family is as well. Those who are haunted do not live long. He suddenly grasped the folded paper figure in his embrace with fervor. However, at that moment, he suddenly discovered a faint red light appearing not far from his window. His home was on the 1st floor of the Jinshan community, an old building with a maximum height of merely 6 stories, lacking even an elevator, let alone any glaring streetlights. This subtle red glow outside seemed exceedingly out of place. He lifted his gaze, and upon first sight, Fong Ping was momentarily taken aback. It was indeed a lantern. No, was it a balloon? Fong Ping blinked, momentarily unable to discern the difference. However, It appeared to be a luminous balloon, which could very well be a lantern. But how did this object find its way to the vicinity of his window? Uncertain, Fong Ping instinctively opened the window to examine it more closely. The gentle red light illuminated his entire being, enveloping him in an indescribable sense of comfort. In the midst of this sensation, Fong Ping slightly squinted, feeling an ethereal lightness, as if he were floating. Yet, just as this feeling washed over him, he seemed to awaken abruptly, looking up to find that the blood-red lantern had somehow appeared directly above him, and he finally discerned what was glowing within it. It was a human head. Fong Ping was struck with terror, only to realize it was too late. The lantern had, unbeknownst to him, descended upon his head. Then, through the open window, it yanked him upwards, soaring beyond the confines of the sky. At the entrance of the Beishan cemetery, a taxi remained parked, and the driver, wearing an expression of displeasure, hurriedly departed this eerie locale after collecting his fare. Chu Qing paid no heed to the exhaust fumes belched by the taxi as he cradled the statue of the god of wealth in his hands, re-entering the Beishan cemetery. Lin Hengtian was dead. His entire family had met their demise without any unexpected events. Chu Qing was thoroughly satisfied with this outcome, as his gains were visibly tangible. Chu Qing, rank, none, in lifespan. For months, young lifespan. 3 months, symbiosis, status as young lifespan greatly diminished, enabling him to fully command the blood-eyed ghost. Note, the essence of in lifespan is truly delightful. It is only because that inferior human was prematurely tainted by in energy that this meager lifespan could be converted, allowing me to consume that entity in your arms. I have a premonition that its flavor will surpass that of the human significantly. Indeed, in the end, Chu Qing had no intention of allowing Ruoxue to take the initiative to eliminate Lin Hengtian. Not only was it overly complicated, but it would also leave too many traces, and he was disinclined to create trouble with the inspectors. Fortunately, the capabilities of the Blood-Eyed Dragon Lord held numerous avenues for exploration. After locking eyes, the power of the blood, I allowed him to manipulate blood, thus controlling Lin Hengtian's movements. Upon confirming Ruoxue's intentions, he directly employed the blood eye to compel Lin Hengtian to leap from the 8th floor before everyone's eyes. This action effectively eliminated all complications. He had also gained an entire month of shadowy existence. Once matters were settled, he entrusted Ruoxue to handle the aftermath at the hospital, while he, driven by his true ambitions, returned to the kingdom that rightfully belonged to him. The gates were reopened, and the nocturnal aura was noticeably denser than during the day, sending a slight shiver through the ordinary vessel that was Chu Qing at present. Blood-red pupils emerged as his gaze swiftly scanned the surroundings. The Beishan cemetery lay in utter darkness, devoid of even a flicker of light. It did not hinder his vision. Meow. 2 glimmering green eyes appeared not far off. A smile crept across Chu Qing's face as he extended his hand. You little rascal certainly knows how to guard the place. Very well. I shall reward you with something delicious tomorrow. Meow meow. The black cat seemed to comprehend Chu Qing's promise, leaping excitedly into his outstretched arms, and then with a bound, it perched upon his shoulder. Chu Qing paid it no mind, instead exhaling deeply. No matter the presence of the shadow god of wealth or any other entity, nothing was more crucial than the threshold he was about to cross. The death apartment was an enigma he had conjured by melding Ding Xie's insights with his own understanding of the rules for summoning. It was the optimal choice for a Gravekeeper spirit, and failure was not an option. With this thought in mind, Chu Qing approached the guardhouse and pushed open its door, with the shadow god of wealth following closely behind. His blood-red gaze swept the room, recalling that the faceless ghost had been carelessly discarded at the entrance, and by now, the gate must have been thoroughly saturated with negative energy. As the lights flickered to life, he tossed the faceless ghost aside, his attention fixated on the blood-red script that appeared to have dried on the door of the guardhouse. 3 minutes elapsed without any indication of change. He had braced himself for failure, as Ding Xie had repeated this very action multiple times, perhaps a dozen or more, before awakening the semblance of the death apartment. To expect success on his first attempt, despite his additional preparations, was a daunting challenge. This anticipated failure did not dishearten him. However, Just as Chu Qing was on the verge of complete resignation, a sudden focus enveloped his blood-red pupils. The dried blood-red script on the glass appeared to transform, as if freshly inscribed, and began to flow slowly, ultimately vanishing from sight. It was as though some unseen force had drained the blood-inked letters dry. Chapter 18. The Incipient Death Apartment. Morning guests. How does the bazaar come into being? This question remains unanswered in its entirety. Nonetheless, as a second-tier, top-tier spirit master who had nearly ascended to kingship in his past life, Chu Qing held a fragment of understanding. The rule governing the birth of the bazaar is that it arises entirely devoid of rules. Indeed, the emergence of the bazaar can occur under any circumstance. Humans, particularly those who command spirits, face a dual fate. Either they are consumed and absorbed by the bazaar, or they may themselves become a manifestation of the bazaar. In addition, an old artifact, a serendipitous event, or even a mere phrase, a sound, or an entirely intangible entity, such as a website, could all potentially give rise to the uncanny. The rules governing the emergence of the uncanny are utterly devoid of structure. However, as a top-tier ghost master from a previous life, Chu Qing possesses knowledge of certain insider information. It is said that the uncanny can manifest under any circumstances, yet an intensification of energy inevitably accelerates this phenomenon. Energy is the most prominent characteristic of a terrifying era. With the global escalation of energy, the environment of the world is destined for certain mutations in the future. Thus, regarding the alterations in the death apartment, Chu Qing held a modicum of confidence, provided that Ding Xie had not been boasting when they spoke. Nevertheless, Chu Qing did not anticipate the process would unfold so smoothly. The blood characters gradually faded, and his blood, I focused intently on the exceedingly ordinary steel and glass door. Soon, the blood, I discerned something peculiar. The dense gathering of energy required no further elaboration. More crucially, through the observation of his blood eye, a somewhat unusual transformation became apparent. Note: humanity seems to have something that attracts convergence. Dreadful. I'm unable to perceive it. Indeed, even the blood, I failed to identify the source. Yet this was sufficient. He could now ascertain that the embryonic form of the death apartment was coalescing. This was all he needed. Should Ding Xie have been merely jesting, and this method proved inadequate for summoning the death apartment, he would need to expend considerable effort to choose the grave ghost. With this thought, Chu Qing wasted no further time. He glanced at the clock, placed the god on the counter without removing his clothing, and lay down on the wooden bed, his eyelids slowly descending. Despite the fusion and symbiosis with the blood eye, it had not significantly empowered his body. Rather, in terms of his lifespan, it was evident that the amalgamation of the blood eye was more of a burden. Nevertheless, due to this very reason, having toiled from morning until this hour without pause, Chu Qing felt equally fatigued. However, as the lights dimmed and he closed his eyes just as he began to succumb to drowsiness, a sharp clanging sound echoed from outside the door. Qingzi! Qingzi! Help! Chu Qing opened his eyes, rose to push the door open, and beheld Fong Ping frantically pounding on the iron gate outside the cemetery. Yet, at that moment, Fong Ping appeared somewhat wretched. Bloodstains marred his trousers and body, and several distinct scratches adorned his neck. Chu Qing's brow furrowed slightly. What happened? Ghost. There's a ghost. Damn it. Qingzi, you saved my life. I owe you one. Observing Fong Ping's incoherent rambling and the thick, oppressive energy enveloping him, it was evident that this fellow had encountered something supernatural. Chu Qing not det, semingili unfa. Komein. Only then did Fong Ping finally step into the guardroom. Chu Qing reignited the light. Did you see a ghost? Upon entering, Fong Ping seemed to regain his composure, the harrowing terror of life and death still lingering in his mind. Did you use the paper figure? Fong Ping nodded again, then turned his gaze to his friend. Wasn't Chu Qing a bit too calm? However, recalling the earlier scene, Fong Ping still felt a chill creeping through his bones. Go on. After yawning and pouring himself a glass of water, Chu Qing settled into a relaxed demeanor. Then, Fong Ping recounted everything he had just faced, the lantern made of human heads. Chu Qing pondered for a moment, in his previous life? The unique geographical location of Luo City had led to a much higher frequency of ghostly occurrences compared to most cities in Longhua. There were countless tales he was aware of, and many more that he was not, far too many to comprehend entirely. Yet, through Fong Ping's description, it became apparent that this phenomenon transmitted its lethal rules through the light. This method was even more convenient than his blood eyes. If it were to develop, it could possess remarkable potential. Of course, while the killing rules of the blood eyes might be more complex than those of the lantern, the combat prowess and intensity of the blood eyes were unmatched by any ninth-tier anomaly that Chu Qing had encountered thus far. Hence, he felt no cause for concern. So, the injuries you sustained were the result of the paper figure's effects after you fell from the sky? Fong Ping nodded. Qingzi, you have no idea. The journey from my home to here nearly made my soul flee. That damn taxi driver. Several times he nearly ran me over without stopping. Thankfully, a kind-hearted person intervened. Or else, sob, we would have been separated by the afterlife. Ignoring Fong Ping's tears, Chu Qing nodded. All right, you should rest now. Sleep here. Tomorrow, I'll accompany you back home. According to my speculation, that thing shouldn't be able to kill indiscriminately. After its failure tonight, it will likely seek you out again tomorrow. So be prepared. Upon hearing this, Fong Ping's complexion turned pale, but Chu Qing had already returned to his room. The night passed swiftly. Chu Qing slept soundly, while Fong Ping's panda eyes clearly indicated a restless night. However, just as Chu Qing woke and rose, a knock echoed from the heavy door outside. Chu Qing opened the door, and indeed, it was none other than Ruo Xue. Chu Qing regarded her with a hint of amusement. The reason was simple. Yesterday, when she had taken him to the Lin family's villa, she had driven a luxurious BMW 530 worth several $100,000. Yet today, this woman, whose former in-laws and husband had just died, was driving her late husband's Ferrari 90. Meeting Chu Qing's teasing gaze, she forced a smile. I brought breakfast. You haven't eaten yet, right? Come in. Upon arriving at the guardhouse, and Ruo Xue was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Fong Ping, but quickly regained her composure. Let us dine, she suggested. The breakfast spread included crab roe buns, shrimp dumplings, and spicy soup, demonstrating the thoughtfulness of the woman who had prepared it. Each of the three harbored their own concerns, leading to a silence that enveloped them. However, to Chu Qing's astonishment, the sound of an engine echoed from outside once again. Was the Beishan cemetery always this bustling? What surprised him even more was that, in the next moment, the locked gate emitted a clattering sound, unmistakably signaling that it had been opened. Chu Qing furrowed his brows and approached the window of the guardhouse to peer outside. A woman in her 40s entered, glancing back at a yellow Ferrari with a look of confusion. Upon the exit of Chu Qing and the others, the woman appeared as if she had seen a ghost. Instinctively exclaiming, You're not dead? A vivid crimson flickered in Chu Qing's gaze. Should he have been dead? Merely those three words carried profound implications worth pondering. An intriguing visitor on this early morning. Chapter 19. Hello, I wish to report a crime. It must be said that since his employment commenced yesterday, Chu Qing sensed that the circumstances surrounding Beishan Cemetery were rather peculiar and rife with the uncanny. This was not solely due to the presence of faceless ghosts, but also related to the employment dynamics. From the lingering aura of negativity and subsequent observations of the faceless ghost, it became apparent to Chu Qing that prior to his joining, the residual energy indicated that his predecessor had likely not been deceased for long, perhaps not even a day. The notion that he would begin his tenure while the previous employee's death had yet to be resolved was perplexing. Why the haste? Moreover, did the deceased caretaker not have any family? Numerous questions loomed, yet Chu Qing was disinclined to dwell on them. Now, it seemed that the cause of these anomalies was manifesting. Before Chu Qing could respond, the woman furrowed her brow and quickly regained her composure. If you're not dead. Were you last night? Why didn't you clock in? Why did you not patrol this morning? Slacking off on your first day? Your name is Chu Qing, is it not? From this moment forth, you are dismissed. The woman appeared to be in her 40s, with high cheekbones and thin lips, her expression sharp and acerbic. The absurdity of dismissing a caretaker from his own cemetery struck Chu Qing as one of the most imaginative jokes he had ever encountered. Yet, before he had the chance to speak, and Ruoxue stepped forward, addressing the woman. And who might you be? The woman glanced at Ruoxue and replied, I am Huang Hong, the manager from the Beishan office. And Ruoxue's lips curled into a cold smile. In that case, you are dismissed from your position. What? On what grounds do you dismiss me? The woman named Huang Hong approached, and it was evident that, were it not for the presence of Chu Qing and Fong Ping, she might have been inclined to confront them physically. And Ruoxue, however, remained utterly indifferent. She retrieved 2 sheets of paper from her Hermes bag and first directed her gaze toward Chu Qing, stating, I originally intended to surprise you. She then turned her attention to Huang Hong, saying, This morning, I contacted General Manager Wang Tao of your Beishan office. Now, the operating rights to Beishan Cemetery, as well as parts of the Beimeng Mountain Scenic Area, have been leased to Mr. Chu Qing and myself for the sum of 10 million over 20 years. Thus, we hold the authority to appoint and dismiss personnel within the Beishan office. I am in Ruoxue. Do you have any questions? Upon hearing this, Huang Hong's complexion paled slightly, yet upon seeing the black and white text, along with the signature and fingerprint, she found herself utterly speechless. So soon? Even Chu Qing was struck by the swiftness of her actions. How could Ruoxue have resolved such matters in a single night, especially considering the Lin family had only recently met their demise? Clearly, he had underestimated his former girlfriend's decisiveness. Indeed, following the Lin family's tragic end, their villa was now besieged by shareholders of the Senmu Group, business associates, and distant relatives, all drawn to the inheritance. As a uniquely positioned heir to the Lin family legacy, and Ruoxue was bound to be the center of attention. Having witnessed the entire situation unfold yesterday, she understood that even with a few clever tactics, fully claiming this wealth would be quite challenging. Apart from the overt strategies, there were also covert ones. The only person capable of safeguarding her through this ordeal was Chu Qing. Thus, throughout the night, she swiftly organized the available liquid assets from the Lin family, reached out to their connections, and negotiated with General Manager Wang, finalizing the contract privately within mere hours. This would serve as a gift for Chu Qing, as well as a talisman for her survival in the days to come. The intelligence and decisiveness of this woman were indeed unparalleled. Chu Qing recognized this subtle intention, but paid it no mind. The so-called contractual agreement held significance only during these initial months following the onset of chaos. Thereafter, might and power would dictate reality. Yet, he chose to disregard such trivialities at that moment, and instead focused on Huang Hong. Indeed, the Beishan Cemetery concealed secrets unknown to him, and the key to the mystery likely resided within this woman named Huang Hong. He stepped forward slowly, prompting Huang Hong to instinctively retreat a few paces. Her expression was far from pleasant, whether due to her dismissal or other reasons. A flicker of a sinister glint occasionally crossed her eyes as she regarded the strikingly handsome man before her. Finally, Chu Qing came to a halt 5 meters in front of her and spoke. The initial statement left Huang Hong astounded. There is a heavy scent of death surrounding you. Huang Hong forced a laugh and replied, What are you talking about? If it's too humid, I shall simply get a cupping therapy. With that, she turned on her heel and briskly exited, driving away in a flash. Chu Qing observed her departure with a calm demeanor, while Fong Ping, unable to contain himself any longer, spoke up. Brother Qing, that woman seems rather peculiar, doesn't she? Chu Qing acknowledged with a thoughtful hum. In contrast, Fong Ping's eyes brightened, as the events of the previous night had illuminated for him the existence of otherworldly elements in this world. These forces could dictate the lives and fates of others at any moment. His dear brother was undeniably a master in this realm. A mere paper figure crafted on a whim had the power to rescue him from peril. It was evident she was no ordinary person. At that moment, Fong Ping envisioned the two of them, along with Ruoxue, forming a paranormal investigation team akin to those in novels or anime. An indescribable sense of legendary purpose enveloped him, banishing his earlier fatigue and invigorating his spirit. Brother Qing, when shall we set out? Chu Qing cast a peculiar glance at the enthusiastic Fong Ping, struggling to comprehend the source of his excitement. Set out for what? Fong Ping pointed at the exhaust left by Huang Hong. Of course, to investigate this woman, She seems shifty and surely has ill intentions. Chu Qing regarded him with an even more bewildered expression. Fong Ping, didn't your teachers impart a crucial lesson throughout your schooling? Fong Ping blinked in confusion. What lesson? When confronted with danger or malevolent individuals, one should always contact the authorities, like Uncle Inspector had. Oh, Fong Ping was taken aback, never having considered that angle. However, Chu Qing disregarded his surprise and, right before him, retrieved his phone and dialed. Hello, I would like to report crime. Chapter 20. Preparations for the Shadow Profession. Sister of King Qing Guang. One of the survival rules in this terrifying era. Never underestimate the unknown when faced with eerie information. For you cannot predict which strange rule or ability may counteract you. Countless self-proclaimed invincible ghost tamers have met their downfall in the depths of despair. Even with the advantage of a blood-eye ghost, Chu Qing has never been careless, especially when confronting a completely unfamiliar specter. Reporting to the authorities serves as an excellent channel for gathering intelligence. At the headquarters of the Luocheng Inspectorate, the young officer who received the call wore a worried expression. Another report? How many have there been this past fortnight? What are you dawdling for? Quickly relay the situation, chided the team leader beside him. A report had come in regarding the cemetery at Beishan, stating that someone had died there previously without being reported, and the office had failed to address it. A new gatekeeper had been appointed that very day, and it was he who had placed the call. Why is this ambiguous matter being forwarded to our criminal department? Don't they realize how busy we've been lately? Who knows? As two individuals were engaged in conversation, two figures entered from outside. The captain turned to them, inquiring, Xiao Lu, Xiao Tan, have you uncovered any useful clues? Most of the attention was focused on the female inspector whose identity badge bore the name Lu Yin. The reason was simple. Beneath that somewhat ill-fitting uniform lay an undeniable surge of energy. Yet, her face resembled that of an unfurling child, forced into an icy demeanor that, rather than rendering her unapproachable, exuded a certain charm. Captain, we visited the Shihua Villa area today, one of them replied. Captain Wang furrowed his brow. What business do we have there? Can a headless corpse from the old town possibly appear in the Villa district? The two exchanged glances and lowered their heads. With Inspector Lu Yin speaking first, Captain Wang, it's like this. Today, we found no new victims in the old town. The interviews with family members and evidence collection yielded little progress. Besides, our senior colleagues have completed their work, and I felt we were no longer needed. So, I heard something curious last night, and decided to take a look today. What was it? Well, last night at the Second People's Hospital, the Lin family of the Senmu group was found dead. Captain Wang sighed upon hearing Lu Yin's cryptic words. He felt somewhat helpless. This young lady, coming from a prestigious background, insisted on joining the most perilous criminal division and always stirred up unrelated matters. He truly did not understand what the director was thinking. Surely, he was aware of the news regarding the death of the Lin family. Lin Yuancheng was a prominent figure in Luocheng. However, what was there to discuss about that case? Everyone had seen Lin Yuancheng's mental issues. The surveillance footage showed no one entering or exiting, and such a manner of death could not have been inflicted by an outsider. His wife had suffered an acute cerebral hemorrhage, and that was a given. The only questionable aspect was the young master of the Lin family. Yet many nurses and doctors witnessed his leap. It was undoubtedly a suicide. This sort of case had nothing to do with their criminal division. However, considering the young lady's influential background, Captain Wang could only nod and ask, have you made any discoveries? Indeed, Lu Yin responded mysteriously. I found that after the Lin family's demise, the primary beneficiary was Lin Hengtian's fiancée, a woman named in Ruoxue. According to my investigation, they had only been married for less than half a month. Less than half a month, and the entire Lin family is dead, leaving all the inheritance to her. An outsider. One could say that in Ruoxue has the greatest motive for suspicion. And then, Captain Wang spread his hands. What about evidence? Everyone has already confirmed that it was a suicide. Lu Yin scratched her head. Isn't that what we are still searching for? Moreover, I discovered something else during my visit. This morning, the Lin family's villa was bustling with activity. However, and Ruoxue was conspicuously absent from that vicinity. Through the surveillance footage from the traffic cameras, I discovered that she seemed to be seeking out her former boyfriend. Most notably, on the day when the Lin family tragically perished, her ex-boyfriend, Chu Qing, was also present at the second hospital. It was apparent that, including Captain Wang, no one paid heed to this so-called revelation from Lu Lian. The rationale was simple. While Lu Lian's deductions were indeed correct, the evidence surrounding the deaths of the Lin family was overwhelmingly conclusive. Investigators cannot rely on intuition when adjudicating cases. Even though it may seem that Enruashua had a motive, the principle remains. Justice must be grounded in evidence. At that moment, one of the inspectors interjected, "Wait a moment, little Durian, what did you say the name of Enruashua's ex-boyfriend was?" "Chu Qing," I replied. "It seems he's inexplicably ended up at the Beishan cemetery, working as a security guard. My gut instinct tells me that there's still something between him and Enruashua." Before Lu Lian could finish speaking, the inspector continued, "By the way, the call that reported the incident was made by that Chu Qing." Upon hearing this, Lu Lian immediately rose from her seat. Observing her reaction, Captain Wang decisively stated, "Very well, Lu Lian. You need not assist with the headless corpse case in the old city for now. Lead Tan Yu to the Beishan cemetery and inquire further." Even Chu Qing had to concede that this female inspector possessed distinct qualities. Of course, these traits were not solely related to her physique, but also to her visage, one that bore a striking resemblance to someone from his memories. "You are Chu Qing?" "Yes." "Did you report the incident?" "Indeed." "Please elaborate on the specifics." "All right, we've noted that down. Do you have anything else to add?" The male inspector, Tan Yu, continued his inquiry. Chu Qing shook his head. At this moment, Lu Lian could no longer contain her curiosity and asked, "If I may inquire, what are your thoughts on the deaths of Lin Hengtian and his son?" Chu Qing's heart stirred, and he feigned a reflective demeanor. "I was at the second hospital yesterday and witnessed the events firsthand. It is quite poignant to realize that wealth does not equate to true happiness. In this life, joy is paramount." Clearly, his demeanor did not alleviate the female inspector's suspicions, as she continued to regard him with a scrutinizing gaze, though she was compelled to acknowledge that, confronted with such a masculine countenance, she found it difficult to view him as a suspect. Chu Qing, however, smiled at her and inquired, "Inspector Liu, what is your relationship with Lu Ci?" Startled, Lu Lian responded, "He is my brother. Do you know him?" "That can't be right. He is pursuing his doctorate in the capital. While I have investigated your background and noted you have always been in Luo City." Realizing her slip, Lu Lian quickly fell silent, nervously glancing at Chu Qing. He, unfazed, chuckled softly. "The Huang Hong is indeed somewhat dangerous. I suggest you investigate whether anyone around her has gone missing or returned to their hometown and vanished. It will be prudent not to summon her casually or act recklessly on your own. This is mine. If there is anything specific you need from me, feel free to reach out at any time." The two were momentarily taken aback, casting a peculiar glance at Chu Qing. Nevertheless, they decided to include him. Based on Chu Qing's description, this matter was indeed extraordinary, and they needed to investigate the whereabouts of the previous security guard, as well as the vicinity of Huang Hong. With the gate closed, the two swiftly departed in their vehicle, while Chu Qing fell into deep contemplation. Lu Ci, the former king of Qin in his past life. The king of Qin held the esteemed position as the foremost among the 10 kings of hell in legend, and while Lu Ci's prowess may not be the absolute pinnacle, he certainly ranked among the elite of the first-tier ghost officials in Blue Star. More importantly, he was the head of the Bureau of Unusual Affairs, the official ghost-hunting organization of the Dragon Kingdom, during a time of shattered order, a final bastion of hope and influence. He never anticipated that the king of Qin's sister would be in Luo City. However, he had heard tales in his previous life of the king of Qin and the Bureau's numerous attempts to eradicate the bizarre forces led by the blood-eyed dragon lord in Luo City. Could this be linked to her? Intriguing. As for Lu Lian's slight suspicions towards him, he paid them no mind. Before he could ponder further, Fong Ping returned, this time carrying a large bundle. Noticing Fong Ping's laborious demeanor, Chu Qing nodded, acknowledging his return. Fong Ping wiped the sweat from his brow and inquired, "Brother Qing, what do you need all this for?" At that moment, the contents of Fong Ping's package became evident. In addition to a significant amount of white paper for folding paper figures, there were also wooden planks, marble slabs, and various other disparate items. Don't meddle in unnecessary matters. Continue folding your paper figures, Chu Qing instructed. Fong Ping, feeling helpless, still asked, Brother Qing, when shall we go confront the lantern? The head lantern? Originally, Chu Qing had planned to scout the location during the day while purchasing these items with Fong Ping. However, unforeseen events, such as Huang Hong's report to the police, had left him pressed for time. The sooner they completed these preparations, the more assured he would feel. It wouldn't be too late to go tonight. After all, you didn't sleep well yesterday, so if it gets too late, you can rest for a while. Agreed. Without further ado, Chu Qing examined the items, nodding in satisfaction. The purpose of these items was straightforward. They were tools used by gravekeepers for constructing graves and materials to draw the peculiar to the guarded tomb. Additionally, they served as transitional tools required to become a 9th-tier gravekeeper. He needed to prepare in advance to ensure he could be the first to attain the 9th-tier ghost official status as a gravekeeper after midnight tomorrow. If his memory served him correctly, being the first to achieve the corresponding ghost official rank would yield significant benefits. In his past life, he had missed this opportunity, but this time, he would not let it slip away. Chapter 21. Lantern, Eyes, Black Umbrella, That Blood-Red Glimmer. September 1st, 6:42 p.m. Only 29 hours and 18 minutes remain until the arrival of the dreaded era. The night has fully descended, enveloping the surroundings in utter darkness. Ordinarily, at this hour, twilight should linger longer. Yet, this year, the nights seem to fall upon September with a swiftness unprecedented. Lu Lian sighed and glanced at her driving partner beside her. Old Tan, why is it so arduous to unravel a case? Is it truly so difficult to ascertain the identity of a murderer? Tan Yu replied, regardless. Resolving a case necessitates evidence, though I sense she has her share of issues as well. You two find Chu Qing rather peculiar, don't you? He has been incessantly inquiring about Huang Hong's situation today, showing considerable interest. Tan Yu observed the excited Miss Lu, offering a polite yet slightly awkward smile. The suspect I mentioned is Huang Hong. Didn't we gather some leads today? Huang Hong's husband, Zhao Chuan, claimed he returned to his hometown 3 days ago. Yet no one there has seen him. Furthermore, the original guard at Beishan Cemetery, Liang Dezhu, has also vanished without a trace. Huang Hong is indeed quite suspicious. I have already requested an investigation warrant from Team Leader Wang. Lu Lian's enthusiasm waned. You two believe the deaths of a Lin family are unrelated to outsiders, correct? Tan Yu scratched his head, deftly changing the subject. Sister Lu, it's time to clock out. I should head home. There have been numerous cases these past few days, so don't stress yourself too much. Shall I drive you home? Tan Yu was fully aware that this lady had been escorted by their esteemed director alongside a prominent figure from Luocheng upon her arrival. She was beyond his reach. Recognizing this, Lu Lian huffed lightly. Never mind, I'll stop here and grab a bite. By the way, where are we? Tan Yu glanced around. We're in the old district. ISN T Huang Hong's house nearby. Sister Lu, let me drive you to the city center. ISN T safe around here lately. No need. Don't forget. I have this, Lu Lian asserted, patting the grip of her firearm, which was disproportionate to her slender form. Tan Yu pondered for a moment and nodded. She was certainly no mere ornament, having consistently excelled in shooting during internal evaluations. Very well. After a satisfying meal, an hour later, Lu Lian emerged from a small eatery nestled within the alleyway. The old district, true to its name, lacked even basic public amenities. The streetlights cast an eerie dimness. Despite it being merely around 8 o'clock, the thoroughfare was nearly deserted. As Lu Lian walked along the roadside, the incessant buzzing of mosquitoes, flies, and moths irked her, prompting her to mutter, I must raise some concerns with Uncle Du. The renovation of this old district needs to be prioritized. It's been ages, and not a single taxi in sight. How frustrating. However, her spirits lifted momentarily as she spotted a taxi parked in front of a grand entrance. She hurried over and tapped on the driver's window. As the car window rolled down, a pallid face of a middle-aged man emerged, gleaming faintly amidst the dim light. Even when confronted by a stunning beauty, the driver exhibited no trace of emotional fluctuation, his lifeless eyes fixated on her like those of a dead fish. Are you leaving, sir? She inquired. The man remained silent, merely nodding. A wave of joy surged within Lu Lian, just as she was about to enter the vehicle. However, at that moment, a distant yet piercing scream resonated through the air. As a public inspector, Lu Lian abruptly lifted her gaze towards the source. The neighborhood was an antiquated one, evident from its dilapidated storefronts and rusted iron gates. Without a moment's hesitation, she dashed into the community, her peripheral vision catching sight of the name, Jinshan Community. Yet, as Lu Lian departed, she failed to notice the pale-faced taxi driver whose lifeless eyes gradually shifted. Subsequently, the seemingly ordinary taxi began to move slowly, and after covering a mere 10 meters, it vanished into thin air as if it had never existed. Within 2 minutes, a black Audi glided to a stop in front of the community. A figure rolled down the window, casting a glance at the entrance of Jinshan Community, revealing a glimmer of crimson in their eyes. Such dense malevolence. This is the place, they declared. You wait here. Excitement and exhilaration coursed through Lu Lian's mind. She could hardly contain herself. The reason was simple. The opportunity she had long yearned for to solve the case lay before her. Moreover, it was a recent high-profile case. The scream had emanated from a man who, at this moment, was rendered voiceless. Something seemed to constrict his neck, with half of his head submerged in a pool of crimson that hovered nearby in the air. Lu Lian refrained from rushing to investigate. Instead, she concealed herself in the shadows of a corner and retrieved 2 items. As her colleagues in the Criminal Investigation Unit knew well, Lu Lian was far from a mere ornament. Even at this critical juncture, she maintained her composure. She first sent a message to Captain Wang and Tan Yu, calling for backup before disengaging the safety on her firearm and loading it. At that moment, beneath the 10-meter-high expanse, aside from the ominous crimson object, there was not a soul in sight, at least none that she could discern. What exactly was that crimson entity? A drone? But could a drone achieve such a feat? Who was orchestrating this device to commit murder? And how were they accomplishing it? Lu Lian was uncertain. All she knew was that if she did not act swiftly, that man would undoubtedly meet a grim fate. Thus, even at the risk of alarming the perpetrator, she had no choice but to intervene. Come out, lower him down, or I will fire, she commanded, her voice echoing through the nearly deserted community. Yet, silence enveloped her. Even so, this expanse of crimson light severed all perceptions in the vicinity. Even the homes with a few flickering lights seemed oblivious to it. Lu Lian had no time to ponder this scene. Her weapon was aimed at the red glow that hovered less than 10 meters above the ground. The darkness of the night, nearly impenetrable, did nothing to undermine the steadiness of her hands as she gripped the gun. Bang! The muzzle erupted with a flame. The fireworks in the night seemed to pierce through that red glow, altering its trajectory. Thud! The shot had indeed been effective. The man, whose neck had been ensnared, plummeted from the sky. However, just as Lu Lian moved to assist the figure falling from above, she was taken aback to see that it floated gently, instead of crashing down, and hovered above her. The moment she instinctively looked up, she finally discerned what it was amidst the darkness. It was a large red lantern. Its illumination was feeble in the night, yet being bathed in that red light brought an indescribable sense of relief. It was akin to the refreshing sensation of cold water on a sweltering summer day, the ultimate relaxation of soaking in a hot spring during the biting cold of winter, or the soothing aroma of nicotine wafting from a cigarette after a long, dreary night. This comfort compelled Lu Lian to unconsciously lower her weapon, and she felt as if she were soaring. Wait, soaring? Lu Lian suddenly snapped back from that exquisite sensation, only to realize that her body had indeed lifted into the air. It felt as if something were drawing her up, and this pull bore no pain. Rather, it mirrored that earlier joy. She tilted her head back. The massive red lantern now loomed above her, as if it were a hat about to be placed upon her head. Yet, in an instant, Lu Lian's pupils constricted. In the very next moment of looking up, she clearly saw, through the opening beneath the lantern, a face, a head grinning eerily at her from within. She covered her mouth, desperate to struggle, but it was in vain. Even the pistol that had once provided her solace lay abandoned on the ground. It was the end. She knew not what this entity was. She only understood that her demise was imminent. She did not wish to die. Tears brimming with fear filled her large eyes. At just over 20 years of age, she had yet to experience the sweetness of love and had countless endeavors still ahead. Yet, the body that rose slowly, the indescribable chill, and the encroaching base of the lantern incessantly reminded her that she was about to join the ranks of the countless headless corpses discovered before her. Nevertheless, as the lantern drew nearer, all her resentment and unwillingness gradually dissipated. Regardless of the outcome, she was dying in the pursuit of saving another. Her original intention, at the very least, was fulfilled. Upon this realization, Lu Yin's lips curled slightly, revealing a faint smile as she embraced her impending demise. However, at that moment, a crisp sound of footsteps approached from a distance. The community was desolate, with scarcely a few streetlights illuminating the path. The faint sound of footsteps jolted Lu Yin, who had almost resigned herself to her fate, back to reality. She parted her lips, unsure whether to cry for help or to urge the unexpected figure to depart swiftly. Yet, in the fleeting clarity of her mind, as she turned to behold the figure drawing near, Lu Yin was momentarily taken aback. The figure held a pitch-black umbrella, which appeared jarringly out of place beneath the luminous moon and sparse stars. His steps were remarkably steady, seemingly oblivious to the oddity that loomed overhead. In Lu Yin's waning consciousness, he approached her, and as the dark umbrella tilted, revealing his face, he finally met her gaze. Locking eyes with the blood-red lantern suspended in the air, Lu Yin nearly fainted, yet she mustered her strength to look upon the figure once more. In the next instant, her entire being felt as if struck by lightning. In the depths of the darkness, the visage obscured beneath the black umbrella remained shrouded in mystery. She still could not discern his face, but amid the more profound darkness than the night itself, she glimpsed a pair of blood-red eyes, deeper and more sinister than the crimson lantern above. Chapter 22. Darkness Beneath the Lantern. The Terrifying Head Lantern. How can one retrieve a prey that has succumbed to the rules of murder? It is quite simple, as long as the prey has not entirely succumbed to death. One can immerse it in their own murderous rules. This was precisely what Chu Qing accomplished. The moment Lu Yin beheld those blood-red eyes, the constraints imposed by the head lantern in the sky seemed to vanish. Completely ensnared in this bizarre battlefield, Lu Yin could no longer withstand the relentless torment. As she plummeted from the sky, she succumbed to unconsciousness. In the darkness, the blood-red hues of the ground and the sky echoed each other. As Chu Qing extended his hands to catch Lu Yin, discarding her carelessly aside as if she were mere refuse, he lifted his gaze once more. The blood-red eyes immediately provided feedback. Head lantern, grade, 9th rank, category, spiritual anomaly, lifespan, 7 months and 16 days, severed head, rule position directly beneath the head lantern. Entering a dragging state. Once the head is pulled into the lantern, the murder rule is fulfilled. Darkness beneath the lantern. Ability illuminating candlelight that can alter the perception of living beings simultaneously upon the candlelight's emergence. It can obscure the vision of beings beyond the light and block all non-anomalous attacks. Spiritual entity. Status typically imperceptible and capable of traversing physical barriers. Each traversal consumes a portion of lifespan. Promotion requirements. Unknown. Note, the potential of this peculiar object is quite remarkable, alas. It still pales in comparison to my own prowess. Ah, the solitude of invincibility is indeed profound. Chu Qing gazed calmly at this entity, standing beneath the eerie glow of the human lantern. The escape of 2 consecutive prey seemed to ignite a spark of fury within this otherwise tepid crimson lantern. The flickering red light bathed the surroundings in a vivid scarlet hue, instilling in Chu Qing a sense of ethereal lightness. Is this the deception of perception? Such a terrifying ability. One could assert that the lantern's power possesses the true capacity to obliterate an entire city. Should this entity ascend in rank without being eradicated, countless ordinary souls in Luo City would likely face dire consequences. No wonder the proud blood eye spoke of this human lantern as merely a shade inferior to himself. Aside from its seemingly fragile rules of murder, the ability cloaked in its shadow is undeniably formidable. Yet, the cold feedback from his eyes did not deter Chu Qing's contemplation. Rather, it coaxed him to speak softly. It has indeed grown darker in my vicinity at night. Lacking illumination. Would you care to assist? Whoosh. Within the confines of the Jinshan community, a tempest seemed to arise in response. The wind howled, rustling Chu Qing's dark trenchcoat with a resounding flourish. A human lantern responded. The colossal lantern suddenly descended, as if tethered to something around his neck. However, the attempt of the lantern to drag him upward abruptly faltered in place. For within the lantern, a grotesquely terrifying visage turned its gaze upon Chu Qing. The blood-red pupils locked in a fierce confrontation. The noose around his neck unraveled. The massive lantern gently settled to the ground. Even as a ninth-tier anomaly, the human lantern must yield to the blood-eyed Dragon King under the collision of rules. An eye for an eye. At the moment Chu Qing's blood-red gaze met that of the lantern, its murderous rules were flawlessly rebounded back upon itself. Thus, what was once an attempt by the lantern to ensnare Chu Qing transformed into a scenario where it was Chu Qing who now commanded the lantern. If he so desired, he could simply invert the celestial forces and thrust his head into the lantern. It would not be his demise, but the lantern's. Recognizing this shift in circumstance, the human lantern ceased its resistance. It was gradually lifted. Observing the once vibrant red glow diminish, Chu Qing revealed a smile. At the same time, his curiosity deepened. Just how high is the weight of the Blood Eyes rules? Weight signifies the potency of anomalous rule capabilities, often, especially after the arrival of a terrifying era. As anomalies ascend in rank, the formidable nature of rules can lead to the phenomenon of rule conflict. In such instances, the clash of rules between opposing anomalies must be measured by the weight of each party's rules to determine the victor of the confrontation. In the subsequent era of terror, many practitioners of ghostly arts measure the peculiar potential primarily through three criteria. First, the simplicity of the rule's activation and the efficacy of its power. Second, the weight of the rule's capability. And third, an area yet to be explored by Chu Qing, which pertains to the ascension of the uncanny. These three elements constitute the foremost standards for evaluating the bizarre. Regrettably, perhaps due to a low rank, the Blood Eye is unable to probe into the potency of the capability's rule weight. Once the Book of Life and Death manifests, Chu Qing will be able to discern the true weight of the Blood Eye. At present, he proceeds slowly, lifting the blood-red lantern. Illuminated by its glow, he is momentarily taken aback upon noticing a figure beside him. It is not Lu Lian, but rather the man rescued by her in the beginning. Surprisingly, this individual is an acquaintance. Indeed, since his rebirth, many from his past have faded from memory. Yet this figure, Su Wei, he had encountered just yesterday morning, and the man's demeanor had left a profound impression. How did he end up here at the North Mountain Cemetery? Chu Qing as blood-red, eyes narrowed slightly. Simultaneously, the Blood Eye provided feedback. Su Wei, rank, none, lifespan, 1 month near-death state, unable to move, unable to think. Note, a frail male human, tainted by corpse energy and yin energy, with numerous sharp wounds throughout his body. Even without encountering a human head lantern, survival for long is unlikely. Human, I assume with your intellect, you can deduce something, can you not? As a token of gratitude for my contribution, why not consider him a snack for me? Chu Qing's gaze remained unperturbed as he grasped the human head lantern and reopened his dark umbrella. Walking forward, he shielded his eyes while muttering, "Enough with the noise. Consuming such things excessively is detrimental to one's health and hinders growth. Besides, how would you partake? Shall I pry open his eyelids for you? That woman? No. She is of future use to me. Now, let us cease this idle chatter." In the pitch-black night, the hour had gradually approached 9 o'clock. Within the desolate and shadowy neighborhood, a solitary figure, wielding a dark umbrella and clutching a blood-red lantern, conversed with himself, a sight that could send anyone into a state of terror. Yet, it was precisely this scene that stirred a figure to awaken from a daze. Lu Yin gazed at the crimson glow and the slender silhouette beneath the trenchcoat. She yearned to extend her hand, yet the earlier drag had rendered her utterly powerless. And the place where she had fallen throbbed with excruciating pain. Wait. The figure halted, but did not turn. What is that? The blood-red lantern, at this moment, hung quietly in the figure's grasp, resembling a small kitten, as if everything that had transpired was merely an illusion. That voice echoed once more. It is simply a hungry little creature. My apologies for startling you. Lu Yin gazed in bewilderment at the object before her, her eyes fixed on the receding silhouette. A profound sense of weakness enveloped her, and the double vision before her rendered the details of that figure indistinguishable. Finally, she mustered the strength to inquire, "Who are you?" The figure remained silent and gradually retreated. The darkness beneath the light cast by the lantern obscured everything from the view of onlookers. As she watched, the silhouette grew increasingly distant, completely shrouded by the lantern's glow, until it slowly vanished into the abyss. Lu Yin's tenuous consciousness finally shattered, and she succumbed to unconsciousness once more. However, in that fleeting moment of oblivion, a voice emerged from the shrouded darkness. King of Chu Qing. Chapter 23. Does the King of Chu Qing truly exist? 10 minutes later, the wail of police sirens shattered the night. Resonating at the entrance of Jingshan community, shadows of armed figures swiftly approached, soon discovering Lu Yin and Su Wei sprawled on the ground. The plump chief, who ran ahead, was nearly petrified at the sight, but his heart eased upon realizing they still breathed. As for Su Wei, he received not a single glance. "Xiao Lu, are you all right?" Lu Yin slowly opened her eyes, and upon seeing the familiar inspector's hat, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. With great effort, she uttered the three words that were etched deepest in her memory. "King of Chu Qing. Quickly find the King of Chu Qing." Huh? The chief and Captain Wang, along with Tan Yu, exchanged puzzled glances. What is the King of Chu Qing? Is it a deity from the underworld? One of the legendary Yama who governs countless malevolent spirits? But how could such a thing exist? Has this girl lost her mind after wandering through the gates of hell? With that thought, the chief shouted urgently, "Ambulance, hurry!" At the inspector's office, Fang Ping was unaware of the unfolding situation. At this moment, he was much like an Roi Xue, who had escorted the god of wealth to the second hospital. Despite his attempts to force himself not to glance behind, he found himself unconsciously gazing into the rearview mirror. There, beside the figure in the black trench coat, lay a lantern roughly the size of a millstone. This very object had nearly claimed his life last night by dragging him out, and now it rested ominously in his back seat. It was impossible not to feel a tremor of fear. Fang Ping's subtle movements did not escape Chu Qing's notice, yet at that moment, Chu Qing was preoccupied with more pressing matters. His thoughts were consumed by the recent events. Earlier that day, he had instructed an Roi Xue to investigate Huang Hong's background. Coupled with the intelligence from Qin Guangwang's sister, he had learned that Huang Hong's residence was in the Old City, near Jingshan community. Su Wei's condition was clearly the result of Huang Hong's machinations. The stench of death emanating from him was almost identical to that of Huang Hong. Could it be that this woman had turned her missing husband into a zombie? Upon reflection, this seemed the most plausible explanation. However, as this thought crossed his mind, Chu Qing's brow furrowed slightly. It made no sense. At this juncture, the emergence of a zombie is utterly inconceivable. This entity would cause even the most seasoned practitioners of the 9th rank, let alone those of the 7th and 8th ranks, to break into a cold sweat. Thus, should a genuine zombie exist, Su Wei would not have escaped. He would undoubtedly be beyond salvation. Moreover, a critical question arises. If this were indeed a bona fide zombie, what could compel it to heed Huang Hong's commands? Merely because it might have been her husband in life? Yet, the very fact of whether she was responsible for his demise remains uncertain. How could he possibly transform into a zombie and follow her orders? If Huang Hong had not been reincarnated and had somehow ascended to the rank of a 7th-tier corpse handler prior to the onset of this terrifying era, then Chu Qing would gladly meet his end. This scenario is evidently implausible. Could it be that? Chu Qing raised an eyebrow, a flicker of enlightenment crossing his mind. At this stage, the appearance of a true zombie is out of the question. Otherwise, the city of Luo would likely not endure even 6 months before being utterly annihilated. Historically, even in the previous lifetime, Luo City managed to persevere for a full 3 years before its total destruction. However, upon contemplating this, Chu Qing found himself less anxious. If that entity truly exists, it would require a substantial number of corpses for sustenance. Huang Hong, not being a fool, has already dared to take action against Su Wei. Clearly, she has sensed that her predicament has been reported and is prepared to embrace her fate, resorting to a desperate attempt to nourish that creature. The forthcoming days will likely prove uncomfortable for her. Yet, after midnight tomorrow, when the Book of Life and Death descends, the death game will commence, heralding the resurgence of the terrifying era. The number of anomalies within the city will drastically increase, and it is probable that those pursuing her will lack the time and energy to capture her. Very well then. Chu Qing's glimmering eyes closed once more. Let her entertain herself for the time being. Brother Qing, shall we return to the cemetery? Indeed. Beneath the night sky, the Audi, swiftly delivered by Ruoxue, sped through the darkness. However, atop a shadowy old building in this ancient district, a figure crouched, observing the ambulances and police cars racing below. Indeed. Those wretched inspectors have traced the matter back to me, all thanks to that brat. A glint of malevolence flashed in her piercing eyes. The face belonged to none other than Huang Hong from earlier. Yet, how did that boy manage to survive? Had the anomaly at Beishan Cemetery vanished? Caw! Huang Hong quickly turned her gaze to her shoulder. At that moment, a peculiar creature perched atop it. It was a raven, entirely shrouded in black, yet notably larger than an ordinary raven. Unlike the typical black eyes of its kind, this raven's eyes shone a sinister green, reminiscent of a wolf stalking its prey under the cover of night. Its sharp talons dug into Huang Hong's shoulder, drawing forth droplets of blood, yet she remained unfazed. Instead, she spoke softly and tenderly. Don't worry, my dear. We shall search further. I am certain we will find you something to eat. Let us go. As the words left her lips, the raven seemed to comprehend, unfurling its wings and soaring into the sky, while Huang Hong seized the bird by its ankle. Despite her seemingly frail frame, weighing perhaps around 50 to 60 kilograms, the raven effortlessly towed her through the air. Let us rest tonight. We shall seek revenge on that wretched boy tomorrow evening. At that time, I will first extract the precious orbs you adore so much for you to savor, and we shall share the remainder. Cawing in response. Little did Chu Qing know that the very eyes he relied upon were already being coveted by others. Beneath the cloak of night, carrying a lantern adorned with a severed head, Chu Qing slowly entered the gatehouse of the North Mountain Cemetery. As expected, on the glass of that gatehouse, a line of blood-written characters began to writhe once more. Chu Qing felt an unmistakable surge of power emanating from within. The entity had grown stronger. His method of summoning was now far more direct than Ding Xia's earlier attempts. Using his own blood, a medium heavy with energy, augmented by the malevolent aura of the faceless ghost. The results appeared promising. The blood characters writhed incessantly, striving to coalesce until they gradually transformed into a vivid crimson, only to seemingly be absorbed by the glass door, vanishing without a trace. This spectacle left Fang Ping utterly astonished. Brother Qing, what on earth is this? Chu Qing replied nonchalantly, a new anomaly. You will grow accustomed to it in time. How do you feel today? Fang Ping was tempted to express that he felt nothing, as he had not truly participated in the events that transpired. However, the blood-red lantern, which had nearly claimed his life, continued to emit a faint glow beside him. He pursed his lips. Brother Qing, what exactly is going on? What else could it be? As you can see, this world is inhabited by spirits. But what was in the past is now behind us. Chu Qing extended his hand, and the black cat, which had been waiting at home, darted into his embrace. Suddenly, he recalled something. Ah, my little friend, I promised you a treat yesterday, but I was too busy during the day to remember. With that, he reached out and seized the black copper coin from the hands of the god of wealth, only to discover a thin sheet of white paper beneath it, a day's worth of longevity money. Upon seeing this, the black cat paused, as if sensing something, then opened its mouth wide and swallowed it whole. Chu Qing chuckled as he stroked the little creature's fur, saying, I haven't named you yet. Let us see. From now on, you shall be called Xian Tong. Let us elevate your grade. It's rare for you to possess such potential and talent. While I do not expect you to reach the level of that cat from the island nation, I shall not keep idlers by my side. Meow. Observing Chu Qing's seemingly cruel treatment of the cat, Fong Ping could not contain his curiosity and pressed on. Brother Qing, enough of the trivialities. Let us go hang the lantern. Holding the lantern shaped like a human head, Chu Qing solemnly lifted the ladder, while Fong Ping, burdened with thoughts, followed suit. They arrived at the entrance, where Chu Qing hung the lantern behind the grand gate, casting a flicker of light into the darkness enveloping the entrance of Beishan Cemetery. He glanced at the crimson lantern, nodding in approval. Stay here well. If you escape and I have to recapture you, your luck may not be so favorable next time. But fear not. I am not devoid of compassion. Your longevity will not be diminished. With a sense of satisfaction, Chu Qing jumped down from the ladder, raising his gaze before him. Behind the pitch-black gate, the lantern hung from the mast, radiating an almost blinding brilliance. The distant, dilapidated tombs and crumbling gravestones accentuated the scene, rendering it eerily terrifying. However, cradling Xian Tong, Chu Qing did not hasten back to the guardroom. Instead, he took a step forward, heading toward the higher grounds of Beishan Cemetery in the dead of night. Fong Ping followed closely, and after a 10-minute ascent, they reached the pinnacle of Beishan Cemetery. Standing there, they overlooked the entirety of Luocheng. Finally, Chu Qing spoke. Pingzi, there are currently 3.5 eerie occurrences at Beishan Cemetery, and there will be even more in the future. Do you grasp the significance of this? Fong Ping nodded, contemplating his thoughts before resolutely declaring. Qing, I wish to return to the countryside. The countryside? Do you think you can evade those eerie matters that easily? That's rather naive. Yet, to Chu Qing's surprise, Fong Ping shook his head. No, I understand now. Qing, I want to stay by my parents' side. I know I might live longer with you, but I am their only son, and it's time for me to protect them. Chu Qing was taken aback. After a brief pause, he nodded. All right. Do not forget the methods I taught you. After midnight tomorrow, fold 10 of them yourself, burn them to ashes, and drink them steeped in water. The rest you can handle on your own. If any danger arises, you may contact me. I may not arrive in time, but I can at least retrieve your remains. This was the method for transitioning into the profession of a paper craftsman. Fong Ping nodded eagerly, not even questioning how Chu Qing possessed such knowledge. For tonight, he had learned something significant. Yet, in the end, he gazed at Chu Qing, who overlooked the dark expanse of Luocheng, unable to suppress his curiosity. Qing, does the king of Chujiang truly exist? Chapter 24. The House of Strange Tales. The points of 3,000 years of longevity. Before dawn broke, Fong Ping departed early in the morning. Chu Qing did not impede him. He had done enough. He had salvaged Fong Ping from an otherwise premature demise and even imparted the invaluable method of ascension within the profession of paper craftsman. The value of this knowledge was incalculable. Becoming the first to ascend within this profession could yield significant advantages, sufficient to rise during the terrifying early days of this era. Opening his eyes, Chu Qing felt the weakness of his body, causing him to involuntarily twitch his lips. In order to merge the blood pupil, there remained less than 3 months of life expectancy, not to mention the more pressing matter of summoning the eerie prototype of the death apartment. Over the past few days, he had continuously expended 2 small bowls of blood. Should the death apartment fail to manifest, he would find himself at a loss. Although some nourishing food was available, it could not yield immediate results. Fortunately, today marked the final day. The light on his mobile phone illuminated, clearly displaying the time, September 2nd, 7:12 a.m. That very night would herald the true onset of the horror era. After midnight, he would officially become the Tomb Guardian. Once he attained the rank of a 9th grade official, although the strengthening of his body was somewhat linked to his position, it would nonetheless alleviate his current frailty. Contemplating this, Chu Qing remained calm. Less than 15 hours remained until the arrival of the horror era. These remaining hours would be devoted to ensuring stability. With this in mind, Chu Qing opened his luggage and retrieved his laptop. It was an exceedingly worn device. A faint memory of the time he and Enruashua worked part-time together during their courtship. He gently opened it and connected it to a power source. After a moment's thought, he launched the browser, swiftly typing in the domain of a specific website, adeptly bypassing restrictions. 10 seconds later, the site gradually refreshed, revealing a pitch-black emblem before his eyes. On this wholly dark forum, 4 blood-red characters, both in Chinese and English, were emblazoned. Home of strange tales. A smile crept across Chu Qing's face. These fellows were indeed quite efficient. The home of strange tales was, in his previous life, the largest communication platform for ghost tamers across Blue Star. Here, both those who had reached the pinnacle, the first-grade kings, and novices just beginning to harness the eerie, could congregate. Remarkably, it was not just humans who could participate, but also certain peculiar entities could gain access. Initially, this website was established by enthusiasts of the unusual, but as bizarre occurrences proliferated across Blue Star, many began to discuss these phenomena here. Following the onset of the horror era, as the world's truths gradually revealed themselves, the forum had transformed even further. Astoundingly, it evolved into a genuine repository of strange tales, a website that could be accessed regardless of power outages or network failures. Within its confines, one could auction, post tasks, and trade information. It is easy to imagine the fervor this incited. Thus, it often held a status akin to an official forum among future ghost tamers. However, at present, this website had evidently yet to reach such heights. Suddenly, a glimmer of realization sparked in Chu Qing's mind. He recalled a particular detail. After the Haunted Tales house officially transformed into a realm of eerie narratives, the forum's points system underwent a significant alteration. In the present day, and during the early days of the horror era, forum points could be directly exchanged for currency. However, once the Haunted Tales house metamorphosed into a genuine repository of the bizarre, this rule was rendered obsolete. To acquire points for forum use, one would now need to exchange their lifespan, an aspect that contributes to the tremendous influence of the Haunted Tales house in the future. Yet, after this transformation, whether the points accrued by previous users would still be retained was a detail that eluded Chu Qing's memory. Nonetheless, he vaguely recalled that in his previous life, there were indeed some active exorcists online who profited handsomely from this very circumstance. With this thought in mind, Chu Qing promptly took out his phone and called in Ruo Xue. Deposit 1 million into my account. Certainly, and Ruo Xue did not question the request. Within 5 minutes, a notification chimed on his phone. Without a moment's hesitation, Chu Qing registered an account, filling in his username as Chu Jiangwang. Even though in this life he was no longer destined to tread the path of the ferryman under Chu Jiangwang's shadow, this title had accompanied him throughout his rise to fame in his past life, and he held a certain fondness for it. The 1 million was entirely converted into points, an astounding total of 100 million forum points. Even after the Haunted Tales house became a genuine domain of the eerie in his previous life, this sum represented a staggering 1 million days of lifespan, equating to nearly 3,000 years of longevity. Undoubtedly, this was a considerable fortune. It was precisely for this reason that after investing this million, Chu Qing refrained from further contributions. Clearly, with the onset of the horror era, existing currencies and the vast majority of monetary systems had become akin to worthless paper. The ability to exchange money for lifespan, even if the rate was 10 to 1, or even 1,000, 10,000, or 1 million for a single day of lifespan. Countless wealthy individuals would seize the opportunity to trade. Yet, that was not the case. Lifespan, representing both tangible currency and practical utility, held immense significance and value. This was already a substantial amount. Should he succumb to greed, it was inevitable that the Haunted Tales house would seek retribution. The emergence of such phenomena bore no discernible patterns or forewarnings, marking it as one of the most enigmatic occurrences of his previous life. Unless absolutely necessary, it was prudent to avoid antagonizing such forces. Exiting the recharge page, Chu Qing directed his gaze toward the homepage of the Haunted Tales house. Perusing the trending threads, the sun never sets on a country beset by eerie red dancing shoes, which cause those who wear them to dance to the point of death. The Lighthouse Nation witnesses the haunting of the Indian souls, an entire race cursed with terror. The horrors of the underworld. Does Silent Hill truly exist? the terrifying snow woman of Winter Snow Town. As anticipated, the Haunted Tales house had garnered a certain level of notoriety during this period of gradual descent into horror. A portion of individuals would inevitably come into contact with such phenomena. Even if merely 1 in 10 survived, it would solidify their understanding of the world's grim reality. Such an increase in inquiries is entirely understandable. With this thought in mind, Chu Qing contemplated and decided to incorporate the Dragon Kingdom section into these posts. However, just as he clicked on it, a knock echoed from outside the door. Frowning, Chu Qing rose and opened the door to the North Mountain Cemetery, welcoming the first visitor of the morning. Unfortunately, since his arrival at this cemetery, he had yet to encounter anyone genuinely intending to purchase a burial plot. The visitors were far from ordinary. Clearly, this Inspector Lu Yen, who had narrowly escaped being decapitated by a lantern last night and still bore the lingering aura of death, could hardly be considered a normal person in Chu Qing's eyes. "Hello, we meet again," Mr. Chu greeted Inspector Lu. "What about last night's visitor?" Observing her solitary arrival, Chu Qing noted her pallid complexion and distinctly saw the hospital gown beneath her shirt. It was evident that Lu Yin had likely escaped from the hospital. She shook her head. "There was an incident, and Tan, you want to handle it. I came today to share something with you." Chu Qing, not in a hurry to inquire further, smiled and said, "Let us discuss it inside." Following him into the guardroom, Lu Yin glanced at the wooden plaques and small stone tablets on the floor, her expression darkening. For some reason, she felt an unsettling chill in this room, colder than outside the cemetery. This eerie chill involuntarily reminded her of the brush with death she experienced the previous night. Before that evening, she had been a staunch atheist. However, the events of last night shattered Lu Yin's worldview. The terrifying lantern and the figure that appeared in her near-death moment. Was it Chu Jiangwang? She murmured. Despite her colleagues believing her to be hallucinating from the attack, she recalled that voice all too clearly. At that moment, a voice interrupted her thoughts. "Inspector Lu, you may speak now. There is no tea here, so please forgive the absence." As she instinctively thanked him for the cup of water he offered, she suddenly felt a wave of disorientation wash over her. The voice from last night resurfaced in her mind. Looking up, she was met with the strikingly handsome face of Chu Qing. Upon the pallid visage, a faint blush adorned her cheeks. Lu Yin, regaining her composure, hastily remarked, "It is thus. Last night, we conducted an urgent investigation and discovered that Su Wei from the Beishan office was attacked, likely by Huang Hong. In the latter half of the night, my colleagues followed the leads to Huang Hong's residence." At this juncture, Lu Yin seemed to recall something, her already pale countenance growing even graver, involuntarily shuddering. In Huang Hong's refrigerator, we uncovered remnants of skin and decaying flesh. Upon analysis, these fragments correspond to at least 8 individuals, with the longest preserved remains belonging to Huang Hong's partner and child. Chu Qing furrowed his brow. Was this woman affected to such an extent? In this bizarre and terrifying era, some struggle to survive, others rise against the tide, while some transition from human to ghost, or even something more horrifying. The forensic examination preliminarily concluded that there were indeed 8 fatalities, all within the past 7 days. Chu Qing nodded. "It appears my conjecture was not mistaken. Have you proceeded with the arrest?" Lu Yin's brow knitted in concern. "I was also attacked last night. Hence I did not participate in the operation. However, according to my colleagues, despite a thorough search and surveillance, Huang Hong's whereabouts remain undiscovered. Therefore, I have come primarily to caution you. Mr. Chu, as the reporter of the Huang Hong case, it is crucial to note that you had a verbal altercation with him prior to reporting. Thus, I have reason to suspect that you may be the next target of the perpetrator." The man before her exhibited no trace of panic, merely nodding in acknowledgement. "Thank you for the reminder, Inspector Lu. I will exercise caution. Not merely caution, Mr. Chu. Should you find yourself in any danger, you must promptly contact me or the inspectorate." Lu Yin fixed her gaze on Chu Qing, her seriousness palpable. "Rest assured, I will swiftly inform you of any developments. Take care of yourself. Having been attacked, ensure you recuperate properly." Upon hearing Chu Qing's assurance, Lu Yin finally rose, and unexpectedly, She performed a gesture that took Chu Qing by surprise. She bowed. I apologize, Mr. Chu. What is the matter? Chu Qing was momentarily taken aback. I apologize for suspecting you as the perpetrator of the Lin family massacre yesterday, Lu Yin declared emphatically. Chu Qing chuckled. So, you harbor no doubts today? Lu Yin pressed her pale lips together and nodded. Indeed, something occurred yesterday that surpassed my imagination, revealing to me that there is much in this world I remain unaware of. Thus, Chu Qing, she continued, please just call me Chu Qing. Very well, Chu Qing. I wish to inquire, when you were at the Second People's Hospital, did you observe anything else? Lu Yin gazed at Chu Qing with anticipation. Though she did not specify what she sought, Chu Qing shook his head. I saw nothing, and you need not apologize. As the conversation unfolded, the man before Lu Yin leaned closer, their faces mere 20 centimeters apart, eliciting a narrow smile from Chu Qing. Perhaps it was indeed I who committed the act. He jested. Lu Yin opened her mouth, forcing a smile. Chu Qing, are you joking? What did you use to kill? Chu Qing extended a finger towards an object beside the counter. With this, Lu Yin turned her head, momentarily startled. It was a small, approximately 30-centimeter tall brass statue of the god of wealth, clutching a pitch-black coin in its hand, upon which lay a stark white paper offering. Lu Yin let out a soft laugh. I never imagined such a handsome fellow as yourself would indulge in such dark humor. The Lin family's demise was not due to a heavy object. Well, I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Allow me to escort you, he offered. Unlike their entrance, where they moved in a staggered manner, the two exited side by side. As they walked, Lu Yin inquired, Chu Qing, do you believe in ghosts? As her words lingered, a gust of wind swept through the Beishan cemetery. Chu Qing nodded, indeed. You don't mean to suggest there is one here, do you? Ah, you've discerned my secret. There is one following you. But fear not with me around. It won't harm you. A smile graced Lu Yin's pale face. You are insufferable, ha ha ha. Yet, this mirth quickly faded, becoming rigid and unnatural. She tilted her head, staring blankly at the entrance of the Beishan cemetery. At that threshold, a tall flagpole bore a large red lantern, swaying in the howling mountain wind, yet remaining eerily still, resembling a grotesque, blood-red visage glaring down upon her. In that moment, Lu Yin's complexion grew even paler, involuntarily shivering, her teeth clattering. At that instant, a voice whispered in her ear, Isn't it beautiful? Chapter 26, The Eerie Survival Guide. The voice, carried by the chilling breeze, sent shivers down Lu Yin's spine, akin to a cold reptile slithering along her back. Terrified, she glanced at Chu Qing, whose calm demeanor momentarily stunned her. Regaining her composure, she forced a smile. When did you acquire that lantern? Just yesterday. Otherwise, it would be too dark at night. Is that so? It indeed warrants a purchase, but why not install a streetlight? Streetlights are rather expensive. The two fell into silence as they exited the grand entrance of Beishan Cemetery. Stepping beyond the imposing iron gates, Lu Yin inexplicably felt a wave of relief wash over her. Standing before the gates, she turned to gaze at the still smiling Chu Qing and, unable to contain her curiosity, finally asked, Chu Qing, do you know the king of Chu River? Upon uttering the question, a pang of regret washed over her. However, without a moment's hesitation, Chu Qing smiled and nodded, of course I do. As Lu Yin gazed at Chu Qing with a mix of astonishment, shock, anxiety, and confusion, Chu Qing blinked. One of the King Yama in mythological tales, specifically the second king of the 10 kings of hell, presiding over the underwater inferno. All peculiarities associated with drownings fall under the jurisdiction of the king of Chu River. Lu Yin's expression shifted from complexity to a forced smile. So it is. You truly possess vast knowledge. I have always been intrigued by these subjects. Otherwise, I would not have taken a job here. During my school days, I occasionally encountered ancient murals, including those depicting the 10 kings of hell, which I even tried to replicate a few times, she recounted. Chu Qing interjected as Lu Yin opened her mouth, seemingly wishing to say more. Enough. You appear unwell. It will be best for you to rest. Should you encounter any uncertainties or challenges, do not hesitate to seek me out. Lu Yin nodded. seemingly forgetting that her original intent for visiting was to alert Chu Qing to be wary of a certain individual. As she departed, Chu Qing was about to retreat to his modest quarters when he heard the familiar roar of an engine. The bright yellow 90 approached from the distant road, and Ruo Shui opened the car door, breakfast in hand. Who was that dairy cow from earlier? Chu Qing shot her a sidelong glance. Be cautious with your words. And Ruo Shui pouted and followed Chu Qing into the nondescript, somewhat dilapidated guardhouse. Ah Qing, I pay for you to renovate this place. Living in such a rundown environment is rather uncomfortable. We'll discuss it later. After sipping some egg drop soup, Chu Qing inquired. There should be results regarding the investigation by now, correct? Upon addressing the matter at hand, and Ruo Shui nodded. The god of wealth indeed made an appearance half a month prior to the incident involving the Lin family. This individual is also the largest beneficiary aside from me, following the Lin family's misfortune. He is the second largest shareholder of the Senmu Group and concurrently the chairman of Gao Jian Company in the provincial city. He is a colossal figure not just in Luo City and Xing City, but throughout the entire Central Plains province. The statue of the god of wealth was a gift from Chairman Gao Hong to Lin Yuan Chung half a month before the incident. Furthermore, in recent days, Gao Hong and his company have been acquiring shares of the Senmu Group. Chu Qing nodded. It seems this Chairman Gao has quite the capable associates. Based on conjecture and calculations from his previous life, signs of the impending terror era typically emerged around half a month to a month prior. It was likely that upon the god of wealth's complications arising, he was swiftly dispatched to this location. Pondering this, Chu Qing turned his gaze to Ruo Shui. Your current situation must be quite challenging as well, I presume? And Ruo Shui affirmed. That day, I met Chairman Gao. He explicitly stated his intention to acquire the shares held by the Lin father and son, offering an exceedingly low price. Chu Qing chuckled. After gaining certain extraordinary powers, some believed they could effortlessly dominate others, and indeed, he too was not exempt from this notion. This was the primal instinct of survival of the fittest. Understood. When that esteemed director appears again, you should articulate your thoughts clearly to him and the person he relies on. Very well, when he comes next time, I will convey this to him. At this moment, and Ruo Shui's large eyes glimmered with anticipation as she gazed at Chu Qing. Chu Qing was acutely aware of her intentions. In a previous life, and Ruo Shui had become a spirit master after witnessing Chu Qing eliminate Lin Hengtian with his blood-red eyes. During this period, her behavior, being exceptionally obedient, timely delivering meals, readily providing money, and taking charge of renovations for the North Mountain Cemetery, was ultimately driven by her curiosity and yearning for such power. Chu Qing had never feared ambitious individuals. Ambition was a commendable trait. Thus, after a moment of contemplation, he remarked, I comprehend your desires, and I must inform you in advance that wielding such power comes with its costs. Naturally, you may not mind these. Come find me at midnight tonight. A flicker of inspiration sparked in Chu Qing's eyes, and Ruo Shui's eyes shone brightly as she suddenly stood up. Really? Upon noticing Chu Qing's unchanged demeanor, she quickly wrapped her arms around his neck and exclaimed, Brother Qing, I knew you still loved me. Chu Qing's my Fai Li. Love? Such an emotion seemed a luxury for someone like the king of hell who had battled for a decade. However, the Ruo Shui before him was indeed an intriguing specimen. Indeed, if possible, Chu Qing wished to see if Ruo Shui could become the first participant to experience the summoned death apartment. It remained uncertain whether she would stand out among others. In his previous life, those spirit masters who emerged from the death apartment wielded an array of bizarre techniques and possessed numerous soul tools. He was keen to observe if there would be any changes should he gain control over the death apartment, with Ruo Shui serving as the ideal test subject. All right, go about your business. After bidding farewell to the overly eager Ruo Shui, Chu Qing redirected his focus to his laptop and returned to the House of Strange Tales. This time, he refrained from perusing posts that lacked substance or significance. Instead, he opened the channel and adeptly navigated through countless addresses. After setting up a VPN, he entered a post in the input box, Guide to Surviving the Strange. The era of terror is upon us. Learn how to survive in this world rife with the bizarre. Author, King of Hell. Viewing price, 100 points. Chapter 27. The Hellish Society. The Man Trapped in the Mirror. Who posted this? It sounds almost authentic, complete with mentions of shadowy lifespans and peculiar types. Quite amusing indeed. Damn, this guy speaks the truth. I encountered a terrifying anomaly in Lighthouse Country, a doll. Fellow from Lighthouse Country upstairs. It seems you've encountered the entity referred to by the author as a parasitic spirit. Are you suggesting that this forum will adopt a theme akin to a refuge? Intriguing, count me in. With merely 100 points, one could participate using just one unit of currency from various countries, or perhaps by rallying a few individuals and completing a few tasks. Consequently, after the emergence of Chu Qing's exquisite lengthy post, numerous individuals were drawn to it. Initially, it was predominantly a mishmash of chance seekers who stumbled upon it. However, as the post rapidly ascended to the homepage, an array of unique accounts soon appeared, and the responses delivered a profound resonance. Dear host, are you aware of anything? King of Chu Qing? Are you also from the Dragon Kingdom? Your Excellency, King of Chu Qing, do you have a means of contact? I wish to engage in a detailed dialogue with you, if possible. Host, I have sent you a private message. I kindly request your reply. Host, may I inquire how humanity should confront these wretched entities? My friend, I am Count Purgatory, a council member of the Hell Society, and I sincerely extend an invitation for you to join us as a representative of the Hell Society in the Dragon Kingdom. We have sent you details regarding the benefits of joining the society through the back end. I hope you will consider it earnestly. What is going on with the individuals above, who seem to be quite serious? The Hell Society? What manner of organization is this? Do they truly require representatives within the Dragon Kingdom? Upon witnessing this, Chu Qing felt a surge of interest and promptly accessed the back end. As anticipated, within a short span, his inbox was brimming with 99 private messages. This indicated that the House of Strange Tales had indeed garnered considerable popularity on a global scale. Perhaps it is for this reason that the House of Strange Tales could eventually evolve into an official forum. The first private message he opened was from the individual claiming to be a council member of the Hell Society. He genuinely recognized this organization. While he had not heard of this so-called Count Purgatory, the name of the Hell Society itself carried significant weight. It was rumored that the founder of the House of Strange Tales had affiliations with it. Of course, once the House of Strange Tales fully transformed into a realm of the bizarre, the identity of its founder would hold little significance. In the previous life, the Hell Society was a globally renowned organization of spirit tamers, possessing power that could rival certain small nation-level spirit-controlling forces. It was surprising that these individuals had already attained such a scale before the onset of the Era of Terror. However, in the previous life, his interactions with them had been minimal, and the Dragon Kingdom remained a domain that the Hell Society had never penetrated. As for the so-called benefits they offered, they were hardly worth mentioning. Even now, these individuals, despite their awareness of the existence of the uncanny, predominantly sought to entice others with secular currency. This held no significance for him. Nevertheless, considering the immense power of the Hell Society in the previous life, even an ordinary first-tier spirit tamer would be reluctant to provoke them. Chu Qing felt compelled to respond. The remainder of the messages primarily consisted of inquiries regarding specific details about confronting the uncanny. After glancing through a few, he responded casually to several. Just as he was preparing to depart, his gaze suddenly sharpened. Within the thread that had already garnered hundreds of replies, a line of text in the Dragon Kingdom script caught his attention. Dear poster, I am currently in Xingqing, Central Plains Province. I have encountered a bizarre incident. After leaving the bathroom, it seems as if I am the only person left in the entire city. I am terrified. Chu Qing, upon reading this message, promptly clicked on a user's private message. Please describe your current situation. Woo, dear poster, help me. Do not panic. Please elaborate on what transpired. I truly do not know. I am usually fascinated by supernatural phenomena, and last night I witnessed some kind of boundary-breaking ritual. I set up candles and incense in front of the bathroom mirror past midnight, believing it would allow me to enter another world. However, I found no alternate realm. It seems I am the only person left in this world. Woo, please help. As he read the reply, Chu Qing felt a twitch in his eyelid. The notion of a boundary-breaking ritual was utter nonsense. However, mirrors, in the era of horror, are undoubtedly among the most terrifying objects. During the 2 decades of the last horror era, aside from secret realms, there were several peculiar permanent eerie worlds. One of them was the mirror realm. Mirror spirits, various anomalies governed by the principles of light refraction, exist within mirrors, creating a world nearly indistinguishable from reality within their reflections. It was evident that this individual had unwittingly entered the mirror realm, oblivious to the danger. Yet, despite its perils, the mirror realm holds significant value. Not to mention, a large section could potentially serve as a trap for capturing mirror-related anomalies. Furthermore, certain puzzle pieces for spiritual artifacts seemed to require fragments from the mirror realm. Most importantly, it was not far from him. The distance from Luo City to Xingqing was merely 100 kilometers. Such a journey, even amidst the horrors of the era, was not insurmountable. With this in mind, Chu Qing no longer hesitated and directly inquired, "Please send me your name and exact address. I will visit when time permits. However, I advise you to return to that mirror at midnight tonight and replicate your previous actions to see if you can escape." "All right, esteemed one, my name is Zhang, and I am currently at Yulong Community in Xingqing." Noting this, Chu Qing resumed browsing through the other posts in the Strange Tales house. He could not help but observe that, with the increasing number of strange occurrences over the past month, even in the Dragon Kingdom, many people had scaled walls to post in this forum. Upon his examination, he indeed discovered numerous bizarre events emerging within the confines of the Dragon Kingdom. However, most held little allure for him, possessing relatively average potential. This was to be expected. Entities like the blood-eyed Dragon Lord, even in their embryonic form, could claim lives the moment their rules were triggered, leaving little opportunity for escape. Those endowed with remarkable talents and formidable abilities are few in number, as are those who can share their experiences online. Contemplating this, Chu Qing glanced at the dim sky, which had once again succumbed to darkness, and finally rose. Exhaling a deep breath, the same 2 white porcelain bowls remained. Chu Qing calmly lifted the knife once more. This was the 3rd time. Although it was merely a small half-bowl, the continuous bloodletting over 2 days was indeed taking its toll. However, it should be sufficient, wouldn't it? According to Ding Xia, he had fully summoned the blood characters of that death apartment approximately 3 months into the terrifying era. Using the method of blood characters, he had captured around 5 or 6 peculiar entities. This number was considerable. Ding Xia was indeed no ordinary person. Gravekeepers seeking to hunt the strange often danced on the edge of a blade, grappling with death itself. They could only subdue the peculiar by enraging it and luring it into their tombs, where the tomb spirits could take action. He did not possess the means that Chu Qing did. This was Chu Qing's 3rd attempt. Although fewer in number, his preparations were far more thorough, blending his own blood with Yin energy, thereby making it easier to attract the uncanny. Drip, drip, drops of crimson flowed once more into the bowl as Yin energy, water, and vermilion were slowly combined. This time, Chu Qing did not continue with his fingers, but instead picked up a nearby brush. Upon the glass door, new blood-red characters began to imprint themselves. Name: Huang Hong, half-ghost, rank, not yet classified, 9th rank location. Luo City objective: investigate the peculiarities surrounding Huang Hong, eliminate or reclaim, while simultaneously killing or capturing Huang Hong. Comment: who says demons disturb the hearts of men? The malevolence of man surpasses that of ghosts and evils. Edict of Chu Jiang Wang Chu Qing. Having completed this, Chu Qing slowly stood. The darkness was encroaching ever earlier. It was 5 o'clock, and even in the winter months, the sun typically did not set this early. Yet today, for some unknown reason, it was already shrouded in pitch-black night. This evening was a battleground for hunter and prey. Chapter 28. The Stage Under the Moonlight. Hunter and prey. Caw-caw. Beneath the inky sky, the piercing cries of crows echoed. Like hawks, their silhouettes circled low. Below, atop a tall water tower, a figure crouched. With eyes glowing green in the darkness, she fixated on the children playing below. Dried blood lingered at the corners of her mouth, while remnants of flesh were still clinging to her long, 40-centimeter cleaver, tucked at her waist. How fragrant it is! How can it be so enticing? Come play up here. Hurry, Annie has toys for you. Droplets of saliva dripped from the corners of her mouth as her gaze remained fixed on the children, clearly from a nearby school, frolicking beneath the water tower. However, just as she could no longer restrain herself, the figure circling above made a sudden dive, landing beside her. Caw. She suddenly turned to the black crow and exclaimed, "Darling, are you saying that wretched thing has finally emerged from that accursed place?" Caw caw. Splendid. However, my dear, do you not have any affection for these little creatures? I recall you relished that wildling when you consumed it. I am aware. I know you despise eating them alive. Fear not. I shall assist you in the task, and we can divide the spoils afterward, shall we? Caw caw. What is this? Do you still deem that fellow more detestable? Quite so indeed. That individual is the most loathsome. After much effort, he has escaped from his shell. Kill. Let us slay that rascal. Kulme. Let us go now eliminate him. Feast upon his eyes, and then return to seek these little ones. Caw caw. In the night, an indescribable chill pervaded the air. Previously, Chu Qing traversed this cemetery by car or taxi, never having taken the time to explore what he considered his domain. However, it was evident that the accompanying amenities were almost non-existent. Aside from a seemingly abandoned crematorium, there wasn't even a nearby convenience store. The nearest supermarket was nearly a kilometer away, and the closest residence was over 500 meters distant. The former office of the Beishan branch lay 2 kilometers away. Here, even if a person were to die, it would likely go unnoticed for some time. Aside from the streetlights lining the main road, darkness enveloped the silent highway, with only a chilly breeze passing through. The dim streetlights seemed incapable of dispelling the shadows of the night, while only the crescent moon shone brightly, unimpeded. Fortunately, Chu Qing was not without preparation. Contemplating this, he glanced down at the large red lantern he held. The head within the lantern appeared to sense his gaze, displaying a smile that, while horrifying to others, seemed almost endearing to Chu Qing. A smile crept upon his lips in response. He then retrieved his black umbrella and slowly opened it. However, yesterday, the umbrella had been for his own protection against the shadows cast by the lantern. Today, it was for another's sake. He did not head towards the city, but instead walked from the Beishan cemetery into the wilderness that lay between the cemetery and the urban area. A figure emerged, clad in a dark trench coat, holding a black umbrella, and beneath the moonlight, grasping a blood-red lantern. He walked slowly, as if savoring the solitude and tranquility under the moonlight. The moonlight became a spotlight illuminating this figure on the stage, perfectly highlighting the sole protagonist. No, not the only one, for in the very next moment, the cool moonlight above was obscured by a figure with outstretched wings, blocking its glow. Beneath those outstretched wings, a figure, clutching its talons, emerged from the vastness of the night, illuminated by the moonlight. With a single hand, it brandished a cleaver, as if descending from the heavens, and ruthlessly struck at the shadow obscured by the black umbrella, akin to a hawk swooping down from the skies to seize its prey. Alas, this winged creature was not the invincible serpent-hunting hawk it seemed. The figure traversing the boundless wilderness was no mere venomous serpent pretending to be formidable. Rather, it was a true malevolent spirit, poised with a gaping maw, waiting for the hawk's assault. Often, the prey remains oblivious to who the true hunter is. The razor-sharp cleaver, despite its dulled edge, gleamed brilliantly under the moonlight, casting reflections that illuminated the shadowy figure, who appeared blissfully unaware of the impending scene. Unbeknownst to all, that figure had lifted its head. In the moonlight, amidst the gleaming reflections of the cleaver, the 2 silhouettes in the sky revealed the man's disdainful smile. Compared to the woman's frenzy, his gaze was remarkably serene, an unsettling calmness that momentarily bewildered the woman, who had repeatedly tried her hand at this seemingly unstoppable maneuver. In the next instant, it was as if the curtain of a film had been drawn aside, unleashing a concealed crimson light that transformed the entire atmosphere, slowing everything down. The cleaver pierced through this curtain of red light effortlessly, and even Chu Qing within it felt no hint of attack. In the darkness beneath the light, this crimson radiance could disregard all physical assaults, save for the bizarre. Not even a knife could harm it. Even if someone from afar fired a rocket launcher in this direction, it would be rendered utterly ineffective. Technological weaponry posed no threat against the extraordinary. In fact, it might even serve as an advantage to the opponent, as was the case now. If he wished, Chu Qing could swiftly seize the cleaver and deliver a fatal blow to the entity before him. However, such a death would be too lenient for this woman, or rather, this inhuman figure standing before him. In this world, death is a form of liberation. Chu Qing's gaze turned frigid as he casually hurled the head lantern into the sky, casting a deep crimson hue over the desolate landscape. The once ferocious and deranged woman fell to the ground with a thud, her eyes vacant as she gazed at the head lantern suspended in the air. Faced with the latter's rule-bound abilities, this madwoman, who had yet to fully transform into a specter, found herself devoid of any means of resistance. Chu Qing paid her no heed. Instead, he slowly shifted his gaze to the dark, bewildered crow in the sky, its eyes glinting like blood, cold as ice. Chapter 29, Ghoul. He is not human. In this era of terror, the forms of the extraordinary are as diverse as can be. Previously, there were humanoid spirits like the faceless ghost and entities like the Yin god, whose essence was bound to their instruments. There are also entities akin to the death apartments, entirely devoid of a corporeal form, existing as bizarre manifestations of a cursed rule. Likewise, the House of Strange Tales is but a spectral phenomenon existing solely within the virtual realm. In parallel, there are those that present themselves through animalistic traits. The Black Cat, named Xiantong by Chu Qing, harbors the potential to evolve into a unique and peculiar spirit in the future. This current entity, while similarly cloaked in the guise of an animal, embodies a nascent form of the uncanny, yet possesses an intrinsic distinction from Xiantong. Black Crow, grade, unclassified, category, ghoul, lifespan, 20 days, shadow life, 19 days, rule, unclassified, devoid of rules. Night patrol, ability, enhanced vision in darkness, along with heightened danger perception. Ghoul, state capable of consuming the corpses of living beings, thus gaining a portion of shadow life. However, both shadow and life span diminish daily. Promotion requirements. Unknown, note, such a feeble creature. Human, you dare to make a commotion over such weakness? I must question your capabilities. Chu Qing chuckled, unfazed by the taunts of Blood-Eye. His suspicions had been confirmed. The extensive consumption of corpses, coupled with the almost pickled scent of corpse energy emanating from Huang Hong, left only one conclusion apart from zombies, ghoul. Often referred to as scavengers. Ghouls represent a rather unique subset within the realm of the uncanny. Their abilities and rules are frequently mundane, leading many ghouls to gravitate towards more powerful entities, subsisting on the remnants of their feasts. It was evident that Huang Hong had previously relied on the faceless ghost of the Beishan cemetery to nourish this ghoul, which was now a moot point as the faceless ghost had fallen under Chu Qing's dominion. Day and night, Huang Hong was inextricably linked to this ghoul, until he could no longer suppress the darkness and madness within, ultimately devolving into a half-ghostly being akin to the spirits themselves. Chu Qing was slightly taken aback to discover that this ghoul had yet to attain classification, merely representing the initial manifestation of the uncanny. Nevertheless, the situation appeared promising. Indeed, the value and significance of this entity were tangible. The Black Crow's patrol ability proved to be quite crucial. With this thought, Chu Qing's crimson pupils finally locked onto the Black Crow, ensnared by the lantern head of another. A cacophony of terrified cries erupted, a sound so grating it pierced the air. It seemed as though it had encountered the most horrific and fearsome of sights. It yearned to flap its wings and flee from this place, to escape the man's blood-red gaze. Yet it found itself immobilized. The slightest movement rendered its blood akin to ice, the shadowy energy amassed from the consumption of countless corpses forming a prison that held it firmly in place. Observing the Black Crow transition from frantic struggle to a gradual resignation, Chu Qing's lips curled into a smile as he extended his hand. The Black Crow's body gently descended from the air, landing cautiously in his palm, as if fearful that its sharp talons might pierce the skin of this human. Chu Qing retracted his hand, meticulously scrutinizing the object before him. The feathers, as dark as satin, exuded a faint glow in the night, while the creature's eyes reflected fear and trepidation. Even beasts, devoid of significant intellect, possess an innate fear of death. Slowly, Chu Qing extended his other hand, stroking the raven's plumage, and contemplated aloud. Do you wish to know how to become a true anomaly? Caw-caw. Perhaps the raven could not fully comprehend the meaning behind Chu Qing's words. Its beastly mind merely sought to appease this powerful and enigmatic human. Nothing more. Chu Qing, however, remained unfazed, smiling as he continued. Anomalies, before attaining their true essence, cannot harness genuine rule-based power. Ghouls represent a relatively inferior species among anomalies, and the requirements for ascension are rather simple and straightforward. You need only elevate your longevity to match that of your vitality, and during ordinary consumption, you shall achieve your advancement. Caw! The raven gazed at Chu Qing in bewilderment, failing to grasp the significance of the existence before it. It merely trembled. Chu Qing fixed his blood-red eyes intently upon the raven. Little one, if you follow me, I can facilitate your ascension right now. What say you? Caw-caw! The shrill cry resonated, and this time, the creature seemed to truly comprehend the implications of his words, infused with a hint of desperation. Yet, Chu Qing remained skeptical. Currently, the anomalies he had captured, the Ing God and the faceless ghost, were immobile, and the head lantern was his principal concern. The intimidation of his blood-red gaze was insufficient to fully subdue a creature lacking significant intelligence. To completely restrain, subdue, or even command these anomalies, one must first attain a position in Ing affairs. Fortunately, the arrival of that moment was not far off. At that instant, a piercing and terrified scream pierced the air. Ah! Chu Qing turned to look. Unbeknownst to him, the head lantern had materialized above Huang Hong's head. This woman, whose mind was steeped in the miasma of corpses and shadows, seemed to finally grasp the essence of fear. Her neck was ensnared by invisible tendrils of dark energy, firmly tethered beneath the head lantern. Within the lantern, a blood-soaked head stared at her with unrelenting malice. Such overwhelming terror obliterated the confusion that had previously enveloped her in darkness. Chu Qing remained unperturbed, calmly regarding the head lantern with his blood-red gaze. All right, let her down. The head lantern swayed gently, seemingly reluctant to relinquish this easily attainable prey. A cold glint flashed in Chu Qing's eyes as his blood-red gaze activated, employing a tit-for-tat effect to seize complete control of the lantern. As the howling mountain winds swept through, Huang Hong plummeted to the ground with a thud. The intense pain coursing through her body could not mask the profound fear that gripped her heart. She did not even glance at the blood-red gaze beside her. At that moment, a singular thought consumed her: to flee, to escape this place, to evade this being. No, this is not a human. He is undeniably not human. In that instant, a fundamental realization dawned upon Huang Hong, whose mind had long been clouded. Why had this creature been able to linger in the North Mountain Cemetery for several days without consequence? She had initially assumed that the terrifying presence within the cemetery had vanished, or that some other reason accounted for it. Now, however, she comprehended the truth. The entity before her was infinitely more dreadful than the horrific specter of the graveyard. Flee! Ignoring the searing pain in her fractured leg, she frantically looked toward the black crow. Darling, darling, caw-caw. The crow's voice seemed to echo once more from the heavens. Huang Hong breathed a deep sigh of relief. Regardless of the circumstances, her beloved companion always provided her with an unwavering sense of security. It was precisely because of the black crow that she retained the confidence to escape the clutches of this demon. At last, the crow's voice drew nearer. Huang Hong extended her hand, yearning to grasp the crow's talons as she had before. Flight. It remained her greatest advantage. Air superiority had become the most crucial assurance for both offense and defense. With this thought, fear of the creature in the wilderness diminished. What of its eerie and terrifying abilities? Once she guided her companion to consume more corpses, there would inevitably come a day of retribution. With this in mind, she instinctively turned to look back. The blood-red lantern had somehow returned to the man's grasp. What met her gaze was the sight of those blood-red, chaotic eyes, newly revealed beneath the open black umbrella. This was the last thing she would ever see, for in the next instant, a familiar, pitch-black claw appeared before her. This claw, which had once guided her soaring over the city, did not grasp her hand this time, but instead plunged into her eye socket. Blood erupted, splattering across the moonlit wilderness. A chilling, heart-rending howl echoed, like the lament of a wild beast, resounding through the boundless expanse. Amidst the interplay of black and white, crimson streaks now adorned the eyes that had once belonged to Huang Hong, now resting upon the black crow's talon. It was gently tossed into the air, caught by the raven's beak and swallowed whole. Chu Qing extended his hand, and the black crow obediently landed upon his palm. Then it perched upon his arm and shoulder, coldly regarding Huang Hong, who was now howling like a dying beast, while it preened his feathers as if attending to a trivial task. Chu Qing nodded in satisfaction, tossing a piece of white paper money to the crow. The latter swallowed it whole, its dark energy gradually unfurling into the surroundings. The black umbrella was once again unfurled, the blood-red lantern illuminating the path from whence one came. The wilderness was bathed in moonlight, leaving only the seemingly utterly deranged Huang Hong, who was desperately fleeing in the opposite direction, wailing as she lamented the fate of the vanquished after the curtain fell. She appeared to be clinging to the hope of survival. Yet little did she know that those who tread the line between the realms of the living and the dead lacked even the merit to become sustenance. Chapter 30. The Arrival of the Black Crow. The funeral bell tolls. September 2nd, 8 p.m. Inspectorate of Luocheng, Criminal Division. Even though darkness enveloped the sky, the atmosphere here was still one of fervor. Captain Wang bore a weary expression, not solely due to the incessant cases plaguing Luocheng, but also because of the presence of this troublesome young lady who was both unapproachable and untouchable. Xiao Lu, having just been attacked yesterday, you ought to refrain from investigating and return to rest. I will inform you promptly should any developments arise. Yet Lu Lian disregarded Captain Wang's well-meaning advice. Captain, what did the director and the higher-ups say? Upon hearing this, Captain Wang appeared somewhat perplexed. Despite the significant events that transpired last night, and more importantly, the fact that this young lady emerged from the hospital unscathed yet spoke of bizarre matters, references to blood-colored lanterns and the king of Chuanjiang, seemed utterly nonsensical, as if she were possessed. Most critically, after he reported the incident, the higher authorities had not issued any reprimands, only an instruction. An expert from the imperial capital would arrive the following day to assist Luocheng in unraveling the mystery of the head lanterns and other cases. Thus, the primary objective for the day transformed into locating Huang Hong. This morning, 2 corpses had been discovered on the outskirts of the city, along with the vehicle belonging to the deceased. According to the dashcam footage and certain surveillance cameras, it appeared that Huang Hong had feigned a roadside stop, boarding the vehicle before murdering the 2 individuals. However, the crux of the matter lay in the fact that no surveillance camera had captured her presence along the designated route. It was as if she had either flown from the heavens or burrowed from the depths of the earth. Lu Yin furrowed her brow, poised to speak, when suddenly, a flurry of hurried footsteps approached from outside the office. A figure burst through the door, and before the inspectors could register their discontent, the newcomer excitedly addressed Captain Wang. Captain, we captured Huang Hong. What? Where was she apprehended? What transpired? The words of the newcomer drew the attention of all present, including Captain Wang and Lu Yin, the latter rising anxiously to inquire further. The newcomer glanced at Captain Wang before continuing. She was found near the outskirts of the city. Huang Hong is in an extremely precarious condition. Her leg bones are shattered, and most alarmingly, her eyes have been gouged out. It appears there are signs of a struggle. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Yin sprinted towards the door. Xiao Lu, where are you going? I intend to check on Chu Qing. He may be in danger. Captain Wang, you and the team should interrogate that Huang Hong. Inform me promptly of any developments. Captain Wang opened his mouth, watching the swiftly departing Lu Yin with a sense of helplessness, his mind consumed by a singular thought. Damn it, being handsome has its advantages. If that impoverished lad were to become a prince consort. Shaking his head, He dismissed these chaotic musings and hastily said, "Let us proceed to investigate this madman who spares neither her husband nor her child." In the depths of darkness, Chu Qing returned slowly to the entrance of the Beishan cemetery, lantern in hand. Little did he know that Huang Hong had been apprehended by the inspectors almost immediately after her departure. At this moment, he walked leisurely along the road home, feeling at ease. Yet, upon his shoulder, there seemed to be a colossal ice shard, increasingly chilling. Chu Qing understood that this was the ghoul he had encountered, now evolving. It was only natural for such a peculiar creature to exhibit signs of change as it transitioned from the unrefined to the ninth tier. As he opened the grand door to his home, the previously silent and ominous cawing erupted once more from his shoulder. Caw, caw, caw. The jarring sound, akin to nails scraping against a chalkboard, hinted at something extraordinary. Chu Qing instinctively covered his ears, his blood-red eyes fixated on the black crow before him. No, it was not merely a black crow. After bestowing a piece of paper money upon this creature, its lifespan had been balanced between the realms of yin and yang, initiating its ascension. Now transformed, the crow had undergone a remarkable metamorphosis. Its form remained similar, perhaps even slightly smaller than before, only marginally larger than an ordinary crow. However, its once pitch-black eyes now shimmered with a greenish hue, glowing faintly in the night. Its feathers, which should have been uniformly dark, now bore streaks of deep crimson. Most strikingly, its sharp beak appeared to be drenched in blood of vivid red. This ghoul was a creature entirely different from the black crow it had once been. Yet, even more astonishing to Chu Qing were the newfound capabilities that accompanied its ascension. Corvid ghoul, grade, 9th tier, type, ghoul, yang lifespan, 30 days. Yin lifespan, 30 days. Tolling bell. Rule its call can mark living beings, significantly increasing the range of nearby anomalies that attract marked entities. Furthermore, it can continuously sense the location and status of marked beings, with a maximum of 3 simultaneous marks. Night vigilance, ability enhanced vision in darkness, coupled with an increased ability to sense danger. Flight speed and stamina are greatly improved. Ghoul, state capable of devouring the corpses of living beings to gain additional yin lifespan. However, both yin and yang lifespans will be consumed daily. Ascension requirements, unknown, note, a remarkably practical ability. Indeed, human, it is under my guidance that you have discovered such a promising ghoul. Ignoring the self-importance and claims of merit by the blood-eyed ghost, Chu Qing's crimson gaze remained fixed upon the black crow, which had now transformed into a ravenous spirit, and he felt a profound satisfaction. Ghouls seldom adhere to direct yet bizarre rules of murder. Most of their abilities are intricately entwined with the uncanny, each possessing distinct capabilities. Undoubtedly, the black crow before him, with its ominous tolling and nocturnal vigilance, was quite remarkable among ghouls, elevating his spirits considerably. Upon returning to the cemetery, he glanced at the time. The hands of the clock barely pointed to 8:30. The success of his venture exceeded his expectations. He hung the human head lantern back at the entrance and greeted the faceless ghost, which had stirred at the noise as he led the black crow into the lounge. However, he chose to disregard the crow once more, casting it onto the counter, his gaze intent upon the door. As anticipated, with the entrance of the black crow, the bloodied words upon the door seemed to come alive once more. Most importantly, as this movement occurred, Chu Qing sensed an indescribable aura slowly coalescing above it. He felt an instinctual certainty that today, of all days, the ghastly inscription of this deathly apartment was about to manifest. The bizarre phenomenon he yearned for was on the verge of crystallizing. Yet, before he could fully concentrate on the intricate details of this impending spectacle, the abrupt sound of a vehicle engine halted in front of the door. Chu Qing furrowed his brow. Hadn't Ruo Shui arrived so early? To his astonishment, the sound of the car door closing was accompanied by a sharp knocking on the heavy iron gate and the frantic voice of Lu Lian. Chu Qing, are you all right? Chapter Chijishi Yiden, Truli no jest. Casting a glance at the bloodied words on the door, he observed that, as anticipated, they seemed to rise slightly before being absorbed by the glass door. Strangely, the once transparent glass had taken on a faintly red and murky hue in the darkness. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Qing stepped outside and opened the heavy iron gate that had scarcely closed. Upon seeing Lu Lian's anxious expression, he quickly grasped the situation, and the indifference in his gaze softened ever so slightly. The actions from the inspectorate were swift. Without the black crow as his wings for observation and evasion, the blind Huang Ying was indeed captured in less than half an hour. "Thank goodness you're unharmed," Lu Lian exclaimed, visibly relieved upon recognizing Chu Qing. "What happened?" he asked, feigning ignorance. "Huang Hong has been apprehended, and the location of his capture is not far from here. I feared something had happened to you. You nearly frightened me to death," Lu Lian exclaimed, her worry evident. Chu Qing smiled. It's good that he was caught. As she gazed at the man's face in the shadows, Lu Lian opened her mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. Even she could not fathom why she had impulsively ventured to this eerie place during such a dark hour. Yet, how could this fellow remain so composed amidst everything? Gathering her courage, she asked, "Won't you let me come in for a moment?" Chu Qing nodded, and given the peculiar atmosphere, the ominous blood-red characters of the death apartment seemed to require some time to truly manifest. He decided to lead Lu Lian into his modest abode. Upon entering, Lu Lian's gaze immediately fell upon the strange large bird strutting across the counter. Its feathers were a blend of dark crimson and black, with wolf-like eyes, a blood-red beak, and sharp talons. The moment she laid eyes on it, she gasped in astonishment. Just as Chu Qing raised an eyebrow in curiosity, her voice rang out, "Wow, what an amazing parrot." "A parrot?" Chu Qing chuckled softly. "Do you have a fondness for such little creatures?" Listening to her, he nodded, "I suppose so, but I usually only keep those that serve a purpose." Lu Lian paused, her expression shifting to one of intrigue as she remarked, "You don't mean to suggest that you rely on this creature to attract women, do you?" Chu Qing couldn't help but laugh. "What you say is quite absurd. Which girl would fancy such a pet?" Lu Lian huffed lightly. "Who says they don't? I think it's quite cool." Chu Qing smiled silently, seemingly oblivious to the underlying implication of her words. Glancing at the time, he said, "It's getting late. You should return to rest. Tonight in Luo City is unlikely to be peaceful." Lu Lian froze, as if recalling something frightening, and the joy faded from her face. After a moment of contemplation, she hesitantly asked, "Chu Qing, do you truly believe in ghosts?" Chu Qing's expression remained calm as he nodded. "I do. Didn't you ask me this question during the day?" No, I wasn't joking. I'm serious," Lu Lian insisted, eager to clarify. However, Chu Qing interrupted, "Whether now or then. I was never jesting." Gazing at his smiling yet resolute face, Lu Lian opened her mouth at a loss for words. Chu Qing, contemplating for a moment, turned his attention back to her. "All right, it's quite late. Head back to rest. Should you need assistance, feel free to seek me out, especially given tonight's events." Lu Lian nodded. She had much more to express, but upon seeing Chu Qing's countenance illuminated by the flickering tungsten bulb, her words faltered. Thus, she climbed back in her vehicle and started the engine. In the rearview mirror, she saw Chu Qing standing before the entrance of Beishan Cemetery. The peculiar parrot perched unwaveringly on his shoulder, watching her depart. For reasons unknown, within the depth of that gaze, Lu Lian felt an unprecedented sense of security. She exhaled softly, pressed the accelerator, and set the car on the path homeward, her mind replaying Chu Qing's words. Lu Lian smiled with a hint of delight, her lips curving upwards. In an exceptionally good mood, she picked up her phone to play a song. "I rushed towards you. You are the starry sea." Regrettably, such a joyful disposition lasted merely a few minutes before it was abruptly interrupted by the sharp ring of a phone call. Lu Lian furrowed her brows slightly, but upon glancing at the screen, she saw it was a call from Captain Wang, prompting her to press the answer button. "Hello, Captain Wang. What's the update?" Huang Hong had informed her that this deranged woman had personally killed 6 individuals, including her husband and child, whom she had mistakenly murdered at the outset. Truly a fiendish creature. Upon hearing the gravity of the situation, Lu Lian couldn't help but gasp in shock. What does it mean to take 6 lives? In this era, such a heinous crime is enough to send shockwaves across the nation. However, we cannot be entirely certain. Evidence must be sought. This woman appears to have lost her mind and is gravely injured. After a preliminary interrogation, she was sent to the hospital. Captain Wang's voice came through once more. Lu Yan was evidently very invested in the case. Captain Wang, how was she apprehended? Don't even mention it. When I asked her about it, she seemed completely deranged, rambling incoherently about being judged and punished by demons, constantly repeating phrases about what is not human. There was a hint of helplessness in Wang's voice. Clearly, interrogating such a nonsensical madwoman, especially one who committed such a shocking crime, was a considerable torment for him. Previously, she claimed that there are ghosts in the Beishan cemetery. She had lured quite a number of homeless drifters and idle individuals to that haunted ground, feeding them to whatever treasure she possesses. This lunatic even stated that she could evade the watchful eyes of the inspectorate and the surveillance of the Skynet because of her so-called treasure. Treasure? Lu Yan paused, taken aback. What could a woman so deranged as to murder and consume her own husband and child possibly refer to as treasure? Even the most ferocious of beasts would not harm its young. What kind of treasure could this madwoman have? At this point, Captain Wang seemed to have finally found a target for his sarcasm. Indeed, just consider how insane this woman is. The treasure she mentioned is a large crow, you know? One of those pitch-black birds. She claims that the crow can carry her through the skies of Low City. Isn't that absurd? What is more alarming is that most of the flesh from the victims she killed has been consumed by that crow. After all these years in criminal investigation, this is the first time I've encountered such a lunatic. A crow, how much can it possibly eat? According to this crazy woman, including those from the Beishan cemetery and her victims, there are at least a dozen individuals. In just half a month, an adult human weighing an average of 75 kilograms was entirely devoured by a crow. It's utterly preposterous. In the shadowy confines of the car, Captain Wang's frustrated tirade echoed through the vehicle's sound system. Yet, Lu Yan seemed unable to comprehend a single word. Despite her efforts to quell her wandering thoughts, the image of that pitch-black parrot, interspersed with dark red hues, resurfaced vividly before her eyes. And then, the voice of Chu Qing seemed to echo once more in her ears. I am not jesting with you. In that moment, Lu Yan appeared to finally realize that Chu Qing truly was not joking with her. Chapter 32, The Apartment Revealed. The Contract of Hell and the Guiding Death. On September 2nd, at 9:30 in the evening, only 2.5 hours remained until the onset of the terrifying era. Chu Qing was indifferent to Lu Yan's thoughts. At this very moment, all his attention was fixated on the entrance of his home. Within the dim glow of the light bulb, the originally transparent glass seemed to transform into a dark crimson hue. As time progressed, this crimson became increasingly vibrant and striking. It brewed within, it was birthed here. Moreover, as Chu Qing's gaze lingered, it seemed as though strands of blood began to manifest in the air. Tiny, serpentine threads of scarlet, as delicate as a strand of hair, danced and swayed through the atmosphere. Bien Chengwang Dingxia, who had been elevated to the position of guardian of the tomb, regarded this as the finest choice for a tomb spirit. The Death Apartment, a bizarre legend from the previous life on Blue Star. At this moment, before the eerie era had officially descended, it was finally poised to materialize within his grasp. Countless shades of crimson swirled about. The tungsten filament bulb overhead seemed unable to suppress the overwhelming scarlet emanating from the door. Time passed, second by second. A hint of tension involuntarily surfaced upon Chu Qing's pale visage. Even the blood-red pupils within his eyes involuntarily manifested. The sound of flowing water echoed, as if a stream were gently trickling. At last, the utterly ordinary door began to transform. From the originally transparent glass, streams of blood began to seep forth, cascading down like a waterfall. The resounding crimson appeared to possess an inexplicable connection with Chu Qing. The most significant difference between Chu Qing and Dingxia was that every time he prepared to strike, he inscribed his intentions with characters formed from his own blood mixed with the essence of Yin. The birth of the bizarre is devoid of rules. This absurd method of emergence may seem unreliable, yet Chu Qing, having endured countless years in the eerie realm during his previous life, understood not to impose conventional thought patterns upon the uncanny. The blood characters of the death apartment were precisely this. In other words, these blood characters were in essence Chu Qing's own blood. Chu Qing had summoned forth this eerie entity with his own essence, creating or rather invoking its presence. And now, the uncanny had taken form. The cascading blood, akin to a waterfall, flowed forth and astonishingly detached from the glass door, floating down into Chu Qing's hands. Clearly, the blood he had previously drawn held significance. Compared to the time Ding Xie had summoned this entity, it undoubtedly bore a sense of intimacy with Chu Qing. Eagerly, Chu Qing gazed upon the pool of blood in his hands with his blood-red eyes. He was indeed curious about the legendary death apartment. What could it possibly resemble? Especially considering that even a first-rank profession like a ghost master could be devoured by its very essence. Blood character ghost. Rank, 9th category. Earthbound spirit. In lifespan, 20 days. Hell contract. Regulation. All beings that perceive the blood character of death must fulfill the death task within a specified time, or face obliteration by the death rule. Death guidance. Ability: the blood character ghost can sense the bizarre within fate and issue death tasks. Upon fulfilling the corresponding death task, the blood character ghost can receive death feedback, thus gaining lifespan. Earthbound spirit. Status: requires a place of anchorage. Otherwise, its lifespan depletes tenfold daily. Promotion requirements. Unknown. Note: how can such a thing exist? Humanity, what have you conjured? Gazing at the pool of blood in his hand, Chu Qing could no longer contain himself, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Just as expected, the embryonic form of the fabled death apartment, possessing the formidable capability and rules of fate guidance. Even at the lowest rank of 9th, the rules and abilities could collectively yield lifespan, though it lacked the first mover advantage against other peculiarities and the overt combat prowess of Blood Eyes. The blood character Ghost's abilities evidently lean towards other applications. Indeed, just as Ding Xie had surmised, this death apartment was the most suitable for a grave ghost. Not to mention, this death guidance alone is an invaluable asset for a Gravekeeper, as the oddities within a tomb are never excessive. After all, for a Gravekeeper, these peculiarities often serve as consumables. However, with the blood character Ghost's death guidance, the capture and acquisition of oddities seem assured. At this thought, Chu Qing could hardly resist the urge to inscribe a tombstone and become a Gravekeeper, wielding this blood character as a grave ghost. Fortunately, he would not have to wait long. He cast a final glance at the time. 10:40. Only 80 minutes remained until midnight. The era of the bizarre had arrived, heralded by the emergence of the Book of Life and Death. Although the appearance of this book did not signify that the bizarre would be entirely revealed, nor did it grant everyone the right to transition into a profession and become a ghost master, it served as a symbol, a representation. Yet, feeling the coldness of the blood character in his hand, Chu Qing soon furrowed his brow. Indeed, it was almost 11 o'clock. The arrival of the bizarre era was imminent. But where was Ruoxue, who was supposed to come as previously arranged? If his memory served him correctly, she had mentioned visiting him that night. Although the agreed time was midnight, her character suggested she would likely arrive early. His brow creased slightly. Just then, the freshly formed blood character seemed to sense the chill in the air. Crimson as a flowing stream, it departed from his hand and subsequently reappeared upon the glass door, which had returned to its original state. The blood-red characters began to writhe incessantly, and to Chu Qing's astonishment, they gradually formed into rows of text upon the glass door. Chu Qing had never anticipated that the moment the blood characters took shape, they would directly exhibit a rule-based ability. Even more surprising to him was the realization that he had become the first to validate this rule-based capability. However, what truly caught him off guard were the blood characters' subsequent revelations. Location: proceed immediately to the last bus stop, 404, 500 meters beyond Beishan Cemetery. Time limit: within 1 hour. Task objective: rescue Ruoxue, who is trapped in a haunted taxi, and eliminate or subdue the spectral vehicle. Task reward: unknown. Task failure penalty: death cancelled. The blood character will depart and seek a new suitable dwelling. As he gazed at the blood characters, It dawned on Chu Qing that it was not in Ruoxue who was delayed, but rather she was in imminent danger. Chapter 33. The Haunted Taxi and Ruoxue's Crisis. And Ruoxue had never felt so unfortunate. Her hands and feet trembled slightly. Inside this taxi, amidst the September weather, it felt as though the air conditioning had been set to an unbearable low, chilling her to the very marrow of her bones. Damned, damned, damned. And Ruoxue cursed repeatedly in her mind. Why, oh why, did Lin Hingtian's car suddenly break down today? Why must she take a taxi instead of returning home to retrieve her own BMW? She was plagued by countless questions, yet it was evident that at this moment, words were futile. Miss, we have arrived at your destination. A day's worth of longevity paper money, please. Indeed, at this very moment, the taxi driver before her demanded paper money for the deceased. But where could she procure such currency? More importantly, would a normal driver even ask for it? Not to mention, after stealing a glance, she could hardly bear to look again at the driver's pallid face and his pupil-less white eyes. She realized she had encountered another specter. Unfortunately, this ghost was not like Chu Qing's, which was merely a harbinger of death, but one that was intent on claiming her life. Was this retribution? She had stood by, even exacerbated the downfall of the Lin family. And now, just days later, a ghost had come knocking at her door. Desperately, she attempted to call Chu Qing, but within this taxi, it seemed all signals and electronic devices had been severed. She could not seek his help. Fortunately, and Ruoxue was not an ordinary individual. Chu Qing had once told her that peculiar killings followed certain rules. She did not know what the rules governing this haunted taxi's actions were, but failing to provide payment was likely the most certain path to death. Taking a deep breath, she boldly stated, "Driver, you have not yet delivered me to my destination. The destination has not been reached. How can I pay you?" "It has arrived." The cold, stiff, and sluggish voice intensified in Ruoxue's trembling. Yet at this moment, she understood the necessity of remaining calm. She could not afford to lose her composure. If she faltered, it would be utterly disastrous. "I mentioned going to the Beishan cemetery. You have merely delivered me to this bus stop. You are not a bus, but a taxi. If you haven't taken me to my destination, how can I pay you?" Evidently, her words struck a chord, for the taxi driver fell into silence. And Ruoxue held her breath, recalling Chu Qing's words. Although the current strangeness bore no intellect, it was precisely this lack of wisdom that necessitated a complete adherence to the rules of killing. Only then would death ensue. Some peculiar rules could indeed be manipulated. For instance, at this moment, and Ruoxue was almost certain that failing to pay the fare would inevitably trigger the deadly rules. There would be no escape. Thus, even though hope seemed dim, she resolved to delay time with all her might. No, this is not the right stop. I cannot go there. I must alight here. After a brief moment of contemplation, the icy voice, akin to that of a corpse, uttered words that sank in Ruoxue's heart. "Why should I pay you? You have not taken me to my destination. Why should I owe you anything?" With great reluctance, and Ruoxue spoke. Never in her life had she imagined engaging in a dispute over taxi fare with an entity of the uncanny. Yet, at this juncture, she had no choice. Then, half a day's worth of ghostly currency. Thank you. To her astonishment, this ghostly taxi actually offered her a discount. But what good was that? Where would she procure such ghostly currency? What difference did half a day make? If she couldn't pay, she would meet her doom regardless. However, and Ruoxue was unaware that, in fact, there was no unit of measurement for half a day in ghostly longevity. Thus, the taxi's so-called discount held no significance whatsoever. "No, you have not delivered me. Why should I pay you? It must be free." And Ruoxue protested vehemently, despite having little experience with such outbursts and, more importantly, lacking any actual grounds for her protest. "Free, free." The taxi driver echoed these words, seemingly coming to a realization. He abruptly turned his head, nearly causing the already anxious and Ruoxue to leap from her seat. His eyes, devoid of any pupils, fixated on her. The pallid face, stripped of color, transformed into a ghastly and terrifying visage, as a voice emerged, seemingly squeezed through clenched teeth. "Refusal to pay means death." This proclamation sent an Ruoxue plunging into an icy abyss. The temperature within the taxi plummeted once more, causing her teeth to chatter uncontrollably. With a steely resolve, she managed to utter, "Yes, I will pay." The temperature in the air seemed to rise slightly, yet the affected Enroashua pretentiously picked up her beloved Hermes calfskin bag, ostentatiously rummaging through it for an eternity. Once the chilling atmosphere of the cabin began to resurface, she stifled the panic welling in her eyes and produced 3 hefty stacks of crimson Longwa currency. This amount, totaling 30,000, could not only cover this taxi ride, but could even purchase a modest second-hand cab. Alas, to the figure ahead, these notes resembled mere scraps of paper. This was evident from the icy temperature that had once again enveloped the interior, akin to the depths of winter. "I want money, not ghost money. No, you must die." At last, Enroashua was about to taste the bitterness of death. Even with her extraordinary mental fortitude, as the inescapable specter of mortality loomed, her large eyes brimmed with tears. She did not wish to die. She truly did not. Especially at this pivotal moment, she aspired to become a true master, to wield dominion over others' fates. Yet, that pervasive cold had crept closer, wrapping her entire being in a shroud of ice, rendering her incapable of sensing her own existence. Even fleeing or struggling felt impossible. Was this the essence of a strange power? Her thoughts and consciousness seemed on the verge of freezing. However, just as death was about to claim her, a muffled sound emanated from the car window ahead. It was like a celestial melody, revitalizing her fading awareness. The window slid down, and on the precipice between life and death, Enroashua heard an exceedingly familiar voice. "Driver, shall we go?" She struggled to look towards the open window where the driver sat, and through the veil of night, she beheld a pair of blood-red eyes she recognized all too well. Chapter 34. The Mother and Son Ghosts. Chu Qing's Feast. This was an unremarkable taxi, indistinguishable from any other. The classic blue and white taxi of Luocheng bore the green license plate of a new energy vehicle. However, the only slight deviation lay in its license plate, EN 40004. Clearly, such a plate hinted at anything but a legitimate taxi. Yet, in the dim light of the evening, few would bother to scrutinize taxi license plates closely. Chu Qing calmly lowered his head, observing the open window and the middle-aged man within. A ghost taxi. He was unaware of the peculiarities surrounding it. After years of fierce battles in his previous life, the anomalies he could recall were those that would later become renowned, each at least of the third-grade horror level. The commonplace fare by the roadside evidently fell outside his purview. Nonetheless, the adage holds true. Even when hunting a rabbit, one must exert full strength. The moment he spoke, his blood-red eyes meticulously observed every detail of the individual before him. Ghost taxi, rank, level 9. Category, child ghost. Lifespan, 3 days. Debt payment, rule customers who fail to repay their lifespan after fulfilling their mission will face death. Mission completion, ability capable of appearing at any bus station in Luocheng to pick up customers and swiftly travel to all designated locations. Child ghost, status is subordinate of the ghost mother. Upon exhausting its lifespan, it does not perish but instead consumes the ghost mother's lifespan. However, should the ghost mother die, the child ghost will also perish. Promotion requirements, unknown. Note, clearly, to humans, it may seem insignificant, yet it appears to be associated with something intriguing. Chu Qing blinked slightly. A child ghost of the ghost mother? Evidently, his prior assumptions and disdain had been sharply contradicted. Even years after the bizarre era had erupted, the child ghost remained an exceedingly troublesome and rare entity. Most importantly, locating the ghost mother was an arduous task. Once provoked, it often led to an unending conflict. If possible, Chu Qing would prefer to avoid antagonizing such an unknown entity in the early stages. However, he had no choice but to undertake the first task associated with the bloodletter ghost. Otherwise, the fledgling manifestation of the death apartment that he had summoned would, like Ding Xie before, flee to seek other refuge after failing the initial bloodletter task. This was entirely unacceptable. As a child ghost under the ghost mother, Chu Qing understood that unless he could control and subdue the ghost mother, he would be unable to exert control over this entity. Thus, only one outcome remained. He stepped onto the vehicle. It was time to board. The corporeal form of the ghost taxi, a middle-aged man, emitted a stuttering sound. This did not imply that he possessed intelligence. In fact, part of the bizarre and murderous rules necessitated contact with humans. When not demonstrating their abilities, they often appeared indistinguishable from ordinary people. This was one of the most terrifying types of the bizarre. If it weren't for the blood eye, Chu Qing might not have discerned the true nature of the middle-aged man before him. However, once he uncovered the truth, this entity posed no threat or significance to Chu Qing. The middle-aged man's ghost taxi gazed at Chu Qing. He intended to have this prey board the vehicle before silently consuming the previous victim. Yet at that moment, his previously lifeless, fish-like eyes became vacant and fixated on Chu Qing's gaze. The pair of crimson eyes were so enchanting and eerie that they rendered his almost non-existent thoughts rigid. Staring blankly at those eyes, this was precisely the outcome Chu Qing sought to witness, a wicked smile flickering in his eyes. And Ruo Shui in the back seat was unaware of how time passed. If she could, she would open the car door and flee immediately. Yet at this moment, she understood that it was not the time for rash actions. She could only tremble as she gazed at the driver's seat, forcibly restraining herself from looking at the pair of crimson eyes. She had once witnessed the terror that those blood-red orbs could evoke. She understood that it was a realm beyond human reach. Indeed, it was so. A peculiar, clattering sound emanated from the front seat, reminiscent of bones fracturing irregularly, akin to a rooster being strangled mid-crow. It struggled. It howled, emitting the final tremors of life, yet helplessly succumbing to death. The once anthropomorphized gaze of the ghostly taxi driver gradually turned pale, devoid of expression, lacking even fear or surprise. Nevertheless, its body slowly extended from the open window, or rather, it was dragged forth by that blood-red gaze. Chu Qing's eyes had never been so blood-red before. The once pitch-black sockets seemed entirely filled with this crimson hue. At that moment, the malevolence radiating from those blood-red eyes was more potent than ever, their intensity surpassing that of any lanterns. Hiss, as if something were ablaze. The ghostly taxi driver, now being pulled, imparted a unique sensation to Chu Qing. Apart from Lin Hengtian, this marked the first feast for the blood-red eyes. Yet, even Lin Hengtian's demise did not allow Chu Qing to indulge freely. Previously, whether it was the faceless ghost, the crow ghost, or the lantern-headed beings, their states were defined by the law of an eye for an eye, poised on the precipice of being consumed but perpetually withheld. However, this ghostly taxi driver exhibited no hesitation, devouring voraciously. From below, the malevolence began to dissipate. Those blood-red eyes transformed into swirling crimson vortices, completely engulfing the escaping essence. Everything was drawn into those twin crimson orbs until the ghostly taxi driver before him was utterly obliterated. Chu Qing closed his eyes. At an indeterminate moment, crimson tears began to stream from the corners of his eyes, as if an eerie, blood-red eyeshadow had manifested there. The cold and warmth converged within his gaze, imparting an indescribable sense of exhilaration and delight. Meanwhile, still within the taxi, and Ruo Shui instinctively covered her mouth, not from fear, disgust, or nausea. Her sparkling eyes post-rescue evidenced her excitement, her desire, her admiration. Chapter 35. The Dark Artifact. Taxi number 40004. Chu Qing. Grade, none. Yang lifespan, 6 months and 21 days. In lifespan, 3 months. Symbiosis, status drastically reduced Yang lifespan, capable of fully commanding the blood-red ghost. Note, though merely a subordinate ghost, it possesses a delightful flavor. Let us celebrate our first encounter with consumable sustenance. Certainly, that entity lurking behind us is unlikely to let us off the hook, but with my presence, we shall prevail. This ghostly taxi has granted me nearly 3 months of spectral vitality, a rather commendable enhancement. However, I would prefer not to rely on such means of accumulating this ethereal life force. Such vitality can adversely affect one's cognition and self-awareness. While occasional consumption may be manageable, daily indulgence could soon render even my willpower as indistinct as that of the wretched Huang Hong. Moreover, Although this spectral vitality is significant, I possess numerous methods to procure it, and it is not worth exchanging my clarity of mind and future for it. As I open my eyes, my blood-red irises remained distinct. I paid no heed to Enruashua in the taxi, nor did I inquire about her presence in such trivial matters. Instead, I focused intently on the vehicle before me. From the moment I dragged that ghostly taxi from the shadows, I sensed that it was no ordinary cab. Once again, my crimson gaze locked onto this peculiar machine, revealing its true nature. Taxi number 40004, grade, 9th rank, category, nether apparatus, death surge ability while driving. One can disregard and traverse through all pedestrians, vehicles, and certain obstacles, effectively doubling speed. Expensive drive, curse for every 100 kilometers driven. 1 day of spectral vitality is consumed. Note, though this wretched contraption falls short as a steed for me, it is still serviceable enough. Umans. Let's take a thrilling ride. Evidently, this entity is akin to the black coin I previously encountered. However, while the black coin is a component of a superior nether apparatus, this taxi number 40004 is markedly purer. Thus, in comparison to the black coin, this nether apparatus carries a trivial cursed effect. Consuming a day of spectral vitality for every 100 kilometers driven is undeniably extravagant. Nonetheless, unlike ordinary vehicles that require refueling, this one, which does not concern itself with speed limits or pedestrians, makes such a price worthwhile. Nether apparatuses hold immense value. Indeed, in the early days of this strange occurrence, one could easily encounter remarkable treasures. In the future, understanding their worth will not make them so easily attainable. With this thought in mind, I refrained from summoning Enruashua from the vehicle and instead opened the door, taking the driver's seat. I settled in and fastened my seatbelt. The rationale for a seatbelt in the back seat soon became apparent to Enruashua. With a swift motion, the engine roared to life, not with a thunderous sound, but with a sharp rush of wind as we surged forward at an astonishing speed. In that moment, I finally grasped the essence of true, deathly acceleration. I glanced at the time, 11:20. There remains ample opportunity to fully explore the capabilities of this nether apparatus. After all, this taxi, numbered 40004, marks the first instance in this lifetime where he has utilized a supernatural vehicle. As for the black copper coins, those are deemed unfit for use and should rather be entrusted to the god of wealth for proper financial dealings. Enruashua's breath quickened, filled with anxiety and urgency. It was all happening too swiftly. In a mere 5 seconds, this taxi, which appeared no different from an ordinary cab, had surged to an astonishing speed of 300 kilometers per hour. Madness. Chu Qing had truly lost his mind, and Enruashua was utterly convinced. This velocity was terrifying even in the outskirts of Luo City. Yet in less than half a minute, they were hurtling into the city center. Although it was past 11 at night, there were still pedestrians and other vehicles on the road. Was he reckless enough to disregard his life? Clearly, Enruashua's concerns were justified. For just as she thought this, a large truck came into view, slowly halting before a traffic light. The question arose, could they possibly stop at this speed? A series of frantic screams echoed, and Enruashua once again felt the specter of death approaching. However, at that moment, Chu Qing showed no inclination to apply the brakes. Instead, he accelerated further. What does it mean to travel at 400 kilometers per hour? Even high-speed trains typically operate between 250 to 350 kilometers per hour. The takeoff speed of an airplane is usually over 300 kilometers. Yet now, this dilapidated taxi had reached a truly alarming velocity. In less than a second, the rear of the truck collided with Chu Qing's vehicle. But when Enruashua shut her eyes, she felt neither the terrifying roar nor the pain of impact. Upon opening her eyes in confusion, she discovered that the taxi was still speeding along. Although the speed had slightly diminished, it remained exceedingly rapid, effortlessly weaving through other vehicles and obstacles without a hitch, even as she remained unharmed. What was happening? This was utterly astonishing. She had no comprehension of the events unfolding around her. All she knew was that she had once again escaped death. Accompanying this realization was a thrill and exhilaration born from dancing on the edge of life and death. Such sensations were all instigated by the man before her. Regrettably, Chu Qing paid her no mind. For him, this spectacle was merely an ordinary experience, a trifle from his past life. With a seamless 360-degree drift, he turned the vehicle around, and at 400 kilometers per hour, they soared onward, covering what would normally be a half-hour journey from the outskirts of Luoyang to the city center in just 3 minutes. When the taxi finally came to a halt in front of the North Mountain Cemetery, and Ruo Shui's legs felt weak. She had finally exited the vehicle that had brought her so perilously close to death. He led Ruo Shui into the cemetery, returning to his security room. There was still a little time before midnight. Ignoring Ruo Shui, who was still somewhat oblivious, Chu Qing's gaze fell upon the bloodstains on the glass door. As soon as he stepped over the threshold, the ominous blood inscription began to seep forth. Mission accomplished, and Ruo Shui successfully rescued. The vengeful spirit has been vanquished. In the guidance of death, the bloodstained spirit has gained 5 days of life. Executor's reward. Hellish vehicle number 40004. Gazing at the inscription, Chu Qing felt a twitch in his eyelid. This taxi, which he had brought back, had now transformed into a reward. Had it? However, he chose not to dwell on such trivial matters. The completion of the blood mission also ensured that the inscription remained placidly above the grand entrance. Thus, everything was in place. Now, they merely awaited the eerie revival that would arrive in just over half an hour, a true manifestation of the uncanny. Chapter 36. Welcome to the era of terror. The night enveloped the world. At this hour, in Dragon Country and throughout the eastern part of Blue Star, the majority of people had already succumbed to slumber. The dimly lit realm felt distinctly altered. It was unclear how it had changed. There stood a bridge, remarkably unique and of profound significance within the entirety of Luo City. It spanned nearly 4 kilometers across the Yellow River. And even in the depths of night, vehicles continued to traverse it. Lu Heping was among them. However, unlike others, he was a weary driver, exhausted after a long day. In the darkness, the bridge appeared as a staircase leading into the abyss, compelling him to halt his vehicle at the roadside before ascending. Yearning for a brief respite, he decided to take a short nap in his car, planning to resume his journey at dawn. With this thought, he reclined his seat and played some soothing music. Glancing at the time, 11:59 p.m. Indeed, it was the perfect hour for rest and slumber. Just as Lu Heping smiled and prepared to recline fully, the numbers representing time reached an ominous 0. September 3rd, 2000, 00. At that moment, time reverted to its inception and simultaneously reached its conclusion. Suddenly, an inexplicable chill enveloped Lu Heping, dispelling his drowsiness. Instinctively, he reached for his phone to check the navigation and ascertain how far he was from his destination. However, he was taken aback to find the screen, which should have displayed the navigation interface, had inexplicably turned pitch black. In the next instant, just as Lu Heping thought his phone had died, a crimson hue began to seep from the dark screen. Then, the blood-red hue gradually coalesced into a line of text. Welcome to the era of terror. This is a death game where humans dance with the bizarre, a peculiar paradise of a brand new epic. Poor humans, you shall struggle to survive in the endless night. And you, Lu Heping, alas, you are merely an ordinary human. You know not what the shadow of death is, nor do you comprehend the strange, much less how to resist or wield it. Thus, regrettably, barring any unforeseen circumstances, you shall soon meet your demise. How dare you say that? You are the one destined to perish. In this age, was there truly a mobile virus? Lu Heping, filled with confusion and a hint of fury, decisively chose to power off his phone. However, to his astonishment, even with the device turned off, the text remained resolutely present. Instead, new words emerged. Foolish humans, since you refuse to accept reality, then succumb to the eternal death. Fear not, it awaits you just ahead. Damn it! Lu Heping hurled his phone aside, casting a glance at the darkness outside, the desolate road, and the distant yellow river bridge in Luocheng. The drowsiness and fatigue he had felt moments before vanished without a trace. He resolutely reignited the engine, eager to return home. On the passenger seat, the phone, flipped screen down, displayed once more the blood-red text. Humans, death is an inescapable fate, and the countless origins of death stem from the folly of mankind. Go forth, embrace its embrace. The car resumed its journey, traversing the yellow river bridge, appearing from above like a solitary boat adrift in a vast sea, vulnerable to the slightest turbulence that could engulf it whole. The night deepened. On the surface of the yellow river bridge, unbeknownst to anyone, fog began to rise. Inside an apartment in Luocheng, there were no dolls typical of young girls, nor any of the pink decorations they favored. It was an exceedingly clean and simple room. However, lying in bed, Lu Yin found herself unable to sleep, no matter how she turned and tossed. She had endured too much in the past few days. The sights she had witnessed were overwhelming, leaving her profoundly impacted. Even after lying in bed for hours, slumber eluded her. Her mind was besieged by flashes of imagery. The life and death struggle of a lantern-headed figure, the countless corpses in the Huang family's residence, the woman driven to madness, the black and red parrot, and most frequently, the man with a subtle smile, Chu Qing. It seemed he possessed an inexhaustible allure, drawing Lu Yin to explore further. This involuntarily reminded her of their first encounter. Thus, Lu Yin pondered for a moment and sent a voice call to a friend listed in her contacts. Soon, a weary voice came through the line. "Hello, sister. Are you all right?" The inquiry posed by Lu Yin left her perplexed. "I'm perfectly fine, brother. Are you still awake?" On the other end of the line, Lu Ci smiled faintly. He, along with his family, cherished his little sister immensely. "If you're awake, why should I sleep? What's the matter? Missing your elder brother?" "It's nothing much. Just wanted to ask if you know someone." "Who?" "Chu Qing. He is probably around my age." Lu Yin replied. A moment of contemplation ensued on Lu Ci's end, as if he were pondering the matter. "There's indeed a Chu family here in Kyoto, but I haven't heard of anyone by that name." Lu Yin frowned slightly, nodding her head. "Oh, perhaps I made a mistake. All right then, brother. You should rest early." However, at that moment, Lu Ci hesitated to end the call. "Wait a moment, sister. I've heard that some strange occurrences have been happening in Luo City recently. You must return to our ancestral home for inspection. You should have some insight into this matter." "What insight?" "Never mind." Lu Ci's tone grew somber. "Xiao Yin, you should find time to return to Kyoto. It's too dangerous out there. Let us see how it goes. I'll head to bed now." Lu Yin understood that with her brother's capabilities and family status, he might indeed have knowledge of something significant. Perhaps returning to Kyoto would indeed be a safer course of action. Yet at this moment, she recalled that particular figure once more. Chu Qing, what secrets does he hold? As the call ended, Lu Yin glanced at the time, 11:59 p.m. It was indeed quite late. What could her brother possibly be doing at this hour? However, since she couldn't sleep, she decided to read for a while. Just as she picked up a random book, the original hefty tome suddenly began to twist slowly. A blood-red page materialized before her. Before Lu Yin could react, dark characters appeared on the crimson page. "Welcome to the era of terror. This is a death game where humans dance with the uncanny. A bizarre paradise of a new epic. Poor humanity, you shall continue to survive in the endless night. And you, Lu Yin, regrettably, are merely an ordinary human. Though you may have narrowly escaped death at the hands of the bizarre, it is insufficient for you to live safely in this era." Gazing at the dark characters above, Lu Yin felt a surge of panic, yet her response was far superior to that of an average person like Lu Heping. Perhaps her recent experiences had enlightened her to the reality that this world seemed markedly different from the one she once knew. Just as Lu Yin was engulfed in confusion and astonishment, a new line of dark text slowly flowed onto the blood-red page. "However, you are fortunate. You have garnered the favor of a certain existence. Cherish this friendship, for it will yield immense benefits." Chapter 37. The Weight of Blood Eyes. The information of the Book of Life and Death. Welcome to the era of terror. This is a death game where humans dance with the uncanny. A bizarre paradise of a new epic. Oh, the pitiable, lowly humans. They are destined to languish in the endless night. Of course, this bears no significance to you. Esteemed sir, you merely need to occasionally exhibit your benevolence and compassion to demonstrate your dominion as a formidable being. Honorable sir, You are the enigmatic amalgamator, the witness of transformation, the harbinger of an era. It is a privilege to serve you, Lord Chu Qing. Gazing at the watch in his hand, a smile crept upon Chu Qing's lips. The ledger of life and death remains as discerning as ever. Indeed, the vessel of this ledger is the smart watch he had acquired merely a week before his rebirth. Yet, this is of little consequence. As long as one clings to life in this terrifying epoch, the ledger of life and death will not vanish nor be discarded. It will manifest in any form accessible to you. Disregarding the bewildered and ruashue, Chu Qing began to interact with the watch, his thoughts swirling. Let me examine the information about the peculiarities I command. The reason this terrifying era is dubbed a game of death is largely attributed to the ledger of life and death. This device allows for the exploration of one's own information, somewhat akin to the blood-eye ghost's ability to observe through its ocular orbs, albeit limited to oneself and the peculiarities one controls. As expected, scrutinizing the information of the blood-eye ghost through the ledger of life and death revealed little distinction from the ghost's own observational prowess. The only slight variation lay in the addition of a minuscule detail beneath the eye for an eye and ocular orb abilities. Weight level 10. A smirk tugged at the corners of Chu Qing's mouth. The weighty power level of the 9th tier is approximately within the range of 110, under the weight of regulations. Those with higher weight enjoy superior activation of their abilities. Although in his previous life, Chu Qing had encountered entities exceeding the weight level limits, the manifestation of the blood-eye's capabilities sufficed. Once again, he cast a glance, seemingly aware of Chu Qing's favorable mood. The ledger of life and death displayed a new note below. Honorable sir, to wield such peculiarities with the frail body of an unranked human is indeed astonishing. However, to survive in such a world with this feeble physique is evidently insufficient. Only by attaining rank, becoming a 9th-tier entity, can you wield your strength to combat the peculiarities. So, would you like to know how to achieve this rank? While it may be slightly embarrassing to mention, for someone as illustrious as you, a mere payment of 5 years of your shadow lifespan will grant you access to this secret known only to me. Friendly reminder, if your shadow lifespan is insufficient, you may convert your sunlight lifespan. Simply tap on me to make the selection. ISNT that considerate? Reading the prompt from the ledger of life and death. Chu Qing smiled once more. In a previous life, countless ordinary individuals, whether naive or faced with dire circumstances, fell victim to deception, unwittingly sacrificing precious years, sometimes decades, of their lifespan in exchange for a so-called secret. This secret, however, was astonishingly simple: the opportunity to transition into a position in the realm of the dead. Indeed, that was all there was to it. 5 years of life were traded for an answer that merely indicated one could assume a role in the netherworld and attain a 9th-tier position. Yet, the specific means of transitioning into the corresponding role remained unaddressed in the Book of Life and Death. This tome was truly a deceitful trap. As for the precise methods of transitioning into these roles, even with the lifespan as currency, it could not be obtained from the book. It was only through many years of arduous research during a terrifying era that these pathways were uncovered. The Book of Life and Death could only be regarded as a tool, should one mistakenly perceive it as a magical key. Then Chu Qing could only wish for such individuals to meet a less tragic end. As for the roles in the netherworld, he had long been prepared. He cast a glance at Ruashue beside him and cautioned, "Do not trust anything that is inscribed in that book, especially the exchanges for lifespan. Remember, your lifespan is your greatest asset in this world." And Ruashue nodded eagerly, yet remained undeterred in her enthusiasm. Chu Qing, disinterested in her excitement, straightened his posture. There was no need for him to inquire about the feudal methods of role transition from the book. As the former king of Chu, what Chu Qing valued most was the wealth of knowledge regarding the various pathways to transition and promotion among the myriad roles in the netherworld, stored in his mind. He had diligently prepared to become a Gravekeeper, a goal he had pursued since his rebirth. Contemplating this, he idly glanced at the Book of Life and Death once more. "Esteemed sir, your profound distrust in me is truly disheartening. He paid it no heed and allowed his thoughts to wander. Let me review my information. The question of whether the book possesses genuine self-awareness had long been the subject of inquiry among scholars in his past life. Its origins remained shrouded in mystery, and no conclusive findings have been reached. Nonetheless, one thing was certain. The existence of the book could not be directly defied by the commands of a ghost master. Even when it tempted one with offers of lifespan, it primarily relied on allure rather than outright deceit. As expected, the book slowly revealed some of Chu Qing's information. Chu Qing, grade, none. Lifespan, 6 months and 21 days. Remaining lifespan, 3 months. Coexistence, status significantly reduced remaining lifespan. Capable of fully commanding the blood-eyed ghost. Status, unknown state. Note, esteemed sir, it appears you harbor quite a number of secrets. Initially, Chu Qing had merely intended to glance at the book before commencing the ceremony to transition into a gravekeeper. However, this fleeting glimpse unveiled something truly extraordinary. A state unknown even to the blood-eyed ghost was hidden within him. What could this unknown state possibly be? Chu Qing fell silent as the realization began to dawn upon him. His rebirth, though beyond his comprehension, inevitably ushered in a series of extraordinary changes and distinctions within himself. What, then, was the true reason behind his reincarnation? Was it that enigmatic pearl that appeared alongside the mural he encountered within the peculiar secret realm? Chu Qing was uncertain. He shook his head, dismissing the thought. In any case, possessing the opportunity to be reborn and start anew placed him far ahead of others. Such an opportunity was not one he could afford to squander. Only through relentless advancement in strength could he adequately confront any challenge. With this realization, he resolved to act. The transition to the role of the Gravekeeper had commenced. The legendary unique reward of the first Gravekeeper was also within his grasp. Chapter 38. The Transition Ceremony. The Gravekeeper and the Soul Merchant. Desia, Chu Qing. Date of birth, July 15th, 2003, at the third quarter of the hour of the rat. Time of death, September 3rd, 2025, at the third quarter of the hour of the rat. Upon the imposing stone tablet, these lines of text were inscribed with remarkable clarity. Above the tablet, there indeed existed a black and white photograph of Chu Qing, lifelike and strikingly vivid. This grand stone tablet was positioned at the center of the grave circle in the North Mountain Cemetery. The desolation and decay of the North Mountain Cemetery rendered it nearly devoid of tombstones and urns. Even those that remained had already been cleared away by Chu Qing in recent days. Now, within this expansive cemetery, only this immense stone tablet stood alone. Behind it, on the unexcavated ground, lay a large, somber black wooden coffin, neatly arranged, awaiting its occupant. Chu Qing's gaze was tranquil as he cast a final glance at the stone tablet. He then allowed a drop of blood to fall upon the photograph, spreading it evenly before slowly stepping past the tablet. What is the method for transitioning to the lowest rank of the Gravekeeper, a 9th-tier spectral position? It is quite simple. One must find the 2 fundamental elements of a grave, a tombstone and a coffin. Inscribe one's name, leave a photograph, and note the time of transition as the time of death. Then, lie within the coffin and wait for a duration of 2 hours. It appears deceptively straightforward. However, there exists a stringent and unforgiving condition. This condition, in fact, delayed the establishment of the transition method for the Gravekeeper. The tombstone and coffin must be situated within an area of wild, supernatural activity. Thus, the 2 hours spent lying in the coffin are not merely for rest. One must also confront possible eerie threats. It is precisely for this reason that the Gravekeeper, with its modest rewards, challenging transition, and average combat prowess, was largely disregarded by countless exorcists in the Dragon Kingdom in his previous life. Only in dire circumstances would one choose to become a Gravekeeper. However, to set aside other matters, from Chu Qing's own understanding, it is evident that the future of a Tomb Keeper is indeed promising. Upon ascending to a higher position, one could smoothly rise to become the king of Bianxing, inheritor of the 10 kings. Unlike his past self, who, as a paper craftsman, could only attain a 9th grade position in the underworld, and had to navigate through various channels to transition from 7th to 6th grade, ultimately reaching the lineage of the king of Chu Qing only through immense fortune and serendipity. Had he not squandered so much time during that phase in his previous life, Chu Qing would not have been left behind as one of the last to ascend to the 1st grade position as an underworld ghost master, progressing at a languid pace. This explains why, upon his rebirth, he has scarcely contemplated the path of a paper craftsman. Although the transition method for a paper craftsman is unimaginably simpler than that of a tomb keeper, with formidable combat capabilities and bolstered by his past experiences. As long as he can craft paper figures swiftly, he need not worry about accumulating insufficient underworld longevity. However, with the integration of the blood-eyed dragon lord and the nascent blood character ghost of the death apartment, Chu Qing naturally sees no need to tread the old path. Moreover, his relationship with Ding Xie has granted him insight into many secrets and nuances concerning the lineage of tomb keepers leading to the king of Bianqing. Reflecting on this, Chu Qing glanced at the time, exhaled gently, and approached the edge of the coffin, directing his gaze towards the bewildered and helpless Enruashu. He retrieved from his pocket the white underworld longevity paper money he had just snatched from the hands of the underworld wealth god and tossed it to Enruashu. This is the underworld longevity money. Now, use this piece to seek out the peculiarities of the Beishan cemetery. Find one of them and persuade it to protect you, or at least to spare your life when your time comes. Wait until I awaken. Of course, if your longevity is insufficient, I trust you have seen the hints from the previous book of life and death. You may then resort to using your earthly lifespan. However, you are aware of the rarity and value of such a thing. The method you are to employ this time will yield greater potential and limits if you expend less underworld longevity. Should you perish, do not blame anyone else. I will require 2 hours inside. It is currently 10 past midnight, which means I will not awaken until at least 2:10. Take care of yourself. And Ruashua stood in stunned silence, gazing at the underworld longevity money floating in her hand. Almost the moment she grasped it, she felt numerous eyes upon her. The black-red crow perched on a nearby branch, a shadow obscured by darkness, and the blood-red lantern hanging from a mast. Even the underworld wealth god positioned within the room, as well as the blood-red character she had caught a fleeting glimpse of above the door, all came to her realization. She gradually understood that these entities were indeed the peculiarities mentioned in the Book of Life and Death. What she had not anticipated was that not only were there anomalies present, but there were also so many of them. How could she communicate with these peculiarities to ensure her safety? And Ruashue was uncertain, yet recalling her previous harrowing experience in the ghost rental, she understood that she had no choice. Should she forfeit this opportunity, she may face countless similar predicaments in the future. To speak of recent events, the chairman of Gaojian Company, Gao Hong, the true orchestrator behind the shadowy figures sent to the Lin family, has already set his predatory gaze upon her. Destiny is a matter of personal endeavor and fierce contention. From a certain perspective, Chu Qing and Enruashue have always belonged to the same ilk. In an instant, she resolved her determination, gazing at Chu Qing, pursing her lips as she nodded. A fleeting glance toward Enruashue followed. Chu Qing chose not to engage further. He had exhausted all avenues of benevolence. It is important to note that the peculiarities of Beishan Cemetery had been tenuously subdued under his influence. The malevolence still lingered, and the instinct for bloodshed remained. However, in this place, at the very least, it was considerably restrained. If the transaction were completed and they successfully endured these few hours, then the soul buyer would achieve a successful transition. Subsequently, the elevated positions along the soul buyer's path, such as ghost merchants and purveyors of the underworld, would be remarkably suitable for Enruashue. Regardless, it would be exponentially superior to the starting point she had in her previous life. Not to mention, Chu Qing had already prepared to integrate Enruashue into the framework of the death apartment. As long as she performed well, her future growth was absolutely assured by him. Having meticulously arranged everything, Chu Qing ceased to squander time and slowly stepped into the coffin, sealing it with a resounding thud. Under the eerie cawing of the crows, the ritual commenced. Chapter 39. Successful Transition. The first Gravekeeper. The coffin was sealed. At that moment, the world became profoundly silent. This immense coffin seemed to encapsulate all that had transpired outside. On the ledger of life and death, a crimson glow flickered, inscribing the following words: "You have lain down in this coffin." Though none comprehend the significance of this act, inside the coffin, darkness envelopes you, a void that only allows you to hear your increasingly labored breaths and the heavy pounding of your heart. Such sounds are a solace, for they affirm your vitality. Do they not? This place is perilous. Countless terrifying entities lurk here, ready to devour you at any moment. You are frightened, yet you understand that the outside world is fraught with danger. Only within this small box do you find refuge. Though it seems inappropriate for the living to lie within a coffin meant for the dead, are you truly alive? Glancing at the prompts on the ledger of life and death, Chu Qing remained unfazed, even allowing a faint smile to grace his lips. At this moment, the feedback from the ledger, shifting from a subjective perspective, underscored the uniqueness of the current situation. Only under such extraordinary circumstances would the text of the ledger undergo such a transformation. This is a cemetery, prepared for you as your final resting place. To survive in such a place and confront those peculiar entities, one must transform into something even more enigmatic than they are. A stream of chilling energy flows from the coffin into your very being. You discover that, far from rejecting these strange beings upon which your survival hinges, you inexplicably embrace their arrival with profound delight. The birth and death dates inscribed on the gravestone are sufficient for you to draw upon their power. However, you must also understand that in your quest for strength, you will inevitably attract the covetous gaze of the terrifying entities lurking outside. To gain power, one must invariably pay a price. This is a matter of course. Thus, prepare yourself to seek life amidst death. Regrettably, the prologue of the Gravekeeper's transition is not entirely accurate for Chu Qing. Indeed, 5 dreadfully ominous entities surround his coffin. Yet, even though they are aware of his presence within and can sense the chilling energy flowing along the gravestone's birth and death dates into the coffin and his human form, they dare not make a single move. Seeking life amidst death? For Chu Qing, this perilous and arduous rite of passage is merely a formality. Nevertheless, the waves of frigid energy still send a shiver down his spine. The malevolent essence, composed of these entities, infiltrates Chu Qing's body. The human vessel's acceptance of this chilling energy significantly diminishes one's lifespan and draws the attention of the strange beings. There exists but one remedy, the Yin position. As time gradually passes, an hour and a half slips by unnoticed. The external world seems to exert no influence upon you. You are fortunate. The roaming entities outside either fail to detect you or choose to disregard your presence. In any case, it appears you have secured a semblance of safety. Simultaneously, the chilling energy that has entered your being begins to coalesce, and amidst this ethereal essence, you sense an indescribable transformation. In this liminal state between human and ghost, you seem to acquire a certain ability. In a mysterious way, you feel a connection to the very breath of the earth beneath you, an ineffable sensation. You gradually acclimate to this change, yet remain unaware of its true significance. This transformation represents your foundation for survival in the impending era of terror. For a long time, Chu Qing has disregarded the futile feedback and prompts of the life and death ledger, closing his eyes as if he has fallen into a deep slumber within the coffin. The Gravekeeper's in-position abilities are slowly consolidating within him. He is uncertain how much time has elapsed, but it is evident that, according to the recent prompt, the Gravekeeper's transition ceremony is approaching its conclusion. Etch the gravestone, record the birth date, take the posthumous photograph, preserve life, and safeguard death. At this moment, it seems as though you have truly transformed into a genuine specter. However, as time elapses, you begin to sense a unique power awakening within your being, rising from your very soul. This extraordinary ability is nothing short of enchanting, drawing you deeper into its allure. Its name is the Keeper of Graves. The power you wield as a Keeper of Graves transcends merely guarding tombs. You also safeguard the essence of death and all that it engenders. You understand what that entails. Fear not, do not panic. You comprehend the magnitude and secrecy of your vocation, and thus, the unwavering resolve you exhibited in choosing this path is deserving of the capabilities bestowed upon you, is it not? Within your mind, accompanied by the annotations of the Book of Life and Death, a series of extraordinary abilities manifest instinctively. The Keeper of Graves, Chu Qing, instinctively clenches fists. Yet, the Book of Life and Death continues to offer insights, and the profound knowledge pertaining to the Keeper of Graves incessantly floods into Chu Qing's consciousness. Ah, Keeper of Graves, the tomb spirits that thrive alongside the sepulchre are your greatest allies. Within the confines of the tomb, you possess extraordinary enhancements and recuperative powers. Your boundless vitality liberates you from the need for mortal slumber. In the fleeting twilight that bridges dawn and dusk, you must steadfastly adhere to your duties to reap your rewards. Ah, Keeper of Graves, when your name is inscribed upon your gravestone, your life is deemed complete. Your continued existence in this realm is a gift from death itself. You are the inaugural Keeper of Graves to emerge in this world. In appreciation and gratitude, countless souls dwelling in eternal slumber have bestowed upon you a unique gift as a Keeper of Graves from the depths of the profound darkness. May you be worthy of their admiration and thanks. Ah, Keeper of Graves, it is time for you to awaken. Within the dark confines of the coffin, a blood-red gaze slowly opens, accompanied by a subtly curling smile. Chapter 40. The Power of the Keeper of Graves. A glimpse into the netherworld. Inside the pitch-black coffin, Chu Qing lies still, unperturbed. He perceives a power entirely distinct from that of the paper craftsman. In this moment, he feels as though he can grasp the entirety of the Northern Mountain Cemetery, as if it were an extension of his own hand, with unparalleled clarity and detail. This ability, akin to a spirit bound to the earth, allows Chu Qing to fully comprehend the essence of a Keeper of Graves. Nevertheless, he lifts his arm, and the Book of Life and Death, in alignment with his thoughts and intentions, provides him with the most intuitive and comprehensive feedback and introduction. Chu Qing, rank, 9th grade, life in the netherworld. 1 year, life in the Yang realm. None, Keeper of Graves, netherworld position preserver of life, guardian of death. Known as the Keeper of Tombs, Yang life is consumed and dissipated, entirely converted to the consumption of Yin life, with a daily depletion of 1 day of Yin life. Sealing life, ability within the confines of the designated graveyard. 1's corporeal attributes are significantly enhanced, and the need for slumber is drastically reduced, while the recovery speed of all conditions is greatly accelerated. Guardian of Death, duty at dawn, ensure that all anomalies within the tombs are accounted for, thereby acquiring a measure of Yin longevity. For each 9th grade anomaly, 1 day of Yin longevity is gained to the transition of each dawn. The ability to actively suppress the weight level of anomalies within the tomb is also granted. Current graveyard area, 400 acres. Tomb spirit manipulation, spirit control technique 1 can inscribe an anomaly, fully understanding its rules of lethality beneath their own gravestone, thereby mastering and controlling it. Currently, the grave permits the control of only 1. However, the tomb spirit may only operate and exist within the confines of the graveyard, simultaneously benefiting from the Guardian's sealing life ability, which elevates the weight level of its rule-based abilities. Current tomb spirit, none. Symbiosis, state 1's Yang longevity is significantly diminished, allowing for complete command over the Blood Eye spirit. State unknown. Promotion requirements, unknown. Note, esteemed sir, you have embarked on the first step of a magnificent journey. It is my supreme honor to serve you. These represent, under normal circumstances, all of Chu Qing's capabilities. The role of the Guardian of the Tomb is thus defined. Typically, one can only harness the characteristics and enhancements of this shadowy position within the graveyard's bounds. The same holds true for the tomb spirit, which elucidates why the guardian profession is often deemed exceedingly burdensome, not to mention the duties associated with the guardian of death. A single day's time for a 9th grade anomaly yields but a meager day of Yin longevity. Who could benefit from such scant provision? Under ordinary circumstances, A ninth-grade anomaly consumes an entire day's worth of Een longevity. It is only entities like the Een god of wealth and the faceless ghost, bound spirits unable to roam freely, that would experience a halving of their Een longevity each day. Otherwise, the daily gains would scarcely suffice to sustain the numerous ninth-grade anomalies within the graveyard, let alone the guardian and their tomb spirit. The guardian is justifiably regarded as one of the most burdensome, shadowy professions. Without a newly introduced element, even Chu Qing would contemplate occasionally releasing these anomalies for minor gains to provide for their Een longevity needs. Yet, aside from the aforementioned descriptions of the guardian's abilities, the most significant aspect remains the reward bestowed upon the inaugural guardian. This reward is not the infernal artifact or clues to an anomaly that Chu Qing had envisioned. Rather, it is a unique ability never before witnessed by a guardian. Corner of the underworld, ability having received the gift of death. You now know how to harmoniously integrate anomalies with your graveyard. You can discern advanced construction requirements for graves that perfectly align with the rules of the anomalies based on their abilities and states, and by expending Een longevity, you can realize these modifications. Anomalies residing within will experience a substantial increase in the daily Een longevity they can accrue, while their chances of ascension are also enhanced. After the eerie entity achieves complete fusion, the guardian of the tomb can exert absolute control over the corresponding anomaly without any loss. Currently, only the construction requirements for a ninth-grade anomaly's advanced tomb can be observed. Indeed, this ability, derived from a corner of the underworld, is the reward bestowed upon the first tomb keeper. It does not enhance combat prowess, but rather expands the capabilities of the guardian. However, the benefits it confers are immeasurable. The extension of one's lifespan in the underworld goes without saying. After converting the ghostly currency, it serves as a hard currency within the eerie realm, holding immense value. Moreover, the increased probability of ascension within the anomaly is a rare boon, coupled with the final, albeit vague, yet astonishing effect. One must ponder, could this truly be the first tomb keeper's reward? He suddenly recalled Ding Xie, who had once spoken of the rituals and requirements for ascending to the position of the king of Bian City. The essential task was to establish one's own city of the wrongfully deceased. One wonders if, upon reaching the first-grade level as the king of Bian City, he too possessed an ability akin to this corner of the underworld. If so, does this capability suggest that he, as a ninth-grade tomb keeper, stands in parallel with the first-grade king of Bian City? Contemplating this, Chu Qing inhaled sharply, a smile gracing his lips. Such anticipation is indeed exhilarating. Yet, anticipation belongs to the future. The immediate task at hand is to swiftly transform the embryonic form of the death apartment into his own tomb spirit. With this thought, Chu Qing rose from the coffin, and Ruo Shui's complexion was ashen. She had never felt so helpless. She now comprehended the extent of Chu Qing's terror. Without him, this place was unequivocally a hell on earth. The Beishan Cemetery was infinitely more horrifying than that taxi numbered 40004. The ominous crows in the sky, the malevolent deity of the underworld watching without restraint, the floating crimson lanterns, the ever-shifting blood characters, and at this moment, the faceless phantom she had come to regard as her talisman. On her death ledger, lines of text flickered. Can money truly buy everything? Perhaps. But the danger you face is insurmountably great. A mere month of underworld lifespan, once in the hands of the faceless ghost for conversion, has dwindled to a meager 15 days. After all, the quality of a lifespan converted in this manner is severely lacking. The faceless ghost has begun to reconsider whether it is worth facing the anomalies that are eager to tear you apart for this scant lifespan. Feeling the warnings from the death ledger, and Ruo Shui was on the verge of cursing. This marked her third time converting her underworld lifespan, paying the faceless ghost. While it may seem insignificant, the exchange of lifespan on the death ledger is far from a simple 1-to-1 ratio. For each month of underworld lifespan, she had exchanged 3 times, sacrificing 3 years of her own lifespan. The previous day's worth of underworld lifespan was utterly insufficient, leading her to expend a full 3 years of her life for conversion. Time has now reached 2:15, Yet Chu Qing remains absent, and Ruo Shui laments in distress. In the midst of this desperate struggle for survival, one feels that if they can escape this peril, they will acquire a newfound strength. This power is known as the Yin position, and your Yin position is that of a life buyer. A life buyer transcends the mundane through financial transactions with the ethereal, thus purchasing life. You must navigate with will and discernment to communicate with countless peculiar entities, even though some of these entities are not inclined to engage. They merely seek to feast upon you. Finally, amidst these ominous subtitles, just as in Ruo Shui contemplates activating the life ledger once more to exchange for an additional year of vitality, a voice as melodious as heavenly music resonates. The life ledger, which had only just fallen silent, seems to have been prepared all along as a flurry of subtitles flashes rapidly. Life buyer. The grinding specter you command through wealth is your assurance in the purchase of life. Life buyer, you possess a charm that others do not. They regard you as one of their own. Life buyer, remember that money is paramount. Wealth enables you to command the spirits, while poverty renders you a mere specter. Life buyer, in the trade between humans and the uncanny, you shall receive the rewards you rightfully deserve. Life buyer, you are the first of your kind to emerge in this world, in appreciation and gratitude for your unique position. The depths of darkness have bestowed upon you a special gift as a life buyer. May you be worthy of their admiration and thanks. Life buyer, the awakening of existence will obliterate all your current predicaments and dangers. Thank him, for as a life buyer, yielding to the powerful is not a shameful act. The chilling strangeness dissipates entirely, and Ruo Shui collapses to the ground, gasping for breath. In the next moment, a figure emerges slowly from the midnight black coffin. Chapter 41, The Tomb Ghost. The blood-written method of ascension. Chu Qing re-emerges from the darkness. At this moment, all peculiarities fall into an unsettling silence. The master of the blood-red eyes has grown even stronger, and the threat of death they pose is magnified. Irresistible, unresistible. Chu Qing casually glances at the perspiring and Ruo Shui, and with a mere gaze, he instantly perceives all her accumulated abilities and Ruo Shui grade. 9th ranking life. None. Young life. None. Spirit currency. 10 years life buyer. In position, a life buyer engages in transactions with money, facilitating exchanges to procure life. Young life dissipates. In life diminishes. Physical condition and appearance remain unchanged by the passage of time. Every 5 days, 1 day of spirit currency in life is consumed to sustain life. Death ensues when spirit currency is depleted. Through financial transactions, ability recognition by the uncanny is heightened. Hostility from the uncanny diminishes, allowing for a degree of insight into their intentions and certain rules, and enabling initial soothing and communication. When a lifespan is exchanged for ghostly currency, the conversion ratio is elevated to 3:1. Mutual exchange. Roll upon completing each peculiar transaction. A portion of profit will be returned, transforming into one's own lifespan. Wealth can command even spirits. Spirit control technique. One may expend half of their lifespan in ghostly currency to control a chosen spirit. Currently, one can only command a single spirit. Current spirit. None. Abundant wealth. Ability. All ghostly currency possessed will see an increase in interest rate, yielding a monthly gain of 0.05 of the total ghostly currency. Additionally, one can briefly control a peculiar entity with ghostly currency, with the duration of control depending on the amount of currency expended. Physical contact is required for control. The interest rate of ghostly currency increases with the enhancement of the life buyer's rank. Status: survived a catastrophe, mentally and physically exhausted. Promotion requirements: unknown. Note: human, you have allowed a woman to acquire such formidable powers and a profession. Quite to my liking. Hasten to recruit her. The blood-eyed spirit's grumbling went unheeded by Chu Qing. He was fully aware of a life buyer's abilities. This was not a role particularly adept in combat. What surprised him was the first reward granted to the life buyer. It turned out to be another ability. Moreover, it appeared to be exceedingly powerful. The interest rate of ghostly currency? There exists a conversion ratio between ghostly currency and lifespan. This is one of the most frustrating aspects for spirit controllers in the peculiar world. To exchange certain items for purchase, one must convert lifespan into ghostly currency. Yet the conversion rate is horrifically steep at 121. Indeed, 1 year of lifespan can only yield 1 month of ghostly currency. And that month of ghostly currency, once absorbed by other peculiar entities or spirit controllers, similarly only provides 1 month of lifespan. Such a disheartening ratio can only be improved through a few methods. One is the life buyer series of rolls. The other is the ultimate version of the black copper coin puzzle, a terrifying treasure controlled by the proprietress of the narrow realm. However, ghostly currency, such a rare yet necessary medium of exchange, can be accumulated with such a rate. If this woman possesses 1,000 or 1,800 years worth of ghostly currency lifespan, wouldn't she be able to effortlessly reap 5 to 6 months worth of ghostly currency each month? It may not sound like much. Yet there is also the effect of increased interest rate with rank enhancement. In the future, it would be far more substantial. This ability holds great potential. For a moment, Chu Qing felt reluctant to let this woman become a tester in the death apartment system. Lifespan and ghostly currency. No one would ever feel they had enough. Nonetheless, at this stage, it was impossible for Chu Qing to fully trust her and place all his surplus lifespan within Ruoxue. While this ability is rare, it is not irreplaceable. Having thought of this, he did not forget his own pressing matters. The blood character Ghost, a harbinger of death, has lingered in his thoughts since his rebirth. It stands alongside the blood-eyed Dragon Lord as one of his foremost ambitions and achievements. Today, at this moment of becoming a Gravekeeper, it shall finally become his grave spirit. Yin Cheng Wang Ding Xie, the epitome of his aspirations, is the ideal choice for a grave ghost. With swift steps, he approached the door of the security room, and the blood character seemed to sense Chu Qing's proximity, gradually materializing upon the glass surface. The killing rules of the blood character Ghost do not manifest in a continuous manner, setting it apart from other supernatural entities. Coupled with Chu Qing's summoning, as he extended his hand, the handful of blood characters flowed into his palm, reminiscent of a living being. In the next moment, accompanied by the blood character Ghost, Chu Qing stood before his gravestone, positioned at the heart of the Beishan cemetery. He slowly crouched before it, casting a glance at the blood character Ghost in his grasp. Steadying himself against the massive gravestone, a thought crossed his mind, and in that instant, it appeared as though an invisible chisel carved into the stone. A line of fresh characters emerged at the base of the gravestone. Small in size, Grave Ghost, Blood Character Ghost. The moment these words appeared, the blood in Chu Qing's hand seemed to boil, as if it resisted the infiltration of that eerie power. However, this resistance was not particularly forceful. Firstly, the blood character Ghost, being a unique type of earthbound spirit, naturally needed a place to reside. Secondly, Chu Qing's essence resonated with it. In its presence, it did not exhibit any particular aggressiveness. Unlike other supernatural beings, the eerie nature of the death apartment did not seem so eager to devour human life. It merely needed to fulfill the guidance of fate to harvest its longevity and grow. Gradually, streams of blood flowed into the engraved characters on the gravestone. In the next moment, Chu Qing felt an unusual connection with the blood character Ghost. Every drop of blood within him seemed to merge with the essence of the blood character Ghost, as if the blood he had expelled earlier had now rejoined him through this very process. Yet this was not the most significant aspect. The crucial moment arrived when the blood character Ghost became a grave ghost, apart from a partial enhancement of its abilities. A previously unseen mist began to lift from its being. Promotion requirement: complete over 10 death directives. Additionally, acquire a 9th grade entity known as the Door for Absorption as part of the promotion puzzle. Current completion: 1 time. Upon observing the promotion requirements of the blood character Ghost, even Chu Qing could not suppress a smile. A door entity, you say? Thus, the promotion requirements for the blood character Ghost were established. He pondered what the promotion requirements for his other ally, the blood-eyed Dragon Lord, might entail. Not dwelling on it further, Chu Qing knew that a path would eventually reveal itself. He surveyed the desolate yet vibrant Beishan cemetery. sensing that it would soon become quite lively. Upon contemplating this, he paid no heed to the dazed and Ruashu, who was still feeling the ominous powers of the buyer of life. With a gentle leap, he reclined upon the secured lid of the coffin, marking this night in the memories of countless souls. It was a night that would leave an indelible mark in the annals of time, a night painted in vivid hues across the continuum of existence. The long night lingered, as Chu Qing gazed at the heavens with blood-red eyes, observing the murky night sky where even the moon seemed shrouded in malevolent mists. He couldn't help but murmur softly, "The autumn winds are once again melancholy. The world has truly changed. Ah, what a splendid day it is." Chapter 42, The Golden Shrine, the Tomb of the God of Wealth. Who can enlighten me about the origin of that foolish mobile virus that has been cursing my demise? Goodness, you too possess it. I thought it was my golden finger. But what does this inscription mean? Why has no one spoken out yet? Haha, what a golden finger indeed. Humanity is on the brink of annihilation, and I no longer care. Before I perish, I must indulge myself. What on earth has happened to this world? At dawn the following day, or rather from the depths of the night, the entire blue planet, countless realms and nations, countless ordinary individuals, were all abuzz with discussions about the sudden emergence of the Book of Life and Death. This entity, akin to a virus, instilled a sense of unease throughout the world. Yet, no official statements were forthcoming from any nation. Was the explanation for this phenomenon a jest of technological breakthrough, or an eerie arrival? No one knew. Even the authorities could not provide clarity. Ultimately, at 7:30, a time when the sky should have been brightly lit, the news reported on this matter, just as the sun began to rise. However, the nation's beloved morning news anchor failed to elucidate the situation. Her warning regarding the Book of Life and Death was succinct. Under no circumstances should one exchange their lifespan. Do not succumb to the allure of this entity. Clearly, during the 7 hours from midnight to 7 in the morning, many had tested this ominous conclusion with their very lives. The entire world was enveloped in such discourse. Yet, this was merely the beginning. For the world to fully accept this bizarre reality and the corresponding measures would take over half a month. One could not blame the sluggishness of the authorities. Even the Dragon Kingdom, with its vast population, had become one of the fastest-acting governments on the Blue Planet. Thus, after a night of fervent activity, Chu Qing merely glanced at the morning news and various public platforms, such as forums, group chats, and Weibo, before turning his attention elsewhere. In his previous life, he might have been one among these individuals. As the new world's order and rules emerged, those who reacted swiftly and took action would possess a greater likelihood of ascending to prominence in this new realm. Of course, the risks of death would also escalate. And Ruashu had already departed. This was not a sanctuary, and she had her own matters to attend to. She understood perfectly well that the immediate priority was to find a suitable anomaly to serve as her grinding spirit. As for the peculiarities within the North Mountain Cemetery, Chu Qing had already shown remarkable benevolence towards Ruashu. If she were to become an underworld official, particularly the first one with special rewards, yet remained incapable of controlling the anomaly, then there was no need for Chu Qing to concern himself with her. If every task required his intervention, what purpose would Ruashu serve? As for whether he could locate other anomalies, the advent of the bizarre heralded the onset of a terrifying era, where the frequency and number of anomalies would only increase, particularly in such a unique location as Luoqing. Thus, finding a manageable grinding spirit was not a daunting task. Chu Qing's thoughts were no longer heavily invested in Ruashu, but rather entirely focused on another matter, the Underworld Guardian's aspect. This ability, bestowed by the first Gravekeeper, enabled him to discern the advanced construction requirements for tombs containing anomalies. For Chu Qing, it was a lucrative venture. Hence, throughout that night, he devoted himself to studying this ability. Currently, the only anomaly he could feasibly satisfy the conditions for was the one before him. The dark bronze statue of the underworld god bore a sinister smile, yet if one were to sense it, they would notice a hint of silent lamentation. The black coin had finally returned to its rightful owner, leaving the underworld god without even the power to safeguard it. Fortunately, Chu Qing was also the first to prepare to take action regarding this very item. Indeed, based on the observations made through the Underworld Guardian's aspect. The anomaly that posed the least challenging requirements for Chu Qing was the Underworld God. Underworld God, a 9th-tier special entity anomaly, suitable for advanced tombs. Golden Shrine. Golden Shrine, a shrine entirely cast in gold, symbolizing boundless wealth. Construction requirements: 1 ton of gold. Underworld lifespan: 100 days. Area: 1 square meter. Tomb effect: once the Underworld God resides within, after each day of guardianship, the Underworld God gains an additional day of Underworld lifespan, and the Gravekeeper receives an additional day of ghostly cash Underworld lifespan. The Underworld God's abilities are enhanced while within the shrine. Indeed, these requirements represented the lowest and simplest for advanced tomb construction among the anomalies present. Moreover, they could be achieved with monetary means. The rewards were exceptionally enticing, akin to guaranteed profit for the caretaker, directly converted into ghostly cash. Given the dismal exchange rate of ghostly cash, 1 day's worth equated to the value of 12 days of Underworld lifespan. It was evident how compelling this prospect was for Chu Qing. However, while 100 days of Underworld lifespan seemed manageable, where could he procure the gold? Chu Qing rested his chin in contemplation and searched for the current gold price. At less than 700 yuan per gram, a ton would cost 700 million. TSK. Chu Qing clicked his tongue, as he had never encountered such an immense sum of money in his lifetime. Regarding in Ruoxue, even with ample wealth, it is unlikely that she possesses such a vast cash flow. Moreover, considering the realities of the world, it would be prudent for Ruoxue to retain her legitimate company, Lin, for the time being. Thus, where could he possibly acquire such a fortune? Naturally, Chu Qing looked down upon any underhanded methods. So, how could this money, or rather, this abundance of gold, come into existence? Just as this thought began to form, Chu Qing suddenly sensed a peculiar disturbance. In the next moment, his palm became exceedingly hot, and a crimson hue seeped forth, directly manifesting on the nearby glass door. It was none other than the current manifestation of his tomb's curse, the blood character curse. Before Chu Qing could fully comprehend the situation, the blood characters began to pulsate, reminiscent of the event from the previous night. Location: Luoyang Villa District, Jinxiu Manor No. 2. Time limit: arrive before 10 o'clock tonight. Mission objective: locate the anomaly within the manor and either capture or eliminate it. Mission reward: a substantial amount of gold. Mission failure penalty: no further activation of the death guidance for 10 days. Gazing at the blood characters on the glass, Chu Qing paused momentarily, finally grasping, albeit belatedly, the terrifying nature of the blood character ghost's powers, which intertwined with fate. He had no time to ponder further and promptly opened the local forum and various websites for Luocheng, searching for Jinxiu Manor No. 2. However, upon his initial glance, he noticed the most prominent message at the top: a bounty notice. The owner of Jinxiu Manor No. 2, Zhou Ingzhu, is offering a reward of 10 million for individuals from all walks of life to exorcise the evil spirit. Zhou Ingzhu. Chu Qing furrowed his brow slightly, as this name seemed familiar. Chapter 43, Jinxiu Manor, the Master's Professional Assessment. Jinxiu Manor. This is the most luxurious and opulent residence in all of Luocheng. Although it is not the capital of Central Plains Province, Luocheng, as a city of many ancient dynasties, is actually more livable. Within the living room of Villa Manor No. 2, a woman appearing to be in her 30s held her phone, her face filled with exhaustion and helplessness. Su Yun, rest assured, this time we have a renowned expert from Central Plains Province coming. He will surely be able to find and eliminate that ghostly entity. Ugh, you are truly shameless. Am I not here with you? What do you mean lacking a man? I've been perfectly fine staying at your place these past few days. I know, and I apologize for being such a bother during my stay. Ha! All right then, the doorbell rang. You must be here. I won't chat with you any longer. We'll meet at the beauty salon tomorrow morning. The woman ended the call and sighed. However, before the call interface displaying Su Yun could fade away, the entire phone screen suddenly turned pitch black and blood-red text appeared. Foolish woman, do you intend to enlist a bunch of useless individuals to confront that terrifying entity? However, It may be beneficial to seek out those who are easily manipulated, as they might prolong your impending demise. After all, you know there is no escaping your fate, is there? Therefore, I suggest that your best course of action is to promptly arrange for a coffin, preparing for death to avoid the indignity of an unattended burial. Of course, you might also choose to sacrifice 20 years of your lifespan in exchange for a chance at a longer existence. I could potentially reveal to you the means to ascend in rank, and by that time, you may possess the strength necessary to contend with your adversities. Zhou Yingzhu's countenance darkened significantly, her pale fingers gripping her phone tightly, veins visibly taut against her skin. She struggled to comprehend why, despite the emergence of such ominous phenomena, her confidant stubbornly dismissed their existence, attributing everything to nonsensical viruses. Yet, she was acutely aware that her own home was far from clean. Others might remain oblivious. But she knew, in her dreams, she had felt the unmistakable malice lurking within. It was precisely this awareness that led her to understand, as the book of life and death foretold, that escape was futile. Was it truly necessary to relinquish 20 years of her vitality as inscribed in that tome? 20 years. Her own lifespan barely exceeded 30 years. To sacrifice such a substantial portion would instantaneously age her into an old woman. With this grim realization, Zhou Yingzhu ceased to hesitate. As the doorbell chimed once more, she pressed the button to open the door and stepped outside. The journey of nearly a mile was graced by the slow approach of a Range Rover. With a beaming smile, Zhou Yingzhu greeted the figure descending from the vehicle, a white-browed monk clad in a robe. "Master Zhishan, you have finally arrived." The monk, named Zhishan, shook his brow, seemingly adjusting to the recent die. However, today's task was undeniably critical. "Amiba, earlier, one of my disciples informed me of your situation, but I was skeptical. Upon seeing you today, it is clear that your brow is darkened, which may foretell grave danger." Zhou Yingzhu's expression turned pained. "Master, let us discuss this inside." Master Zhishan signaled to his assistant and disciple, and they followed her inside. It must be said, Master Zhishan's expertise was unquestionable. Once inside, a few well-chosen words had Zhou Yingzhu, once a prominent figure in Central Plains, nodding vigorously in belief. Without resolving the matter at hand, she casually transferred a deposit of 1 million. Master Zhishan produced the latest model of the iPhone, and as he beheld the substantial sum that had just arrived, his smile widened immensely. However, that 1 million transfer soon plunged into darkness, as the malevolent phone virus that had surfaced that very morning reared its head once more. "You have employed remarkably skillful rhetoric and professional deceit to amass considerable wealth. You take pride in your silver tongue. Yet, you have overlooked one crucial detail. If there truly are ghosts here, what will you do? Are you prepared for your very first professional assessment?" Observing the bloodied words on the screen, Master Zhishan furrowed his brow slightly. Though he was no longer young and was not particularly familiar with these modern novelties, he had heard from his disciples that much of the morning had been spent studying this peculiar item. He could not fathom what it was. As for the existence of ghosts, Master Zhishan was clearly indifferent. After 2 decades in his profession, he was well aware of their reality. However, he did not wish to dwell on it further and placed his phone on the tea table before him, eager to engage with the enchanting Miss Zhou. Legend had it that her origins were quite extraordinary, linked to a significant case in Central Plains Province. Such beauty was a rare gem. Yet just as he was about to speak, a panicked voice crackled through the intercom at the door. "Miss Zhou, a taxi has crashed into your estate." "Crashed in?" Zhou Yingzhu was taken aback. How could a taxi breach the grand entrance of her exquisite estate? Had it simply barreled through the gates? This was utterly absurd. Unbeknownst to her, her assumptions were rather close to the truth. Yet, she had no time to ponder, as the roar of the engine grew increasingly near, coming to a halt right before the villa. Through the floor-to-ceiling windows of the living room, she could clearly see a taxi adorned in the distinctive blue and white of Los Angeles. A young man clad in a black trench coat emerged from the vehicle, and curiously, he clutched an oddly shaped object that appeared to be a statue of the god of wealth. Without a hint of hesitation, he strolled into the villa as if he belonged there. Zhou Yingzhu's brow furrowed slightly, then relaxed a bit. For it must be said that the young man was exceedingly handsome. Nevertheless, she maintained her composure and asked coldly, "Who are you, and how did you get in?" The visitor could only be Chu Qing. He calmly regarded Zhou Yingzhu, already aware of the situation, and replied, "I am Chu Qing. I heard from Sister Yun that you require assistance in dispelling malevolent spirits. I have some expertise in this area, so I took the liberty of coming here." Dispelling spirits? Zhou Yingzhu's wariness lessened significantly upon hearing Sister Yun's name. However, Master Shan, who sat not far away on the sofa, could no longer remain composed. "Young benefactor, you need not concern yourself. I am here, and this matter is not something a novice like you can resolve." Upon hearing this, Chu Qing remained unfazed, merely casting a cheerful glance at the old monk. The old monk returned his gaze without a hint of concern, but at that moment, his phone on the tea table began to flicker again, inadvertently drawing his attention. "You are fortunate. Your first professional assessment in life seems to have encountered a turning point. Of course, this requires you to retract your earlier words. Alternatively, you could kneel down and beseech forgiveness from the person you just offended." Staring at his phone, the old monk was momentarily taken aback, his eyes darting with contemplation. Beside him, Zhou Yingzhu spoke up, "Master, this is my dear friend introduced to me. Please, grant me this favor." Master Zhishan feigned displeasure, casting a glance at Chu Qing before responding, "If that is the case, very well. Benefactor, step outside for a moment. I wish to discuss Zhou's situation with you." Chu Qing found himself somewhat perplexed by the monk's intentions and followed him outside. The monk bypassed the disciples and assistants who seemed to be preparing for a ritual and made his way to the expansive grounds outside the villa. After glancing at the still absent Zhou Yingzhu, he leaned in closer to Chu Qing and whispered, "Brother, let's strike a deal today. 50-50. What does that sound?" The monk's demeanor had transformed, shedding the earlier solemnity. With intrigue, Chu Qing looked at him and asked, "What do you mean?" The monk promptly produced his phone, displaying the ominous red characters of the death ledger. "This thing. The moment you arrived, it started signaling this. Previously, I had to rely on persuasion. Now, with this high-tech marvel, words are unnecessary. It simply works. Teach me how to wield this trick, and I will offer you 70 while I take 30. What do you say?" Seeing the monk's apparent resolve, Chu Qing could not help but smile. He found great delight in such amusing companions. He hoped the little one who had come along with him would also appreciate it. With this thought, Chu Qing refrained from responding, instead tilting his head slightly. At that moment, he noticed a pitch-black crow perched on the eaves of the estate, meeting his gaze and emitting a series of harsh caws. Caw, caw, its voice hoarse, reminiscent of a funeral bell tolling. Chapter 44. The Black Widow? To stay or not to stay? The prompt from the death ledger left Chu Qing at a loss. It was beyond his control. The death ledger possessed the ability to perceive the peculiar quantity and aura surrounding him. Thus, it could provide a rough assessment of his strength. Unless one surpassed the ledger's owner by 2 ranks or more, reaching at least the mid-third tier, which corresponded to the 6th rank, the ledger's probing could be somewhat obstructed. Otherwise, only certain anomalies could shield their presence. Nevertheless, even in such cases, the death ledger could still discern the underlying reasons, providing warnings to its original owner. This was unavoidable. It was precisely due to the death ledger that many, like Master Zhishan, who wavered in belief, were swiftly eliminated in the early stages. When the era of horror dawned, many ordinary individuals managed to evade numerous life-threatening crises by relying on the ledger's guidance. In other words, the death ledger significantly elevated the survival rate of countless ordinary humans during the initial phase. As for whether it would expose itself, Chu Qing was indifferent. He had no need to feign humility or to display his prowess before others. Aside from the ultimate aspiration of immortality, what he sought at present was merely the throne. "Little benefactor, what does your smile signify? Will you answer?" "Do speak up," Chu Qing observed calmly, meeting the gaze of the other party, while Master Zhishan felt an inexplicable chill enveloping him. "Master, over the years, you must have earned quite a fortune, haven't you?" "Oh, not much, not much. I merely take people's wealth to alleviate their calamities. There are costs involved," he replied. "In terms of words, it's just a few thousand. Have you seen my car?" A Land Rover Range Rover, worth over 2 million. Little benefactor, if you teach me this trick, and if you are willing to study with me for 2 years, I can guarantee that in less than 2 years, you too can acquire one like this, Master Zhishan proclaimed with pride. Chu Qing chuckled again. Is that so? That truly amounts to quite a fortune, Master. You are indeed blessed with prosperity. Seeing Chu Qing's demeanor, Master Zhishan smiled, realizing the young lad was rather astute. Thus, he began to share his experiences with Chu Qing, hoping to forge a connection and gain access to the latter's advanced technology. One must admit, the old monk was quite remarkable in this regard, akin to those instructors who preach that gambling is a form of wisdom. After settling their agreement, the large monk started to perform various rituals in the living room alongside his disciple. Surprisingly, despite the ruckus, it bore a semblance of authenticity. Meanwhile, Zhou Yingzhu seemed particularly intrigued by the ever-smiling Chu Qing. Little Chu, what is your relationship with Su Yun? Yun Jia is my landlord. Oh, it's really that simple? If so, why would she mention me to you? Zhou Yingzhu clearly found it hard to believe. Chu Qing smiled. In fact, I have no connection with Yun Jia. I came after seeing your recruitment post on the local website. As for how I knew of your relationship with Yun Jia, it was because I saw the two of you together at the Happy Garden before. Zhou Yingzhu paused, taken aback by how readily this young man divulged information. She raised her brows. Little Chu, I'll one tea press you further. Just be cautious not to offend Master Zhishan. After lunch, considering Su Yun's face, you may take your leave. Though she appeared amiable, it was evident that she was fundamentally different from the genuinely gentle and serene Su Yun. In her eyes lurked an unmistakable warning and an air of superiority. Chu Qing understood that this woman was not to be trifled with. Nonetheless, he did not mind. Sister Zhou, do you have a considerable amount of gold here? Upon hearing this, Zhou Yingzhu's expression remained unchanged, yet Chu Qing could distinctly see her pupils constrict slightly. In the next moment, a glint of murderous intent flickered beneath her dark irises. Indeed, it was a hint of malice. This woman had taken lives, and certainly, it was not just one. So, she was a Black Widow? How intriguing. Yet, it made sense, even without knowing Zhou Yingzhu's background. A mere ordinary woman could not maintain such a family business. Without elaborating on other matters, the mere value of this splendid manor is already in the tens of millions. Yet what of it? Chu Qingxi remained utterly indifferent, even shifting his gaze from the great monk's ritual to scrutinize the entirety of the villa. A chilling, grayish-white aura swirled in his eyes. Strangely, since his entrance into this manor, he had yet to perceive any emanation of malevolent energy. What, indeed, was that peculiar entity? Chu Qing glanced at the statue of the Een God of Wealth, which he had set aside upon entering. The Een God of Wealth possessed the highest degree of eerie longevity among all his strange phenomena. Although its lethal influence did not manifest as immediately as that of the head lantern or the blood-eyed specter, it was far from inconsequential. In the time that had passed, the monks and disciples preparing for the ceremony, including Master Zhishan, had cast more than a mere glance at the Een God of Wealth. Clearly, they had been ensnared by avarice. Most importantly, the lethal influence of the Een God of Wealth was disproportionately effective on those with an insatiable greed for wealth. Evidently, Master Zhishan and his entourage did not disappoint in this regard, not to mention the ominous markings of the Crow Spectre. However, the arrival of the Een God of Wealth was not solely for this purpose. This entity had an acute sensitivity to wealth, and as gold represented material riches in the secular world, Chu Qing wished to see if the Een God could detect it. According to the deathly guidance of the previous blood task, it was clear that the rewards of this task would not simply materialize in one's hands without reason. As Chu Qing surveyed his surroundings, the previously silent Zhou Yingzhu finally spoke. How do you know that? Her voice was low and husky. Chu Qing's brow furrowed slightly, a barely perceptible crimson glint flashing in his eyes before he let out a quiet sigh of relief. In that moment, he genuinely thought Zhou Yingzhu might be the one masquerading within this manor. Nevertheless, his patience was evidently waning. He had no interest in uncovering the peculiarities of this place. If possible, he desired only to take the gold and leave the others to their fates, which bore no consequence to him. Yet, It seemed that someone else had similarly lost their patience and interest. The next moment, Zhou Yingzhu turned to face Master Zhishan and his bustling disciples, who were arranging the ritual candle holders, and unexpectedly said, "Master Zhishan, I just recalled that when I was unwell, I encountered some objects that had been left in the study upstairs. I was too afraid to retrieve them myself. Would you accompany me to fetch them for a blessing?" Zhou Yingzhu smiled sweetly, her tone laced with a hint of plea, causing Master Zhishan and his disciples to flush with eagerness to impress the ageless enchantress before them. Even Master Zhishan waved his hand. "Ah, I see. Please lead the way, and allow this humble monk to witness what sort of demon or specter it might be." Only Chu Qing narrowed his eyes slightly, gazing intently at Zhou Yingzhu before him, realizing the true nature of the situation. Zhou Yingzhu also cast a beaming smile towards Chu Qing, yet her eyes betrayed no warmth, instead reflecting a chilling indifference, as if gazing upon a corpse. "Little Chu, you should join us. It would be fortuitous to leave together after the viewing." The emphasis she placed on the last three words was unmistakably laden with meaning. Chu Qing smiled back, unconcerned by Zhou Yingzhu's gaze, fully aware of the implications behind her words. No wonder she had urged him to leave quickly earlier, considering her connection to Su Suyan. The Black Widow is indeed one of the most adept hunters at crafting traps to ensnare her prey. Yet one wonders, can this Black Widow ensnare a spider catcher who is already prepared? Chapter 45. The picture of Zhong Kuei riding a tiger. Aiding the tiger. On the staircase leading to the second floor, figures ascended one after another. Chu Qing trailed behind, clutching the statue of the Yin god, gradually making his way to the second floor. Everyone gathered before a tightly shut door. They all observed. Even Zhou Yingzhu, who had maintained her composure, took a deep breath, clearly displaying her anxiety. This scene rendered Master Zhishan's disciples and assistants somewhat tense as well. Despite following their master for many years and being taught that the world was devoid of superstitions and fanciful notions, the bizarre occurrence from that morning remained a concern. Creak! Without granting anyone time to ponder, the door slowly opened. Unbeknownst to Wen, Chu Qing's eyes had narrowed completely. He did not rush inside, nor did he even face the study door directly. As the saying goes, a lion exerts its full strength even when hunting a rabbit. With so many others to take the lead, why should he hurry if these individuals were to uncover the bizarre rules of murder with their lives? It could be deemed a fitting end. However, he awaited some anomaly that never manifested. Even Master Zhishan, upon entering the room and surveying the surroundings, inquired, "Zhou Benefactor, where is that malevolent entity you mentioned?" Yet, Zhou Yingzhu disregarded Master Zhishan and smiled at Chu Qing, still lingering outside the door. "Little Chu, one mustn't be so timid in your line of work." Chu Qing chuckled in response. Caution is the key to longevity. Nonetheless, he did not persist in his concealment. Instead, he followed Zhou Yingzhu into the study, which was even more expansive than the living rooms of others. In an instant, his gaze swept across the room and locked onto an object. An indescribable chill began to permeate the atmosphere. Indeed, this woman had long been aware of the strange presence. It was a painting, a vertical piece of art. The subject matter was not particularly extraordinary. The depiction of Zhong Kuei riding a tiger. Furthermore, it was evident that this was an old artifact, perhaps too overt in its presentation. The figure of Zhong Kuei atop the tiger in the painting appears exceedingly frail. However, the fierce tiger beneath this legendary judge seems so vividly alive that it appears ready to leap from the canvas and devour life itself. Chu Qing's heart comprehended the gravity of the situation. What malevolent entity is this, Master Zhou? Zhou Yingzhu indeed pointed to the upper section, revealing the very painting of Zhong Kuei riding the tiger. Master Zhishan glanced at the artwork and took a step closer, astonishingly. At the very moment his gaze locked onto the tiger, it appeared to leap directly from the canvas, causing him to gasp in shock and instinctively retreat a few steps. Blinking in disbelief, he felt beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Was it an illusion or something else entirely? He surveyed the other individuals present. Chu Qing had somehow seated herself behind a nearby tea table, while Zhou Yingzhu stood at the doorway. His assistants and disciples looked at him with curiosity. clearly unaware of the unsettling event that had just transpired. Was it truly just an illusion? Master Zhishan cleared his throat and addressed the two individuals behind him. Shimming, Shiwan, come over here and take this painting down from the wall. Yes. The two young monks promptly responded, stepping forward towards the painting of Chu Qing riding the tiger, ready to extend their hands. Yet, in that instant, their motions froze as if ensnared by an invisible force, leaving them rooted in place. Even Master Zhishan and the remaining assistants sensed something amiss. Shimming, Shiwan, what are you doing? Move swiftly. However, before his words could fully escape, a terrifying roar reverberated within the confines of the study. Roar. The sound, akin to a tiger descending from the mountains, was piercing and thunderous. Yet, the scene that unfolded was one of horrific bloodshed. Before the astonished and terrified gazes of Master Zhishan and his two assistants, Shimming and Shiwan seemed to snap out of their paralyzed state. One clutched his abdomen while the other touched his neck. The next moment, a horrifying spray of crimson erupted forth. One bore a massive penetrating wound in his belly, while the other, tragically, had his formerly bald head obliterated. The blood gushed forth, staining the painting of Chu Qing riding the tiger, while the rest of the surroundings remained untouched. Subsequently, the lifeless bodies appear to be dragged by some unseen force. A piercing scream shattered the air, not from Zhou Yingzhu, the sole woman present, but from Master Zhishan himself. Without a moment's hesitation, the white-browed master sprinted towards the doorway where Zhou Yingzhu stood. However, his frantic dash was abruptly halted as he raised his hands and began to retreat slowly. Zhou Yingzhu's expression was one of indifference, her hand clutching a pitch-black pistol coldly aimed at the trembling Master Zhishan. Zhou, what are you doing? What are you doing? There are ghosts in this room. There are ghosts in that painting. Zhou Yingzhu replied calmly. I am aware, which is precisely why I sought out the master to help me exorcise them. Master, you have already accepted the deposit. You wouldn't wish to slip away, would you? Yes, the deposit, the deposit. Master Zhishan hastily interjected. Zhou, I will return your deposit. You should find someone else for this task. By the way, isn't Chu Qing still around? I'll give him the money. You can go to him. The response was a crisp, resounding gunshot. Bang! Even Chu Qing was taken aback by Zhou Yingzhu's sudden act. A scream, akin to that of a slaughtered pig, echoed as the crimson mark on Master Zhishan's shoulder attested to the bullet's destination. In Luocheng, and indeed throughout Central Plains Province, has anyone ever told you, Master Zhishan, that my money is something to be taken or discarded at will? She then turned her gaze to the two men, equally stricken with terror. Her exceptional marksmanship in the confined study left no room for retaliation. And you too now, go take down that painting. Yet, having just witnessed the fate of Shimming and Shiwan, none dared to move. Master Zhishan, quick to react, noticed Chu Qing, who appeared calm and even poured himself a cup of water from a nearby kettle. If there truly were ghosts in this world, was that damned phone's alert accurate? Did this seemingly sinister young man genuinely possess some ability? Thus, he crawled over, young benefactor, if you save my life, I will give you my Range Rover. Chu Qing glanced at the white-browed monk clutching his pant leg, nearly bursting into laughter. The efficacy of the Yin God was indeed remarkable in this life-or-death moment. He still thought to offer only a mere car. He chuckled and nodded. Fear not, master. He set down the cup, took a sip, and then said, Sister Zhou, shall we discuss a matter? Zhou Yingzhu furrowed her brow, the dark muzzle of her gun now aimed at Chu Qing. Xiao Chu, I had initially said that, for Su Yun's sake, I would allow you to leave first. Why must you seek your own demise? As for them, do you know how many people this old bald donkey has deceived during this time? How many female devotees he has exploited, leaving countless families shattered? Chu Qing placed his cup down. Your words carry some sincerity. Thus, rest assured, in consideration of Sister Yun, as long as you provide me with what I desire, I shall also grant you a path to survival. As Chu Qing continued, facing Zhou Yingzhu's astonished gaze, he stated, what I wish to discuss pertains to another matter. After these individuals have been dispatched by the painted specter, let their remains be left behind, for I have a little creature here that has been left hungry. At this juncture, Chu Qing cast his eyes towards the window of the study. Unbeknownst to him, a dark crow had appeared there, fervently pecking at the window with its blood-red beak, its gaze fixed intently on the splattered blood and the two corpses within the room. The madness reflected in its eyes sent shivers down the spines of all present. Approaching the window, Chu Qing opened it to allow the crow to enter. Before turning back to continue, of course, if you, the willing accomplice, are unable to take charge of this situation, I shall take matters into my own hands and personally have a word with this little feline. Chapter 46. Is evil human or spectral? Who is truly ferocious? The tiger or I? The tiger. In ancient times, it was revered by many as the mountain lord, fierce and formidable. Legends tell of a tiger that, upon gaining sentience, could transform the souls of those it claimed into spectral entities, luring others to become its prey. Thus, the term willing accomplice originated. Indeed, Zhou Yingzhu stands before us as that very specter of the tiger in the painting. However, unlike the legendary specter, Zhou Yingzhu remains very much alive at this moment. This is likely due to the fact that this is merely a spectral tiger from a painting, not a true mountain lord. Silence enveloped the room. Zhou Yingzhu, armed with a black handgun, found herself at a loss. She was uncertain of Chu Qing's identity and the source of his confidence. Aside from the incessant wails of Master Zhishan, no other sounds filled the air. As for Master Zhishan's two assistants, they appeared utterly dazed. At that moment, a scarlet glow finally emerged from the depths of Chu Qing's eyes, locking onto Zhou Yingzhu. In an instant, her mind clouded as Chu Qing leapt beside her, seizing the black handgun from her grasp. This transpired in a flash, yet it also brought a sigh of relief to Chu Qing's heart. In truth, without the head lantern to activate the ability of darkness beneath the light, this weapon could indeed pose a threat to him. Now, with the handgun disarmed, the only remaining danger in the room was another entity. However, this scene undoubtedly gave rise to certain misconceptions among those present. Witnessing Chu Qing's action, Master Zhishan was filled with elation, and the two assistants snapped back to reality, gazing at him with immense joy. Young brother, for today's events, I shall ensure your future reward, he proclaimed, intending to lead his two assistants towards the exit. Unfortunately, a sharp gunshot rang out amidst the smoke of gunfire. As a pair of calm, crimson eyes regarded the trio, when did I ever state that the three of you could leave? Young brother, Chu Qing said with a smile, observing the pale-faced Master Zhishan, who had lost too much blood. He continued with a cheerful demeanor, now, the three of you shall together retrieve that painting. Despair enveloped the hearts of the three present. At this moment, hope had entirely abandoned them. The gun barrel, steadily aimed, and the cold, indifferent visage made it evident to all that their fates had not altered in the slightest. The hand wielding the knife behind the chopping block had merely changed. The weak do not even possess the power to decide how they shall meet their end. Thus, even when Master Zhishan feigned unconsciousness on the ground, the outcome was no different. He was shot in the thigh by Chu Qing with a resounding bang. As the gun was aimed at the two assistants, they could no longer contain themselves, desperately racing towards the painting, intent on removing it from the wall. Yet, the final result remained unchanged. The gruesome manner of death persisted, accompanied by the horrifying, gaping wounds. Afterward, Chu Qing, witnessing the writhing agony of Master Zhishan on the floor, could no longer restrain himself. He seized the master and tossed him in front of the painting. The old monk's gaze brimmed with resentment and confusion. He could not comprehend why such malevolence existed in this world, nor could he fathom why these two individuals were more wicked than the very evil he had so often encountered. In that moment, he seemed to forget the countless shattered families he had manipulated and the many deceived women he had ensnared under the guise of enlightenment. To them, how much more sinister was this Master Zhishan than the enigma he had represented? Ultimately, all five individuals in the room met with the same fate. They were mercilessly attacked by a ferocious beast, succumbing to its sharp fangs and claws. At that moment, the unseen presence behind them appeared exceedingly satisfied with the bounty of these prey. In the study, where only Chu Qing and Zhou Yingzhu remained, a resounding roar echoed. Roar. This sound resembled a tiger descending from the mountain. Within the vividly painted Zhong Kuei riding a tiger, the tiger's form became increasingly lifelike, while Zhong Kuei's figure appeared to grow more insubstantial. It seemed as though the spectral judge could scarcely contain the impending emergence of the ferocious tiger. Chu Qing remained unfazed. He merely patted the restless black crow that was on the verge of leaping forward and calmly gazed at the painting of the tiger descending the mountain. Even though he had discerned some of the murderous rules of the painting from the deaths of the previous 5, the blood-eyed figure continued to regard the artwork without trepidation. Tiger riding Enigma, grade, 9th rank, category, painting Enigma, longevity, 3 years, 7 months, 3 days, black tiger, heart extraction, rule within 1 meter of the painting's entity. The entrant will encounter the true form of the tiger demon and engage in an illusory battle. Should they fail against the tiger, death ensues. If one can overpower the tiger, an opportunity to escape is granted. As a tiger's accomplice, ability allows one human within the black tiger heart extraction range to act as the tiger's accomplice. The painting's enigma, status 1, cannot escape the essence of the artwork, yet one's life force diminishes daily by half. The painting is impervious to any physical destruction. Promotion requirements, unknown. Note, a thing of fortune and misfortune. Regrettably, it remains a mere beast. Indeed, the rules governing the murderous nature of the tiger within the painting are exceedingly straightforward and, by all means, formidable, in comparison to the god of wealth in the underworld. This entity is far more intuitive, not to mention its ability to command spirits. If there are no unforeseen circumstances and the difficulty of promotion is not excessively harsh, this creature stands a significant chance of ascending to the ranks of the 3rd tier of enigmas. Splendid. Though I have indulged somewhat. Chu Qing nodded in satisfaction. Such a promising anomaly is certainly not to be dismissed. Conveniently, his room lacked some artistic pieces, and he could find a suitable place to display it beautifully. However, at that moment, as Chu Qing leisurely approached, Zhou Yingzhu finally came to her senses and turned to him. Xiao Chu, that thing is exceedingly dangerous. It has feasted and you should refrain from approaching. Chu Qing paid little heed, realizing that this woman had yet to grasp the reality of the situation. Understandably, as a spirit controlled by this tiger demon, Zhou Yingzhu was undoubtedly well acquainted with its terror and ferocity, yet she had little understanding of her own circumstances. Hence, Chu Qing smiled gently, continuing his stride. How do you know whether it is fierce or I am? As he spoke, he paused, raising his gaze. A man and a tiger stood in opposition. The human's blood-red eyes mirrored the tiger's ferocity. The beast, with its sharp claws, threatened with lethal intent. Chapter 47. Has it begun? It has already concluded. Roar. The thunderous roar of the tiger reverberated, causing Chu Qing's ears to tingle. Suddenly, the tiger depicted in the painting seemed to leap forth. What a fearsome striped beast. As described in the classics, a blood-soaked, raw body, legs adorned with crimson rings. Fiery tufts crowned its head, and rigid brows stood erect, its mouth full of gleaming steel teeth and a pair of radiant golden eyes. With a mighty roar, it bellowed with commanding authority. Such a fierce tiger, appearing abruptly before him, explained why the 5 who had faced it moments ago could not withstand even 10 seconds. Even though Chu Qing understood that this was a manifestation of the tiger demon's spectral energy, he instinctively took half a step back. This reaction stemmed from humanity's ingrained reverence for the apex predators etched into our very genes. Yet soon, those crimson eyes met the golden gaze head-on. The air seemed to freeze in that moment. He could sense that this painting of Zhong Kuei riding the tiger was likely stronger than the previous anomalies he had encountered. How many lives had Zhou Yingzhu sacrificed to nourish this painting, allowing it to grow to such an extent in such a brief span? Feeling the weight of the rules colliding, it seemed this entity was on the verge of breaking through to the 8th tier. A breath passed, and the fierce tiger lunged once more, and although Chu Qing was astonished, he remained completely unperturbed. He retreated swiftly, not attempting to evade, but instead fixating his crimson eyes unwaveringly upon his adversary. In a bold move, he extended his hand, resting it above the gaping maw. And as the creature's momentum waned, he abruptly drew his head closer. The enormous eye, seemingly shimmering with golden light, and the sinister black-red gaze, were no more than 3 centimeters apart. In that fleeting moment, the ferocity emanating from Chu Qing was indeed more intimidating than that of the vividly patterned, malevolent tiger. How could the blood-eyed Dragon Lord have become one of the foremost apex predators in the Dragon Kingdom and even the world in his past life? If, when on equal grounds, he could allow the opposing force to dominate the rules governing the blood gaze, then the blood-eyed Dragon Lord of that bygone era might as well have leapt into the Yellow River to end his own life. Thus, without hesitation, Chu Qing charged forward, and in an instant, a thread of eerie energy connected and took control. With a mere thought, countless strands of dark energy encircled him. The illusory, malevolent tiger before him transformed into a mere shadow, returning to the original canvas. It remained poised, maintaining its previous stance. The painting of Zhong Kuei riding the tiger hung silently on the wall. Nearby, Zhou Yingzhu stood frozen, her mouth agape, lost in astonishment, until she posed a question that took Chu Qing by surprise. Has it begun? There was a hint of fear in her voice, a dread that her utterance might cause that figure to meet the same abrupt fate as the previous 5. She feared that, regardless of the outcome, her own destiny would ultimately remain unchanged. Then, she witnessed Chu Qing slowly extend his hand, gently removing the painting that had morphed into her nightmare from the wall, and rolling it up. Following this, a soft voice emerged. Begin? It has already concluded. Zhou Yingzhu blinked. At the moment Chu Qing rolled up the painting, she suddenly felt the chilling energy that had lingered around her dissipate. The shadow of impending death that loomed ever closer seemed, in that instant, to be gradually dispelled by a surge of blood-red energy. She gazed in astonishment at the turning figure of Chu Qing, unperturbed by her shock. He secured the painting of Zhong Kuei riding the tiger and remarked, "You can now provide an answer to the question I posed earlier." "What question?" Zhou Yingzhu snapped back to reality. "Gold." Chu Qing's brow furrowed slightly as he extended his hand, tossing the black crow among the lifeless bodies on the ground. He discerned that the painting of Zhong Kuei riding the tiger could indeed draw the corpses into itself to devour them. Yet since he had already intercepted the opportunity, he would not hesitate to allow the black crow to feast a little more. After all, this creature thrived on such sustenance. "Oh, I have it here. I have gold, a great deal of it." Zhou Yingzhu was indeed truthful. She possessed an abundance of gold. It seemed that the very essence of the death apartment had devolved into the eerie blood script of his grave specter, guiding their fates without deception. In the second villa of Zhou Yingzhu's splendid estate, within the depths of the basement, lay gold bars filling 2 small storage boxes, their estimated worth conservatively exceeding 1 billion. The existence of such a colossal sum in Zhou Yingzhu's basement intrigued Chu Qing, yet he remained indifferent to the sordid details behind it. His focus was solely on the nearly 2 tons of gold itself. As for the aftermath, given Zhou Yingzhu's audacity in summoning Master Zhishan and her experience in such matters, she evidently possessed strategies for resolution. Moreover, even the remnants of bone had swiftly found their way into the belly of the Black Raven during this brief interlude, making the need for further cleanup seem trivial. While 2 tons of gold appeared substantial, in reality, a moderately sized suitcase could easily accommodate it. Gold's immense density renders it compact, yet its weight is undeniably substantial. Thus, it was time for the satiated Black Raven to exert its strength. This bird, only slightly larger than an ordinary crow, astonishingly lifted over a ton of gold and cast it onto Chu Qing's taxi. Such formidable power left Zhou Yingzhu in a state of shock. Content: Chu Qing climbed into the vehicle alongside the god of wealth. "Mr. Chu, might I trouble you for a contact number?" Zhou Yingzhu, who had been bewildered throughout the encounter, finally found her voice, shedding her earlier demeanor. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Qing obliged. This woman had her connections, and firearms, in Longhua, were not easily acquired. Such a contact might prove useful in the future. Once the contact was exchanged, Chu Qing slowly started the engine. The now revitalized Zhou Yingzhu promptly offered, "I'll go call someone to assist you with the door." "No need," Chu Qing interjected, and then, to Zhou Yingzhu's astonishment, he accelerated the taxi, numbered 40004, directly toward the entrance. Contrary to expectations, there was no violent crash. Instead, the blue and white taxi sped through the gates, leaving only its fading silhouette in its wake. The taxi hurtled forward, reaching speeds of 400 kilometers per hour within mere seconds. With the gold secured, Chu Qing eagerly anticipated witnessing the high-grade mausoleum and golden shrine of the god of wealth, sculpted by the powers of the underworld. Meanwhile, Zhou Yingzhu stood rooted, her gaze lost in thought. Once the figure vanished from sight, she glanced at the contact she had added. The profile picture was strikingly simple, pure black. This image, however, left an indelible mark in her memory. The Guardian of the Tomb. Chapter 48. The Shrine Revealed. The God of Wealth returns. Golden light shimmered. Despite gold's opulent hue and style often being dismissed by contemporary aesthetics, one could not deny that nearly 2 tons of gold displayed before one's eyes was undeniably striking. In the security room of his own home, Chu Qing chose to disregard the pile of gold scattered on the floor, instead directing his gaze towards the ominous dark red glass of the large door, even in the daylight. After stepping through the entrance, the blood character on his body responded. Task accomplished. Locate the eerie tiger painting within the Jinxiu Manor and successfully secure it within the tomb. From the guidance of death, the blood character spirit has gained 20 days of lifespan. Executor's task reward, a substantial amount of gold. Upon reading the blood character's notification, a slight smile graced Chu Qing's lips. The blood character spirit proved to be the optimal choice for a tomb spirit. At that moment, his own lifespan had indeed increased by 20 days. With his transformation into a tomb spirit, the peculiar nature of his existence had once again multiplied. Although the consumption of lifespan had risen, it was a reasonable outcome, as the lifespan acquired by the blood character spirit merged seamlessly with his own. This was also the primary reason he could confidently assert that the 100 days of lifespan expended for the Golden Shrine was inconsequential. Furthermore, what held greater significance was that the lifespan quality gained from the tasks completed under the guidance of the blood character spirit was comparable to that obtained through official positions. Of course, this referred to the quality of the lifespan acquired by Chu Qing's origami figure in his previous life. As for the lifespan associated with the Guardian of the Tomb, Chu Qing had yet to experience it, leaving its quality uncertain. The terrifying era had dawned less than a day ago, and he had only recently become a half-day Guardian of the Tomb. He would have to wait until dawn tomorrow to acquire his first lifespan. The question remained, when would he gather enough lifespan to ascend to the 8th rank? The 8th rank positions for Guardians of the Tomb also presented several choices. However, regardless of the path he chose for his elevation, there were 2 rigid conditions he could not alter as a Guardian of the Tomb. First, he required a full 20 years of lifespan. Second, there needed to be at least 5 tombs within a mausoleum. These 2 conditions were fundamental. However, possessing them did not guarantee a smooth ascent to the 8th rank. In fact, if it were that simple, the population would not have dwindled to such an extent in the previous terrifying era. Rapid ascension could not fully assimilate the power of the position. If one hastily slaughtered to extract 20 years of lifespan and then sought to initiate the ascension ritual, the outcome would invariably be dire. Upon becoming an 8th rank position, one would be corroded by that position, transforming into a being devoid of humanity and sanity, akin to the likes of Huang Hong, ultimately degenerating into a true aberration. To ascend without concerns, it was essential to acquire lifespan not overly reliant on the bloodshed from killing. More importantly, one must diligently embody and comprehend the abilities and responsibilities of the position. Only through this careful engagement could one fully digest the power of the position and ascend without trepidation. However, such wisdom was not gleaned until several years after the onset of the terrifying era. There are always those so-called enterprising individuals who, after meeting certain conditions and discovering the methods for ascending to higher positions in the realm of the dead, hastily break through. Ultimately, they become entities that are neither fully human nor ghostly. Reflecting on this, Chu Qing snapped back to reality, finally directing his gaze towards the gold he had brought back. In the realm of the underworld, This particular skill propels the profession of the Gravekeeper into deeper realms, ensuring that the potential and future of the Gravekeeper extend far beyond the mere influence of the ninth rank. It not only signifies a swifter acquisition of the Gravekeeper's lifespan in the early stages, but, more importantly, enhances the potential for the peculiarities within the tomb to advance. Just this singular aspect renders the capability of this skill comparable to the formidable powers obtained through promotions in the upper 3 ranks of the underworld. With this thought, Chu Qing gently closed his eyes, stirring that strand of power. In that moment, he felt his entire consciousness merge with the North Mountain Cemetery. While he could not claim to have mastery over every blade of grass and every tree, this perception far exceeded that of mere sight. In the next instant, a chest of gold that had originally rested on the ground appeared to be lifted by an unseen cold breeze, swiftly rushing towards the god of wealth beside the counter. A crisp clang resonated as countless gold pieces collided with the god. Subsequently, these once impenetrable gold bars transformed into liquid gold, enveloped by the surrounding energy. It was as though an invisible brush, right before Chu Qing's eyes, slowly inscribed and sculpted a magnificent and resplendent shrine, entirely golden, approximately 7 to 1, 8 meters in height. It featured intricate carvings of various coin shapes amidst its hollow center. Beneath this shrine were 2 small compartments that could be opened, exquisitely adorned in a manner of remarkable finesse. However, unlike ordinary depictions of the god of wealth, which are typically accompanied by a child holding riches, this shrine bore 5 small spirits kneeling on the ground, each cradling gold ingots. Before Chu Qing could thoroughly examine it, the moment the shrine stabilized, the hovering god of wealth seemed to respond to an unseen summons, directly moving towards the center of the gold shrine. With a resounding thud, it firmly positioned itself at the shrine's heart. At that instant, Chu Qing sensed a transformation in the atmosphere surrounding the god of wealth. Positioned centrally, it exuded an aura of solemnity and grandeur. In that moment, Chu Qing distinctly perceived an abnormal energy merging with the arrival of the golden shrine. An indescribable sensation emanated from the god of wealth. While others may not grasp the significance of this feeling, Chu Qing understood that it represented the opening of an enigmatic pathway, allowing the god of wealth to explore and forge its own methods of advancement. Even he had not anticipated such rapid developments. He suddenly turned his gaze towards the most inconspicuous and silent figure among the bizarre entities he had been seeking, the dark god of wealth. Nestled between the sides of the shrine, beneath the resplendent gold and jade, stood a statue of the god of wealth, entirely black, adorned with a smile that seemed to gaze down upon the kneeling devotees and greedy supplicants. Within that smile lay an air of arrogance, a sense of the sublime, and an indescribable, indifferent divinity. Yet, amidst the surrounding ominous aura, behind that smile lurked cruelty, bloodshed, avarice, and the sinister malice concealed within the darkness. The dark god of wealth. The shadow precedes, the fortune follows. As Chu Qing opened his eyes and meticulously scrutinized this entity, a blood-red couplet gradually materialized on either side of the shrine where the god of wealth was enshrined. First line, 100 taels of gold will elicit a smile from the god of wealth. Second line, thousands of ghostly notes can halt the king of hell. Horizontal inscription, wealth can commune with the divine. Chapter 49, the chaos of Luocheng. Terror unveiled. The ascension of the bizarre can manifest through numerous channels and methods, often devoid of any discernible pattern. Sometimes, it simply occurs when one's dark longevity reaches a certain threshold, leading to an unexpected promotion. However, such promotions do not alter the inherent abilities or the rules of killing. Rather, they primarily enhance one's weight and introduce additional supplementary powers. Furthermore, akin to the blood character anomaly of Chu Qing, certain ascensions necessitate more than just dark longevity. They demand specific requirements, with the most crucial being the assimilation of particular bizarre entities to complete the puzzle of advancement. These peculiar promotions not only result in significant enhancements to one's capabilities, but also often yield unforeseen improvements derived from the abilities of the bizarre entities used as puzzle pieces. As for the nature of the dark god of wealth's ascension, Chu Qing remained in the dark. After all, it was not an anomaly he wielded. Thus, it was natural that he could not directly discern its method of promotion. Perhaps in the future, when the grade of his blood eye ascends, he might catch a glimpse of it. As for now, such prospects appeared bleak. Yet, even if he could glimpse it, Chu Qing harbored no other intentions. Assisting this entity in its ascent might only yield marginal benefits, such as an increase in dark longevity during his nightly vigils. Beyond that, after reaching the 8th rank, who could say whether the blood eye and blood character would still be capable of suppressing it? Chu Qing would never engage in actions without assurance. He placed the golden shrine in a corner of the security room, surveyed the surroundings, and then retrieved the painting of Zhong Kuei riding a tiger. Hanging it on the wall. Almost the moment this artwork adorned the wall, Chu Qing felt an enigmatic connection forming with the Beishan cemetery beneath his feet. Just then, as anticipated, the death ledger reappeared. Ding! Another brand new anomaly has joined the family of our esteemed Lord Chu Qing. Let us applaud. The power of death is so effortlessly mastered by you. The authority of Yama, so casually wielded by you. My most esteemed Lord Chu Qing, it is, as I have often stated, my honor to be of service to you. Nevertheless, I must remind you, despite your formidable power, the city beneath your feet harbors a multitude of peculiarities. Can you truly roam unchallenged in this city, steeped in ancient secrets? Observing the hints from the Book of Life and Death, the smile that once graced Chu Qing's lips gradually faded into a calm demeanor. In this dark and despairing world of the uncanny, who can genuinely act without restraint? Perhaps only the legendary Lord of the River, as recounted in myth, could achieve such a feat in the city of Luo at the Inspectorate. Since dawn today, there has not been a moment of respite. The operators, nearly without pause, have been answering incessant calls. The emergency calls have surged relentlessly. Numerous cases have arisen within the Inspectorate, most of which stem from reports concerning that bizarre entity. Yet, at this moment, the ordinary personnel at the Inspectorate remain oblivious to the true nature of that phenomenon, and thus, they dare not disclose any information. Amidst these reports, however, there are also disturbing incidents that have emerged. Almost every one of these cases is swiftly directed to the Criminal Investigation Department. Within the department, in stark contrast to the usual bustling atmosphere of the police headquarters, an eerie silence prevails. Aside from few reception staff, the offices are nearly deserted, save for two figures. Captain Wang, gazing at the small blackboard, is overwhelmed by the countless calls received within just 6 hours of the workday. A veteran investigator with over a decade of experience, he is a hero on the front lines, yet he has never witnessed such a scene in all his years. He stares blankly at the densely written blackboard, repeatedly recalling the cases encountered that day. Sun Ping and Zhao Chuan are investigating the series of mysterious falls at Hongxi Building. Li Hongwei and Ding Lulu are probing the case of the fallen Buddha head at Linai Cave, which tragically killed 3 tourists. Zhao Yuan and Su Bufan are looking into the murder involving Tang Dynasty armor at the museum. Zhang Qing and Tan Yu are examining the strange noises at Kaiyuan Lake. Qin Yuping and Guan Su are investigating the case of missing vehicles at the Yellow River Bridge. As he recounts these incidents, Captain Wang's expression grows increasingly grim, bordering on a state of bewilderment. On his phone, messages flash across the screen, plunging this seasoned investigator into a deeper sense of confusion. Are you shocked? Are you frightened? Fear not. This is merely the beginning. They are reveling in the thrill of the hunt. They are savoring a rare delicacy. They are unleashing the joy of their creation. And you, Wang Wei, protector of the people, the responsibility and mission bestowed upon you by your uniform gnaws at your heart. Yet what can you truly do? In this new era, what can you possibly do? Perhaps you fall short even compared to the young girl beside you. Do you not? Captain Wang gazed vacantly at the princess nearby. At this moment, her royal identity no longer stirred his emotions. An entire morning had passed, merely a morning spent on reporting incidents. The death toll exceeded 50, and the number of missing persons surpassed 100. Such shocking cases occurred in succession, yet there was no response after being reported. Was it merely the case in Luocheng, Or was it a phenomenon observed across the nation and even the world? Captain Wang was uncertain. However, seated across from Wang Wei now was no longer the spirited and cheerful female inspector of yore, but rather a figure cloaked in silence and numbness, equally fixated on her ledger of life and death. Unlike others, her ledger was a book. It was this very tome that made everyone in the criminal investigation department acutely aware that this was not merely a viral outbreak. Are you frightened? Anxious? Do not worry, for this game shall not ensnare you, at least not for the time being, as long as you remain obedient, refraining from seeking your own demise. But you cannot do nothing, for Lu Yin embodies justice. She is benevolent, just as your name suggests. Yet, Lu Yin, only the divine can show compassion to humanity. Only the divine are worthy of such grace. Perhaps your family once resembled deities in a bygone era. However, in this age, can you or they truly safeguard others like the divine? Indeed, you cannot, nor can your family. All you can do now is to stand witness. Witness the very people you vowed to protect in uniform perish before your eyes. Witness the demise of those around you. You yearn to take action, but are uncertain how. Yet, unlike those helpless souls awaiting slaughter, like the man before you, Lu Yin, you have another path. Seek him out. Inquire what you and your kind ought to do in the face of such horrors. You know who he is, do you not? Lu Yin raised her head, bewildered, and instinctively closed her eyes. A blood-red vision appeared before her, reminiscent of the previous nights. Lu Yin abruptly opened her eyes. Staring at the now silent ledger of life and death, she unconsciously breathed out a single word, Chu. As for the remaining characters, she parted her lips but could not utter another sound. Thus, no one knew whether she referred to Chu Qing or the king of Chu River. Chapter 50, The Skeleton Tree, A New Tomb of Heads. A series of tragic falls from the Hongxi building has claimed the lives of 4 individuals. Inspectors have already arrived at the scene, and we urge the public to remain vigilant regarding their safety. This incident serves as a stark reminder of the importance of fire safety. The Yichuan grottos, having suffered from years of neglect, have led to the collapse of a Buddha head, and relevant personnel have been apprehended by inspectors. Due to dense fog on the Yellow River Bridge starting today, numerous vehicles and vessels have gone missing, prompting a closure of the area. Citizens are advised to exercise caution, as the Earth is currently experiencing unexplained magnetic field influences, resulting in various unknown changes and the emergence of peculiar life forms. Experts worldwide are conducting research into these phenomena, and we implore the public not to panic. We will promptly communicate any measures or updates, and in the meantime, we recommend minimizing outdoor activities to avoid unnecessary risks. On the screen of the television, the hosts of the Luochang TV station, a man and a woman, display grave expressions as they report these alarming developments that have unfolded in less than a day. Meanwhile, Chu Qing, cradling his pet Xiantong, listens intently to the news while casually glancing at his computer screen, effectively multitasking. He was already aware of the situation in Luochang from his previous life, and he had a certain understanding of the infamous anomalies that had caused significant disturbances early on. His reincarnation did not create much of a butterfly effect concerning these peculiar occurrences. However, his rebirth has indeed stirred considerable waves in another realm. Indeed, his attention is drawn to the House of Strange Tales. At this moment, his post-title guide to surviving the strange has been prominently pinned at the top of the homepage in bold red letters. Discussions surrounding the post have surpassed tens of thousands, with views nearing 1 million. As for the points he has accrued from the House of Strange Tales, it is hardly worth mentioning. This is to be expected. With the advent of a terrifying era, much of the information contained within the survival guide resonates well. Naturally, there are certain invaluable aspects, such as the promotion rituals for those in the supernatural profession, of which he has divulged not a single word. As for his back end, Chu Qing can no longer keep track. His inbox is inundated with private messages that have exceeded the capacity of the House of Strange Tales system. He can only view a handful of previous messages that he had opened, with only 2 standing out. One of these is an invitation from the Hell Society, which has informed him that they have recruited a number of members within the Dragon Kingdom. Unfortunately, Chu Qing holds no interest in this whatsoever. It is merely an organization of ghost tamers, and even if it becomes one of the largest in the future, he finds it unremarkable. Such organizations will proliferate once the horror era stabilizes. Not only is he disinclined to join, but he would also have no interest in leading them, unless the entire force were to serve him exclusively. Otherwise, apart from individuals like Lu Ci, who would willingly play the role of a caretaker or a front for someone else. After disregarding the news from the Hell Society, Chu Qing once again focused on another message that piqued his interest, the one concerning Zhang He. This individual was trapped within the mirror realm in the provincial capital of Xingqing in Zhongyuan province. Lord Host, are you still there? Lord Host, Wu, I cannot get out. Please help. The disjointed messages continued, with yet another one arriving 2 hours later. Thus, Chu Qing replied, Are you still there? Almost instantaneously, a response came through. Yes. Lord Host, please save me. I cannot escape this mirror. I am terrified. Gazing calmly at the incoming messages, Chu Qing's eyes remained composed. He glanced at the bloody inscriptions on the door, noting the absence of any disturbances, before sending another message. Hold on. Just endure a little longer. I will come to rescue you soon. But, Lord Host, how much longer must I endure? He chose not to engage further with the incoming messages, a hint of derision flickering in his gaze as he turned to the other posts on the forum. Most were of little significance. After a brief perusal, an abrupt sound pierced the air, caw-caw. The shrill cries of a black crow were as grating as ever. Stepping outside, Chu Qing waved his hand and looked at the black crow descending from the sky, its body reeking of a metallic scent. Satisfied, he nodded, acknowledging it as a reliable scavenger. Beneath the crow's sharp talons lay several peculiar items it had dropped at Chu Qing's feet. Had anyone else witnessed this, they would likely have been terrified, but for Chu Qing, it elicited a smile. There were several skulls, 6 or 7 in total, some still smeared with remnants of blood, presenting a ghastly sight. Well done. It seems you have uncovered quite a few remnants of the bizarre. Unlike many other peculiar entities, scavengers rarely attacked unless driven by hunger. The Black Crow's abilities were supportive rather than predatory. However, given the current circumstances in Luocheng, there was no need to search deliberately. Numerous corpses left in the wake of the bazaar could be found scattered across the land. Caw-caw. Whether or not the Black Crow understood was uncertain, but it let out 2 caws nonetheless. Indeed, this was what Chu Qing had tasked the Black Crow to collect. Regrettably, the corpses at the Jingxinlin had mostly been decapitated by the tiger riding diagram, and Chu Qing was reluctant to risk being deemed a pervert by Zhou Yingzhu for retaining the 2 remaining intact skulls. As for why he sought to gather such items, the reason was simple. Raven Ghost, a grade 9 corpse-eating spirit, suitable for high-level tombs. Skull Tree. Skull Tree, a nest formed entirely from piled skulls, exceedingly terrifying. Construction requirements: 500 fresh human skulls, in lifespan, 40 days, area, 20 square meters. Tomb effect: after a Raven Ghost resides, each day it guards. It gains 1 day of in lifespan and 1 day of yang lifespan. Barring unforeseen circumstances, the Raven spirits shall return to their tombs each day before dawn. Moreover, the Gravekeeper can sense the location and movements of the Raven spirits through the skeletal tree. By adding a skull to this skeletal tree each time, the Gravekeeper receives a day's worth of life in return. This skeletal tree, in contrast to the Golden Shrine, is relatively simpler and, in terms of utility, proves to be more advantageous at this stage. Skulls, in this realm, are not particularly scarce. However, they must be fresh, which complicates matters slightly. Furthermore, 500 are required, and Chu Qing is not one to recklessly engage in slaughter. Thus, he must rely on the Black Raven and occasionally search for freshly claimed corpses to gather materials for his nesting. Within a short span of time, he managed to find quite a number, and judging by the current momentum, it appears he is far from finished. Chu Qing nodded, accompanied by the Black Raven, as they placed these skulls in a secluded corner at the rear of the North Mountain Cemetery. This location would serve as the future resting place for the skeletal tree. Once the site for his tomb was confirmed, the Black Raven cawed once more and soared into the sky, clearly intent on continuing its search for more skulls. As an evolved entity, The Black Raven possesses a wisdom that, while not akin to that of a demon, surpasses that of ordinary spirits. Chu Qing nodded in satisfaction, pondering how immense this skeletal tree, yet to be constructed, might grow in the future. Presently, within the cemetery, aside from the Black Raven and the God of Shadows, there were also a human-headed lantern, a faceless ghost, and the recently acquired Riding the Tiger diagram. While he had yet to examine the Riding the Tiger diagram in detail, the first two entities left him feeling somewhat exasperated. The realm of the underworld is indeed formidable, yet for an ordinary gravekeeper, fulfilling all requirements proves to be quite a challenge. However, it is precisely this difficulty that renders the endeavor intriguing, with the rewards being correspondingly bountiful. Before Chu Qing could further envision the grim tableau of corpses and blood within his cemetery, his phone suddenly rang. Upon checking, he saw it was none other than Ruoxue. As he answered, her first words caused his brow to arch. "Qing Gu, I have found the target for the grinding ghost." Chapter 51, and Ruoxue's choice. "I'm the abyss." Do tell, Chu Qing replied, intrigued by her revelation. Although he had not contemplated participating in Ruoxue's selection of the grinding ghost, he was nonetheless curious about her judgment. After all, Ruoxue and Feng Ping were the only two individuals who had imparted the secrets of shadow job transitions to him. While he had received no news from Feng Ping, save for a message confirming his safety late last night, his communication with Ruoxue remained relatively close. There is something strange in the center of Luocheng at Kaiyuan Lake. It is a human head. Chu Qing not that, pondering bodhifili. Kaiyuan Lake is quite a renowned attraction in Luocheng, and although he had some recollection of the oddities associated with it from his previous life, he had never delved deeply into its mysteries. Today, I vigilantly observed the happenings in this vicinity. As anticipated, the area around Kaiyuan Lake has been cordoned off. 2 inspection teams have arrived, and tragically, one of the inspectors has perished while the other lies gravely injured and unconscious. However, they have unveiled certain rules regarding that entity. Based on my assessment, it appears that the entity is activated by sound. The surviving inspector managed to endure only after losing his hearing entirely. Had I been better prepared, I believe there would have been a significant chance of subduing it. Sound? Previously, Chu Qing had mentioned something to Ruoxue, and naturally, after becoming a shadow figure, she would possess some understanding of it. The more deceptively simple the rules of such anomalies, the greater their potential often proves to be. If it is indeed activated solely by sound, this presents a rather formidable anomaly, quite suitable for manipulation. With this thought, Chu Qing nodded. "Very well, since you're confident. Proceed with it. Brother Qing, won't you lend me a hand?" The woman's playful tone drifted through the phone. Chu Qing maintained an expression of calm. "This will become the norm in this world. Should I assist you this time, you may very well meet your demise next time. And let's not forget, I have already aided you significantly once. Nevertheless, you will indeed need to come over shortly, as I have an experiment to conduct." "All right. When should I arrive?" Chu Qing glanced at the sky. It was 2 in the afternoon, and the sun had already begun its gradual descent. The daylight was becoming increasingly fleeting. After a moment's contemplation, he responded, "In an hour, perhaps." "Sound good." As the call ended, Chu Qing casually surveyed his home. Yet, before he could take in much of his surroundings, the roar of an engine announced the arrival of a vehicle, followed by Lu Yin's charming voice echoing from the entrance. "Chu Qing, are you inside?" Chu Qing was not at all surprised by Lu Yin's arrival. Just a day had passed, yet upon seeing her again, he noted her visibly pale and fatigued demeanor. However, upon entering the security room and catching sight of the pure golden shrine, Lu Yin was momentarily taken aback, seemingly astonished by how Chu Qing had acquired such a striking object in less than a day. Yet, Lu Yin refrained from probing further. Her gaze toward Chu Qing was exceedingly complex. Chu Qing, lacking the inclination to engage in any silent game with a young lady, reopened the Strange Tales repository while inquiring, "What brings you here?" Lu Yin parted her lips, finally speaking. "Zhang Qing has died." Chu Qing's brow furrowed, not out of concern for the individual's demise, nor for any connection this person had to Lu Yin, but rather due to the mere coincidence of sharing the same name, which felt somewhat ominous. Tan Yu's eardrums were pierced, resulting in permanent deafness. Lu Yin continued, her expressive eyes now rimmed with red. Chu Qing, however, paused momentarily before feeling a sense of relief, even devoid of emotional turmoil. For this was merely the beginning of their ordeal. So, you wish for me to investigate or seek vengeance for them? No. Lu Yin shook her head resolutely. They died in the line of duty. It is our responsibility to seek vengeance. Moreover, that place is far too perilous. Chu Qing smiled subtly, finding amusement in Lu Yin's eagerness. Lu Yin gazed at him with anticipation. Chu Qing, you know something, don't you? You know how to deal with those creatures, right? Chu Qing remained silent, calmly observing the excited Lu Yin before posing a question. Lu Yin, do you aspire to be a hero? Lu Yin paused, momentarily bewildered, then shook her head. However, upon studying Chu Qing's expression, she bit her lip and nodded with resolute conviction. This display elicited a chuckle from Chu Qing, as it was evident that the young lady had misconstrued something. Thus, with a nonchalant smile, Chu Qing remarked, becoming a hero is quite simple. Now, mobilize the forces behind you and evacuate everyone from Luo City. Huh? Lu Yin seemed to have misheard, unable to believe her ears. Evacuate everyone from Luo City? All these millions of people, whether to Qing City or to Kyoto, must leave this place. Chu Qing gradually rose, gazing out of the security room's window. With his back turned, Lu Yin's complexion turned ashen. Yet, before she could inquire further, her phone suddenly rang. Flustered, she hurriedly answered, "Hello? Lu Yin, where are you?" Came Team Leader Wang's voice from the other end. Team Leader Wang, is there something urgent? You need to return to the bureau immediately. A special operative from Kyoto has arrived. He insists on meeting you and ensuring your safety first. Understood. I will return forthwith. Lu Yin hung up the phone, raising her head to find Chu Qing smiling at her, encouraging her to go. Lu Yin opened her mouth, but ultimately refrained from speaking. She turned and exited. Chu Qing did not accompany her, but just as she was about to close the door, he suddenly opened it and said, "Those who are pure can never vanquish them. Anything capable of destroying them cannot truly be called human. Therefore, do not chase after such things excessively. Live well and leave Luo City. Remember, when you gaze into the abyss gazes back at you." Lu Yin froze, her body momentarily rigid. Standing behind the open glass door, she instinctively inquired, "What is the abyss?" As the door began to close, the dark red glass slowly separated the two. Chu Qing's final words echoed from behind the crimson barrier. "I am." Before the dark red glass door, the shadow within the room became increasingly indistinct. Justice is the most extravagant, costly, and yet utterly trivial thing in this world. To confront it, to subdue it, to annihilate it requires one to be more insane, more malevolent, more cruel, and less human than it is. Thus, when you stare into the abyss stares back at you. In his previous life, Chu Qing stood at the precipice, pondering for a long time. In this life, as King Chu Jiang, he leapt into the void. I am the abyss. Chapter 52, The Contractor, The Choice of Destiny. And Ruo Xue possessed the key to the North Mountain Cemetery. Thus, upon receiving permission from Chu Qing, she made her way to the premises. As she entered the security room, she found Chu Qing standing against the wall, gazing intently at something on it. And Ruo Xue was momentarily taken aback. In just a day, how had the security room undergone such a transformation? The image of the sinister deity had somehow given rise to a resplendent altar. She recalled that Chu Qing previously despised such ostentatious aesthetics. Had he undergone a change in disposition? Moreover, what was that painting? And Ruo Xue was no longer the naive individual she once was. In a short span of a few days, she had experienced what others might not encounter in a lifetime. Not to mention, she had now become a genuine ninth-grade official, the foremost life buyer in this terrifying era. Another anomaly, perhaps? Even without turning around, Chu Qing sensed her presence and kept his gaze fixed on the painting of Zhong Kuei riding a tiger, directly addressing her. "You've arrived, I see." And Ruo Xue nodded in affirmation. Chu Qing did not rush to discuss pressing matters. Instead, he continued to observe the painting. "What do you think of this piece?" Although merely standing at the door instilled in Ruoxua an inexplicable sense of trepidation, she felt compelled to comply with Chu Qing's inquiry. As she approached, she remarked, "It seems to depict a tiger?" Chu Qing shot her a glance, feeling somewhat as though he were preaching to the uneducated. Yet, given her background, she had not studied art in school. It was understandable that she perceived it as merely a painting, an ancient one at that. Gently, Chu Qing's fingers caressed the surface of the scroll, rendering the image of the fierce tiger increasingly vivid, while the figure of Zhong Ke, who should rightfully dominate the scene atop the tiger, appeared alarmingly insubstantial, as if the ink was on the verge of vanishing entirely. He paused before stating, "Once the figure of Zhong Ke completely disappears, this painting should ascend to an 8th-grade anomaly." And Ruoxua's breath quickened at the thought. Having become a life buyer, she had grasped the vast disparities in the grades of anomalies. Within the realm of unofficials, several were centered around paintings. Should this Zhong Ke riding a tiger become one of their anomalies, it would undeniably enhance their power. Chu Qing reflected briefly before retracting his gaze. "Well then," he turned to Ruoxua, "let us discuss the anomaly you have identified. How did you come across it? What transpired afterward? Please elaborate." He seated himself, but did not focus intently on her words. Instead, his senses and sight gradually shifted toward the blood-red glass door. His gaze darkened. As Ruoxua began to speak, Chu Qing sensed wisps of breath slowly coalescing upon that glass door. However, the expected blood characters did not materialize, prompting Chu Qing to furrow his brow slightly. Observing this, and Ruoxua feared she had misspoken and quickly halted her narrative. Chu Qing cast a fleeting glance at her and reassured, "It's nothing. Please continue." He then remarkably closed his eyes. The echoes of Ruoxua's words lingered in the air. The force of fate is wondrous yet elusive, embodying the very essence of destiny itself. The enigmatic power represented by the blood character is the bizarre force of fate. However, even if you were to harness it as a tomb ghost, Chu Qing could never command it with the same finesse as Blood Eye. After all, Blood Eye had completely fused with his body, intertwining their souls and nerves, possessing a minor consciousness that seldom exerted significant influence. In contrast, while the blood character was indeed manipulated by a shadowy office, there remained a layer of separation. Consequently, he needed to engage in numerous attempts to grasp the intricacies of the blood character's rules, thereby facilitating a more adept control over this force of fate. Most crucially, he needed to thoroughly comprehend the conditions that would summon the death guidance of the blood character. Yet, he could distinctly feel the connection between himself and the blood character through the grand tomb beneath his feet. Moreover, the blood character was also brewing a presence at the frequently appearing grand door, yet the hellish contract of death guidance stubbornly eluded manifestation. He was acutely aware that this was due to his own desires, which stemmed from the very tomb beneath him. However, in stark contrast, the death guidance he had encountered at the exquisite manor that morning had yet to reveal itself. In an instant, the reason dawned upon Chu Qing. The death guidance was subject to intervals of activation. It could only appear once in a day. Considering it had manifested once last night and once this morning, this temporal restriction might not be confined to a mere 24-hour period. Could he not expedite the cooling time of the death guidance? This was no fanciful notion. The peculiar abilities and rules indeed required some respite. For instance, the head lantern could not be activated for extended periods. Yet, there were abilities that could remain in effect indefinitely, such as Blood Eye. However, even Blood Eye could not persistently employ an eye for an eye. In his previous life, Chu Qing had grasped this principle, and understanding it, he knew how to push the boundaries of his extraordinary abilities within their limits. With his eyes closed, he began to draw upon the scant remaining year of his shadowy lifespan. In the next moment, blood started to seep through the glass door. As it manifested upon the surface of the glass, Chu Qing abruptly opened his eyes and glanced over. And Ruoxua, sensing his movement, turned with curiosity to follow his gaze. There on the glass door appeared a series of blood-red inscriptions. Location: within Kaifeng Lake, Luoqing. Time limit: before dawn tomorrow. Mission objective: find the anomaly within Kaifeng Lake and capture it. Mission special restriction: must be completed solely by Enrua Shue. Task reward. Enrua Shue will obtain a contract connection, becoming one of the signatories of the Hell contract marked by blood. Note: to be a signatory of the Hell contract, one must complete the death guidance tasks of the blood-marked specter periodically. Failure to do so will result in obliteration. However, becoming a Hell contract signatory allows one to disregard the constraints of other contracts within the realm of the blood-marked specter, as long as they do not exceed its limits. Failure penalty and Ruah Shue's demise. The task concerning the blood-marked specter this time, compared to the previous two occasions, comes with an additional unique restriction. It is this very restriction, along with the final penalty for failure, that leaves Enrua Shue's complexion pale. At that moment, Enrua Shue's death ledger suddenly illuminated. The fate of death, the death of fate. That presence guides you once more to the crossroads of choice. You should be grateful that it is currently too weak, thus allowing you some room for choice. However, do you truly have the freedom to choose? Do not despair, do not relinquish hope. This is not necessarily a misfortune, for within the guidance of fate, each trial may grant you some gifts of destiny. Of course, do not forget that every gift from fate bears a price tag. O buyer of life, make the choice you deem correct. Chapter 53. Lu Yin's Decision. Another encounter with King Chu Qing. Inspection Office. A middle-aged man, whose physique bears the marks of past vigor but has since succumbed to indulgence, frequently wipes the sweat from his forehead. He fails to comprehend why. In this city of Luo, where he stands as a prominent figure, having met many influential individuals, including those from the capital who have graced the news, none have ever instilled in him the pressure that this man in his 30s exudes. It is not merely the aura of authority he possesses, but an indescribable sensation. Especially the way the man gazes at him, with an ineffable calmness, suggests that the entire inspection office holds no significance for him. The man's concern rests solely on one individual. Finally, after wiping the beads of sweat countless times, a sound of footsteps approached from outside the office. The lady who had waited for half an hour finally returned. "Xiao Yan, you're back. This is Captain Qin from the capital." In truth, the director was unaware of the captain's exact designation. The reason was simple. The insignia presented, aside from the crucial emblem representing Longhua, bore only the words, "Top Secret." Contemplating this, the director bade farewell and exited the office, thoughtfully closing the door behind him. It was evident that Lu Yin was well acquainted with Captain Qin. "Brother Qin, why have you come in person?" The previously expressionless man, upon seeing Lu Yin, finally exhaled with relief, allowing a smile to grace his face. "Xiao Yan, I am so glad you are unharmed. Prepare yourself. We will return to the capital immediately." Lu Yin did not anticipate that the first thing Qin Gu would do upon seeing her would be this. "Qin Gu, is this your father's intention, or your grandfather's?" Captain Qin cast a glance at Lu Yin and replied, "It is also your brother's intention." "My brother?" Lu Yin was taken aback. When had it ever been her brother's turn to speak at home? However, she dismissed the thought and bit her lip, saying, "What will happen to the ordinary citizens of Luo City if I leave?" Captain Qin furrowed his thick brows and sighed. "Xiao Yan, you are unaware of the current situation. Although Luo City is not small, the circumstances have changed. Moreover, even if you remain here, what can you accomplish? You are merely an ordinary person, and you do not comprehend what you are up against." Just as he was about to speak further, Lu Yin resolutely interrupted. "I understand the situation, and it is precisely because of this that I do not wish to leave. Is it not those strange entities? Are they not the malevolent spirits that kill indiscriminately? I'm not afraid. When I donned this uniform, I swore beneath the badge that I would sacrifice everything for the people at any moment. Now, 2 comrades have already sacrificed their lives within a day at the Bureau, and several others are severely injured. The casualties in Luo City today alone conservatively exceed 100. At this moment, you want me to return to the capital? How could I possibly do so? How would others perceive me? How would they regard my grandfather and father? What difference is there between this and fleeing the battlefield like a coward?" Captain Qin opened his mouth, but soon smiled faintly. "When you learn marksmanship from me, I could tell that the young lady is indeed the daughter of a tiger. The speculations of the old leaders and your grandfather were not incorrect. Lu Yin was slightly taken aback. What do you mean? Those three spoke with me before you arrived. They said if you were aware of the truth, you would surely be unwilling to return to the capital. Lu Yin fell silent. She knew that had she returned before today, it would not have mattered much. However, after everything that had transpired today, if she were to leave now, she feared she would never find peace in her life again. In this world, there are certain matters one cannot simply disregard. Captain Qing gazed calmly at Lu Yin and slowly said, Xiao Yin. The old man and the leaders did not elaborate. But Lucy, I left you a message before I came. After you made your decision, do whatever you wish to do. This is a calamity that all of human civilization must confront, and no one can escape it. If you are unfortunate enough to sacrifice yourself in Luo City, then it would be an honor for your brother to have sacrificed as well. If you do not, one day, he will ensure that no strange entity remains in Luo City. Brother, Lu Yin whispered softly. All right, let us go. I have come to Luo City on a mission. Captain Qing said with a smile. A mission? Lu Yin blinked, somewhat perplexed, but she stood up and followed Captain Qing, opening the office door. However, as soon as they opened the door, both of them were rendered speechless. For at that moment, outside the door stood a multitude of figures. Having arrived there unbeknownst to them, Lu Yin, with wide eyes, stared at Lulu, Zhao Chuan, Yuan, and Captain Wang bewildered. Yet in the next moment, a resounding applause erupted. The female criminal investigation supervisor, Ding Lulu, gave her a thumbs up and exclaimed, Xiao Lu, you are remarkable. Even the usually taciturn Zhao Chuan managed a rare smile, saying, well done. Captain Wang displayed a fierce expression and remarked, so that thing is indeed something bizarre. Damn it. What is there to be afraid of? Lu Yin's cheeks flushed slightly, but soon a thought seemed to cross her mind, causing her complexion to pale a bit. Fortunately, at that moment, Captain Qing beside her interrupted the atmosphere and turned towards Director Zhang, who stood at the periphery, saying, Director Zhang, may I temporarily borrow your Inspectorate S conference room? Also, regarding the earlier matter. Director Zhang nodded, assuring him, rest assured, all inspectors in the Inspectorate are prepared and ready to be deployed at a moment's notice. Good, then please have them convene in the conference room, Qing replied. In 20 minutes, I urge everyone who can attend to be present. 20 minutes later, in the Inspectorate's conference room, Captain Qing stood at the podium, addressing a sea of inspectors clad in uniforms below him. After adjusting the microphone, he began, hello everyone. Time is of the essence. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the captain of the Special Operations Bureau of Kyoto. My surname is Qing, and you may call me Captain Qing. I have come here to enlighten everyone on how to safeguard your lives and the safety of the people's property in the tumultuous times ahead, as well as to provide a general understanding of those strange phenomena. His words incited an uproar among the audience. Clearly, while some had speculated before, the confirmation still brought a collective sigh of relief. Finally, someone understood. Even Lu Yin, seated in the audience, clenched her fists in excitement, ignoring the murmurs from below. Captain Qing continued, now, let us familiarize ourselves with what constitutes the bizarre. As he spoke, a document illuminated the large screen behind him, boldly displaying the title, Guide to Surviving the Bizarre. This guide meticulously detailed the characteristics of the bizarre and categorized various types of these phenomena. Captain Qing stated calmly, this guide is not authored by the Special Operations Bureau. After a moment of contemplation, he shook his head. However, there are records of similar phenomena within the Bureau, though not as clearly organized as this document. The document originates from a special overseas website known as Strange Tales Home, which you can explore when you return home. It was posted by an individual known as Chu Qing. Now, back to the main topic. Let's focus on this. Captain Qing's words swiftly recaptured the attention of all present, while Lu Yin remained seated, staring blankly at the screen. Chu Qing again. Chapter 54. The Head in the Lake. The Voice Under the Moonlight. Night descended, and although the clock's hands pointed to 5:40 in the afternoon, such descriptors seemed rather illogical in characterizing the current ambience. Once a vibrant hub, Kaiyuan Lake Park now lay completely sealed off. The streets, illuminated by orange streetlights, echoed an eerie silence. The glow of the lamps not only failed to dispel the oppressive darkness, but also cast an inexplicable air of the sinister and the macabre upon the night. In this bizarre realm shrouded in darkness, a figure slowly approached. Ignoring the caution tape that warned against entry, she gazed into the distance at the expanse of Kaiyuan Lake. In truth, while it bore the name of a lake, its size was hardly monumental, especially given its location within the urban heart of Luocheng. By day, one could even wave to those on the opposite shore. Yet here she stood at the lake's edge, taking several deep breaths to muster her resolve before finally stepping forward. Indeed, the approaching figure was none other than Ruoxue. She checked the earbuds nestled in her ears once more, ensuring that no sounds from the world could penetrate her senses, rendering the universe around her eerily silent. Though somewhat disconcerting, the events of the day lingered vividly in her memory. The two inspectors, under the influence of those haunting sounds, seemed bewitched as they walked into the lake, one sinking completely into its depths, while the other lay gravely injured and deaf. Even from a distance, and Ruoxue had felt the repercussions. Yet, she understood that her clarity in hearing those sounds without succumbing to their effects stemmed from her transformation. She was no longer an ordinary person, but a bearer of the dark arts, a life buyer. This day was inevitable, and she had taken every precaution. Glancing around, she spotted a small wooden boat moored at the lake's edge. With a gentle leap, she boarded, rowing while glancing at her phone, which displayed the ledger of life and death. Life buyer, you have made an astute choice. The favor of fate is not something to be dismissed at will. Embracing destiny's grace is your sole opportunity for dignity. Most importantly, your discernment has garnered the approval of the one who granted you this chance. Though the price you paid was steep, 6 months' worth of ghostly currency for but a singular, uncanny opportunity. However, dear life buyer, as a competent trader, you must recognize that while money may be paramount, life is singular. Indeed, life is but one. Although the significance of the half-year's worth of ghost money is profound, and Ruoxue understands that true self-preservation lies in mastering her own grinding spirit. It is only by wielding the peculiar forces under her control that she can genuinely secure her safety. With this thought, and Ruoxue tightly clutched the scroll resting against her chest, vividly recalling Chu Qing's words, which further solidified her sense of direction. Chu Qing had warned her that should she err in her control, she might encounter a presence far more terrifying than the oddities lurking in Kaiyuan Lake. The small boat drifted gently across the lake, enveloped in an indescribable chill that seemed to seep through her light beige Chanel coat, penetrating her very bones. And Ruoxue instinctively tightened her garment. Yet in that moment, she was suddenly aware of an inexplicable sound. It was as if a lover was whispering sweet nothings in her ear, prompting an involuntary smile and a sense of enchantment. Conversely, the sound resembled the incessant buzzing of flies, igniting an urge to swat at it, yet she could find no point of contact. And Ruoxue's expression shifted as she felt an unsettling restlessness fill her heart the instant the sound manifested. This anomaly was indeed extraordinary, yet the more peculiar it became, the more composed she resolved to remain. Fortunately, the icy sensation emanating from the scroll in her embrace somewhat alleviated her agitation, emboldening her to turn towards the source of the sound. Unbeknownst to her, she had drifted to the very center of Kaiyuan Lake. At last, she beheld the culprit slowly emerging from the water. A head broke the surface, rising to meet Ruoxue's racing heart, its iron-gray lips parting languidly. Ah, the grievances rise 3,000 feet high, the wronged souls filled with wrath. Alas, my youth has perished, teeth clenched in resentment. The lingering spirits haunt my heart, endlessly recalling my beloved. Beneath the red plum blossoms, I shall never forget, by the lakeside, I lay bare my innermost feelings. Speak, oh speak, my heart's lament. Instinctively, and Ruoxue sought to cover her ears, wishing to block out the chilling melody of the ghostly aria. Yet, she soon regained her composure. In the solitude of the vast lake, the haunting song seemed to resonate from the depths of hell, causing her teeth to chatter and an indescribable cold to wash over her, reminding her of that day in the taxi. At that moment, The ledger of life and death glowed quietly once more. It has appeared. You attempt to communicate with it, but alas, its power exceeds your imagination. An elephant does not heed the words of an ant. You must demonstrate your prowess or your wealth. Fortunately, you have rented it, and you are fully acquainted with its rules. Indeed, this is the gift of fate, is it not? At last, you realize that to subdue this entity, you must employ that very thing. Beneath the cold, desolate moonlight, the clear waters of the lake reflected the luminous orb above. In the tranquil expanse where the moon met the lake, a sudden roar of a tiger echoed through the dark night. The bright moon casts its luminous glow, illuminating even the distant side of Luo City. Within the northern mountain cemetery, Chu Qing has unusually placed a rocking chair amidst the graves, reclining comfortably as he gazes with a gentle smile into the distance. There, a jet-black cat, Xian Tong, swiftly pursues a faceless ghost under the cover of night. Its movements are both agile and keen, so much so that the ghost is rendered incapable of evading capture. The primary reason for this, of course, is the ever-watchful blood-red eye that observes it, rendering any swift escape impossible. The term weird describes a particularly unique and rare phenomenon in this era of terror. Xian Tong possesses the potential to become such a being, yet unlike other anomalies, it requires gradual nurturing and growth. Although Xian Tong has spent considerable time with him and various other oddities, it barely meets the criteria for the promotion ceremony into a cat weird. However, encountering such a promising specimen, Chu Qing is reluctant to hastily promote it, fearing the waste of its innate talent. As the faceless ghost, agitated by Xian Tong, abruptly unleashes a wave of sinister energy, the manifestation of fear renders Xian Tong momentarily frozen in place, before it scurries back into Chu Qing's embrace, mewing anxiously. Chu Qing chuckles softly and then tosses the frightened Xian Tong back out. Whether human or anomaly, rigorous training is essential. Chapter 55. The Favor of Destiny. Trembling and cold. And Ruo Shui never anticipated that the lake water in September could be so frigid. Perhaps it is not the water beneath her feet that is cold, but the object she holds in her hands. At this moment, she raises the scroll high, positioning it before her as a barrier against that cursed head. She feels as though her arms are freezing stiff. The life buyer has not significantly enhanced her physical strength, causing her elevated arms to tremble slightly. Yet despite this, and Ruo Shui shows no inclination to lower the scroll. Though the life buyer is not a combat-oriented entity, her affinity for the strange grants her a degree of perception. In this brief span of time, she has garnered a certain understanding of the rules governing this head anomaly. Thus, she can keenly sense the dynamics of the situation as both parties grapple with their respective rules. Clearly, she recalls Chu Qing's earlier admonition. The image of Zhong Kuei riding the tiger may be displayed for no more than 3 minutes. After that, it must be completely retracted. Simultaneously, she detects a wisp of energy beginning to leak from the illusion surrounding the tiger image. Over the course of the day, she has become adept at wielding the powers of the life buyer. Instantly sensing something, she acts without hesitation, rolling up the scroll that she had presented, twisting it back into its original form. A roar, echoing like a tiger's lament, resonates. Yet the anomaly that relies on the rules to kill is, of course, also subject to those very same rules. The painting of Zhong Kuei riding a tiger, though fearsome in its visage, harbors a critical flaw, which is the predominant reason why Chu Qing could afford to lease it to Ruo Shui for a mere half-year's worth of ghostly currency. As long as one does not confront the painting head-on, the malevolent influence of the black tiger's heart extraction remains ineffective. Thus, despite the painting's inherent reluctance, it was ultimately reassembled by Ruo Shui, who had rehearsed this maneuver multiple times. Once she secured it, her attention shifted to the peculiar human head before her. She sensed that this head, through its gaze, was conveying an inexplicable message. It had sustained injuries. Although the earlier encounter with the tiger painting did not yield a definitive victor under its rules, it was undoubtedly severely affected by them. Consequently, Ruo Shui, through the ethereal powers of the life buyer, perceived the strange intentions and capabilities of the head. Life buyer, this was originally your life and death crisis. Amidst the crossroads of fate, you have navigated this perilous moment unscathed. Having witnessed your capabilities and hidden cards, the uncanny head is willing to engage in a peculiar form of communication with you. And as you delve deeper into its esoteric powers through the Life-Buyer's influence, you begin to unravel some intricacies of its abilities. Its power relates to sound. It cannot be wholly defined by it. It emits a voice deep within your soul, and once you behold its true form, that sound cannot be hindered and will penetrate your heart. However, your current abilities have made it aware that you are not akin to the lambs awaiting slaughter. What shall you decide? Gazing at the prompt on the ledger of life and death, and Ruashua cast a glance at the now dormant head, contemplated for a moment, and then reached out to grasp it in her hand. Strangely, following the genuine and eerie collision she had just experienced, her fear of these entities had considerably diminished. Come with me. Together, you shall grow faster. The peculiar head offered no resistance and followed Ruashua as she gradually departed from the lake surface. Approximately an hour later, a police car, aglow with red and blue lights amidst the darkness, came to a halt by Kaiyuan Lake. 4 figures emerged from it, none other than Captain Qing from the inspection department, accompanied by Lu Lian, the former head of the criminal investigation team, and another member who had joined the special operations group. The expressions of the 4 were exceedingly grave. Upon closer observation, one might notice Lu Lian displaying a mix of excitement and anxiety. However, none of them uttered a word. Their discussions had already transpired en route, within the vehicle, and prior to their departure. Having arrived at their destination, there was little left to articulate. The 4 exchanged glances, remained silent, and Captain Qing made a hand gesture. They nodded in unison and boarded a small boat nearby. Previously, lives had been sacrificed in this place, yet a wealth of intelligence was also acquired. It can be ascertained that the eerie entity here employs sound as a means of murder. Consequently, the 4 individuals had long since prepared themselves for the encounter. The small boat glided slowly across Kaiyuan Lake. However, the 4 remained tense throughout the journey, and until the vessel reached the very center of the lake, they saw nothing. They exchanged glances, each reflecting astonishment and peculiarity in the other's eyes. According to prior reports and the footage from the inspector's body camera, the influence of that entity was expansive enough to encompass the entirety of Kaiyuan Lake. Yet, upon their arrival, how could they perceive nothing at all? Was it possible that the sinister being did not venture out at night? That seemed illogical. Could it truly be that it only manifested during daylight hours? Such reasoning appeared flawed. Furthermore, the earlier survival manual on the Eerie indicated that most such entities were seemingly unaffected by the transition from night to day. What, then, was the current predicament? The quartet dared not relax, continuing to row for another half-hour across the lake, ultimately confirming that the entity had indeed vanished in the light of day. At that moment, they all instinctively lowered their heads, their life and death registers resting at their collar positions, designed so that any critical information would be immediately visible. These were precautionary measures taken by the Special Operations Bureau. In unison, their registers provided a response. Do not search any further. What you seek has already disappeared. This is fortuitous. For just moments ago, an encounter beyond your level transpired here. Though rather immature, it is beyond your current capacity to engage with. You ought to be grateful for this occurrence. Otherwise, the price for your visit would be unfathomably steep. They are not as simple as you imagine. Thus, cease your search and refrain from recklessly probing further. In the favor of fate, strive to live on. The 4, bewildered, raised their heads to gaze upon the placid expanse of the lake, momentarily lost in confusion. They sensed that beyond the shadowy city of Luo, a more profound force was manipulating the fabric of fate in the darkness. Chapter 56, The Spirit Medium, the headless horror that brought tears. 9th rank in position. Promotion methods for pastoral workers, 9th rank in position. Promotion methods for knife bearers, 9th rank in position. Promotion methods for mountain dwellers, 8th rank in position. Promotion methods for performers, 8th rank in position. Promotion methods for corpse fetchers, 7th rank in position. Promotion methods for corpse drivers, 6th rank in position. Promotion methods for spirit mediums in the dead of night. Seated before the grand tombstone at his family's northern cemetery, Chu Qing sat cross-legged before the stone slab inscribed with his name. Lines of blood-red characters emerged in alignment with his thoughts, manifesting upon the stone surface. Yet, once the writing was complete, it swiftly vanished, dissolving into the stone itself. Chu Qing's gaze remained tranquil, undisturbed by the understanding of those around him. What he inscribed was something utterly maddening for the ordinary people of this era. This knowledge was invaluable, a precious treasure within his mind. After conducting preliminary experiments on the peculiar blood character, he had begun to form some understanding. The blood character served as the prototype for the Death Apartment, Hell Hotel, and Scarlet City, all of which he had validated in his previous life. From the initial ascension of the blood character, it was evident that subsequent advancements would likely require the completion of numerous death-indicative tasks. It was impractical for him to manage everything alone, nor was it necessary. Thus, in the future, individuals like Enruashu, driven by the blood character, would proliferate as they had in his past life. Those spirit controllers subtly manipulated by the blood character could, as before, earn points through the completion of its death-indicative tasks, which would naturally belong to him, the hidden master of the Death Apartment. Some knowledge he had acquired from his previous life about domestic and foreign shadow job rankings, as well as items he had no use for, could serve as reward for those spirit controllers who covertly served him. In his last life, Deng Xie's betrayal and the treachery of the Chu family, who had aligned themselves with Kyoto, had starkly illuminated the truth. Human hearts were far more terrifying than the supernatural. Only with complete mastery of life and death contracts could he truly hold these individuals in check. However, this vision was still distant, as the blood character currently resided within the Northern Mountain Cemetery, rendering access for outsiders impossible. Whether his own ascension and that of the blood character would alter this situation remained uncertain. For now, there was no urgency. The blood character had not yet ascended, and under normal circumstances, it issued death-indicative tasks no more than once a day. The completion of these tasks by himself and Enruashua would suffice. Reflecting on this, Chu Qing turned his attention to the shadow job ranking he had just written. 6th rank shadow job, the Exorcist. This was one of the higher-tier shadow jobs. Above the 9th rank shadow job, the Shepherd. Its primary ability, aside from the dual spirits of spirit control, was to expedite the birth and growth of peculiar supernatural entities. Indeed, his interest was piqued primarily due to the connection he made between this special shadow job and the previous Xiantong. In his last life, he had a good rapport with a 3rd-rank exorcist, known as the Qingxiuming Shuai, who had ascended from the exorcist rank. Though his rank was not particularly high, it was significant because the shepherd and exorcist lineage culminated at the 3rd rank, with no further ranks available for ascension. Nevertheless, due to the unique powers derived from the exorcist and supernatural entities, that individual had gained considerable renown within the spirit controller circles of Longhua and even the world at large. In a previous life, prior to the ceremony of his ascension to the throne of the Chu River, he heard that this individual had discovered a path abroad that could further his ominous ambitions. A path beyond the confines of the Dragon Kingdom. It remained uncertain whether that route had indeed allowed him to venture forth. This fellow possessed considerable talent. Should he successfully navigate the treacherous advancement of the blood-lettered enigma in the future, it would enable him to introduce this individual into the ranks of the spirit tamers ahead of schedule. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Chu Qing seemed to perceive something and turned his gaze towards the doorway. In the shrouded darkness of the world, the peculiar severed head grasped in his hand gradually opened its eyes. It surveyed its surroundings, finding itself in an unfamiliar locale. However, the density of malevolent energy here was profoundly appealing to it. Clearly, it bore no significant distinction from the majority of anomalies. It was devoid of high intelligence, possessing only the primal instincts of a beast and an innate malice towards other living beings. This is the essence of the anomaly. Thus, as an anomaly, the instinct to hunt and kill was paramount for survival. Consequently, it opened its mouth, and a sound began to emerge. Yet, scarcely had this sound escaped when a streak of blood-red light descended. An indescribable sense of strangeness enveloped it, and the sensation of contending rules re-emerged. The head anomaly lifted its gaze to the ominous red lantern hanging above. Rationality compelled it to close its mouth. though lacking in intelligence. It understood that unleashing its powers in the realm of other anomalies was tantamount to provocation. Indeed, this proved true. As it was held aloft, the lantern suddenly descended, allowing it to glimpse the grotesque visage within, evoking a sense of dread. Fortunately, the human spoke, "I have returned." At the utterance of this voice, the lantern ceased its movements, and the surrounding crimson aura diminished considerably, though it remained fixed above, observing intently. Sensing the atmosphere, the head anomaly, devoid of wisdom, cast aside its trepidation and once more opened its mouth. "Yeah." This sound seemed to attract the attention of something lurking nearby. The head anomaly suddenly became aware of a faceless figure glaring menacingly at it. The entity's features were concealed, yet its malice was unabashedly evident, and an overwhelming fear began to envelop the head anomaly's being. An indescribable chill and profound terror coursed through it. Once again, the power of the rules manifested. But this time, the very fabric of contention did not trigger. Its abilities appeared utterly ineffective against this presence. Nevertheless, the pervasive sense of dread instinctively compelled the head anomaly to shut its mouth. The scant knowledge it possessed informed it that this was beyond the realm of science, beyond the study of anomalies. It merely wished to vocalize its song. Why was it so difficult? Fortunately, the human seemed accustomed to the circumstances, casting a glance at the darkened security room before proceeding toward the cluster of tombs. Finally, it beheld a human, a source of sustenance. The individual beside me is remarkably formidable. However, devoid of wisdom, it instinctively opened its mouth upon glimpsing the man crouched beside the grand tombstone. Eek. Subsequently, it beheld the human who had leaned forward. His eyes transformed into a deep crimson, the inky depths shadowing blood-red pupils, unwaveringly fixed upon it. A profound terror enveloped the scene. It was a dread far surpassing the combined eeriness of the previous two. The grotesque head instinctively closed its gaping mouth. Then, from that visage akin to a human's, two streams of tears began to flow slowly. Whether from fright or from the suffocating frustration of failing to unleash its powers thrice remained a mystery. The grotesque head suddenly cast its gaze toward Ruashu, and this time, endowed by the powers of the life buyer, she easily discerned its intent. The outside world was perilous. It yearned to return to the Kaoyuan lake and blow bubbles. Chapter 57. The Beautiful Head. An Unexpected Assault. Observing the grotesque head's pitiful demeanor, even Chu Qing was momentarily taken aback, blinking in realization. Was this the anomaly from Kaoyuan Lake? It appeared somewhat unimpressive. Without a second thought, Chu Qing activated the blood eye, focusing on the grotesque head. Beautiful head. Grade 9. Category: Spiritual Anomaly. In lifespan: 9 months and 3 days. Inuan Ensemble. Rule: any being that hears its singing will be irresistibly drawn to it. Should they sing together, the killing rule is triggered, resulting in death. Voice of the mind. Ability: the emitted sound can resonate within the heart of the listener, enhancing its effect upon sighting the individual. Spiritual entity. State typically imperceptible and capable of traversing physical barriers. Each traversal consumes a portion of its lifespan. Promotion requirements. Unknown. Note: a beauty. This entity possesses significant potential. With future evolution, it might become even more aesthetically pleasing. Human. Why not entrust it to me for proper pampering? Chu Qing promptly reverted the status of the blood eye. His interest in this beautiful head was minimal, even if its potential was indeed commendable. Disregarding the future challenges of promotion and the weight of the rule, the difficulty of triggering this rule was already quite significant. However, it was precisely because of this that such anomalies, capable of unleashing their powers on a large scale, would not possess a high rule weight. This was evident from the earlier tests with the lantern head and the faceless ghost immediately upon entering the cemetery. Yet, this anomaly seemed particularly suitable for Ruashua. The effects of the voice of the mind could even allow her to control the beautiful head, facilitating preliminary communication and transactions with other anomalies. Contemplating the prospect of trade, Chu Qing raised his head and looked toward Ruashua. She understood and retrieved the painting of Zhong Kuei riding a tiger from her bosom, presenting it to Chu Qing. Meanwhile, at this moment, her death ledger illuminated. Buyer of life, you have completed your first transaction in life due to the inherent position brought by the choices of fate. This exchange of resources holds immense significance for you. You have purchased a strange usage right with 6 months of your lifespan in ghostly currency. Your transaction is now fully realized. The scales of fortune are weighing the gains and losses of this exchange to determine your reward. Having expended half a year of your lifespan, the peculiar entity you have rented has saved your life and granted you insight into the entirety of its enigmatic rules. You may acquire this peculiar being as a grinding spirit. Upon evaluation, your transaction has yielded a substantial profit. You have received a 50 rebate on your expenditure of ghostly currency, earning you an additional 3 months of lifespan. What an exhilarating transaction. Your understanding of the buyer of life's role has deepened significantly. Of course, you must recognize that such opportunities are rare and precious, and one must seize the generosity of such an employer. Feeling the inscriptions of the death ledger, and Ruoxue could not help but smile slightly. Chu Qing felt similarly. 6 months of lifespan in ghostly currency is of considerable value. As for the profits from this woman's transaction, Chu Qing harbored no envy. Firstly, such lucrative deals are seldom encountered, and he was only granted this rental opportunity because Ruoxue had signed a hellish contract, becoming bound by the blood-lettered entity. Secondly, these profits are in lifespan. However, for the buyer of life, lifespan is of little practical use. It must be converted into ghostly currency. Although the conversion rate is not as disheartening as the 121 ratio faced by ordinary spirit masters and commoners, the actual amount received is still significantly diminished. Not to mention that the buyer of life does not always receive a profit rebate with every transaction. Losses can occur as well. Yet, for the Gravekeeper, as dawn breaks the following day, he can harvest 6 days of lifespan, alongside black copper coins, and an additional 2 days' worth of ghostly currency. While this may seem modest, it is a reliable source of income, and this is merely the beginning. Moreover, the Gravekeeper's earnings are guaranteed, and he possesses another crucial source of income. He slowly rose from behind the dark tombstone and said, "All right, take this and return to the house." The dark red glass door swung open, and Ruoxue, carrying the beautiful severed head, entered the room. The door closed behind her, and Ruoxue clearly understood Chu Qing's intent as the tungsten light bulb flickered to life, both of them turning to gaze at the dark red glass door. Although Ruoxue had entered the graveyard carrying the beautiful severed head, thereby completing the blood-lettered death task, her presence here undoubtedly added a sense of ritual. Task completed. Locate the strange, beautiful, severed head within Kaiyuan Lake, and successfully bring it into the tomb. In the ominous guidance of death, the blood character ghost reaped 20 days of lifeblood. The executor's task reward, and Ruoxue acquired a hellish contract, becoming a contractee. A crimson beam suddenly projected from the dark red glass, enveloping Ruoxue's form. In the next moment, an irregular blood-red symbol appeared on the back of her hand. Chu Qing did not doubt the capabilities of his burial ghost. In fact, the rules of the hellish contract were exceedingly inclusive, and Ruoxue's ascendance to contractee was also part of the death's guidance. The force of fate does not lie in passively accepting one's destiny, but rather in effecting change within the confines of that destiny. This is the essence of fate. Regrettably, the woman before him did not possess the profound understanding that Chu Qing had. She blinked at the symbol on her hand and then, with an unmistakable delight, turned to Chu Qing. "Brother Qing, can you control this symbol?" Chu Qing raised an eyebrow and nodded. "What's the matter? This symbol is rather unsightly. Could you perhaps change it for me and reposition it?" "I'd rather it not be on the back of my hand," she replied. Indeed, this was not a significant issue. Chu Qing nodded. "Sure, what kind of symbol do you desire, and where would you like it placed?" And Ruoxue instantly became animated, pulling out her phone and beginning her search. Soon enough, she found a design she adored and presented it to Chu Qing. However, upon merely glancing at it, the corner of Chu Qing's eye twitched. Wasn't this some sort of tattoo? He decisively opted to ignore it. "Don't be ridiculous. and Ruo Shui pouted, then glanced at a flickering tungsten bulb before suggesting, "A Qing, even if you must remain here, you should at least create a better living environment. Look at this place. There isn't even a decent tile." Chu Qing was rather indifferent to external conditions and was too apathetic to waste time on such matters. Just as he was about to dismiss her, he suddenly felt a tremor at his wrist. He quickly looked to his wrist. Indeed, the long-absent book of life and death erupted with a peculiar notification. "Dear esteemed one, though I regret disturbing you at this moment, I must remind you that certain entities are always lurking in the shadows, observing you. They represent a true threat to your existence within this city. They are waiting, gathering strength, and preparing. They may present you with little gifts at any time. Beware, they are coming." Chu Qing's pupils constricted sharply, without a moment's hesitation. His crimson eyes flared to life. He leaped through the doorway, and suddenly a red light surged into his hand. It was none other than the head lantern. Unbeknownst to Ruo Shui what had transpired, her experiences during this period had already transformed her into someone extraordinary. Without a second thought, she grasped the beautiful head and rushed to Chu Qing's side. The terrifying red light of the head lantern instantly enveloped them. Then, in the next moment, a resounding roar erupted, and both Chu Qing and Ruo Shui were acutely aware that it was the sound of a vehicle's engine. However, what was even more terrifying was that this noise, which emanated just outside the cemetery, showed no signs of abating, despite its proximity. Bang! The massive iron gate was violently shattered, accompanied by the crashing sound of the connecting wall collapsing. Yet this was not the end. Although the vehicle's speed had lessened, Chu Qing's heart raced with unrelenting anxiety. As expected, in the dim light of the night, he finally discerned the source of the commotion, which erupted in a burst of flame. It was a fuel tanker. Now, the tanker had exploded. Boom. Chapter 58, Ghost Delivery. The Assault of the Maternal Ghosts. Chu Qing had never felt so invincible in this eerie era. Such a notion was utterly implausible. After all, he had merely been reborn 3 days prior to the onset of the terrifying age. Yet, during the initial stages of this bizarre phenomenon, it had been at least half a month to a month since the signs first appeared. During this time, various strange entities with peculiar abilities lurked in the shadows, observing this world. Indeed, the Blood-Eyed Dragon Lord's powers were recognized in later generations, but his current blood pupils were, after all, not those of the future Blood-Eyed Dragon Lord. In these few days, his rate of advancement had been remarkably swift, yet, as the death ledger indicated, in this city, an ominous ghost town marked by an overwhelmingly high number of bizarre manifestations in his previous life, could he truly roam untethered? The scene before him jolted Chu Qing, momentarily lost in complacency from his recent progress, back to the grim reality. Terrifying tremors and fierce flames engulfed the surroundings. Were it not for his ability to wield the Lantern of Heads and the enhanced physique of a Gravekeeper, Chu Qing, who stood perilously close, would have likely met his demise on the spot. Nevertheless, even so, he witnessed with his own eyes that, aside from the complete destruction of the gate to his North Mountain Cemetery, his humble abode, often criticized by Ruo Shui, collapsed like a house of cards. Fortunately, the area shrouded in shadow was still considerable. Given the severity of the collapse, it seemed unlikely that the deity of wealth, still within the confines of the structure, would be adversely affected. However, it was undeniable that the house was no longer habitable. He had no time to heed in Ruo Shui's ominous words. His blood-red gaze remained fixed on the flaming wreckage of the fuel tanker. Amidst the inferno, a figure staggered down from the shattered vehicle. It appeared oblivious to Chu Qing, its body engulfed in flames as it swiftly honed in on a specific target. Upon seeing that object, Chu Qing was struck by clarity. Indeed, this wavering figure amidst the flames was heading towards the abandoned taxi, number 40004, not far away. Chu Qing's blood-red eyes darkened ominously. So this thing had sought him out? If it had come knocking, then it should not leave. Chu Qing's pupils instantly locked onto the peculiar entity before him, and without hesitation, he activated his gaze. Before him lay a mysterious object. Ghost Courier, Grade 9, Category, Subghost, Lifespan, 3 days, Pickup rules. Must follow commands, retrieve specified items at designated locations. Failure to do so triggers a lethal protocol. Race against time. Ability can operate any vehicle to reach the destination. Restrictions on ability effects are significantly reduced. No circumstances will impede its speed of action. Sub-Ghost. Status a subordinate under the Ghost Matron. Upon exhausting its lifespan, it will not perish but rather consume the Ghost Matron's lifespan. However, if the Matron dies, the Sub-Ghost will also meet its end. Promotion requirements. Unknown. Note. Here it is again. Humanity. I find myself increasingly intrigued by the forces behind it. Indeed, without a moment's thought, Chu Qing swiftly approached the taxi marked 40004, directing his gaze toward the entity before him. It appeared to be an ordinary human, yet its entire being was engulfed in fierce flames. Its gaze seemed solely fixed upon the taxi, numbered 40004. Chu Qing delivered a powerful kick. This ghostly courier was evidently not an ethereal being. The force of his kick sent it staggering, collapsing a short distance away. The ghost courier slowly lifted its head, its charred visage revealing bare eyeballs that fixated on Chu Qing. The delivery must not die. Chu Qing disregarded the entity's rules, his blood-red gaze locking onto it firmly. Without a second thought, he unleashed the power of an eye for an eye. Terrifying dark energy surged alongside his crimson sight, a chilling wind sweeping past, stirring the distant flames and his raven-black hair. In that moment, framed against the backdrop of the inferno, Chu Qing resembled a grotesque demon emerging from the depths of hell. More fearsome than the ghost courier itself, his blood-red pupils glimmered in the night, weaving a thread of crimson that quivered with his gaze. The fate of the ghost courier mirrored that of the previous ghostly taxi driver. The seething dark energy enveloped them, resembling a terrifying vortex that violently tore their bodies apart. And Ruo Shui stood a short distance away, and even though this was not her first encounter with such a scene, the sight still sent chills coursing through her. Moreover, not only she, but also the beautiful head she clutched tightly in her grasp trembled at the sight of the man who had shredded the ghost courier within the flames. Both could sense the fury and malevolence emanating from that figure. The body, torn apart by dark energy, was once again absorbed into the crimson vortex of Chu Qing's gaze. His dark eye sockets overflowed with blood, as if tinted with red pigment, staining his entire eye area. Chu Qing closed his eyes, a trickle of blood flowing from the corners, draping over the entirety of his eye socket like a blood-red eyeshadow. 3 seconds later, Chu Qing reopened his eyes, yet they were filled with an icy madness and bloodlust that Ruo Shui had never witnessed before. Fortunately, after a brief period of calm, his expression returned to indifference. He gazed at the entrance engulfed in flames. The fire from the oil tanker did not last long, in an area thick with malevolent energy. Such ordinary flames would not endure for an extended duration. However, the recent explosion had completely obliterated his little haven. He turned to Ruo Shui and said, "The Lin family's company is responsible for real estate development, correct? Please help me renovate the entrance here in the next few days. Remember, only the front gate and these areas can be touched. No one is allowed to enter the tombs at the back." Understood. He calmly walked out toward the collapsed room. The notebook, television, and other belongings were all utterly destroyed. But as he anticipated, the malevolent deity in the corner remained unaffected, thanks to the presence of the golden shrine. Since there was no impact, he deemed it unnecessary to intervene further. As for the blood characters, they were of no concern. The glass door was merely its habitual dwelling, while its true residence was the entirety of Beishan Cemetery. Standing before the half-collapsed doorway, Chu Qing suppressed the unsettling thoughts that threatened to engulf him and focused on the ghostly courier and that ghostly taxi. The ghostly mother had evidently set her sights on him, eager to reclaim the ghostly taxi numbered 40004. Since the opponent had taken the initiative, passively awaiting fate was not in Chu Qing's nature. Regardless of whether he could subdue the ghostly mother at this stage, he needed to ascertain what kind of entity he was dealing with. The collision of formidable anomalies made information disparity the most crucial element. This was also the reason behind the blood-eyed ghost's immense power. As thoughts gradually unfurled, Chu Qing's brow furrowed. From the ghostly courier, he recalled the previous ghostly taxi. And soon, a vital piece of information came to mind. With that thought, he retrieved his phone from his pocket, glanced at the two numbers that might provide a solution, hesitated momentarily, and ultimately decided to contact the newly added Zhou Yingzhu. Lucy I had warned him in a previous life that the Chu family's intentions towards him had been less than pure, though he owed her a minor favor. Given the formidable strength of the ghostly mother behind the scenes, it was unwarranted to involve Lu Lian in perilous circumstances. Thus, in the depths of night, Chu Qing swiftly typed a message. Investigate whether there are any abandoned bus stations, passenger stations, or train stations in Luocheng where bizarre occurrences have been reported. If this task is executed well, I can offer you an opportunity. Chapter 59. The Ghostly Mother. Its world. Villa number 2 at the Jingxuan. Lying on her custom-made hastened bed, Zhou Yingzhu exhaled deeply. It had been a long time since she had experienced such quality sleep. She recalled the events of the morning and that man. How had he come to possess such power? In Zhou Yingzhu's eyes flickered a glimmer of yearning. From her arduous journey to this moment, her fascination with power and authority was beyond imagination. Today, as seen, had made it abundantly clear to her that the rules of the world had irrevocably changed. If she failed to seize the initial opportunities and ascend with the tide, the future would likely be far more tragic than in previous times. Death, perhaps, would be the most favorable outcome. Zhou Yingzhu recalled the 5 monks, including Ji Shan, whom she had unwittingly sent into the jaws of danger, and let out a deep sigh. Though she had contemplated seeking counsel from her dear sister, she hesitated, uncertain of Chu Qing's temperament. Would her curiosity provoke the other party's ire if discovered? From their brief interactions, it was evident that the man exhibited a far greater indifference to humanity than she did. He truly regarded human life with scant regard, and perhaps only such individuals could wield such power in such a short span of time. At that moment, her phone, which had been set aside, suddenly flashed a crimson light. Zhou Yingzhu, fate has favored you. In this tide of transformation, your fortune has granted you a glimpse into the truth of the world. That entity requires your assistance. You should feel honored. Hold on to this opportunity tightly. It may be the most significant chance of your lifetime. Staring at the flickering red light of a life-death ledger on her phone, Zhou Yingzhu was momentarily taken aback. Almost instantaneously, a message arrived from her now functional device. Upon reading its contents, she jolted upright from her bed, disregarding the halo of light that had manifested around her. A bus station, a passenger terminal, even a train station, Zhou Yingzhu found the man's peculiar request baffling. Yet, as the ledger had indicated, she need not understand the why. She simply needed to comply. Thus, she swiftly responded and immediately dialed a number. Hello, Chung, instruct the brothers to undertake a task for me tonight. Meanwhile, Chu Qing lay within his coffin, devoid of sleepiness. The Gravekeeper's spectral powers rendered him less reliant on slumber. And Ruo Shui had departed. She had not fully mastered the Senmu group before, but now she had paid the price and successfully harnessed a grinding spirit, equivalent to possessing the extraordinary ability to silently dictate life and death. To aid Chu Qing in repairing the shattered walls, gates, and structures of the North Mountain Cemetery. And Ruo Shui was determined to return and swiftly regain control of the Senma group. Chu Qing felt no anger. The damage was merely superficial and of little consequence. As long as the gathered anomalies remained intact, there was nothing to worry about. Furthermore, his interest in the ghostly mother behind the child's spirit had grown. What manner of being could conjure such a plethora of bizarre phenomena? The capabilities of this eerie courier can be deemed remarkably impressive. Not to mention that it previously even conjured a ghostly taxi and the infamous number 40004 cab. Therefore, what indignation or resentment could one possibly harbor towards such a formidable yet unintelligent anomaly? Only a fool would entertain such emotions. On the contrary, the entity's strength piqued Chu Qing's curiosity even further. Moreover, this recent assault bore certain advantages for him. Within the dark ledger of life and death, crimson letters materialized. The bizarre attack caught you off guard. However, as a Gravekeeper, you remained steadfast in your duties, safeguarding the rest of the departed within the tomb. and were largely unperturbed by the assailant. You have gained a deeper understanding of your role as a spectral gravekeeper. Indeed, while there was no direct feedback in terms of spectral longevity, the profound integration into his spectral duties served as the finest reward. This would expedite his ascension to the 8th rank in the future. Contemplating this, Chu Qing closed his eyes. Over the course of a day, he had exerted himself excessively, compounded by the consumption of spectral longevity from the Golden Shrine, which had left him feeling fatigued. As he sensed the connection with the vast tomb beneath him, his condition swiftly began to restore. At an indeterminate moment, he abruptly opened his eyes, perceiving a peculiar fluctuation. He slowly rose from the coffin, gazing towards the east. At 8 o'clock, the sun finally unveiled a hint of pearly dawn along the horizon. Chu Qing understood that it was time for him, as a gravekeeper, to fulfill his duty of guarding the tomb for the first time. He surveyed his surroundings, noting all the anomalies, including the black crow that had returned with over 10 human skeletons in the dead of night, also among them. As he patrolled, feedback emerged in the ledger of life and death. You are surveying your graveyard. At the intersection of darkness and dawn, all the departed have fallen into silence. Yet, daylight does not bind them. Rather, it signifies respect for the gravekeeper. During this patrol, you have sensed the weight of your responsibilities, deepening your understanding of your role. You have gained 6 days of spectral longevity, and due to the unique nature of the high-grade Golden Shrine, you have received an additional day of infernal currency. Within the tomb, all the inhabitants are present, and you have flawlessly completed your guardianship task. Thus, all the serene anomalies within the tomb have likewise received an extra day of spectral longevity. At this moment, you may directly allocate the 6 days of spectral longevity you have acquired to the other anomalies through your Gravekeeper's monument, without the need to convert it into infernal currency. Absorbing the feedback from the ledger of life and death, Chu Qing chose not to distribute this exceptionally high-quality spectral longevity, but instead absorbed it entirely into his being. He slowly opened his eyes. The day had fully brightened. Chu Qing looked towards the east, where the blood-red sun slowly ascended. Unbeknownst to him, even the sun had transformed in such a manner. Chu Qing paid it no mind, as he had long since grown accustomed to such changes in his previous life. Just then, a phone call came through. He glanced down to see that it was none other than Zhou Yingzhu. Chu Qing was momentarily taken aback. He had indeed underestimated Zhou Yingzhu's capabilities. As expected, a voice emerged from the other end of the line. "Mr. Chu, regarding the special location you mentioned, we have found one during the night, but we are uncertain if it is the place you seek. May I inquire where it is?" Chu Qing interrupted directly. "The starting point of the abandoned number 14 bus station in the old district of Luocheng. I will send you the location. I am currently on my way there. Are you coming?" "Zhuingzu's initiative plaisait Chu Qing greatly. I will be there shortly. Do not act recklessly." With that, he hung up, glanced around, contemplated for a moment, picked up a nearby lantern, but instead of using it, placed it in the coffin alongside the painting of Zhong Kuei riding a tiger. Most importantly, Chu Qing turned his gaze to the grand tombstone before him. He felt no fluctuations of fate. Why was the blood-lettered ghost so tranquil? Was it still bound by the so-called cool-down period, or was it that even it feared that entity? Did it believe that, at this stage, it was incapable of subduing or even vanquishing that thing? Chu Qing was unaware of the answers. He only knew that one must test a horse by taking it out for a stroll. Thus, he chose not to summon the taxi numbered 4000 for this time, but instead tilted his head skyward. The raven, for the first time, demonstrated its previous utility in relation to the yellow rainbow. Chu Qing grasped its formidable talents, and the world beneath him gradually ascended. In the old district, equipped with the coordinates, Chu Qing swiftly pinpointed the location. To Zhou Yingzhu's astonishment, Chu Qing arrived at the same time as she did. "Mr. Chu," Zhou Yingzhu looked up, observing the massive raven perched upon Chu Qing's shoulder and a lantern in his hand, nervously swallowing hard. Chu Qing cast a satisfied glance at Zhou Yingzhu. Not only had she come in person, but more importantly, she had not brought anyone else along. "What is this place?" "Mr. Chu, this is a former bus station in the old district, the starting point for the number 14 bus, which traversed the entirety of the old city. However, Following urban beautification and tourism reforms, this outdated bus line was discontinued. Consequently, there have been numerous locals seeking explanations from the authorities, but most received no satisfactory answers. Zhou Yingzhu had evidently done her homework during the night. Despite her slightly darkened eyes, she remained spirited. I had my subordinates scour every bus station, large and small, throughout Luocheng last night. While there were numerous rumors of hauntings, most led to nothing, except for this place. What is the issue here? Noticing Zhou Yingzhu's hesitance, Chu Qing directed his gaze to a nearby ordinary bus parking lot, where some old houses were situated behind it, and in that distant lot, remnants of faded yellow lines marked parking spaces. This place bore a stark contrast to the reformed tourism area of Luocheng, a disparity so vast that it seemed to belong to entirely different realms within the same city. In every city, there exist shadowy corners that people instinctively seek to conceal, wishing only to present a polished faade to outsiders and superiors. Here, no one reports. Throughout the night, for subordinates came to investigate this place, yet until now, they remain unreachable. Chu Qing exhaled deeply, understanding that this was indeed the location. He gazed at the bus station as departure point, then slowly advanced. However, at that moment, an inexplicable chill enveloped Chu Qing in the early morning of Luocheng. The watch on his outstretched left hand illuminated. The feedback from the ledger of life and death manifested at an opportune moment. Yet this time, the content that appeared was beyond Chu Qing's wildest dreams. Are they human? Perhaps so. In the eyes of the city, they are hurried worker ants. They are cogs in the machinery of urban existence. They are the expendables of civilization's progress. To many, they do not qualify as human beings. They may represent those etched into the annals of human civilization. Yet they often exist not as individuals, but as mere numbers. They thrive within this city. Here, the vast majority of their kind converge. This place bears the weight of their inevitable journey. Until one day, people deem that it and all within have lost the meaning of existence. Then, what significance do they or hold? Esteemed sir, are you prepared to enter its world? Chu Qing's breath caught abruptly as he gazed in horror at the bus station lying in the distance. He had not anticipated that on merely the first day of the era of terror, a bizarre realm would be birthed in Luocheng. Chapter 60. The 14 bus of the old district clang. Clang, clang. The sound of the vehicle moving slowly roused Chu Qing from his slumber. He opened his eyes, momentarily disoriented by the world outside. The aged streets, the dim crowd, and the incessant chatter nearby filled his senses. What was he doing here? Oh, right. He finished work early today. He is a courier. Today, it was said that the road bordering the old district and the high-tech zone was under construction, allowing for an earlier departure. Although he couldn't fathom how the roadwork there related to logistics in the old district, why dwell on such matters? Being able to leave work early was a comfort in itself. With that thought, he yawned and leaned back in his seat, wishing to doze off for a while longer. The bus on his way home, this 14 bus, was the one place where he need not worry about insomnia. Here, there was no pressure of life. No parents whose graying hair belied their relatively young age. No girlfriend who had broken up after 3 years over dowry disputes. There were no parents striving to pay off a 30-year mortgage on his behalf, nor the judgmental glances and cold words of relatives and friends. Free from the suffocating elements. A singular phrase startled him into turning abruptly. Have you heard? Due to the urban beautification efforts, the bus routes in the old town are to be entirely reconfigured. It appears that only Minxing Road will serve as the bus line for the old district. What? How can that be? The old town is so expansive. Does it mean that once we descend from Minxing Road, we must rely solely on our own feet? There seemed to be no alternative, as the initiative aimed to establish a beautiful tourist city with a comprehensive bus system, lest visitors perceive any flaws in Luocheng's environment. Previously, the subway had overlooked our area. All right, let us not dwell on it. Clang, 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 the oppressive noise of a no. 14 bus tires rendered him unable to find solace in sleep. He gazed vacantly at the world outside. A native of Luocheng, he felt a disconnection with the city. This old town constituted the majority of his impressions of Luocheng. The number 14 bus had been his steadfast companion since his school days. And now, would even this be taken away? Would he, too, fade into oblivion like this bus route in the old district? Indeed, he understood this to be inevitable. He recognized that perhaps this city did not require his presence. A sense of resentment brewed within him. He yearned to be among those naturally elevated, to be regarded with genuine esteem by others, rather than merely being identified as a courier, a label that encapsulated his entire identity and worth. He envied those endowed with talent in various pursuits. Perhaps he possessed his own gifts, yet lamentably, he had yet to uncover them throughout his existence. He sighed, engulfed by a profound sense of desolation, intertwined with an inexplicable absurdity. Uncertain of its origin, he surveyed the world outside as vehicles glided past. His home had long since arrived, or perhaps it had already slipped by unnoticed. The number 14 bus circled the entire old district, and if the previous lady's words held any truth, he wished to take a good look, to observe the essence of this old town, to witness the lives of its inhabitants. Perhaps one day, he would never see it again. At the 1401 stop, once the site of an elementary school, the old district was not always as it appeared now. It had once thrived. The school had been a beacon of prosperity. Yet, ultimately, institutions like schools never lacked funding. After all, education should never be compromised, nor should children endure hardship. The weathered walls were adorned with creeping ivy. His own elementary school years were spent here. Regrettably, before he could linger or reminisce about his classmate with the two playful braids, the bus jolted back into motion. Clang, clang, clang. Soon, the bus came to a halt once more. The site this time is an exceedingly chaotic street. This is the morning market, although disordered. It perhaps possesses a hint of the vibrancy of life. Even so, it is a faude crafted from the slightly flushed cheeks of those around, who speak words of concealment in response to the disdainful gazes of visiting relatives. In his youth, he was quite fond of coming here, not for the fish at the vendor's stall, but rather for the presence of a little cat that could often be found there. He adored cats. At times, he would ponder what it would be like to transform into a sprightly cat. If there were to be a next life, he would prefer not to be human, but rather a cat. Being human is exhausting, fraught with too many thoughts. It is far simpler to be a cat, a stray roaming the streets, with the sole concern of finding enough to eat. Clang, 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 the bus jolted back to life. The next stop is by the riverside, where a tributary of the Luoshui River has been developed. However, in its current state, it has degenerated into a fetid ditch. Once, a wealthy magnate invested heavily here, claiming it would enrich the local populace and elevate their quality of life. Concepts he did not fully grasp. All he knows is that the affluent investor eventually departed, having profited immensely while the factory was shuttered, leaving behind the riverbank where he once splashed and bathed in his childhood, now deserted and forlorn. Clang, clang, clang. The bus resumed its journey. Passengers boarded and alighted, but he paid them no mind. He gazed out at the fleeting world beyond, his thoughts drifting through the minutiae of over 2 decades spent in this city, trivialities so inconsequential when compared to the city's development. Yet to him, these memories seem to comprise all that he possesses. It has been said that growing up entails losing certain things while gaining others. Seated on this bus, Chu Qing, sat in silent contemplation, acutely aware that he had indeed lost much, yet felt he had never gained anything in return. Now, even the last remnants of what he had seemed poised to slip away. Finally, the sound of a horn pierced the air, and in the near distance stood the dilapidated bus station, weathered by over 20 years. Unbeknownst to him, he suddenly realized that he was the only passenger left on the bus. For reasons inexplicable, as he gazed at the approaching station, which served as both the next stop and the terminus, a wave of unfounded terror washed over him. The tangerine sun dipped below the horizon, and as the bus continued its journey along the road, he found his gaze drifting aimlessly, bathed in the golden light of the sunset. He seemed to transcend the confines of the bus, viewing himself from a divine perspective, an image warm and beautifully composed, where all he had just experienced unfolded before him. Before him, the exquisite scene began to undergo a gradual transformation. All colors dissipated and all vitality vanished. akin to a worn-out film projecting a lifeless black-and-white silent movie. Chapter 61. Life and Death. The Ascension Method of the Blood Eye. Kulme, Kulme, this is our home. Do you not wish to join us? Step aboard and let us embark. A chorus of voices echoed in his ears. The chill was palpable, the air so frigid that Chu Qing had never before experienced such coldness. Even during his time as the second-grade lord of the underworld, where he personally immersed himself in the so-called Yellow Springs, he had never felt a coldness as profound as this. This was the sensation of death. Indeed, it was only when one was completely enveloped by the rules, entirely shrouded by them, that such a feeling could arise. The chill permeated not only his body, but also the very essence of his soul, which he could not even name. Yet, why was he experiencing death? Had he succumbed? Was he not on that bus? No. Suddenly, a jolt surged through Chu Qing's body, forcing back the overwhelmingly cold presence of death that had nearly consumed him. After all, he was the Gravekeeper. Yes, he was not merely a courier. He was the ninth-grade Gravekeeper, Chu Qing, the former king of the river of Chu. In an instant, an indescribable sense of familiarity surged from his pupils. His crimson eyes lifted to gaze into the distance. He was unsure of what he was looking at. The rules of death were on the verge of enveloping him entirely. However, on the precipice of life and death, Chu Qing possessed an unmistakable clarity. It was watching him. In his prior encounter with the faceless ghost, he had discerned that the connection required for the blood eye's activation did not necessitate a direct gaze in the traditional sense. The essence of eye contact lay in the mere brush of gazes. As long as the other party directed their attention to him, then the blood-red orbs, which had just begun to fervently awaken, would inevitably return the gaze. At that moment, the consciousness that had seemed shrouded in a veil of haze finally re-emerged. Chu Qing felt a bone-chilling cold envelop him, and the bloodlight emanating from his eyes seemed on the verge of spilling over, dripping crimson droplets. The frenzied, darting blood eyes appeared as if they were ready to leap from his sockets. Such madness, a wildness Chu Qing had never witnessed before. In that instant, he sensed it. He felt the presence of that gaze behind him. Yet, this time, the blood eye, which had always been invincible, failed to yield its anticipated effect. The mutual gaze persisted. Chu Qing understood that the adversary had also invoked the rules of murder. His imminent brush with death served as irrefutable evidence of this. However, the reason he could not fully exert his influence through the principle of eye for an eye was likely due to the adversary's weight of power, which was no less formidable than that of the blood eye. At the very least, the disparity in power displayed from this moment onward is not significant. However, the effects are not entirely absent. The frenzied crimson of the blood-red pupils began to fade, and the chill of death that enveloped Chu Qing's body gradually dissipated. The warmth of life re-emerged within him. In this instant, his perception of the outside world was finally restored. He could sense that penetrating gaze. The activation of the rules of death gradually coming to a halt. It was evident that the other party realized they had missed their opportunity, the most opportune moment to end Chu Qing's life. Chu Qing pressed his lips together and surveyed his surroundings. However, he could hardly fathom that he was still standing there at that moment. In the distance loomed the dilapidated, abandoned bus station. His hand was even extended, maintaining the posture of observing the life and death ledger upon his left wrist. Yet, even without stepping into the secret realm, Chu Qing understood that he had truly traversed the threshold of death. Mr. Zhu, Mr. Zhu. The voice of Zhou Yingzhu echoed from behind him. Chu Qing, however, paid no heed and once more directed his gaze to his left hand. As his consciousness returned and the gaze of the unknown, ghostly mother shifted away, characters once again flickered to life on the ledger. Esteemed sir, you have fallen for a ruse, have you not? Of course, this is not necessarily a misfortune. Trust me, this truly is not a misfortune. It has made you realize that such things are not easily obtained. And you have made it clear to them that your existence is not something they can manipulate at will, even with calculated intent. The journey of that ghostly courier is so humble, so inconsequential, yet for someone as grand as yourself, it surely presents a unique amusement, does it not? Perhaps both of you should understand that, In the current situation, neither can truly gain the upper hand over the other. Thus, a temporary truce may be a prudent choice for both parties. Wouldn't you agree? Of course, I reiterate, esteemed Sir Chu Qing, this is not a misfortune for you. Chu Qing gazed at the feedback from the ledger, comprehending the recent events. So that was it. The ghostly courier, whom he had slain, upon arriving here, allowed the ghostly mother to activate the courier's memories and even initiate the rules of death against him before he had even entered the secret realm. No wonder. Chu Qing's eyes revealed no sign of disturbance. Just as the ledger had stated, given the current circumstances, having successfully countered the ghost mother's initial assault, it would be challenging for her to mount another attack unless he voluntarily stepped into her territory. Moreover, he had discerned the terrifying nature of the ghost mother during their earlier encounter. Recklessly entering her domain would be tantamount to courting death. Fortunately, time was on his side. With that thought, Chu Qing exhaled deeply and finally spoke. Very well. Zhou Yingzhu no longer dared to utter a sound. It must be said that this ghostly matron has imparted a profound lesson to Chu Qing, who had been sailing smoothly until now. After all, he had only been reborn for a mere week. Yet, the ominous signs of revival had been manifesting for at least half a month, if not a month. Luocheng was one of the cities most afflicted by ghostly hauntings in his previous life. The existence of this ghostly matron undoubtedly signified one of the earliest and most formidable aberrations. Otherwise, it could not have given rise to a secret realm. Power. In such a terrifying era, power is the only thing one can truly rely upon. With this thought in mind, Chu Qing chose not to linger and promptly turned to leave. Zhou Yingzhu, perplexed, soon heard Chu Qing's voice resounding. Come with me, drive to Beishan Cemetery. Ah, understood. Seated in Zhou Yingzhu's Bentley Continental, Chu Qing gently closed his eyes, his brow furrowed. Once again, a sharp pain surged through his eyes, reminiscent of the initial fusion. In an instant, crimson veils obscured his vision anew. However, the reappearance of the blood-red subtitles momentarily stunned Chu Qing, illuminating the true meaning behind the life and death ledger's prompt. Indeed, this imminent life-threatening crisis was not entirely unfavorable for him. For at this very moment, beneath the perception of the blood-eyed specter, the long elusive method for its ascension finally crystallized amidst this looming peril. Chapter 62. Special Ascension Requirements. Ghostly Hand. On the roads of Luocheng, the sparse figures were pitifully few. Even though it was not a weekend and the sun still shone brightly, not only was the highway devoid of travelers, but even the usually bustling locales of Luocheng were desolate. The Blue Continental sped along the road, while Zhou Yingzhu focused on the navigation towards Beishan Cemetery. Too apprehensive to glance back at the figure behind her, she remained oblivious to Chu Qing's thoughts and could not fathom the depths of his tumultuous emotions. Between life and death, the symbiotic relationship with the blood-eyed specter had triggered its latent potential upon sensing the threat of mortality, finally allowing it to perceive its ascension method. Yet, upon witnessing this ascension method, even with the mindset of having lived two lives, Chu Qing could not help but scoff. Is this shark-armed aberration simply overindulging? In truth, from an external perspective, the ascension of the blood-eyed specter appeared rather uncomplicated. One might even say it was exceedingly simple. However, had Chu Qing not sensed the symbiotic bond he shared with this entity, he would have harbored serious doubts about whether this creature had been seduced by the ghostly matron within the secret realm, conspiring with it to take his life. Indeed, he once again lifted his blood-red eyelids, gazing intently at the situation of the blood-eyed ghost. Blood-eye, grade, 9th rank, category, symbiotic anomaly, lifespan, 10 months and 16 days. Eye for an eye, rule upon direct eye contact. One can disregard the opponent's rule capabilities and rebound them, if the opponent has no rule capability activated. The ability can be invoked to control the essence of the being, spirit, and cause its blood, in energy, to reverse and spill forth, resulting in death. The invocation requires a duration of eye contact, the effectiveness determined by the disparity in grades and talents of both parties. Eyes and pearls. Ability can probe into living beings, underworld artifacts, etc., discerning their grade, essence, rules, abilities, and lifespan. Symbiosis state currently coexisting with a human, resulting in doubled consumption of lifespan, while simultaneously experiencing a preliminary awakening of intelligence. Promotion requirement: to devour 5 anomalies or above. And the body of the symbiotic entity must merge with the anomalous body, with the grade of the anomaly not being lower than 9th rank. Note: human. What do you mean? You dare to question me? You are too weak. I exist to protect you, this mere human. Indeed, the promotion of the blood-eyed ghost can be considered rather simple. It does not even require the consumption of lifespan. The number of anomalies to be devoured is not a daunting task for the blood-eye. The only noteworthy point is that its promotion necessitates Chu Qing to once again coexist with another anomaly. Unlike the grave ghost, which is dominated like the blood character ghost, it must merge with itself. Just as he had contemplated upon his rebirth, humans need not rely on the methods of controlling anomalies through impositions. Instead, it involves the fusion of one's own body with the symbiotic anomaly, allowing for mutual coexistence. However, this approach carries significant risks. In his previous life, among the 5 kings already established, the Corpse King, also known as the 5-organ king, was particularly adept in this area. Chu Qing had minimal interaction with this individual, and naturally, he would not disclose any tips or methods. Thus, if he wished to continue in such a manner, merging his body with the anomaly, he could only persist in seeking fortune amidst peril. Chu Qing was not afraid of risking his life. Otherwise, he would not have resolved on the very day of his rebirth to merge with the initial form of the blood-eyed dragon lord. Yet, now he was the first tomb keeper, and the grave ghost was merely a nascent form of the death apartment. Coupled with the fusion of the blood-eyed dragon lord, he had largely diminished the need for further risks. However, this blood-eye was evidently determined to take life-threatening chances. Clearly, this confrontation with the mother and child ghost had instilled a sense of crisis in this self-important blood-eyed ghost. Chu Qing closed his eyes once more, rubbing his throbbing temples that were affected by the strain in his eyes. In truth, though somewhat exasperated, Chu Qing did not resist, and even felt a tinge of anticipation. What is the meaning of a smooth journey? In the era of horror, and indeed in any age of ascendance, who does not harbor a gambler's mentality and absolute confidence? This encounter made him acutely aware that in this terrifying age, progressing against the current is essential. Stagnation equates to regression. If it does not grow, or if his growth slows, countless anomalies are swiftly hunting and evolving. To achieve the aspirations one holds dear, the pursuit of strength must never waver. If one could attain eternal existence, if one could achieve immortality across the ages, what would it matter if they were cloaked in malevolent spirits? He once more began to rummage through the memories nestled within his mind. To refrain from action is simply to refrain, but if one is to act, one must strive to excel. Furthermore, in this world, it is not merely through the fusion of the weak and lowly that the mortality rate is mitigated. Given this, since fusion is inescapable, it is only reasonable to opt for the more formidable entities. Though it may be true that finding another as formidable as the blood-eyed dragon lord once more is indeed a daunting task, it is equally unwise to settle for any mediocre choice, for that which is integrated into oneself is of paramount importance. Thus, one must ponder which of the powerful entities from a previous existence possesses a foundational form suitable for human fusion. Chu Qing fell into deep contemplation. Suddenly, he recalled something accessible to him at present. Luo City was the epicenter of the most intense supernatural outbreaks in the last life. The sheer number of anomalies transforming it into a city of eternal despair within a mere 3 years. Yet, it was precisely due to this calamity that a few ghost tamers emerged prominently in the public eye during the nascent stages of the crisis. Although Chu Qing had fled Luo City quite early, he had kept an eye on certain developments. One individual, in particular, resonated with his criteria. In the early days of the supernatural upheaval, a fortunate coincidence allowed some to fuse with and master these anomalies. After all, what Chu Qing could accomplish, others were also capable of. While many perished, there were certainly survivors as well. In his observations of the ghost-taming community in Luo City, He had heard of a notable figure known as Ghost Hand Dubai Fan. It was said that his rise to prominence was catalyzed by an anomaly fused within his palm. Subsequently, after a public announcement regarding a shadow occupation, he transitioned into a spectral night watchman, becoming one of the foremost ghost tamers in Luo City, garnering considerable acclaim. In Qing City, many sought to ally themselves with this individual, drawn by the anomaly residing in his hand. Rumor has it that any entity ensnared by that ghostly hand could not muster the strength to resist. Although Chu Qing was not well versed in the specifics of the rules and abilities involved, he later learned that despite Du Baifan's escape from Luo City and his ascension to the fourth-tier shadow occupation of Night Wanderer, he ultimately met his demise within a certain secret realm. Nevertheless, the legend of that ghostly hand endured, remembered and revered by many during the terrifying early days. However, whether this individual had since located the ghost hand, successfully fused with it, or mastered it, was something Chu Qing remained largely ignorant of. As for what he had been engaged in prior to the advent of the supernatural age, Chu Qing was equally uninformed. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, he unexpectedly turned to Zhou Yingzhu and inquired, "Are you familiar with someone named Du Baifan from Luo City?" Zhou Yingzhu's actions momentarily faltered, and after a brief contemplation, she replied, "That name sounds somewhat familiar. If you're not in a hurry, may I take a moment to verify it?" Chu Qing nodded in agreement. "Sure. Since the name resonates with you, it must not belong to an ordinary individual. Moreover, it is not particularly common." After approximately 10 minutes of waiting by the roadside, Zhou Yingzhu's voice finally echoed in his ears once more. "I have found it, Mr. Chu. I am uncertain if this is the Du Baifan you are referring to, but it is the only one I am acquainted with." Du Baifan, a resident of Luocheng, was the founder of Wanhe Building Materials, a company that gained considerable fame in Luocheng and even the Central Plains region at that time. However, the company eventually went bankrupt, prompting him to leave Luocheng for Xingqing. He is currently the general manager at Gaojian Group in the provincial capital. Suddenly, Chu Qing's eyes widened in realization. Is there any connection between his company's bankruptcy and Senma Group in Luocheng? "Oh, Mr. Chu, you are aware of this as well?" The downfall of Du Baifan's Wanhe Building Materials was indeed a result of some business maneuvers by Senmu Group, which ultimately led to its demise. Listening to Zhou Yingzhu, Chu Qing revealed a knowing smile. So that is how it is. Chapter 63. The Simplicity of Business Warfare. Devoured whole. In the heart of Luocheng, a relatively resplendent skyscraper rose majestically. This place had previously been the envy of many. However, at this moment, everyone, including those in high positions, found it difficult to concentrate on their work. Any news from the ledger of life and death would leave many feeling as if they were sitting on needles. Although merely a day had passed, numerous individuals had already shared various photos online. Previously, some might have scoffed at such supernatural reports, dismissing them outright. Yet now, with the possibility of these phenomena manifesting in close proximity, who could still focus on their duties? Of course, the world has never been devoid of workers. Ultimately, today merely marks the second day since the strange occurrences began. For many, the situation remains shrouded in mystery. Despite the underlying anxiety, countless individuals perish in traffic accidents each year. Should one shy away from work due to fear of the unknown? Indeed, most are still oblivious to the threats posed by these bizarre events. This is quite natural, as, in the current scenario, the majority of these anomalies might still be in the 9th tier of severity. A 9th tier entity might easily claim a single life, but would not pose an immediate threat to the masses. There remains a transitional phase. For instance, should Chu Qing's lantern of heads ascend to the 7th tier, it could trigger a dark awakening beneath its glow, effortlessly drawing hundreds or even thousands into a spiraling ascent. Thus, despite the current circumstances, the building emblazoned with Senmu Construction's insignia still housed numerous employees. Although present, few were diligently engaged in their tasks. Until a crisp sound of clattering echoed through the air, all eyes were drawn to the source of the sound. A figure, stepping gracefully in patent leather heels and clad in a finely tailored blazer, emerged slowly from the elevator. As this silhouette materialized, no one uttered a word. Yet many exchanged glances, a flicker of intrigue passing through their eyes. Just days prior, upon learning the identity of this woman, they had lavished her with obsequiousness, for she was to be the future matron of the enterprise. However, the present circumstances were markedly different. In this strange era, where the uncertainty of life loomed, even in the absence of immediate peril, the news had already spread. The formidable Sinmu Construction, a dominant force in the construction industry of Luocheng with ties to real estate, was on the verge of being assimilated by the Gaoqian Group from Xingqing. The chairman of Gaoqian Group, Gao Hong, who also held a significant stake in Sinmu Construction, had reached an accord with the shareholders. They would not be acquiring the shares held by this woman, thereby cornering her into selling her stake to Gao at a diminished price. At this moment, Enrua Xue had seemingly transformed from the prospective owner into a pitiful woman whose efforts were in vain. Yet, she appeared oblivious to the shifting tides. After a cursory glance around, a cold disdain flickered in her eyes. She disregarded the petty individuals surrounding her and walked directly into the innermost office, knocking on the door before entering with an air of authority. "Secretary Zhang, please inform the board that in 1 hour, I will convene a shareholders meeting as the heir of Lin Corporation. I hope the esteemed shareholders will honor their attendance. Should they choose to abstain, they shall bear the consequences." Without waiting for the board secretary to respond, Enrua Xue ascended once more in the elevator, arriving at the executive conference room. There, she awaited the meeting with a serene composure, clutching a peculiar plastic tote in addition to her Hermes bag. An hour swiftly elapsed. One by one, figures trickled in, their conversations barely concealing their indifference to Enrua Xue, who occupied the chair of the chairperson. They seemed unconcerned, perceiving her merely as a gilded opportunist eager to ascend the social ladder. The Lin family had barely been laid to rest for days, and here she was, hastily returning to the company, a clear indication of her desperation. It was expected that she would kneel and plead for them to acquire her seemingly worthless remaining shares at a premium. Alas, such a scenario was implausible. Of course, Gao had previously remarked that the young woman possessed a certain allure, and with her status, there might be room for negotiation, should she be willing. Enrua Xue regarded the board members with a calm demeanor. Perhaps they had long since deemed her a mere pawn on the chessboard of their ambitions. Enrua Xue also smiled, and once everyone had taken their seats, she finally spoke. "I am the heir to the Lin family's shares. Currently, I hold 42 of the shares in Sinmu Construction, and naturally, I am the chairman of Sinmu." Upon her declaration, everyone was momentarily stunned, followed by expressions of disdain. A voice interjected, "Young lady, while the shares are indeed in your possession according to procedure, whether you can enter the board of directors still depends on the approval of the other board members." "Uncle Li, are you not bullying me?" Enrua Xue laughed. Having never heard of a shareholder holding nearly 50 of the shares needing the approval of the remaining directors to join a board, this old man was truly taking advantage of her. Fortunately, she had him in it. Coincidentally, this old man who had spoken up was an excellent target. The man surnamed Li chuckled. "Bullying? How is this bullying? Besides, what if I'm bullying you?" She gazed at the elderly man, and then slowly retrieved a plastic bag that had gone unnoticed. Fixating her gaze on the face of the man who had spoken earlier, her radiant smile transformed into a chilling and sinister glare. "You old fool, how dare you overstep?" The man known as Uncle Li was momentarily taken aback. Just as he was about to rise, he froze. Enrua Xue slowly extracted an object from the plastic bag, leaving everyone in the room dumbfounded. It was a human head, a woman's head, perfectly coiffed, adorned with a faint blush and lipstick. It was not a fake. It was not a prop. For the moment, everyone laid eyes on it. It also appeared to gaze back at them. Enrua Xue turned her attention to the old man and smiled gently. "Let us send him on his way." Clearly, after last night's beauty offering, it had become exceedingly obedient to Enrua Xue's commands. Her gaze instantly fixed on the lead director. Then, a voice echoed, a haunting lament, a whisper that tugged at the heartstrings, a sultry tease that captured souls, a call from the underworld. As everyone was enraptured by this voice, the next moment, they witnessed the old Li thrusting his finger into his throat, blood gushing forth. A series of screams erupted, igniting chaos within the conference room. Only the figure seated at the head remained remarkably calm, and Ruo Shui paid no mind to the corpse before her. Perhaps as Chu Qing had suggested, after transitioning into a role of darkness, such shocking scenes that would terrify ordinary people had become utterly mundane for them. Thus, after hearing the piercing screams of the men around her, she impatiently furrowed her brow and softly said, "Silence." Her voice, akin to the beauty's offering beside her, pierced through everyone's eardrums, resonating deep within their hearts, compelling them all to fall silent. Subsequently, Ruo Shui expressed her profound sorrow, stating, "The bizarre occurrences in Luocheng have led to the mysterious demise of our esteemed director Li Chuanfeng. As the chairperson of Senma Group, I hereby call upon all members of the board to observe 3 minutes of silence in his memory." Upon observing the bewildered expressions of those present, Ruo Shui feigned a somber demeanor and inquired, "Do any of you hold differing opinions?" Instantly, everyone closed their eyes and began an ostentatious display of mourning. Watching these individuals, Ruo Shui, once they had all shut their eyes, decided to abandon even the pretense, instead running her fingers through the hair of the beauty resting on the table. The beauty glanced at her, and then, with a slight parting of her crimson lips, let out a loud belch. At that moment, her wristwatch illuminated with a message akin to the life and death ledger. What is the pinnacle of business warfare? When the bizarre looms over their necks, siphoning their blood and souls, they shall come to understand, will they not? Though it is a transaction with these inferior human beings. The magnitude of a deal is irrelevant. You have gained a deeper understanding of the essence of business warfare, and your comprehension of the buyer's dark dealings has intensified. Even such a seemingly trivial transaction may yield assistance for the buyer of lives. For instance, your control over these matters now holds significant value in relation to the forthcoming phone call. As the final word illuminated, Ruo Shui's phone in her bag rang almost instantaneously. The contact name was none other than Dearest. Ignoring the apprehensive gazes of the others, she stepped into a private space and hastily answered the call. Without a moment's hesitation, the voice of Chu Qing resonated coolly from the other end. "Make arrangements for Gao Hong of Gao Jian Group, along with their general manager Du Baifan, to visit Luocheng at once." Understood, and Ruo Shui never questioned Chu Qing's directives. Yet curiosity and excitement bubbled within her. "Qing, what are your plans?" "To consume them entirely." Chapter 64. The Skull and the Executioner. Caw! The harsh caw of a raven echoed from above. Chu Qing descended from his continental and glanced skyward at the blackbird. Since its evolution, he had kept this creature close, yet it had proven to be utterly ineffective. He had persistently elicited its rules of the death knell. Yet to no avail. Not even a lowly aberration had taken the bait. After a harrowing encounter with the mother and child specters, he had barely escaped with his life. The results were disappointing, though he understood. After all, the rules of ghouls were peculiar, and he was already a gravekeeper. Furthermore, in this newly dawned era of horror, many aberrations required no movement, as they readily presented themselves as prey, rendering the need to hunt unnecessary. With this thought, Chu Qing turned his gaze to Zhou Yingzhu, who had yet to depart. This woman wielded considerable influence in Luocheng and possessed commendable skills. Under the scrutinizing gaze of Chu Qing, Zhou Yingzhu inquired, "Mr. Chu, do you have any further instructions?" She refrained from mentioning Chu Qing's prior promise, presenting herself as a diligent and uncomplaining worker. Naturally, her rise to prominence likely stemmed from this very demeanor. Now, she merely returned to the realm in which she felt most at ease. Chu Qing pondered for a moment before asking, "Do you know where I can procure a substantial number of skulls?" "Regardless, the priority is to commence the construction of the high-ranking tomb for the Black Crow. This endeavor not only extends one's lifespan daily, but also enhances one's comprehension of the duties of a gravekeeper. While gathering skulls for the edifice, he would await the arrival of Du Baifan and Gao Hong." Upon hearing this, Zhou Yingzhu furrowed her brow slightly, contemplating, "Are you seeking new skulls or old ones?" "New," he replied. "If so, it would likely be from hospitals across the region. I can devise a way to retrieve the bodies of individuals who perish in the morgue each day." Chu Qing zitka zu xingju, at Qing. How many can you acquire in a day? Previously, it may have been limited to around 10 individuals daily, but now I estimate it could be between 30 to 50. 30 to 50, he mused, his brow furrowing in dissatisfaction. To amass 500 would require considerable time. His concern stemmed from his lack of understanding regarding the criteria employed by the underworld to assess the vitality of these 500 skulls. What if they were to remain in his possession for a few days and subsequently surpass their expiration? Moreover, the more skulls, the better. After all, even with the construction of a skull tree, placing a skull atop, it could yield a day's worth of lifespan through the tomb's establishment. This was precisely why Chu Qing valued the construction of a skull tree. Noticing Chu Qing's discontent, Zhou Yingzhu contemplated before a flicker of determination crossed her eyes. Mr. Chu, there's another method to swiftly acquire a large number of these skulls. Chu Qing regarded her with interest. Without hesitation, Zhou Yingzhu stated, in this world, while many things are scarce, people are not. Chu Qing narrowed his eyes, seemingly in agreement as he nodded. Indeed, there is no shortage of people. Zhou Yingzhu brightened. If you require, I can arrange it. What do you propose? His retort caught Zhou Yingzhu off guard. The words she had intended to voice were swallowed back. And after a moment's reflection, she continued, I am acquainted with certain individuals in Luocheng who engage in dubious activities. They have been spared due to their connections and utility. Yet they deserve their fate. Eliminating them now would raise no suspicions or troubles for you. Furthermore, if I manage to retrieve some from the hospital, 500 skulls could be secured within a day or two. Only then did Chu Qing withdraw his gaze, replying nonchalantly, since they deserve death, then let it be. He glanced at the encroaching darkness of the horizon, suddenly recalling certain individuals from his past life. What is particularly intriguing are the two individuals in question. One of them is Lu Yin's brother, the esteemed leader of the Anomalous Affairs Bureau, the formidable Qin Guang Wang Lu Ci. He has, on numerous occasions during high-level meetings of spirit manipulators convened in the Dragon Kingdom, implored many elite spirit manipulators to refrain from indiscriminately slaughtering innocent civilians. It is precisely due to his existence that the Dragon Kingdom boasts the highest preservation of its populace across the entirety of Blue Star. However, there exists another extraordinary figure who has left a profound impression on him in this regard, the Wheel King, a close associate. This individual has asserted that if spirit manipulators commit acts of murder with the intention of enhancing their own power, such actions cannot be deemed malevolent. For it is only when the elite spirit manipulators grow formidable that they can stand against those malevolent deities. Hence, every life taken bears the weight of hope and aspiration upon their shoulders. The more lives they claim, the greater their responsibility becomes. Chu Qing vividly recalls the Wheel King's demeanor when he uttered these words, exuding a sense of compassion as if he were tasked with the salvation of all living beings. Indeed, he is a madman, no doubt. Yet, who among those who have thrived to such strength in that era is not a lunatic? Even Lu Ci has committed acts akin to citywide massacres when it pertains to his sister. Sighing, Chu Qing reflects on his reluctance to engage in wanton slaughter for the sake of power, especially against innocents or weaker spirit manipulators. However, in this terrifying age, where formidable anomalies abound, one is compelled to adopt ruthless measures to grow stronger. Thus, he resolves to prepare for a small act of retribution and benevolence. These individuals will ultimately be eliminated by the anomalies, and in doing so, will enhance their longevity and expedite the anomalies' growth. It would be more prudent to offer their lives and heads willingly, contributing to the salvation of Luocheng. With this thought, Chu Qing begins to comprehend the Wheel King's perspective. Suddenly, a unique position within the realm of shadows comes to mind as he gazes at the woman before him. Zhou Yingzhu. This woman possesses remarkable qualities. Her methods are ruthless, and her heart is cold. The future of the Death Apartment necessitates such talent. Although at present, he can effortlessly execute the death directives of the Blood Character Ghost. The elevation to the 8th rank from the Blood Character Ghost indicates that such ascension will likely require the completion of numerous death directive missions. Clearly, he cannot achieve this alone. In this terrifying era, spirit manipulators with potential are indeed worth recruiting. This potential encompasses not only temperament and capability, but also appearance. Even if Chu Qing currently harbors no particular intentions, having a striking beauty frequent his presence is undeniably more pleasing to the eye than a mere man. Why would he not choose the latter, given equal abilities? There is nothing amiss in his reasoning. Among the ranks of shadow positions, there exists a relatively unique sequence that has been revered by many spirit manipulators in a past life. Some have even lauded it as the foremost shadow position sequence due to its formidable combat prowess and inherent advantages. To outsiders, the rare and precious funerary items hold great significance. Yet this particular position in the realm of the dead is inherently endowed with a singular artifact that evolves alongside its possessor's rank within the underworld. In ancient times, the executioners responsible for carrying out sentences on condemned criminals were a uniquely formidable breed. Armed with their mighty blades, they would swiftly sever the heads of the guilty upon command. The splattering blood served as a grim testament to the fate that awaited those who dared to oppose the throne. They were the enforcers of the feudal dynasty, instruments of power meant to manifest authority. Their fate was the harshest, their destinies the most ominous. In an era of terror, such individuals transformed into figures of the underworld, becoming a notably potent presence. Indeed, this was the 9th rank among the underworld positions, the executioner. At this juncture, Chu Qing abruptly raised his gaze towards Zhou Yingzhu and inquired, "Have you ever taken a life?" Chapter 65. The Farewell Pork Hock Rice. Upon hearing Chu Qing's question, Zhou Yingzhu opened her mouth, ultimately opting for honesty. "To speak candidly, Mr. Chu, in my earlier days, I was known in the martial world by the moniker Little 13 Sister." Chu Qing was momentarily taken aback. Casting a skeptical glance at Zhou Yingzhu, "You don't seem to fit that description." Zhou Yingzhu found herself at a loss for words. After all, everyone has a shadowy past. However, her history was decidedly more sinister. Yet, she modestly downplayed her nickname. In truth, during her most spirited days, she was known as the blade-wielding demoness. Chu Qing, however, dismissed such musings. "Well then, do you have a favored weapon?" Zhou Yingzhu, somewhat perplexed, nodded. "I do. I have a finely crafted sharpened meow knife back in my home." "Excellent. Let us depart immediately. We shall retrieve the knife and then pursue our task." Upon hearing this, Zhou Yingzhu hesitated slightly. "What is it?" Chu Qing's brow furrowed. Before she could respond, her answer was evident. Gulp. For the first time, a hint of blush crept across Zhou Yingzhu's face. Chu Qing remained unfazed. Since his transition to the role of a gravekeeper, his dependence on sustenance had diminished significantly. Having gone a day without food, he felt no particular discomfort. However, considering that Zhou Yingzhu had swiftly completed her task after their conversation the previous night, it was indeed a strenuous endeavor for her to go without rest and nourishment for such an extended period. With this thought in mind, Chu Qing regarded her. "I have limited time. Go find something to eat. There will be ample opportunity for you to rest later, but if we miss this chance, it may not come again." "Thank you, Mr. Chu." As Chu Qing prepared to embark, an inexplicable disturbance began to emerge. It felt as though the first domino had been set in motion. In the depths of the unknown, a chain reaction was unfolding. Chu Qing abruptly turned his head, and upon the massive tombstone behind him, a trickle of blood began to coalesce, followed by lines of text manifesting before the two. Location: unknown. Time limit: before 16 o'clock tonight. Task objective: find a restaurant and order a bowl of delicious pork hock rice. Task reward: unknown. Task failure penalty: none. Chu Qing's right eyelid twitched momentarily. However, in that fleeting instant, the first thought that crossed his mind when it came to food was indeed pig trotter rice. Fate, in its essence, encompasses all choices and serendipities that arise once a particular anchor point is selected. To master one's destiny is to transform favorable choices and coincidences into inevitabilities. Reflecting on this, Chu Qing decided to bring along the lantern adorned with a human head, a tool of unparalleled utility amidst his myriad of peculiarities, albeit one that had been often taken for granted. This item was quite formidable, and he harbored a twinge of concern about being unable to control it should it take flight. Currently, as long as he had not ascended beyond the 5th rank in the realm of the supernatural. His physical form as a ghost master remained vulnerable to the assaults and weaponry of the corporeal world, rendering the value of this lantern incomparable. Contemplating this, Chu Qing suddenly felt a pang of sympathy for the lantern. Henceforth, he resolved to allocate a day or two of the 6 days of shadowy lifespan he would acquire during each watch to this lantern, as a token of compensation for its diligent companionship. With this thought in mind, Chu Qing refrained from lingering any longer on the European continent and beckoned Zhou Yingzhu to join him in a taxi, saying, "Let us go." Without a moment's hesitation, she complied. Was this truly an ordinary taxi? The thought barely surfaced before, upon reaching a velocity of 400 kilometers per hour, Zhou Yingzhu found herself devoid of time for idle musings. What did it feel like to collide with someone at such high speed? She was now experiencing it firsthand. 3 minutes later, the vehicle decelerated. Chu Qing arrived at a small street lined with eateries, not far from the Beishan cemetery. Though it was merely 3 in the afternoon, the sky had already darkened, and it was not yet time to turn on the street lights. The entire city and street resembled a forsaken realm. Occasionally, a few homes flickered with light, but they did not meet Chu Qing's requirements. Soon, the two spotted a restaurant. It boasted tungsten filament lights, flickering with a warm glow, and bore the large inscription, "Authentic Guangxi Longjiang Pig Trotter Rice." It was a quintessential, hole-in-the-wall establishment. They disembarked from the vehicle and entered the eatery. Though modest in size, it was relatively clean and tidy, seemingly aware of their arrival. A muffled voice emerged from the kitchen. "You can order by scanning the code." Chu Qing glanced over and placed an order for 2 bowls of pig trotter rice. "Mr. Chu Qing, do you also enjoy pig trotter rice?" "It's not bad. Back in school, I had a part-time job and developed a fondness for it." As Zhou Yingzhu observed Chu Qing's demeanor, a glimmer of nostalgia flickered in her eyes as she recalled. "When I dropped out of technical school and went to work in Guangxi, the first time I tried this pig trotter rice, I couldn't understand the local dialect. Judging by the sign, I initially thought it was made from pig trotters, only to discover later that it was actually pig hocks. It was quite delicious. At that time, it was my favorite dish, but sadly, with a monthly salary of less than 1,000, I could only afford to indulge in it on payday." Gazing at Zhou Yingzhu, who appeared to be lost in fond memories, Chu Qing pursed his lips, having little interest in her narrative of struggle and ascent. Zhou Yingzhu did not observe Chu Qing's expression. Instead, she inquired, "Have you been to this establishment before?" After pondering for a moment, Chu Qing nodded once more. "I suppose I have." "What does I suppose mean?" Zhou Yingzhu pondered in confusion. "How is the flavor of the dishes here?" She continued, "It has been many years since I last savored pig trotter rice. This place is quite an old establishment. The fact that it has thrived in Central Plains province suggests that its culinary skills must be quite commendable." Chu Qing reflected. "Wow, receiving Mr. Chu's endorsement is indeed a reason for me to indulge," Zhou Yingzhu exclaimed. Just as they were engaged in their light-hearted banter, a figure appeared, bearing 2 bowls of pig trotter rice. Chu Qing's gaze fell upon the individual who approached, clad in an oversized apron, with a chef's hat and mask obscuring most of their features, leaving only a pair of dull eyes visible. It was evident that the person was exceedingly rotund. At this moment, Zhou Yingzhu's attention had shifted to the pig trotter rice placed before them. The dish glimmered with a golden hue, while the rich red broth soaked each grain of rice, exuding an aroma so savory that it evoked a primal urge to salivate. Despite having indulged in countless delicacies, Zhou Yingzhu gazed at the dish with wide eyes, resembling a famished spirit. "This is extraordinarily fragrant. It surpasses even abalone in aroma. I can't believe there exists such a skilled little eatery in Luo City. This chef is truly underappreciated." Zhou Yingzhu praised. "What a pity. If it weren't for the current circumstances, such an outstanding restaurant would undoubtedly be bustling with business." Chu Qing contemplated for a moment and nodded in agreement. "Indeed, the business is quite good. If the 3 of us do not summon a waiter, this small establishment often struggles to keep up with the demand." Watching Zhou Yingzhu in front of him, Chu Qing could no longer contain his hunger and took a bite before advising, "Chew a few more times. Do not rush to swallow." Zhou Yingzhu paused, nodding in acknowledgement. "Indeed, this is better for the stomach. By the way, Mr. Chu, Do you know the owner of this place? I have frequented here many times in the past, so I have naturally encountered him on several occasions. Chu Qing did not pick up his chopsticks. Instead, he recalled, the owner appears to be a man in his 30s, a local from Luo City. In his youth, he worked in Guangdong province, acquiring some culinary skills before returning home to establish this eatery. His wife hails from Sichuan province. She is a good person, albeit a bit fiery. They have a son who excels academically. He should have completed his college entrance examination this year and, under normal circumstances, will be heading to university when school resumes in September. They are a kind-hearted family. Occasionally, they offer free meals to sanitation workers and beggars. The owner is very fond of his wife, though he enjoys drinking a bit. However, he is quite submissive and fears her. I recall numerous instances when they quarreled due to his penchant for enjoying a drink in the restaurant at night. Truthfully, his wife had every right to be upset. His drinking habits are mediocre. I remember one time when I returned late to grab a bite, he had drunk too much and insisted on singing Sister. You sit at the bow of the boat for 10 minutes. With a chuckle, Zhou Yingzhu remarked, this person is indeed quite amusing. However, Mr. Chu, since you were so familiar with him, why did he not greet us when he emerged? I would have liked to meet him. Yet, Chu Qing bore no trace of amusement, his gaze directed calmly at Zhou Yingzhu. You have already met him, he stated flatly. Zhou Yingzhu paused, her previously rosy lips now glistening with the oily broth of the pig's trotter rice, gazing at Chu Qing in confusion. Chu Qing did not move his chopsticks. He merely raised his chin slightly, continuing in a voice devoid of any fluctuation, his entire family is within your bowl. Chapter 66, The Culinary Master, the legendary utensils ugh. As Zhou Yingzhu leaned against the table, retching, Chu Qing's expression remained placid. She had barely taken a few bites, and now she expelled everything, including the bitter bile. Nevertheless, this was certainly preferable to losing one's life, was it not? Chu Qing glanced at the 2 bowls of pig's trotter rice. An aura of malice lingered, a sinister presence pervading the air. Yet, one had to admit, in terms of appearance and aroma, the dish seemed somewhat improved compared to previous culinary endeavors. Even Chu Qing, who had little regard for culinary pleasures, felt a flicker of temptation upon witnessing it. However, this impulse was swiftly subdued. He turned his gaze towards the kitchen entrance at the back of the small eatery. A figure seemed to linger there, peering into the establishment where only 2 patrons resided. Chu Qing felt no hint of alarm. When one penetrates the essence of the uncanny, there is little reason for fear. Yet, in the presence of such unknown entities, human beings often succumb to terror, their rationality dissipating, rendering them prey to the rules of murder dictated by the other. Once one discerns the rules governing the entity, even an ordinary person can find a path to survival when confronted by lesser anomalies. Thus, entities capable of obscuring human perception and cognition, such as the head lantern and the faceless ghost, are among the more terrifying varieties of early anomalies. As for bloodletters, discovering their rules typically heralds one's demise. A lesson Chu Qing had learned through experience. The entity before him evidently possessed the capacity to influence human cognition to a certain degree, though not as dramatically as the head lantern or the faceless ghost. Of course, this was relative to Chu Qing. For an ordinary individual, the impact would be significant. This was evident when Zhou Yingzhu, after her involuntary retching, stood up, her eyes gleaming with a peculiar light as they fixated on the bowl of pig's trotter rice. Yet, as the thought of the contents within the dish crossed her mind, Zhou Yingzhu continued to gag, though her gaze remained irresistibly drawn to it, her greed intensifying, akin to that of an addict. The potency of this dish far exceeded that of many others. With a swift motion, Chu Qing sent the 2 bowls crashing to the ground. Enough, you should return to the car, he instructed. Zhou Yingzhu, unable to utter a word, clutched her mouth and hurried outside. Chu Qing let out a sigh, his gaze returning to an expression of indifference. With his hands tucked into his pockets, he slowly rose and approached the kitchen door, extending a foot to forcefully kick it open. Inside the pitch-black kitchen, the full appearance of a figure remained obscured. A robust body was accompanied by labored breaths. Upon sensing Chu Qing's arrival, The figure abruptly turned its head, its eyes, hidden behind a mask, fixating intently on him. This unnerving scene, which would send shivers down anyone's spine, seemed to leave Chu Qing utterly unfazed. His eyes had inexplicably turned crimson. The threat posed by this entity was minimal. He had sensed its nature the moment it first appeared. Otherwise, he would not have been so leisurely engaged in conversation with Zhou Yingzhu. Chef Pig. Rank, 9th grade. Type, humanoid oddity. Lifespan, 2 months and 7 days. Feast, rule the food it prepares possesses an unimaginable allure to all living beings. If consumed beyond a certain limit, it triggers a killing rule. Recipe, ability exceptionally skilled in culinary arts, capable of researching recipes based on available ingredients. Dishes created from these recipes possess certain special effects. Current master dish, pork trotter rice. Pork trotter rice requires rice and pork. After consuming a specific amount, any living being will transform into a pig-like form, with other effects remaining unknown. Humanoid status, daily consumption of lifespan is doubled, possessing a trivial degree of intelligence. And aside from the killing rule ability, can employ conventional means to attack. Promotion requirements. Unknown note, it smells so good. This humanoid oddity, akin to a mother and child ghost, is an exceedingly rare phenomenon in the early stages. As observed through the blood-red eyes, this entity, aside from the killing rule, can also engage in attacks through conventional means. However, during the initial onset of oddities in the Dragon Kingdom, such entities were scarce, whereas other nations, particularly in the West, encounter them more frequently. In truth, while these humanoid oddities appear formidable and can attack through various means, they also possess certain vulnerabilities. Generally speaking, the rules governing such oddities tend to be relatively weak and one-dimensional. Moreover, although they cannot be vanquished through physical means, they can be hindered by such methods. Thus, even these oddities primarily resort to their killing rules while hunting, only resorting to close combat when their options are exhausted. For instance, at this moment, the corpulent figure brandished a blood-red kitchen knife, gripping it tightly, and its exposed pig-like eyes reflected a grotesque bloodthirst. Alas, such tactics, when compared to the oddity's rule-based abilities, bore a disparity as vast as that between a wooden sword and a Barrett rifle. Chu Qing's blood-red gaze locked onto the figure, causing the once ferocious chef pig to become rigid in place. At that moment, both the malevolence and bloodlust were entirely under the control of his sanguine vision. Chu Qing stood still, contemplating how to deal with the peculiar entity before him. Initially, he had thought of simply eliminating it. However, it was not out of a desire for vengeance on behalf of the original family. He had neither the inclination nor the connection to them. Moreover, the bizarre act of murder, akin to the way humans consume pigs and sheep, is an immutable aspect of nature's competitive struggle for survival. To let such matters influence his decisions would be folly. His original intent to kill stemmed solely from the blood-eyed ghost's ambition for advancement, which required not only the fusion of peculiarities, but also the consumption of 5 additional entities. At present, the blood-eyed ghost had only devoured 2, leaving 3 still to be consumed. However, upon witnessing the culinary prowess of the pig chef, Chu Qing found himself wavering. The chef's abilities were indeed impressive. Despite the seemingly stringent rules governing its power, what intrigued Chu Qing most was the potential of the recipe itself. The possibilities were vast. A dish of pig trotter rice could transform living beings into swine. What if further culinary creations were to be developed in the future? Most importantly, Chu Qing recalled a treasure from his previous life, a puzzle of exceptionally high-grade underworld artifacts. Although it paled in comparison to the complete version of the black copper coin, it remained an object of desire for many practitioners of ghost mastery. For over 20 years in his past life, no one had managed to assemble a complete underworld artifact from the fragments. Yet the individual effects of those pieces were still quite remarkable. Indeed, those fragments were culinary tools, a legendary set of underworld cooking utensils. Coincidentally, Chu Qing knew precisely where to acquire one of them. Chapter 67, The Divine Assembly, The Wandering Shadow. Before the dimly lit shop, Chu Qing emerged slowly, a smile gracing his lips. He reflected once more on how, after his rebirth, Seeking out the blood-eyed dragon lord and merging with it had been his most prudent decision. He hopped into the car, and upon noticing the pale-faced Zhou Yingzhu watching him alone, she opened her mouth to speak, but before she could utter a word, Chu Qing's voice broke the silence. "Are you still hungry? If so, we can find something to eat at another place." At that moment, Zhou Yingzhu felt a wave of nausea rising within her again, though it was evident that there was little left to expel. "No, it's fine," she replied weakly. "Let's just eat a little. I might need to vomit again soon." "No, really, I can't eat anymore," Zhou Yingzhu insisted, waving her hand feebly. Chu Qing understood her predicament, not merely due to the pig trotter rice. Once the oppressive aura had dissipated, the lingering richness of the dish could induce dizziness and a natural urge to retch. Nevertheless, understanding did not halt Chu Qing's actions. He pressed the accelerator, propelling the vehicle forward at 400 miles per hour. Before long, they arrived at the familiar entrance of the Jinxiu Manor No. 2 villa. From the taxi, Zhou Yingzhu stepped down with a slight tremor. Yet she did not forget the pressing matters at hand. In truth, all the calamities they faced existed for the sake of a singular ambition nestled within her heart. Though Zhou Yingzhu remained oblivious to the exact nature of their undertaking, she held a firm belief that Mr. Chu would not act without purpose. After entering, she allowed Chu Qing to sit for a moment, during which her complexion gradually improved. It was only then that she approached a safe, unlocked it, and retrieved a long-sheathed sword. The Miao knife, slender and elongated, was not precisely aligned with Chu Qing's intentions. Nevertheless, Chu Qing, possessing a discerning eye, recognized the blade's exquisite craftsmanship as it was drawn from its sheath. Its blade shimmered like autumn waters, with patterns reminiscent of ethereal gales, indicating it was no ordinary weapon. The sharpened edge was sufficient to attest that, had it existed in ancient times, it would have been a priceless treasure. "A fine blade," he exclaimed sincerely, tossing it to Zhou Yingzhu, who beamed with pride, her color significantly restored. Time was of the essence for Chu Qing, prompting him to inquire, "Where are the individuals you mentioned?" Zhou Yingzhu's complexion improved slightly, and she replied, "Please hold on. I will make a phone call." 3 minutes later, she returned, "Mr. Chu. They are currently at their stronghold, the Divine Society. Their leader is named Wei Xiongguang, a prominent figure in both the entertainment and gray industries of Luo City." Chu Qing searched his mind for any recollection of the name, but found none, nodding in agreement. "Very well, let us proceed." Seeing Chu Qing rise, Zhou Yingzhu expressed her concern. "Mr. Chu, should we not bring some men? They may be armed." "No need, just bring an umbrella," Chu Qing replied nonchalantly, standing gradually. After a moment's reflection, he added, "However, I still recommend that you eat something before we depart." Upon hearing this, Zhou Yingzhu, whose condition had just improved, opened her mouth, only to retch. After composing herself, she hurriedly said, "Wait, Mr. Chu, there seems to be some trouble on his end." In Luo City, the Divine Society stood as the largest leisure and entertainment establishment. Yet, what should have been a brightly lit venue now lay shrouded in darkness, its doors firmly shut. In the office at the top of the 4-story establishment, a figure savored a cigar while gazing out at the pitch-black city. The man glanced at the time. It was only 6 o'clock. At this hour, even the street lights should not yet be illuminated, yet the darkness was impenetrable. "What the hell is going on?" he cursed, glancing at the phone beside him, a death register of sorts. He was Wei Xiongguang, once a formidable figure in Luo City. The Divine Society he controlled was frequented by individuals of considerable repute, including notable figures and their sons from the province. However, all of that had changed. Now, he and all of his subordinates had become like turtles retreating into their shells, too afraid to leave the Divine Society. The reason was simple. The man cast his gaze upon the street, where a figure meandered beneath the dim glow of the nearby lights, even in the depths of the night. This presence seemed to possess a depth that eclipsed the very darkness surrounding it, capable of drawing in everything, including one's gaze. The form was indistinct, lacking clarity in features or shape. It resembled a standing shadow, lingering just below, haunting the expanse of this exclusive club. The establishment occupied an extensive area, nearly several hundred acres including the parking lot, Yet even amidst such vastness, anyone exiting the club would inevitably collide with that ominous silhouette. Wei Xiongwang would never forget the gruesome image from the previous morning, where a departing guest had his head mercilessly twisted off by that figure. Not only that guest, but even when others ventured out simultaneously, that entity could seemingly manifest multiple forms, decapitating them in unison. This thought ignited a surge of fury within Wei Xiongwang. Damn it. Those wretched inspectors should swiftly eliminate this menace. The two inept ones who arrived were merely courting death. He could hardly fathom how his money was being squandered on such incompetence. His frustration boiled over. Just then, a knock echoed through the room. Kumin. As the door swung open, a subordinate entered, visibly anxious. Boss, there is hardly any food left in the club. What shall we do? What shall we do? Wei Xiongwang's eyes blazed with wrath as he hurled an ashtray, striking the subordinate and leaving him bloodied and shaken. Damn it! I run such a large establishment, with a plethora of dining options, and in less than 2 days, we're nearly out of food? Are you all fools? The subordinate trembled, stammering, Boss. It's mainly because there are too many people in the club. Everyone is aware of that ghastly creature outside. Numerous technicians, waitstaff, previous guests, and our own staff. A cold glimmer flickered in Wei Xiongwang's eyes. Summon He Hu and the others. Cut off those fools' provisions. Anyone who dares to cause a disturbance. Let He Hu and his crew deal with them. Shoot them down. It's become apparent that it's not just us. The entirety of Luo City is likely in disarray. At this moment, concerns about anything else were irrelevant. Survival was paramount. Furthermore, disregard for the technicians. If there are any decent-looking guests among them, have two brought to me. Understood, boss. As the subordinate departed, Wei Xiongwang exhaled slowly, attempting to quell the tempest of anger within. The mounting pressure of recent days had eroded the tranquility he had cultivated over the past decade. All that remained was a suffocating dread buried deep within. It seemed fitting to procure 2 women. If all else failed, he would eliminate them. He had taken lives in his youth. Only in the act of extinguishing a life could he find release from his pent-up frustrations, especially with beautiful women. The thrill of annihilating something exquisite sent shivers through him. However, just as he began to ponder the means by which he would proceed, the phone on the table suddenly illuminated. Wei Xiongwang quickly glanced over, and upon doing so, his eyelids twitched. It was not a call nor any other notification, but rather a crimson message against a pitch-black background. Are you feeling oppressed? Are you in despair? This is the very essence of our era. Wei Xiongwang, what you are currently experiencing is merely the beginning. The entity outside, its sinister nature is destined not to spare you. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, you are fated to encounter 3 outcomes. First, you will lead your subordinates in brutal suppression of all, only to ultimately perish in a state of depletion. Second, your cruelty and madness will instill fear in your men, prompting them to eliminate you first. Third, at the moment of exhaustion, you will attempt to break free, only to inevitably meet your demise at the hands of that malevolent force. This is your fate, a fate steeped in despair. Yet, it requires merely 10 years. Bestow upon me 10 years of your life, and I may reveal to you how to alter your destiny. 10 years in the grand scheme of existence is hardly a loss, is it? Gazing at the ominous prompts from the ledger of life and death, Wei Xiongwang pressed his lips together. Just a day prior, he was unwilling to accept the notion that he might truly be ensnared by that dreadful entity. However, as 2 days passed, he felt himself inexorably drawn towards this grim reality. Yet, 10 years, such a weighty exchange. Upon inspecting the ledger, he discovered that his lifespan was reduced to a mere 23 years. Thus, with a steely resolve, Wei Xiongwang chose to pay the price, tapping on the ledger while muttering in frustration. If I cannot escape this cursed place, I shall shatter this infernal device. Wei Xiongwang, your insight is remarkable. 10 years of shadowy existence. Oh, the ecstasy it promises. In that case, my foolish friend, allow me to elucidate how you may escape this dreadful realm. It is quite simple. You need only to transition into one of the shadowy roles, harness its power, and become a master of spirits, thereby wielding the strength of the uncanny. Not only can you elude peril, but you shall also command the powers of the shadowy realm and the mysterious forces. Shadowy roles, arcane power. Wei Xiongwang's eyes widened in astonishment, his gaze sparkling with newfound hope. This investment in his lifespan seemed worthwhile. Yet, as his excitement grew, he turned his attention back to the phone's ledger. Speak. Why have you fallen silent? How does one transition into a shadowy role? Ah, my foolish friend. The 10 years of life I offered you merely pertains to the method of escaping peril, and I have imparted that knowledge, have I not? As for transitioning into a shadowy role, I regret to inform you. In a fit of rage, Wei Xiongwang could no longer contain himself. He hurled the phone against the wall with a resounding crash, shattering it into countless fragments. At that moment, the television beside the office displayed once again in blood-red letters. Oh, my foolish master, why must you be so irritable? It is uncertain whether your fortune is favorable or not. Yet your circumstances have begun to shift. Go and take another look out the window. After doing so, you will realize that I have not deceived you. Indeed, it is also a chance to behold the immense power. Wei Xiongwang was taken aback, hastily redirecting his gaze towards the entrance window. At the end of the darkened street, two figures had inexplicably emerged. Just then at 6:30, the wretched streetlights of Luocheng finally illuminated the surroundings. Alongside the lights of the Divine City Hall, he was able to discern the nature of those figures. The visibility was poor for a simple reason. At that moment, in the depths of the night, the two figures, one in front of the other, were each holding an umbrella. The former wielded a black umbrella, while the latter bore a red one following the other. Wei Xiongwang abruptly focused on the shadow of the figure in black. As anticipated, the moment the two figures stepped into the street, that shadow had already approached. However, the expected scene of a neck being snapped did not occur. For some reason, beneath that black umbrella, the shadow remained motionless, rooted to the spot. Subsequently, the two figures holding the umbrellas continued to stroll forward at a leisurely pace. Wei Xiongwang felt a surge of electricity course through his body. This was the realm of the supernatural. This was the spirit master. This was the essence of the uncanny power. He swallowed hard. He yearned to seize this power. The enigmatic force that had ensnared them all in this place was now akin to a stray dog, discarded by the roadside, no longer capable of drawing the attention of that figure. Under his gaze, the figure arrived directly beneath his office, right before the grand entrance of the Divine City Hall. Just as he found himself at a loss, uncertain of the true nature of this so-called spirit master, the figure seemed to sense something. The inky black umbrella was raised. Beneath the dim streetlight, he could not discern the features of that face. All he could see were a pair of blood-red eyes and a faint voice that seemed to resonate in his ears. Open the door. Chapter 68. The Art of Slaughter. Bang! A dull thud echoed as the door swung open violently, striking a one-eyed man who had just approached the entrance. However, at that moment, Wei Xiongwang clearly had no time to concern himself with the fate of his loyal subordinate. His footsteps were quicker than when he had previously been chased, racing with even greater urgency. The bewildered subordinate, confused yet devoted, instinctively followed his leader, running alongside him. From the 4th floor to the ground level. They did not even take the elevator. This spectacle left several staff members and departing guests in a state of perplexity. What on earth was the esteemed Wei Xiongwang up to? Could it be that the strange figure stationed at the entrance has vanished? As this thought crossed their minds, the crowd began to stir with excitement. Due to the angle of their positions, most could not discern the events occurring at the door. However, people tend to follow the lead of others. Seeing Wei Xiongwang and his entourage making their way towards the entrance, they exchanged glances and instinctively moved towards the grand hall on the 1st floor. Fortunately, the hall was indeed spacious, befitting the reputation of one of the largest entertainment venues in the entirety of Luo City. Standing before the tightly shut door, even Wei Xiongwang, with all his experience, could not help but take a deep breath. He was reminded of 13 years ago when, with a youthful and inexperienced face, he approached a small-time boss responsible for renovations in Luo City, taking on the daunting task of evicting a stubborn household. That very night, he used an excavator to bury a family of 6 beneath the rubble. That marked the beginning of his journey. Now, he felt even more anxious than back then, sensing that he was at another pivotal crossroads in life, one that was far more significant and exhilarating than before. "Brother, have you found a way out?" A younger associate's flattery prompted him to turn around and glare at everyone. Enough with the nonsense. He then straightened his disheveled attire from running and finally opened the imposing door. Under the harsh glare of the pale floodlights, Wei Xiongwang finally beheld the scene he had glimpsed from above. Two black and red umbrellas raised high, accompanied by a large red lantern held in hand. Among the leading figures, even with half of their face obscured, an air of calm indifference was unmistakable. "Please come in, please." The once fearsome and ruthless Wei Xiongwang now exuded a demeanor of utmost servility. Those observing him exchanged skeptical looks, pondering the identities of the two newcomers and how they had managed to enter after witnessing the eerie shadow outside that had previously snapped the necks of two arriving inspectors. Chu Qing's gaze swept over the man before him. Lacking any knowledge of face-reading techniques, he simply noted the dark aura surrounding the individual, sensing that since the peculiar occurrences had begun to resurface over the past half-month, this person had blood on their hands. Indeed, as Zhou Yingzhu had said, this individual was no good. Yet, whether one was virtuous or vile, the ravenous spirits did not discriminate. Thus, in response to Wei Xiongwang's obsequious smile, Chu Qing gradually stepped inside. "Huh?" As his foot neared the threshold, Wei Xiongwang's voice suddenly faltered, his attention shifting to Chu Qing's rear, where Zhou Yingzhu stood. Clad in a pristine white dress, she exuded an air of chilling elegance. She did not speak, but merely offered Wei Xiongwang a faint smile. Of course, Wei Xiongwang recognized Zhou Yingzhu. In the vast expanse of Los Angeles, this formidable woman had certainly made her way to this point through a thorough understanding and prior acquaintance. In fact, years ago, they had crossed paths on several occasions. However, Zhou Yingzhu had chosen to avoid conflict, and for many years, they had coexisted peacefully. How could this woman be here? He was uncertain, but upon seeing Zhou Yingzhu, Wei Xiongwang felt a surge of heat within him, only to have it doused suddenly like cold water. Chu Qing paid little heed to these thoughts and glanced around the bustling lobby of the Divine City venue, furrowing his brow slightly. There were far too many people. A casual glance revealed a crowd of over 1,000. He turned to Wei Xiongwang and inquired, "Are you Wei Xiongwang?" "Indeed. Sir, may I ask who you are?" Chu Qing disregarded his question, instead tapping the blood-red lantern in his hand before asking, "Are all these individuals under your command?" Wei Xiongwang glanced over the crowd, unable to decipher Chu Qing's intentions. Nevertheless, he was reassured that, regardless of the situation, this individual was human, not a specter. As long as they were not among those malevolent spirits, negotiations would be feasible. After all, Black Tiger and his loyal subordinates were armed with shotguns. He replied candidly, "Sir, these security personnel and waitstaff are mine. As for the others, they are technicians and guests who have yet to depart. Do you have any instructions?" Chu Qing nodded thoughtfully and ultimately said, "Very well, let the irrelevant individuals proceed upstairs." Wei Xiongwang could glean nothing from the calmness of Chu Qing's tone, and he reassured himself of his ignorance towards this individual, let alone any intention to offend. Simultaneously, he held a deep-seated confidence in himself. Wei Xiongwang had always adhered to a principle. He would never provoke those he could not contend with. And once he did engage with someone, he would exhaust all means to uncover their entire network and eliminate any potential threats. As for Zhou Yingzhu, he had never had any conflicts of interest with her. Over the years in Los Angeles, they had maintained a mutually respectful distance, leaving no reason for animosity. Thus, he contemplated the onlookers surrounding them, turned back, and gestured with his hands, "Ladies and gentlemen, please proceed upstairs. I, Wei Xiongwang, assure you that I will safely escort you out, freeing you from the clutches of those malevolent entities. Please trust in me." He projected an air of righteous authority, and at first glance, one might mistake him for a protector of the innocent. This was precisely the effect he sought. As the origins of the visitors were shrouded in mystery, a little theatrics was harmless. Unfortunately, his actions only elicited a hint of derision in Chu Qing's eyes. Then, he turned to Chu Qing, adopting a demeanor of compliance, and spoke again. Sir, do you have any further instructions? Chu Qing surveyed the number of remaining individuals, noting there were indeed quite a few, both men and women, totaling perhaps 400 to 500. He nodded, acknowledging that the task at hand was substantial. However, in order to facilitate the construction of the tomb and to advance in his shadowy profession, the Gravekeeper found it necessary to exert himself. Thus, disregarding the inquiries of Wei Xiongwang, he swiftly cast aside the lantern, its blood-red glow no longer concealed. He then spoke. Kill. His tone was flat, as if merely remarking upon a trivial matter. Perhaps it truly was. He derived no pleasure from the act of killing, for such brutality was inherently tedious. Yet, if possible, Chu Qing hoped to unearth a glimmer of amusement within this monotony. The black and red umbrellas were raised once more. Viewed from above, under the illumination of the crimson lantern, they appeared akin to two ballet dancers intersecting beneath the spotlight on this stage. Art, after all, transcends mere paintings. Chapter 69. What justification is required for executing justice on behalf of the heavens? Splatter. Vivid crimson stained not only the pristine white of Zhou Yingzhu's dress, but also lent an unusual flush to her face at that very moment. During their journey, Chu Qing had already briefed her on the task she was to undertake. The executioner, among all shadowy professions, represented a relatively straightforward method of career transition akin to that of a paper artisan. It was one of the rare roles that did not necessitate bizarre participation in its initiation. Moreover, the strength attained post-transition was formidable compared to that of other practitioners of equal rank, such as ghost tamers. However, precisely because of this, the role of executioner was not among the first to be announced, but rather one of the latter. The reason was simple. To transition into the role of executioner demanded immense bloodshed, heads rolling and rivers of blood flowing. In a world already resembling an apocalypse post the emergence of the supernatural, how could one endure such self-inflicted carnage? Consequently, few were privy to the requirements for this transition in the previous life. Furthermore, the potential for advancement in this profession was relatively modest, compared to gravekeepers and ferrymen, whose paths led directly to the pinnacle of their craft. The executioner lacked a certain depth. Nonetheless, as previously mentioned, this profession held its own distinct advantages. Zhou Yingzhu gazed at her once immaculate hands, now stained crimson, the blood soaking into her fingers that resembled spring onions. A severed head rolled slowly from before her, akin to a deflated ball discarded carelessly. She exhaled, relieved that she had consumed some sustenance during her journey. Otherwise, the earlier depletion of her strength would have rendered her unable to wield her blade any longer. Yet even now, her fingers trembled slightly, nearly causing her to drop the red umbrella in her other hand. Fortunately, in the next moment, a peculiar shift reignited her vigor. The same energy transferred to the ledger of life and death upon her wristwatch, revealing a line of text. Killing is the privilege of the strong. When your great blade strikes down upon the head of the condemned, the death you bestow affirms your dominion over their life and demise. What a sharp blade! What a ruthless individual! With your blade in hand, embark upon a bloody revelry. In that instant, upon receiving the prompt from the Book of Life and Death, Zhou Yingzhu felt an eruption of power within her. Her gaze swept over the others. Under the crimson glow, these individuals had been momentarily stripped of all sensation, standing rigidly as if they were marionettes devoid of souls. Zhou Yingzhu understood that this was a gift from Chu Qing. She must engage in slaughter as much as possible in the time to come. Thus, the long blade, akin to a harvester in a slaughterhouse, was unsheathed. Draw the blade and strike down. The act of killing is so effortlessly simple. The lives of beings are so feeble. You can only continue to slay. To refrain from killing might lead to your own head rolling next. Kill. Take his head. Kill. Let the blood flow like rivers. Kill. Turn this place into a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Kill. Cause the heavens to quake and the earth to tremble. Zhou Yingzhu's eyes turned crimson. Her arms and hands trembled incessantly. The forceful grip had turned her fingers pale and purple, yet she felt no pain. All she knew was that she had returned. The self she once was had resurrected within her heart. It turned out that the thick, crimson liquid felt more comforting than the oils of the guild. It was revealed that the spiraling objects beneath her blade were far more intriguing than luxury cars and target practice. Just as the Book of Life and Death proclaimed, kill. At this moment, this woman, who had shed her ties to the martial world, finally rediscovered what she had longed for in her heart. Only through such slaughter could she awaken. Her heart pounded vigorously, providing her with an unceasing, seemingly supercharged power. Because of this, the figures became prey beneath her long blade and the red umbrella, akin to sugarcane severed by scythe. Gradually, Zhou Yingzhu lost track of how many times she had swung her blade. She could no longer recall how much crimson had splattered upon her pristine white dress. All she knew was one thing: to kill. She understood that her singular target was the vulnerable spot 3 centimeters beneath the neck, where the obstruction from the spine was minimal. At last, the watch displayed another series of messages. Without madness, one cannot survive. In the throes of frenzied slaughter, you feel as if the knife in your hand has come alive. It calls out to you, it yearns for you, it anticipates the harvest of more lives. It reflects that as long as you continue to kill, it can bestow upon you a unique power. This power is sufficient to ensure your survival in this world. This power is known as Inji, and what it grants you is the title of Executioner. Executioner, the final 3 words, along with the unwavering resolve imparted by the long blade, left Zhou Yingzhu no room for contemplation in this moment. She struck once more, yet this time, as her blade made contact with that elusive figure, its gaze gradually regained clarity, transitioning from confusion to shock and then to agony. Zhou Yingzhu realized that the terrifying lantern effect hovering above the hall was on the verge of dissipating. So these things were also bound by limitations? The waning of that effect signified that these individuals were no longer mere puppets, standing passively for her to cleave. However, rather than instilling fear, this revelation ignited an inexplicable thrill within her heart. What difference was there between the previous carnage and the slaughter of chickens and sheep in an abattoir? Her speed intensified beneath the long knife, which had begun to ripple with a dark aura. At last, after severing the arm and head of the person who instinctively attempted to shield themselves from her blade, an ineffable sensation enveloped Zhou Yingzhu. Executioner. The blade of slaughter is your innate weapon. Executioner. The headless phantoms beneath your knife are part of your alliance. Executioner. You possess a deeper understanding of the art of the blade, knowing how to effortlessly extinguish a life. Executioner. With each strike that cleaves through life and bizarre heads, you shall receive your due reward. Executioner, your destiny is the most formidable, yet your life is not destined to be lengthy. Executioner, you're the first of your kind in this world. In recognition of the chaos and madness, countless executioners have shown their admiration and gratitude by bestowing upon you a unique gift befitting your title. May you be worthy of their appreciation and thanks. Executioner, embrace this power and relish the ecstasy of slaughter. Crimson splattered the surroundings. The scent of blood permeated the air. This was the solitary scene that Wei Xiongwang encountered upon opening his eyes. Where was this? The legendary hell? Indeed, a person like him should descend into such a realm after death. But soon, Wei Xiongwang shuddered. He beheld a familiar figure, a silhouette clad in a jet black coat. Turned away from him, seemingly arranging something. What could he possibly be arranging? Wei Xiongwang yearned for clarity and indeed achieved it. Yet, this revelation left him speechless in astonishment. Chu Qing seemed to sense something, turning to glance at him, revealing a smile he had never witnessed before. Oh, you're back? You're quite fortunate. His luck was indeed remarkable. To celebrate the success of the head lantern, Chu Qing had specifically summoned this exceedingly ferocious entity to partake in flesh. However, Wei Xiongwang found himself in a state of confusion as he gazed upon the multitude of corpses strewn about. Among them were countless acquaintances, younger brothers, and subordinates. He looked at Chu Qing in bewilderment. Do I know you? Chu Qing shook his head. No, this is the first time I have encountered you. Wei Xiongwang continued to inquire, have I offended you in any way? Chu Qing shook her head, replying, we are not even acquainted. How could there be any offense? Suddenly, It seemed as though Wei Xiongwang had been provoked, as he bellowed, "If we do not know each other, and I have not wronged you, why you treat me this way?" Chu Qing regarded him with amusement. "What are you saying? When you trample upon lives, traffic women and children, coerce the innocent into prostitution, and commit arson, did you ever reflect on your actions?" Wei Xiongwang appeared bewildered until Chu Qing calmly added, "Thus, I come to enact justice on behalf of the heavens. What reason do I need?" However, after finishing her statement, Chu Qing chuckled, "Just teasing you. It merely happens that I require a few heads. Do not worry." Wei Xiongwang was taken aback until the jubilant cry of a severed head lantern resonated above him. "We're taking off." The excited voices from within the lantern echoed like the resounding thud of a gavel before Yama's court, accompanied by the mocking laughter of the underworld's minions. Chapter 70. The Executioner's Ability. The Ghostly Blade. "How do you feel?" In the taxi, Chu Qing observed Zhou Yingzhu, whose eyes still sparkled with lingering excitement, and curiously asked. "Exhilarating," she exclaimed, her body drenched in blood, yet displaying no concern. Chu Qing nodded. "As long as you feel exhilarated." Activating her blood pupils once more, she glanced at Zhou Yingzhu. She was well acquainted with the executioner's abilities, but was keen to witness the first reward bestowed upon the initial executioner. Zhou Yingzhu, rank, 9th grade, young lifespan, 1 month, in lifespan, none. Executioner, in position a ruthless killer, the blade claims the lives of the wicked. In death, one seeks life. Every day, it consumes 1/20th of total yang and in lifespan. If insufficient, it will consume a full day. Death occurs when both lifespans reach 0. Accompanying Cursed Blade, ability a decapitating blade born alongside you, capable of attacking ethereal entities to a certain extent. Furthermore, your mastery of the blade's techniques is unparalleled. Execution and decapitation. Position for every strange head severed. You gain yang and yin lifespan based on the opponent's rank. Ghost under the blade. Spirit control technique. The strange entity whose head is severed by your cursed blade can be controlled as a ghost under your blade, without additional consumption of your yang or yin lifespan. Current ghost under the blade. None. Ghostly Blade. Ability you may sacrifice your yang and yin lifespan to empower the cursed blade temporarily, enhancing its might. And the ghost under the blade receives a method for advancement through slaughter. Additionally, you can command an extra ghost under the blade. Status: infused with bloodlust. Invigorated. Promotion requirements: unknown. Note: human, you are indeed of the same ilk as I. How about this? The human beauty is yours, while the eerie beauty belongs to me. What say you? Chu Qing glanced once more at the ghost's taunting words and could not help but feel a tinge of doubt. After her rebirth, both of the future contractors she had chosen for the 2 death apartments were women, and they were both beauties. Could it be influenced by the ghostly entity? In those days, this individual managed to orchestrate a peculiar selection of brides in the city of Los, a feat that even reached the ears of the House of Strange Tales, revealing much about his character. Indeed, to master the uncanny, one must pay a commensurate price. However, if that price were merely such, it might be deemed acceptable. Slightly digressing, Chu Qing's thoughts returned to Zhou Yingzhu's abilities. The Ghost Blade. This was a power unheard of in Chu Qing's previous life, yet was undeniably formidable, beyond significantly enhancing the combat prowess of the executioner. It also paved a new path for nurturing the spirits beneath the blade, which was its most crucial capability. The evolution of the uncanny demands endless variability. There are numerous bizarre advancements required, like the blood-eyed anomaly. Yet, the condition for advancement granted by the Ghost Blade could be fulfilled through acts of slaughter. It cannot be said to be genuinely simple, but it certainly offers considerable convenience. Moreover, this ability astonishingly permits the wielder to additionally control a spirit beneath the blade. One must admit, Zhou Yingzhu's bestowed power is remarkably direct and effective in its early stages. In contrast, both Chu Qing's and Enruashua's abilities tend to lean towards late-game capabilities. However, in such an era of the uncanny, who could profess confidence in surviving to the later stages? Nevertheless, Chu Qing felt no imbalance in his heart. From a long-term perspective, This ability indeed pales in comparison to his own aspect of the underworld and in Ruashue's inexhaustible sources of wealth. Simply put, in terms of controlling the uncanny, the Ghost Blade can only command an additional spirit. Yet with the aspect of the underworld, as long as one meets the requirements of the tomb and guards it for a period, one can control the remaining anomalies. The more spirits within the tomb, the greater the number that can be commanded, essentially limitless. The same applies to inexhaustible wealth, utilizing money to temporarily command and control the uncanny, coupled with the existence of interest, makes the Yin Shou Ming Qiao a veritable hard currency in this terrifying age. Contemplating this, Chu Qing cast a glance at Zhou Yingzhu's blade. It was sheathed once more, yet within the eyes of the in-position ghost controller. The long blade in its sheath was enveloped in wisps of black, shadowy energy. No wonder this executioner attracted countless ordinary people in his previous life. His survival capability in the face of the uncanny was indeed remarkable. Chu Qing nodded in satisfaction. His efforts had not been in vain. Very well. While I possess the uncanny, it shall not be shared with others. The spirit beneath your own blade must be sought by you alone. Each anomaly brought to the Beishan cemetery is a genuine asset of mine, and it is out of the question to give them away freely. Having acquired the first Yin position, and after gaining experience from interacting with the uncanny, if one still cannot control the anomalies, it can only indicate a lack of ability. Zhou Yingzhu nodded, gripping the long blade in her hand, clearly now brimming with confidence after mastering the role of the executioner. Chu Qing paid little attention as he glanced at the small delivery truck slowly approaching in the distance. That must be your people, right? With a total of 513 souls, it was impossible for Chu Qing to transport them all himself. Fortunately, with a single call from Zhou Yingzhu, assistance could be summoned. This trivial matter hardly concerned them. Zhou Yingzhu nodded and sent a message to someone on her phone, then lamented, "Mr. Chu, that peculiar entity we encountered earlier." Chu Qing understood Zhou Yingzhu's implication. Indeed, the bizarre creature that had surrounded the God City Association had been dispatched by him along the way. It had served as nourishment for the blood-eyed ghost. Such a peculiar entity being consumed as sustenance was somewhat regrettable. Nonetheless, considering Zhou Yingzhu had just become a spirit master, Chu Qing offered an explanation. That entity is not suited to be your ghostly companion. I cannot take it with me. It is a bound spirit, and while its abilities and murderous rules are indeed formidable, it is a pity. The earlier entity was powerful enough to prevent so many from escaping the God City Association. The rules and abilities of this entity were quite straightforward. As long as a person cast a shadow, it could emerge from the realm of the bound spirit and snap their necks. Thus, dealing with it was relatively simple. One merely needed to extinguish all the incandescent streetlights surrounding the God City Association. Yes, it was that simple. However, lower-tier entities are often like this. Once one understands the rules, they're not difficult to confront, but the challenge lies in discerning those rules. The capabilities and regulations of this creature were indeed formidable, especially in the early days of the era of the Bazaar, when a light was greatly relied upon by the majority. The power of shadows was undeniably terrifying. Unfortunately, it was a bound spirit confined to this street. While there were methods for a bound spirit to escape, they were cumbersome and not worth the effort. Thus, it was best to allow the blood-eyed ghost to serve as nourishment instead. These matters were trivial. After consuming the entity, any lingering dark emotions were thoroughly vented in the recent slaughter. Consequently, Chu Qing felt quite content. Before the God City Association, pale figures, some of whom appear to have just finished vomiting, retrieved the neatly packaged spherical objects and loaded them onto the truck. They then climbed aboard and departed. Chu Qing slowly started his taxi, number 40004. The advanced grave of the crow ghost was finally complete. He was eager to see what this skeletal tree, which required so many souls, would ultimately become. Chapter 71. The Positioning of the Skeletal Tree. The Truth of the World. Beyond the expansive cemetery, a pale red crescent moon hung in the deep night sky, illuminating the dark and silent graveyard. Caw! A chilling, raspy call echoed from the branches, where a black crow perched, its wolf-like eyes gleaming a sinister green. its beak clenching strips of flesh. Over 500 neatly arranged skulls, still smeared with traces of blood and flesh, presented an exceedingly grotesque and terrifying sight. Yet, standing upon this land, Chu Qing's expression remained utterly unperturbed. He cast a glance at his remaining lifespan, 1 year, 1 month, and 7 days. Previously, he had merely 10.5 months of life left. But after completing the blood-etched guidance of the chef pig and devouring the earthbound spirit, he had once again surpassed the 1-year mark. Alas, this figure would soon plummet anew. Chu Qing gazed at the pile of skulls strewn upon the ground. Zhou Yingzhu had retired to rest, and with the eerie, deathly guidance of the blood markings momentarily absent, Chu Qing found himself unable to manipulate the situation, preventing him from forming a contract akin to that of an Ruoxue. However, there was no rush. This locale was the hidden rear of the Beishan cemetery, relatively secluded, and generally, no ordinary person would venture here. Chu Qing slowly closed his eyes. A unique essence of dark energy surged forth from his control. The remaining years of his life transformed into the purest form of dark energy, merging with the entirety of the Beishan cemetery beneath his feet. In the next moment, akin to the previous golden shrine, the skulls accumulated here seemed to sense something. An indescribable force intertwined them, gradually melting and fusing. Chu Qing perceived bones sprouting branches within the grave. He witnessed flesh blooming into flowers amidst death. This time, the scene displayed by the tomb of the Black Crow far exceeded Chu Qing's imagination. In comparison to the golden shrine, this skeletal tree truly embodied all of Chu Qing's conceptions of the sinister capabilities of the netherworld. A trunk composed of countless skulls appeared, as if flesh had heaped into nests upon its branches. This terrifying spectacle seemed capable of driving an ordinary person to madness with just a glance. Ding esteemed Lord Chu Qing, a unique tomb of bones and flesh has taken root and flourished under your patronage. It serves as the harbor for the crow spirits and your finest trophy display. You can sense the loyalty and submission of the crow spirits towards you. The role of the Gravekeeper may encompass more than merely guarding the cemetery. You have gained profound insights into the Gravekeeper's shadowy duties. You have taken a significant step forward on the path to greatness. Esteemed Lord, I willingly wish to accompany you on the journey through the night. Xingqing, in a towering edifice. As the provincial capital of Zhongyuan, one can behold nearly the entirety of Xingqing from here. Even as the night envelopes this place, and death spreads its shadow, 2 figures stood high above, surveying all. Bai Fan, what is your assessment of the current situation? The man known as Bai Fan was a refined gentleman in his 30s, wearing glasses. Curiously, even in the depths of night, he donned an unusual leather glove on his hand. He pondered for a moment before speaking. Since that peculiar object appeared, the situation has become rather unsettling. The slightly plump figure ahead nodded in agreement. Indeed, that thing speaks of the arrival of a bizarre era, utter nonsense. Most importantly, after my testing by Fan, do you know what that thing revealed? What? I had someone convert his yang life into yin life and exchanged it for the method it mentioned to harness and control those ghostly entities. The result? It stated that one must become what is referred to as a yin position. What on earth is that? Do they think it's a game? The plump figure exclaimed in astonishment. Did it not elaborate on how to attain this so-called yin position? No. A brief silence ensued, and Dubai Fan slowly extended his palm, his brow furrowing slightly as he remarked, Director Gao, I can sense that my body has been growing increasingly frail during this period, and it is due to this thing. If there is no other way to break this predicament, I fear my time is limited. That thing previously mentioned that I have less than 7 days of yang life remaining. Gao Hong glanced at the hand of Dubai Fan, which had removed its glove. It was an exceedingly emaciated hand, and beneath the almost skeletal palm, something seemed to be moving. More disturbingly, the nails, which should have been flesh-colored, had turned pitch black. No matter, Director Gao, the ability to merge with this object has allowed me to uncover the extraordinary nature of the wealth deity statue, which I presented to Lin Yuancheng, enabling me to avenge my grievances. That is sufficient. Dubai Fan appeared indifferent, Yet the madness and unwillingness in his eyes betrayed his true thoughts. Gao Hong contemplated for a moment. Did you not say previously that as long as you use this hand to kill, it could prolong your life? I have procured some for you. Is it possible that it has lost its effect? Yes, those ordinary individuals provide too little. I can feel that this palm craves the slaughter and consumption of more extraordinary beings. Only those peculiar entities will suffice. Director Gao, regarding the wealth deity statue at Lin Yuanqing's residence, I wonder. Dubai fans' words caused Gao Hong to frown slightly before he responded. There's been a minor issue in Luo City. Do you recall the young daughter-in-law of the Lin family from last time? Yes, you mentioned her during your last visit. This time, after the Lin family has been entirely wiped out, the one who inherited their legacy is that materialistic woman. Dubai fan frowned. What is the matter? Gao Hong nodded. Precisely. I just received news from Luo City. Today, within the Sima group, Old Wang informed me that the young girl, named in Ruoxue, in full view of the public, killed Old Li. And most importantly, this young girl possesses one of those ghostly objects, a woman's head. Though I am unaware of its specific abilities, it is exceedingly terrifying. Moreover, this afternoon, that young girl proactively called me, expressing a desire to meet with you and me in Luo City to discuss the acquisition matters concerning the Sima group. Upon uttering these words, Du Baifan furrowed his brow. What did Wang Hang say? Is the peculiarity not inherent in that little girl? Gao Hong nodded in agreement. Indeed, she was taken from a plastic bag and has remained on the table without being touched by hand. At this revelation, Du Baifan's eyes suddenly brightened. Could it be that the little girl has discovered some other means? Lao Gao, we must go. Absolutely. The two nodded, deliberating the details of their journey to Luocheng the following day. Unbeknownst to them, on the mobile phone resting on the coffee table behind them, a profound caption appeared. The dark road ahead leaves one bewildered and at a loss. Is the power you possess truly yours? The true visage of the world seems poised to reveal a fragment. Go forth, seek the truth of this world, even if it requires any cost. Chapter 72. The Flesh and Blood Kitchen. The expansion and renovation of the cemetery. Abba, Abba, eat meat. Before Chu Qing stood a massive figure, a correspondingly gigantic pig's head. This was the true form of the chef pig. However, the chef pig, which had previously instilled a psychological shadow in Zhou Yingzhu, now resembled an intellectually challenged child, demonstrating its trivial wisdom as a human-like anomaly before Chu Qing. Nevertheless, Chu Qing remained indifferent. The chef pig's intelligence did not impact his gains. His primary concern lay in how the advanced tomb in the corner of the underworld would manifest upon its arrival. Aside from the crow ghosts and the underworld's wealth deity, the bloodletter ghost was neither counted nor required in the so-called advanced tomb. The faceless ghost and the human head lantern posed considerable challenges, while the tiger-riding anomaly, albeit dangerous, was manageable. Chu Qing suspected that if the advanced tomb were to be recreated, the daily enhancement of his underworld longevity might lead to a certain chance of it naturally ascending to an 8th grade anomaly. At that juncture, Chu Qing could not guarantee his ability to control such a being, thus he would not prioritize it for the time being. Yet, the chef pig before him appeared quite honest. Most importantly, the advanced tomb reflected by this corner of the underworld seemed promising. Chef pig, a 9th grade humanoid anomaly. Suited for advanced tomb, flesh and blood kitchen. Flesh and blood kitchen. A kitchen filled with various unidentified meats, exuding a nauseating and pungent odor of blood. Construction requirements. A human kitchen. 100 tons of assorted meats. Underworld longevity. 60 days, occupying an area of 60 square meters. Tomb effects. After the chef pig takes residence, guarding for 1 day grants an additional day of life. As long as the ingredients are sufficient, the chef pig will not leave the flesh and blood kitchen. The chef pig's abilities will be enhanced, with a certain probability of developing recipes with positive effects. Furthermore, the flesh and blood kitchen may operate externally, collecting underworld longevity and ghostly currency, with the chef pig required to pay 50% of the revenue in ghostly currency taxes. The flesh and blood kitchen. It appears that the materials required by this chef pig are indeed minimal. Even in this current season, acquiring 100 tons of meat is not particularly challenging. especially since there are no specific requirements regarding the type of meat. This aspect starkly contrasts with the circumstances surrounding the ravenous spirits. The only point of hesitation for Chu Qing lies in the matter of space. 60 square meters is needed, along with a human kitchen as a prototype. While this area may seem small within the entirety of the North Mountain Cemetery, it poses considerable logistical complications. It is ample enough for a 2-bedroom apartment. Moreover, this venture could be open for external operations. Of course, at present, Chu Qing has no intention of transforming anyone into swine for elimination. However, the culinary research of this pig chef holds the potential for developing positive recipes in the future. Thus, Chu Qing has not misjudged the pig chef's promise. It is genuinely commendable. It is precisely for this reason that Chu Qing feels the need to devise some plans. As he contemplated this, the sound of an engine reverberated from the front, and Ruoshue's voice echoed from a distance. Qingge. Simultaneously, Chu Qing discerned an unusual rhythm to the footsteps. There were others present. His brow furrowed as he approached, and indeed, beside Ruoshue stood another figure. It was a man who appeared to be under 30. Du Buffon? No. Chu Qing swiftly dismissed that notion. The man was notably hunched, standing behind Ruoshue in a submissive demeanor. Qingge, let me introduce you. This is the chief designer from the renovation company under Senmu Construction. You can call him Atai. I've invited him to assist you with the planning and decoration. What do you think? Chu Qing nodded and glanced at the man. Unexpectedly, Ruoshue had provided an ideal opportunity, as he had been contemplating how to plan the periphery of the North Mountain Cemetery, and here was a professional to aid him. All right, do you have any thoughts? Chu Qing inquired, unusually proactive in seeking Ruoshue's opinion. She appeared somewhat flattered and nodded. Qingge, I would like to establish several apartment buildings or some individual residences here. Do you think that is feasible? Chu Qing regarded Ruoshue, who seemed hopeful. He understood her subtle intentions. Although the density of the uncanny occurrences in the entire city of Luo was likely unparalleled, it was precisely because of his presence that this place felt more secure, was it not? Chu Qing ponde the fili. In the future, the encompassment of the North Mountain Cemetery would undoubtedly need to expand significantly. The territory required for the abilities of the Underworld's corner is not trivial. However, constructing an apartment building or several individual residences to incorporate within this space is not insurmountable, especially considering that contractors like Ruoshue cannot currently detach from the North Mountain Cemetery. It would facilitate task acquisition for them. Not only Ruoshue, but also Zhou Yingzhu would benefit similarly. Additionally, the pig chef's blood kitchen had inspired some ideas. Since this pig chef can accept ghost currency for business and pay taxes, Chu Qing must ensure that he provides a customer base for this enterprise. Although it may seem a bit scarce for the time being, in the future, the contractors of the death apartment may well acquire a substantial amount of ghostly currency. Past experiences have taught Chu Qing that directly stripping the fields bare is akin to exhausting the waters of a pond. Only through a sustainable and intermittent harvesting of resources, allowing more spirit tamers to join, can he stand behind the scenes and secure a firm position. Contemplating these matters, Chu Qing nodded. Very well, however, please choose the location wisely. Once you have a plan, do let me have a look. And Ruoshue beamed with delight. In the vicinity of the current cemetery, she would not trade her residence for even the Lin family's villa estate, let alone for the grandeur of Baigal. Having discussed these trivial matters, it was time to address the main issue, and Ruoshue glanced at the attendant Atai behind her, her expression returning to serenity as she instructed, Atai, please take the tools and begin measuring. With that, she paid no heed to Atai's demeanor and slowly strolled alongside Chu Qing to the grand tombstone, where she softly remarked, Qingge, Gao Hong has replied, they will arrive early tomorrow. Are you prepared? Atai observed the pair, standing alone amidst the vast grave in the darkness. His hands trembled as he retrieved measuring tools from his bag. If someone had told him 3 days prior that he, a chief designer who had won numerous prestigious awards, would be tasked with designing a burial site in such a ghostly location, he would have dismissed it with a slap. What was his status? He was no feng shui master. Yet now, he understood the meaning of bowing one's head under the eaves. With a stern expression, Atai approached the crumbling corner of the wall, instinctively lifting his gaze while measuring. In the dark, dilapidated room, a flicker of golden light caught his eye. He squinted and directed his flashlight towards it. However, beneath a golden shrine stood a statue of a grinning god of wealth, seemingly watching him. In that moment, Atai felt a chill run down his spine, inexplicably sensing that the statue bore an uncanny semblance to a living entity. A gust of chilling wind swept through, instantly drying his cold sweat, while an indescribable chill began to permeate the air. Atai turned around. Not far off, a massive crow with eyes reminiscent of a ravenous wolf fixed its gaze upon him. Even more terrifying was the sound of rustling emanating from the depths of darkness beneath the crow, where a robust shadow seemed to lurk. In the sky above, illuminated by a blood-red glow, he faintly discerned what appeared to be a shadowy pig's head. An overwhelming sense of dread enveloped him. Who could explain to him what manner of place this was? Chapter 73. An Unwelcome Visit. Blood-red eyes and black hands. Morning broke. Although it was only 8 o'clock when the dawn finally arrived, many remained unaccustomed to the early hour. Indeed, for those entities that existed in this world, the distinction between day and night held little significance. Yet, many still preferred to conduct their affairs in the light of day. At this very moment, cruising along the roads of Low City, the Maybach glided smoothly. What could that young girl possibly mean? Why summon us to such a place? Could it be a trap? Gao Hong, who was driving, furrowed his brow. Du Baifan pressed his right hand firmly and then replied, "Regardless of any potential traps, we must go." Moreover, as he spoke, a flicker of cold light danced in Du Baifan's eyes, revealing his thoughts. I would be more concerned if there were no traps at all. If that girl lacks any means, wouldn't our visit be in vain? Not entirely in vain, for you intend to consume her soul, do you not? Gao Hong replied nonchalantly. The two seemed to possess an unwavering confidence, regarding Ruoxue as if she were already deceased. Subsequently, Gao Hong lamented, what a pity this world has devolved into such a state. Under these circumstances, the significance of Gao Jian devouring Senmu diminishes greatly. I've heard from the locals that the frequency of peculiar occurrences in Low City far surpasses that of Qing City. After handling this matter, it would be best for us to avoid Low City. No, Du Baifan interjected emphatically. This time, regardless of whether I can extract anything from that young girl. I do not intend to return to Qing City. I plan to take root anew in Low City. Gao Hong cast a peculiar glance at him. A spark of excitement glimmered in Du Baifan's eyes. That object has been tested. The cursed item in my possession is rated at the 9th tier. Since it has a grade, there must be a pathway for advancement. If it can ascend, it indicates that such power has a medium and method for mastery. Indeed, Low City harbors far more mysteries than Qing City, and therein lies the opportunity. I must seize this chance. I will ascend step by step, reaching the pinnacle. Gao Hong glanced at Du Baifan, whose face bore a somewhat sinister excitement. This subordinate, once greatly esteemed, seemed to have transformed into someone entirely different. An inexplicable chill surged within him. Is this the price of controlling that entity? Yet, contemplating the strangeness and terror of that power, Gao Hong could not help but feel a sense of yearning. Who wouldn't he desire to wield such strength? However, Du Baifan retained a semblance of reason. Suddenly, he turned to Gao Hong and inquired, Old Gao, do you have that object with you? A flicker of fear crossed Gao Hong's eyes, but he eventually nodded. It's in the trunk. That's great, Du Baifan exclaimed with confidence. Just then, Du Baifan instinctively picked up his phone. Gazing at the pitch-black screen, where blood-red text slowly emerged, you possess great courage. Or perhaps you have no choice but to come. You know, this might be the only option to resolve your troubles and worries in one fell swoop, even though you are unaware of the true nature of what you are about to face. However, its immense power grants you considerable confidence. Yet, in this world, what is most abundant is the myriad forms of that entity. What is most abundant is the multitude of lives claimed by the arrogance and hubris of those who believe themselves invincible. Are you one of them? No one can say for certain, but, my dear friend, I can impart one truth to you. The stage is set, but are you prepared? This is a confrontation between hunter and prey, a gladiatorial arena where only the victor may claim all. So, tell me, are you the hunter or the hunted? Du Baifan gazed at the blood-red text on his phone, momentarily rendered speechless. It was his first encounter with something that evoked such a profound reaction. What secrets did that girl possess? In that instant, Du Baifan's confidence evaporated. Amidst the silence, a voice emanated from the navigation system. Ding. You are 500 meters from your destination. A parking spot has been selected for you. Please prepare to disembark. Arriving at their destination, both turned instinctively toward the fork in the road ahead. Strangely, despite the bright morning light, an inexplicable sense of foreboding loomed at the end of the path. The dilapidated cemetery marked on the navigation appeared as a malevolent specter, its gaping maw exuding a sinister aura that sent chills down one's spine. A night passed. As dawn broke, Chu Qing set forth on his patrol. You once again traverse your cemetery. Under your footsteps, this restless graveyard resonates with a unique atmosphere. Its inhabitants remain dutiful. During this patrol, you have grasped the essence of a gravekeeper's duty and gained a deeper understanding of your role. You have earned 7 days of shadowed life, and, due to the unique nature of the high-grade burial site, an additional day of spectral currency. This tranquil cemetery owes its serenity to your efforts. Yet, such quietude inevitably attracts the attention of those foolish enough to disturb it. However, this is of little concern to you. Let them comprehend the true nature of what they covet. The feedback from the Book of Life and Death brought a smile to Chu Qing's face as he stood before the massive stone tablet inscribed with his birth details. Positioned at the heart of Beishan's cemetery, it seemed that the very essence of fate, intertwined with his emotions and the book's response, stirred restlessly, unwilling to remain dormant. Blood-red characters slowly oozed from the inscription, coalescing into the guiding power of death. Location: Beishan Cemetery. Time limit: none. Task objective: eliminate any intruders who dare to trespass. Task reward: unknown. Task failure penalty: inability to invoke the guiding power of death for 10 days. Chu Qing's gaze swept over the blood-inked message, which gradually faded, merging back into the stone tablet. Indeed, as anticipated, the sound of an engine sputtering to a halt resonated from just beyond the doorway. Chu Qing discerned that this was not the vehicle belonging to an Ruoxue. As expected, he turned his gaze towards the source, where the recently abandoned door, ajar at best, was slowly pushed open. 2 figures emerged from the narrow crevice of the door. The moment Chu Qing caught sight of them, they too recognized his presence. One pair of blood-red eyes and a single dark hand stood in stark opposition. Chapter 74. The Hidden Card. The Substitute. The crisp cawing of a crow at that moment was neither jarring nor did it seem to attract any attention. The 2 figures appeared at the threshold. It was indeed him. Chu Qing's eyes lingered on the gaunt figure of the man. He had encountered this individual's visage on the forum before. However, at that time, Du Baifan was at the pinnacle of his life, relying on his uncanny abilities and the prowess of a 4th-tier spectral position, the Night Roamer. He was a preeminent figure throughout the Central Plains, even drawing the interest of the nascent Anomalous Affairs Bureau, which sought to recruit him as the regional head for Central China. Now, however, Du Baifan exuded an aura of gloom, suffused with a palpable sense of death, clearly on the brink of an impending demise. This was hardly surprising. Firstly, once the peculiarities merged, one's lifespan would drastically diminish, a fact with which Chu Qing was intimately familiar, having witnessed his own life expectancy of 60 years dwindle to a mere 3 months after merging with the Blood-Eye Spectre. Secondly, if the peculiarities reached their limits and were forcibly activated, as Chu Qing had done with the Blood Character Spectre, it too would consume one's life force. No words were exchanged. The 2 individuals were not foolish. Upon opening the door and perceiving Chu Qing's unsurprised gaze, coupled with the inexplicable absence of an Ruoxue, they began to comprehend certain realities. Thus, in the next moment, they executed entirely disparate actions. Gao Hong swiftly drew a pitch-black handgun from his coat, while Du Baifan, despite his frail appearance, lunged towards Chu Qing with remarkable speed. The dark hand was fully revealed, its ebony nails glinting with an eerie luminescence. Their coordination was impeccable. Clearly, They understood that even with the presence of the uncanny, a human body, if struck at its vital points, would still succumb to death. Yet, they both misjudged one crucial aspect. As Chu Qing beheld the handgun, a flicker of disdain crossed his eyes. Were this encounter to unfold outside, the weapon might indeed pose a lethal threat to him. Unfortunately for them, this was the North Mountain Cemetery, within the confines of a guardian's tomb. The feebler the guardian appeared externally, the more it attested to the strength he wielded within the tomb's domain. It could be said that outside, guardians possessed nearly no spectral abilities, hardly more than ordinary individuals. Thus, within the tomb, his power surpassed even that of the executioner, Zhou Ingzhu. Bang! The muffled gunfire echoed sharply in the air. Yet, at the moment the sound erupted, Chu Qing merely sidestepped slightly, allowing the bullet to whiz past him. Dodging a bullet? Not to mention executing such a maneuver while standing still, only reacting at the moment of firing? Was this person even human? Gao Hong was astounded, while Du Baifan was filled with exhilaration. Such reflexes were beyond the capabilities of an ordinary individual. However, despite the peculiar powers he wielded, his body was deteriorating day by day, leading him to ascertain that the other party's strength was not solely derived from their mastery of the uncanny. He had made the right choice. The entity's hint had proven accurate. This individual, along with that young girl, harbored significant secrets. Unfortunately, their astonishment and excitement did not last long, for in the next moment, they perceived a transformation engulfing the entire world. Chu Qing had vanished without a trace, and the once bright morning had inexplicably succumbed to darkness. The only sounds that remained were the cawing of crows. What was happening? The two stood frozen in place. Yet, when they turned to look again, they discovered that even their own shadows had disappeared within the vast cemetery. Everything they had experienced seemed like an illusion. Did that man with the slightly blood-red pupils truly exist? Or was that entity even human? Was it a being capable of inducing hallucinations? Therefore, was the bullet dodging merely a figment of their imagination? An inexplicable fear began to seep into their hearts. Baifan, Gao Hong, still just an ordinary man, could no longer contain himself and shouted. Even though he had encountered the uncanny before, even though he had repeatedly told himself that all of this was false, the relentless spread of fear pushed his nerves to the brink. Perhaps he should never have come here. Suddenly, a shadow darted past him. Right behind him, Gao Hong turned to look, but there was nothing. It was as if the flicker in his peripheral vision was deceiving him. Yet, he could sense that fleeting silhouette. He could even smell the chilling aura it emanated. It was the essence of the otherworldly, as Du Baifan had once informed him. Finally, Gao Hong could no longer hold back. He swiftly retrieved a peculiar object from his pocket. He did not flee, for he and Du Baifan had faced worse situations before. He understood that the more one ran, the more one lost all rationality, succumbing to fear, leading to a swifter demise when confronting such entities. Thus, he unveiled this trump card. It was one of Du Baifan's hidden treasures as well, a small origami figure, roughly the size of a fingertip. Yet, this origami figure was exquisitely crafted, distinctly different from those previously folded by Chu Qing and Fong Ping. The expression on the face of the origami figure is strikingly lifelike. Upon closer inspection, one might discern that it bears a smile, one of sheer joy and self-satisfaction. Gao Hong affixed this origami figure to his forehead, astonishingly without any adhesive, and it remained steadfastly in place. In that moment, the faceless ghost, which had been poised to act, suddenly halted its advance. Concurrently, Gao Hong bellowed, "I am a scapegoat. Whoever attempts to harm me shall find themselves the next victim of this curse. Young lady, I am aware of your presence in the shadows. Do emerge, for we might converse as allies rather than foes." His voice seemed to resonate with a certain efficacy, as even the cawing of crows overhead appeared to grow somewhat subdued. The entire world seemed to slow, as if in response to the emergence of this so-called scapegoat. Indeed, the effect of the scapegoat was manifest, for at that moment, Chu Qing, who had been calmly observing the two trapped by the faceless ghost, could not help but raise an eyebrow, followed by a sudden widening of his eyes in disbelief as he gazed upon the scapegoat. The reason was simple. The paper figure was all too familiar to him. In his previous life, it was the very first peculiar entity he had commanded as a paper craftsman. Chapter 75. The Truth of the World. Are you satisfied? In his previous incarnation, as a top-tier spirit controller of the second rank, Chu Qing had utilized various means to command several peculiar entities, including those that had accompanied him on his ascent to the second rank. Among them, the first peculiar entity he commanded left an indelible impression upon him, for it had completely dissipated. Indeed, he had been the one to bring about its dissolution. Initially, Chu Qing had not regarded the paper craftsman with much esteem. His ascension to the sixth rank and subsequent change of sequence had occurred purely due to a crisis he encountered, a fortuitous turn of events leading to this transformation. It was precisely this change that had caused the peculiar entity to shatter. Naturally, Chu Qing did not harbor any nostalgia for that entity, as it had been exceedingly weak, much like the scapegoat before him, or rather, they were essentially one and the same. A mere trinket crafted by a powerful, anomalous being. Thus, whether this scapegoat was indeed the same as his from a past life remained uncertain. Yet, a spark of fervor ignited within Chu Qing's gaze. Lady Paper. The renowned peculiar entity that had once garnered much acclaim in the Central Plains had manifested at the onset of the Era of Terror. In that instant, Chu Qing's eyes shimmered with both crimson and emerald hues. The reason was clear. Should he possess this entity adept at manipulating paper, his ascendance to the 8th rank as an esteemed grave ritualist would be assured, and the duration required to transition from the 8th rank to the 7th would be significantly curtailed. As for the possibility of misidentification, that was utterly out of the question. In a previous life, Chu Qing gritted his teeth and elevated that frail substitute to the 7th rank, even personally engaging with the enigmatic lady of paper. By mere fortune, amidst the abyss of certain death, he managed to escape. Thus, while he might misinterpret various peculiarities, he could never mistake this particular substitute. Meticulously folded by the lady of paper herself, he must locate it, taking advantage of the fact that the lady of paper's rank may not yet be exceedingly high. He was determined to acquire it. Chu Qing never anticipated such an unexpected boon. Yet, despite the fervor in his heart, he soon regained his composure. The true strength of the faceless ghost lies in the terror it instills, an overwhelming dread that no living being can withstand. Not even Chu Qing, who had become accustomed to various formidable and strange entities in his past life, could remain unaffected the first time he confronted the faceless ghost. He, too, succumbed to the influence of fear, let alone others. Moreover, Duke Baifan's shadowy hand seemed to be at a disadvantage against the faceless ghost. The ability to create walls of illusions governed by the rules of terror would not engage with it at all, which was why Chu Qing refrained from utilizing the Lantern of Heads. A lantern that was typically infallible could very well fail if it came into contact with that black hand. However, it appeared that this was as far as matters would progress. My dear friend, although your fate was sealed the moment you chose to come here, I still wish to offer you a word of caution. Refrain from succumbing to your inner fears. Even though this is no simple task, even though being overwhelmed by the presence before you is not a dishonorable defeat, even though, in truth, it has yet to truly strike. Nonetheless, the reminders from the Book of Life and Death can no longer sway Du Baifan before me. Or rather, he now doubted the veracity of those warnings. The ability to create walls of illusion is one of the most common, yet profoundly terrifying powers, as it confounds the perceptions of living beings and amplifies their innermost fears. Yet, Du Baifan continued to wield his hand. The inky blackness of his nails and the flesh within his palm, seemingly writhing, failed to yield the usual infallible response this time. Instead, he was met with an increasingly chilling cold. Why was this happening? He shouted in frustration. Yet, the only response was the persistent cawing of crows from the sky, as if death were knocking at his door. At last, a shadow emerged slowly from the distance. An ethereal figure that revealed nothing but its form, its face obscured. Almost instantaneously, a voice, chilling to the bone, whispered in his ear, "Did you see my face?" A profound terror and an indescribable oppression shattered Du Baifan's sanity. He struggled against the brink of collapse, yearning to reach out and grasp that entity. However, he suddenly felt his body stiffen, an inexplicable chill spreading throughout him. In that instant, the entire world seemed to fall into a profound silence. Then, the next moment the world trembles, and the pitch-black firmament seems to suddenly leak a glimmer of light. Du Baifan's frigid form appears to awaken a flicker of resistance within him, compelling him to struggle. He yearns to discern the true nature of this world, to understand the moment he was ensnared in this illusion. Yet more than anything, he longs to ascertain the authenticity of the young man he had just encountered, whether he is real or a mere specter, whether he is human or something otherworldly. The transformation of the world seems to hasten in response to his thoughts. Du Baifan's body has become immobile. His outstretched right hand appears to writhe as if attempting to escape from him. At this moment, however, Du Baifan is clearly preoccupied with more pressing concerns. His eyes widen in terror, for he recognizes this sensation as that of impending death. Precisely for this reason, he is determined to unveil the truth of this world. As hinted by the Book of Life and Death, what is the essence of the world's truth? The icy grip of death envelopes him, leaving him with nothing but consciousness and sensation. Finally, the shattering of the dark illusion unveils itself before him. Suddenly, Du Baifan's eyes widen once more, to the point where a slight fissure appears at the corners of his eyes from the strain. He fixates intently ahead, for there, amidst the crumbling world, stands a figure less than 2 meters away from him. The man, clad in a black trench coat, has not moved a step, remaining as still as he was upon entering. He stands calmly before a grand gravestone, witnessing the death that seems predestined for Du Baifan. Du Baifan gazes into those crimson eyes, devoid of any human emotion. Yet within those eyes he perceives fear, madness, anguish, resentment, and uncertainty. Suddenly, a black hand completely detaches from him just before death, severing at the wrist without a drop of blood flowing forth. It is precisely this that allows Du Baifan to feel an inexplicable surge of life, prompting him to slowly part his lips and utter a singular question. Are you human? This query, often exchanged in jest among friends, carries profound weight in this moment. It marks the first dialogue between them. The inaugural words spoken by Du Baifan to Chu Qing. Chu Qing gazes at Du Baifan, whose face is awash with hope, yet his calm demeanor betrays no emotion. He eventually replies, I suppose so. In that instant, the terror, madness, and pain vanish from Du Baifan's expression, replaced instead by a serene smile as he faces the specter of death. The next moment, he collapses to the ground. The phone that had fallen was propelled before Du Baifan's nearly closing eyes, a blood-red inscription gradually materializing. Dear friend, are you satisfied with the truth of the world? Du Baifan lacked the strength for a final gesture. He simply closed his eyes at last. Death arrived as expected. Accompanying death was a faint whisper that vanished in his ear. To be human in such a world, how regrettable it is to die now. Chapter 76. The Black Sinister Hand. The substitute paperman, lying motionless beneath his feet, Du Baifan had fallen silent, and Chu Qing's gaze lingered not upon him. Instead, his eyes were fixed intently on the writhing black hand on the ground. It resembled not a palm, but rather a convulsing, distorted, soft-bodied creature. Blood eyes locked on. A line of crimson text appeared before him. Black Sinister Hand. Grade, 9th category. Entity, symbiotic. Anomaly. Lifespan. 1 day. Alone cannot sound. Rule touching a living being's palm triggers a killing rule. As easy as palm. Ability, any anomaly touched or grasped by the palm cannot exert any rules or abilities. Entity symbiosis. Stayed upon the death of the symbiotic entity, its own abilities and rule effects are significantly weakened. Death occurs once the lifespan reaches 0. Promotion requirement. Unknown note. Hand. Humanity, this is our hand. The madness of the blood eyes was anticipated by Chu Qing. He calmly regarded the pitch-black hand, which was now writhing more slowly. Yet, he remained vigilant, picking up a plastic bag and using a twig to ensconce it within. The hand ceased its movements, appearing almost lifeless within the bag. Although the method of control was somewhat rudimentary, Chu Qing felt a wave of relief wash over him. Subsequently, a smile crept upon his face. Indeed, the effects of this black hand aligned with his recollections. While the rules of this hand were rather mundane, requiring contact with a living being's palm, it was evident that only humans and humanoid anomalies possessed hands. Did this imply that without hands, the anomaly would lack rules? Nonetheless, the power of this black hand was formidable, capable of suppressing all anomalous rules and abilities. Upon contact with the core of the anomaly, it was akin to standing firmly on the scale of victory. Of course, Chu Qing surmised that this ability likely bore weighty enhancements. Should the rules of certain anomalies surpass its weight, the effect would likely diminish significantly or even become ineffective. However, Chu Qing's extensive experience afforded him an edge over others, and judging by the stringent rules of this black right hand, its weight was unlikely to be low. He pondered about the fusion status of this entity. With this thought, Chu Qing's emotions turned urgent. He abruptly turned his head towards the direction of the unfolding scene. The faceless ghost barrier was slowly dissolving, and as Chu Qing's gaze shifted, Gao Hong followed suit, looking in his direction. The lifeless body that collapsed before Chu Qing, with its severed right hand and blood-red eyes, sent a shiver down his spine as he retreated hastily, filled with terror while gazing at Chu Qing. However, as if a thought struck him, he pressed his palm against the peculiar little paper effigy atop his head. This death substitute had now become his sole reliance, and it must be said that his intuition was indeed correct. Were it not for this paper effigy, he would already be accompanying Du Bai Fan in the afterlife. Chu Qing's gaze fell upon him, or rather, upon the paper effigy. Death Paper Man. Grade, 9th category. Entity abnormality. Lifespan, 1 year and 7 months. Attachment. Rule can protect a living being to a certain extent from abnormal harm. The attached individual consumes a significant amount of both yin and yang life force daily and cannot sever ties with the death substitute until death ensues. Lifespan borrowing. Ability upon the death of the substituted being. The Death Paper Man transfers to the entity responsible for the death, thereby borrowing their life force. Additionally, once attached to the death substitute, the individual becomes significantly more susceptible to abnormal attractions. The rules and abilities of the death substitute can be perceived by other abnormalities. Entity, status, indestructible, capable of moving with the wind. Daily consumption of life force is doubled. Promotion requirements, unknown, note, an unpalatable food item, yet at this moment. I am not picky. Gazing at this eerily familiar ability, Chu Qing felt a tinge of novelty. In his previous life, this cursed item had ensnared him more than once. Nevertheless, its effectiveness was undeniable, although it possessed no proactive rules or abilities. Its primary function was to render one incapable of retaliation or action, ensuring that should he perish, his adversaries would not find peace either. Such a contraption could not kill, but was certainly vexatious. Who could fathom how Chu Qing had ascended step by step with this anomaly in his previous life? With that thought lingering, Chu Qing approached Gao Hong, who clearly had no intention of inviting the other inside for a discussion. As Chu Qing advanced, his blood-red eyes met Gao Hong's, causing the latter to tremble, yet he forced himself to regain composure. He indeed accomplished this. I do not know if you are a man or a ghost, but I am here at Duke Baifan's behest. I am merely a driver, and I know not where Ruoxue is. I no longer desire the Sima group. Chu Qing paid no heed to his coherent plea for survival, but instead inquired indifferently about another matter. Where did you obtain this paper effigy? At this question, Gao Hong momentarily froze, realizing he was indeed dealing with a human. A flicker of light danced in his eyes. Your Excellency seeks this paper effigy, but what you do not know is that, before he could finish, Chu Qing impatiently interrupted. I reiterated, where did you acquire this object? The whereabouts of the paper lady were of utmost significance to Chu Qing. In this eerie revival era, her strength was likely limited. This substitute paper figure might very well be the first creation of the adversary. It was plausible that the location it could lead to would reveal the paper lady's whereabouts. Gao Hong was momentarily taken aback, seemingly oblivious to Chu Qing's impatience. My lord, acquiring this item alongside Du Bai Fan was no simple feat. That location is known only to the two of us. Chu Qing narrowed his crimson eyes slightly. "Oh, what do you propose?" "My lord, Du Baifan and I are ensnared by this entity, and we could lose our lives at any moment. Thus, if you assist me in freeing myself from this predicament, I shall disclose the location of that item. Chu Qing Chuka Sopti. Rest assured, this substitute ghost will trouble you no longer. Gao Hong Hasti Da, Obasoving Chu Qing Sha Demino." Without further ado, Chu Qing activated his blood-red gaze, fixating on the substitute paper figure. A torrent of crimson energy seemed to surge forth, enveloping the eerie aura surrounding the paper figure, indistinguishable from the previous ghostly shadows, ghostly deliveries, and ghostly taxis. Ultimately, within the whirlpool of Chu Qing's blood-red eyes, the figure disintegrated into countless fragments of dark energy which were absorbed into him. As he witnessed the corners of Chu Qing's eyes glisten with flowing crimson, Gao Hong trembled, a mixture of fear and excitement coursing through him. This man was incomparably more powerful than Du Baifan, and most importantly, he possessed knowledge. A glint of greed flickered in his gaze. Chu Qing slowly opened his eyes. "Now you may speak. Where did you find this thing?" Gao Hong shook nervously. "My lord, can I possess such power as yours? Here's the deal. If you reveal to me how to acquire this ability, I will certainly inform you where this paper figure was found. Only I and the deceased Du Baifan are privy to that place." Before he could finish, Chu Qing laughed, disregarding Gao Hong's desire to continue. He grasped the black, ghostly hand and returned to his temporary residence, the large coffin. A faint voice resonated throughout the cemetery. "You may part ways now." Gao Hong was perplexed, but soon understood, as the sky darkened once more. However, unlike the previous darkness, a crimson light now appeared overhead, and the distant cawing of crows grew more insistent, as if pleading, "Leave me a breath." Chapter 77. Fusion of the Black Ghostly Hand. The weights of destiny. I was wrong. I beg you, spare me. Spare me. I know where to find it. At the Yongxiang Reef and paper money shop in the eastern suburbs crematorium. Please spare my life. Ah, do not approach, do not approach. Chu Qing calmly observed as the faceless ghost materialized before Gao Hong, then proceeded to peel away Gao Hong's face. The faceless ghost had toiled for quite some time. It was indeed time for a feast, especially since the head lantern had already had its fill yesterday. Nevertheless, Chu Qing furrowed his brow slightly, as the negative emotions swirling in his mind were subtly clouding his judgment. In his previous life, he had indeed visited Xinjiang, the only major human settlement in the Central Plains that echoed the capital. The eastern outskirts, the crematorium, the funeral home. The paper lady was not merely bizarre. She was mobile. In the aftermath of such strangeness, it was inevitable that many would flock to such places initially. Would the paper lady still be there? Chu Qing estimated it was uncertain. However, he had never anticipated that events would unfold smoothly. Although curiosity lingered in his heart, he understood that haste was unwarranted. At present, there was another matter that required his attention. He gazed at the ghostly hand in his possession, and the negative thoughts in his mind gradually began to settle. Within the tomb, the presence of the Gravekeeper's shadowy duty could provide a tenuous restraint. Finally, he exhaled deeply. It had been a long time since he felt the tension of anxiety, and now a slight apprehension emerged. Merging with the strange phenomena through his own body was an exceedingly perilous and terrifying endeavor for any level of ghost master. Yet, Chu Qing hesitated not. Settling himself within his grand coffin, he positioned the dark, ghostly hand before him and grasped the bloodied kitchen knife held by Chef Zhu, aligning it momentarily before striking down with resolute force. It was evident that the Gravekeeper's enhanced physique was remarkably effective. Blood gushed forth, and a searing pain surged through him. Yet, compared to the last time, Chu Qing found it bearable. More importantly, he sensed a certain margin for error. The hand severed from his wrist did not bleed profusely. With his current body, should the fusion with the ghostly hand fail, there remained a significant possibility of reattachment. Of course, its mobility would likely not be as agile as before. The Gravekeeper preserving life, guarding death, this was their purpose. Despite beads of sweat forming on his forehead, Chu Qing's expression remained serene. He calmly discarded the twisted black, ghostly hand onto the ground, then slowly reconnected the severed wrist to its former position. The chilling sensation, even as blood flowed from the wrist, was undeniable. Chu Qing gazed at the palm. In that moment, he felt as though the hand itself was observing him. This ghostly hand, previously separated from Du Baifan, seemed to scrutinize whether this second individual daring to undertake such an action was worthy of achieving a symbiotic existence with it. After all, previously, its union with Du Baifan had resulted in an insatiable hunger. Yet now, it appeared there was no room for contemplation. Chu Qing sensed his entire arm growing profoundly cold, as if the entire torso connected to it had been entirely encased in ice, rendering him immobile. An indescribable connection began to emanate from his fingertips. However, Chu Qing understood that the complexities of merging with the strange phenomena and the ensuing resistance were merely one aspect. A far more crucial consideration was whether the human body could achieve a complete and harmonious coexistence with the strange. If it were not possible, the number of those who could survive as spirit controllers would be tragically few. With his eyes shut tight, Chu Qing exerted every ounce of will to shake off the frigid grip of his limbs, striving to regain control over the ghostly hand. That right hand, however, he gradually sensed an encroaching chill within him. What had begun as a creeping cold from his wrist had now extended to engulf his entire arm, creeping into his torso. In that fleeting moment, half of his body had become utterly immobilized, frozen in place. Veins bulged on his forehead as he desperately summoned all his strength, attempting to connect with and command this eerie appendage through his nerve pathways. Yet, the pervasive cold continued to spread, ominously inching toward his neck and head. Should this chill envelop his entire being, he would meet the same fate as Du Baifan, leaving him with but one inevitable conclusion: death. Chu Qing pressed his lips together, his blood-red pupils beginning to manifest involuntarily. His mind raced, scanning for possible solutions within the confines of his blood-red vision. Suddenly, he cast a glance at the severed right hand he had previously dispatched, and his body instinctively shifted closer. He brought his icy right hand to connect with his original palm. The reasoning was simple. Chu Qing did not wish to perish, and neither did this bizarre entity. Though devoid of intelligence, nothing desires to fade away into oblivion without cause. The hand was not unwilling to merge with him. Rather, the current repulsion between them was overwhelming. He needed to awaken this hand, enabling it to wield a semblance of power to mitigate their mutual aversion and achieve a harmonious fusion. Indeed, Chu Qing's calmness in peril proved crucial. The moment their hands made contact, the previously dormant black hand seemed to spring to life. The ability of this dark appendage was activated through contact with a living being's palm, for a solitary hand cannot make a sound. Now, this interaction had ignited its latent potential. Amidst the chilling aura, Chu Qing felt a flicker of vitality emerge from the depths of the cold. Tentatively, he flexed his fingers. Though the movement was slight, the gradual response of the inky black fingers filled Chu Qing's heart with relief. The cold still lingered, yet its source had vanished. Under the influence of the Gravekeeper's shadowy powers, the deathly chill dissipated swiftly. Chu Qing watched in awe as his original palm, during its time in contact with the dark hand, began to decay and wither, ultimately merging into the black appendage. With a surge of determination, he slowly raised his right hand. This palm now bore a striking resemblance to its former self, starkly contrasting the withered and emaciated form it had taken when attached to Du Baifan. It was elongated, smooth, and devoid of visible pores. The only slight difference lies in the 5 fingers of the entire right hand, adorned with pitch-black nails. A flicker of realization sparked within Chu Qing. On the side, the Book of Life and Death gradually unveiled a series of messages. Chu Qing, rank, 9th grade. In lifespan, 2 months and 10 days. Yang lifespan, none. Gravekeeper, in position, grave, ghost manipulation, ghost control technique. Symbiosis, state lifespan significantly diminished. Capable of fully commanding the blood-eyed ghost and the black, eerie hand. Moreover, the daily consumption of in lifespan is 4 times that of an ordinary person. State unknown. Promotion requirements unknown. Esteemed Lord Chu Qing, You have defeated the intruders and safeguarded your burial ground. Your understanding of the position of Gravekeeper has deepened. You are one step closer to the path of greatness. Your will is more resilient than the hellish prison stone. Your spirit is more indomitable than a bird without wings. Your decisions are more resolute than the executioner's blade. Even though I know you are weary of hearing this, I must reiterate, it is my utmost honor to serve you. Chu Qing disregarded the flattery at the end of the Book of Life and Death. Feeling a stirring in his heart as he gazed at the stone tablet situated before the grand coffin. Crimson characters slowly seeped forth. Task complete. Eliminate all intruders daring to invade. From the guidance of death, the bloodletter ghost has harvested 40 days of lifespan. Task reward. Fusion of the black eerie hand. Upon observing the eerie message, Chu Qing could no longer contain himself. His lips curled into a smile. The first genuine expression of joy since his rebirth. This is the weight of destiny. In the game of fate, he is always the victor, for the scales of destiny are forever in his grasp. Chapter 78. The restlessness of the blood-eyed. Even in the early morning, the sky was shrouded in gray, resembling a massive, ghastly visage looming above. Clearly, this was not an auspicious day. However, Chu Qing's spirit soared. The cold hands had fully melded with him, harmoniously intertwined. In contrast to the blood-eyed, which often complained and snacked, this black hand toiled tirelessly, silent and uncomplaining. Most importantly, it lacked that damned intellect. Chu Qing lowered his gaze to the two individuals on the ground. Good people. He seldom referred to humans in such a manner. Yet, it must be acknowledged that these two were indeed genuinely good souls. They had not only brought two peculiar bodies from 100 miles away in Xingqing, but had also delivered two corpses. With one hand grasping each lifeless form, Chu Qing tossed them backward. The raven ghost, who had been eagerly awaiting, swiftly seized them, one claw at a time. Before long, the Book of Life and Death provided him with feedback. Another two prey and spoils. Their heads serve as the sole value of your accolades. Simultaneously, the skeleton tree has granted you 2 days of lifespan. This may not seem substantial, yet, esteemed sir, the principle of accumulation is one you understand far better than I. Chu Qing cast another glance at his remaining lifespan, 3 months and 22 days. After merging with the black eerie hand, his lifespan had significantly diminished once more. Simultaneously, the daily consumption of his lifespan had reached an astonishing rate of 4 days. There was no alternative. He needed to sustain 3 peculiar entities. Without the blood character ghost, relying solely on the duties of a tomb guardian would indeed prove inadequate. However, the assistance provided by the blood character ghost had alleviated a considerable portion of his concerns regarding lifespan, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. In that moment, Chu Qing's eyes began to tremble uncontrollably. The blood eyes reemerged almost spontaneously, with streams of crimson flowing from his eye sockets. He could sense its urgency. It was desperate. Indeed, the merger with another eerie being was not Chu Qing's primary aim. The reason for the fusion was the ascension of the blood eyes. This was the most crucial matter at hand. Should the blood eyes ascend to the 8th rank, he would possess sufficient confidence to explore the true form of the maternal ghost and venture into its secret realm to comprehend its methods. He sought to discern whether it had completed the overlapping of rule weights or whether it had formed an unsolvable rule through the combination of multiple eerie entities. Only when the blood eyes ascended to the 8th rank would he have the necessary assurance to travel to Xing City in search of the unique eerie entity, the Paper Lady, which would greatly assist him in his forthcoming ascension to the 8th rank of tomb rituals. Thus, acquiring the black eerie hand did not signify the conclusion of Chu Qing's endeavors. Rather, it was the fulfillment of a stringent requirement that incited the blood eyes to nearly lose control. It craved to consume that final eerie being to complete its ascension. Its excitement was overwhelming, almost to the point of being uncontainable. Even Chu Qing had to gently place his palm over his eye sockets and whisper, "Do not rush. Do not rush. We will eventually venture out to seek it. Patience is essential at this moment." As he felt the blood eyes within his eye sockets finally settle, Chu Qing exhaled deeply. He remained acutely aware of his lifespan, just shy of 4 months. That was more than sufficient. In truth, it was not only the blood eyes that struggled with impatience. With the understanding of the black, eerie hand firmly in his grasp, how could Chu Qing not yearn to explore its capabilities? Moreover, having narrowly escaped death at the hands of the maternal ghost, he was even more eager than the blood eyes to reclaim his dignity. Thus, he stood before the grand tombstone of his family, slowly closing his eyes. In that moment, the entire cemetery melded with his being, and the blood character ghost was equally entwined within this unity. Activating the rules of the blood character ghost consecutively required a sacrifice of lifespan. The last time, during the contract with Enruashue, was Chu Qing's inaugural forceful activation, where his lifespan served as the price, a cost that amounted to a full month. Although Enruashue later fulfilled the hellish contract and managed to recoup a portion, overall, it was still a loss. This time, to attempt consecutive actions was evidently destined to yield unfavorable results. However, Chu Qing found himself unable to endure any longer. The threat posed by that mother and child ghost was far too great. A terrifying era had just begun, manifesting eerie secrets within the hidden realms. Even without advancing to the 8th rank, it seemed imminent. Should he delay even a day, the adversary could advance a day sooner. At that point, the outcome would be uncertain. Most importantly, Chu Qing harbored immense curiosity regarding that peculiar entity. With this thought in mind, he hesitated no longer, pouring his meager remaining lifespan into the blood-lettered power day by day. Instantly, the colossal stone tablet began to accumulate fresh blood, seeping outward with desperate urgency. The sky turned pitch black. The once gray clouds transformed into a menacing dark mass. Standing beneath the murky sky, Chu Qing supported the immense stone tablet, feeling something begin to permeate outward. At this moment, he had already consumed a full 20 days of his lifespan. Yet, it was still insufficient. The guidance of fate, under the existing conditions, could not illuminate a pivotal path for Chu Qing. 22 days, 25 days, 28 days. As the lifespan was infused, Chu Qing's grip on the stone tablet tightened. The dark clouds above grew increasingly oppressive. Within the vast cemetery, a rustling sound arose. The wind began to stir. Chu Qing's eyes remained tightly shut. 30 days, 35 days. Lifespan seemed to flow into the blood-lettered entity without restraint. Finally, a trickle of blood began to coalesce upon the stone tablet, though it still writhed as if observing the chaotic future, seeking the desired outcome. 40 days. All previously harvested lifespan was expended, yet Chu Qing exhibited no signs of agitation. Indeed, if 40 days proved inadequate, he could continue to infuse more. At that very instant, the previously oppressive sky suddenly brightened. A second later, a resounding voice echoed throughout the heavens and earth, exploding in Chu Qing's ears. Boom! The terrifying thunder sounded as if a deity was beating a drum, deafening in its intensity. A blinding light illuminated Chu Qing's tranquil visage, eyes still closed. In the next moment, he abruptly opened his eyes. Simultaneously, rows of blood letters began to seep forth from the colossal stone tablet. The guidance of fate had arrived. Chu Qing's pupils spun rapidly in chaos. This time, he did not restrain himself. This was a new prey he and they had long anticipated. Finally, the fine raindrops began to fall. Was a thunderstorm an opportune time for hunting? Amidst the wind and rain, Chu Qing, clad in a black trench coat, slowly raised the dark umbrella once more. Chapter 79. Strolling in the Rain. A performance in the Little Theater. Location: any place within the central district of Luocheng. Amidst the thunderous downpour, Chu Qing held aloft his black umbrella, contemplating the recent guidance of the blood-lettered specter. This forceful compulsion, akin to his previous encounter with the rice bowl of destiny, lacked a precise target, even devoid of any repercussions for failure. He had begun to discern the patterns of this enigmatic apparition. Such spectral guidance, which did not stem from the strong indications he had previously encountered, bore no punitive consequence. However, once a peculiar target was identified, any failure would indeed invoke penalties. Thus, the blood-lettered specter's guidance could not be deemed a guaranteed path to the aspirations of Chu Qing. Nonetheless, even in the absence of the specter, Chu Qing could not remain confined to the mere acre of the Beishan cemetery. For other guardians of the grave, their own burial grounds offered the utmost safety. Even Ding Xie would only act once assured and prepared. Chu Qing, however, was different. The specter's guidance merely served as a conduit for the forces of fate. But the pursuit of the blood pupil's ascension made this journey inevitable. Here lay a less bustling neighborhood of Luocheng, yet the towering residential buildings and accompanying amenities attested that. In contrast to the outskirts of Beishan Cemetery, this locale could be regarded as the heart of Luocheng. The rain-soaked asphalt road lay desolate, devoid of any presence. The torrential rain, heralding the resurgence of the supernatural, rendered the world seemingly inhabited solely by Chu Qing. He felt no trepidation in this ambience. On the contrary, he reveled in it. Thus, he retrieved his Bluetooth headphones, connecting them to his phone, and set a song to play at random. This playlist, though his own, felt remarkably foreign to him. It comprised music from 2 decades prior, allowing him to glimpse traces of his past life within its confines. It featured both the rarefied artistry of solo piano compositions and the triviality of popular internet hits. In his view, they were not fundamentally different. Musical technique might serve as a standard for discerning high from low art. However, the majority of listeners remained indifferent to the intricacies of chords, voices, and rhythmic subtleties in classical piano pieces. Often, music merely served to evoke emotion. Emotion was precisely what Chu Qing craved in that moment. He glanced at the title of the song, The Sound of Silence. The piano notes emanating from his headphones, harmonizing with the surrounding rain, created the most exquisite of chords. With his umbrella in hand, he strolled down the center of the road, savoring the profound solitude accentuated by the enveloping stillness. The relentless rain cascaded down, and the dark figure, brandishing a similarly dark umbrella, traversed this vibrant yet desolate world. Towering skyscrapers loomed, their peaks piercing the clouds. And so, he continued on his way. The music that enveloped his ears underwent a transformation. He raised his brow slightly, realizing that this was no longer a solo piano piece, but rather an old love song replete with lyrics. The title eluded his memory, yet he found no concern in that. It was as if he sensed a shift in the melody, and in the distance, he finally discerned 2 indistinct figures. They must be human, though describing them as such within the confines of a city felt oddly peculiar and jarring. Standing on the street, Chu Qing gazed up at a storefront above. Within the darkened building, one establishment remained lit, where the 2 figures appeared to be embroiled in a heated argument, compelling him to pause and observe. It was evident that they were a couple, for their harsh voices penetrated even the melodies finally emanating from his headphones, overshadowing the patter of rain. Regrettably, this was not a masterfully crafted script, but rather a melodramatic yet all too familiar tale. Damn it, how have I treated you since our marriage? Is this how you repay me? The rain intensified, and at last, the lyrics of the old love song echoed through his earbuds. Your face bears traces of weariness. Your eyes still hold remnants of tears. The music's poignant lyrics resonated hauntingly with the scene before him. I risked my life to bring home sustenance, and you welcomed that pretty boy into our home. Didn't you? Were you hoping I would be done in by that ghostly doll from the neighborhood? Were you? A resounding slap punctuated the atmosphere, accompanied by the woman's muffled sobs, which, amidst the storm, were far more intricate than the lyrics from his headphones. Slowly, he unfurled his umbrella, positioning himself directly beneath the window. He had ample time, and the experience of observing such convoluted human emotions helped him suppress the madness and darkness that threatened to consume him after his eerie encounters. He gently synchronized with the rhythm of the music playing in his ears. I spent the entire night trying to discern who loves whom more. The rain poured down even harder. At last, the cries subsided, and an unequivocal voice emerged from the window. Let us get a divorce. What did you say? Divorce? I've ceased to love you. What do you mean? You're not pretending anymore, are you? No, I tell you, that's impossible. Yang He, is this amusing to you? Yuru, let us calm down and talk this through. Chu Qing's gaze remained tranquil. Human emotions are indeed fascinating and complex. I would rather watch you sleep so peacefully than witness your heartlessness when awake. At that moment, the song seemed to ascend in crescendo, mirroring the silence of the couple as the tension gradually escalated. Yang He, how shameless can you be? I've already put a cap on your head, and you still refuse to divorce? Well, since we've laid everything bare today, and you've even resorted to violence, I owe you nothing now. I'll pack my things and leave shortly. No, you're not going anywhere today. You can't leave. Get away. Yang He, are you out of your mind? What are you planning to do? Release me. Let go. No, you cannot leave. The woman's voice, filled with desperation, echoed loudly. The man, seemingly pushed to his limits, retorted. Fine, you wish to depart? Go ahead. I permit your exit. Yang He, what are you doing? Do not act impulsively. Vile woman, I allow you to leave. I'll let you go. I'll help. Beneath the second-floor window, Chu Qing held up a black umbrella, braving the rain cascading from the eaves. Slowly, he lifted his gaze. The dimness near the window transformed as a splatter of crimson stained the beige curtains. At that moment, the window creaked open. Within the confines of the modest room, a woman's body dangled halfway out, dressed in a white camisole, her long black hair cascading down. A horrifying gash marred her neck, from which blood flowed, mingling with the rain and, fortuitously, landing on Chu Qing's black umbrella, creating splotches reminiscent of red plum blossoms against its dark surface. He remained unfazed, and as the familiar chorus of a song played through his earphones, he found himself absent-mindedly humming along. You said you wanted to escape, yet fate destined you to land. Love extinguished, passion waned. What remains is an emptiness. Do you desire it? The woman's body, swaying in the gusty wind outside, seemed to echo the song's melancholy, akin to aged cured meat hanging from a hook, awaiting the drying winds of winter. Chapter 80, Echoes of the Ghost Child. The Umbrella's Transformation. 10 minutes later, Chu Qing strolled leisurely out of the modestly named Fushi Garden community. In his left hand, he still held aloft the dark umbrella, while his other hand grasped an unusual item. To clarify, it was not merely an object, but rather a small doll, appearing to be no more than 2 or 3 years old. Its skin was pale, with areas tinged with shades of blue, purple, and even black. It bore a lifeless, porcelain-like pallor. Notably, the doll's vacant eye sockets oozed a stream of dark, purplish blood. One of his greatest aversions throughout his life had been unruly children, and this doll undoubtedly embodied that essence. While most children craved toys, electronics, or gadgets, this one sought not only his eyes, but his very life. Clearly, Chu Qing would never relinquish his life or his eyesight to such a creature. Thus, devoid of its desired orbs in life, he delivered a swift, darkly humorous reprimand, swiftly subduing it. This peculiar entity, reliant on echolocation, operated under a lethal rule. Upon inquiry, any response from a living being would trigger its eerie echo, allowing it to claim the victim's eyes and life. This ghostly power, though common, proved effective in its sinister capabilities. Had circumstances and appearances been different, perhaps Chu Qing could have retained this entity as a member of the future Beishan cemetery. Alas, such is not the case now. Nevertheless, Chu Qing refrained from hastily allowing the eagerly restless blood eye to consume it. Previously, he had been quite anxious. However, after wandering through the rain for nearly half an hour, that sense of urgency gradually dissipated. He understood that having devoured a substitute earlier in the morning and integrated the Black Hand's peculiarities, further consumption of an anomaly would inevitably lead to a degree of aberration. He needed to mitigate the emotional repercussions stemming from his prior, continuous devouring. It must be acknowledged that the guidance of the blood character anomaly held considerable merit. Walking calmly in this torrential rain proved exceedingly beneficial for his recuperation. Thus, clutching the small doll, Chu Qing was in no rush to return to Beishan Cemetery. He continued his stroll in the rain. The entire city, under this downpour, seemed to come alive. Yet, what had awakened was not merely this city. The patter of raindrops appeared to soften. The sound upon the black umbrella grew increasingly muted at that moment. This silence caught Chu Qing slightly off guard. At last, he gradually gazed ahead. The curtain of rain remained, Yet beneath that inky black umbrella, he felt the clamor of the outside world diminish to a mere whisper. Slowly, he lifted his gaze to the umbrella itself. This umbrella was simply an ordinary one, left behind by an unknown guardian of Beishan Cemetery. When Fong Ping had mentioned the matter of the headlantern, Chu Qing had surmised that the capabilities of the headlantern were intrinsically linked to the light it emitted. Thus, with newfound confidence, he had taken this umbrella and ventured to seek out the headlantern. Subsequently, each time a powerful anomaly associated with the headlantern emerged, Chu Qing would wield this umbrella to neutralize its effects, lest he inadvertently cause harm. Indeed, this black umbrella was, for the first time, being used by Chu Qing for its primary purpose, as a rain shield. Amidst the gentle drizzle, Chu Qing sensed that this black umbrella, which had accompanied him for some time, began to undergo subtle transformations in this environment of close proximity to the crimson. With the birth of the blood character, Anomaly, Chu Qing recognized that anomalies emerged without rules. However, objects frequently accompanied by sinister energies and anomalies, while serving specific functional effects, are indeed prone to change. Take this black umbrella, for instance. When utilized by Chu Qing, it consistently served a singular purpose, repelling terrifying abilities akin to that of the headlantern, thus earning its due merit. On this peculiar day, the accumulation of previous changes seems to have ushered in a remarkably distinctive transformation. Chu Qing gazed at the black umbrella, unaware of when his pupils had morphed into a crimson hue. As anticipated, the blood-red gaze appeared to have captivated by the umbrella's transformation, no longer urging him to hasten the absorption of the doll, but instead fixating on the black canopy. Perceptibly aware of the scrutiny from the blood-red eyes, the black umbrella, in contrast to the complexity of forming the blood letters, appear to be undergoing a more rapid evolution. The once ordinary plastic surface seemed to gradually transmute into a unique paper-like material, darker than before, imbued with an indescribable texture. Yet, that was merely the extent of its transformation. The peculiar changes in appearance were not of paramount importance. Intrigued, Chu Qing recognized that the black umbrella was transitioning into something uncanny. However, he was indifferent to what form it might take. In comparison to the blood letters, the black umbrella held no significance or value for him. He lifted his gaze and soon spotted the woman from the Fushi community who had just been suspended at the window. He pondered the fate of her husband, whether he had fled or met his demise alongside her, but Chu Qing remained unconcerned. Retracing his steps, he returned to the ledge beneath the window, his blood-red pupils locking onto their target. Remarkably, the nearly desiccated wound began to flow once more. The blood-red gaze commanded the lifeblood of living beings, and the slowly dripping blood fell precisely upon the umbrella undergoing its crucial transformation. After approximately 50 milliliters had dripped, Chu Qing instructed his blood pupils to gradually cease, standing beneath the eaves, and spontaneously tapped into his nearly forgotten expertise. With his fingers, he began to sketch upon the dark surface of the umbrella, using his own blood as ink. The result was an extraordinarily abstract piece of art. To an onlooker, it might have appeared as mere meaningless scribbles. After all, crafting an image with blood upon the umbrella-esque surface was exceedingly challenging. Fortunately, the evolving black umbrella seemed to comprehend Chu Qing's intentions. Buildings, streets, and the drifting blood rain began to take shape. Indeed, what Chu Qing inscribed upon the transforming umbrella was none other than the city of Luo, or rather, the future Luo city, the city of wrongful death he envisioned and controlled. Chapter 81. The Black Umbrella Calls Forth Rain. Moths to the flame. After the new rain in the empty mountains, the weather turns to autumn. Early September typically heralds the resurgence of the autumn heat, yet following this torrential downpour, an unexpected chill permeated the air, a chill that should not accompany this season. This was a rain infused with a malevolent aura. Upon this city of Los Angeles, a deluge descends, adding to the already countless peculiarities that abound. Take, for instance, the umbrella wielded by Chu Qing. Upon returning to the North Mountain Cemetery, twilight gradually enveloped the surroundings in darkness once more. The ghostly doll remained clasped in Chu Qing's right hand as if it were a mere chick. Yet, Chu Qing paid it little heed, redirecting his attention to the umbrella in his grasp. Its surface remained a profound shade of black, yet it now possessed an indescribable, unique texture. If one were to liken its previous quality to that of a poorly made online game, then at this moment, the black umbrella embodied the essence of Unreal Engine 5. However, beyond the umbrella's exterior, the most significant development was the emergence of its eerie abilities. Black paper umbrella. Grade 9. Category: physical anomaly. Lifespan: 7 days. Invoke wind and rain. Rule summons a rain of blood. Living beings drenched to a certain extent will trigger the rule of death. Shelter from wind and rain. Ability can resist anomalous rules that use water or light as mediums. Entity status: cannot move freely, but its lifespan consumption is halved daily. Promotion requirements: unknown. Note: human, I know you are pleased with your creation, but you've examined it multiple times. We must now get to the crux of the matter. As Chu Qing grasped the black umbrella, his blood-red eyes observed the sky, where crimson droplets began to fall. Upon activating the rule, intricate blood-red patterns manifested on the once jet-black surface of the umbrella. These were none other than the very city and streets of Los Angeles that Chu Qing had just depicted. A satisfied smile graced his lips as he closed the umbrella, causing the blood rain above to vanish as well. Although this anomaly had been conjured by his own hand and was distinct from the blood-lettered specter, born of serendipity, the black umbrella nonetheless held a promising future. Its rules and abilities were remarkably exceptional. Content: he placed the black umbrella within the coffin. Such physical anomalies do not roam freely. They serve as the finest vessels for providing shadowy lifespans within the cemetery. He finally turned his gaze to the doll he held. The doll offered no resistance, akin to a discarded rag tossed aside. Freed from the suppression of the black specter, the ghostly doll attempted to rise slowly. But Chu Qing denied it that opportunity. His blood-red gaze locked onto it, evoking the sensation of it being consumed. This little trinket resembled meat upon a chopping block. In truth, that was precisely how Chu Qing regarded it. The ghostly doll seemed to sense something, an inkling of fear as it sought to flee. It no longer desired the gaze of the man before it. Unfortunately, at this moment, escape was not within its grasp. Blood flowed, dripping slowly from Chu Qing's eye sockets into the doll's own. It trembles in horror, it quakes in fear, it cowers in trepidation. The bazaar is also capable of experiencing dread. Alas, all of this serves no purpose other than to heighten the excitement of the master of those sanguine eyes. At last, amidst a howl starkly dissimilar to that of the doll, its body begins to fragment gradually. Those blood-red orbs transform countless times into swirling crimson vortices. The shattered pieces surge toward Chu Qing's eye sockets, merging into a part of the blood-red gaze. In that moment, the entire world becomes steeped in a deep crimson hue. Coldness numbs Chu Qing's mind, yet his thoughts spiral into chaos and madness. Countless negative and chilling whispers, akin to the murmurs of demons, echo in his ears: slaughter, devour, madness, ferocity, malevolence. None of the amassed malice can compare to what Chu Qing bears at this instant, though he had long anticipated it. The peril of slaying the bazaar that consumes one's lifespan is far greater than that of extinguishing a living being. This is especially true for a ghost master who coexists with the uncanny. Chu Qing's eyes at this moment can scarcely close. The blood-red pupils whirl restlessly within their dark sockets. Blood trickles from the corners of his eyes. He strives to control his thoughts. And even though his visage resembles the most sinister of anomalies, he remains firmly seated within that vast coffin, motionless. The ghost master embodies the struggle against the bazaar. This time, without a doubt, marks the most intense ordeal since Chu Qing's rebirth. He can sense that with the dissolution and absorption of the doll, a crimson layer, akin to a cornea, envelopes his entire field of vision. The blood-red pupils are already showing signs of unrest. The trumpet of ascension has begun to sound. Above the North Mountain Cemetery, the frigid air, suffused with the aftermath of the torrential rain, swirls into his blood-red gaze. Ascension, ascension. The pair of sanguine eyes now beckon these very words. Under such circumstances, Chu Qing forcibly directs his gaze toward the grand stone tablet before him. Blood-red characters slowly seep and condense from within, Yet the script that materializes this time leaves him somewhat disheartened. Mission accomplished, strolling through the city on a rainy night. Under the guidance of death, the bloodletter ghost has harvested 15 days of lifespan. Reward acquired. The transformation of the black paper umbrella. There is no ascension of the blood pupils. This implies that this time, the elevation of the blood pupils cannot even be aided by the fate dictated by the bloodletter ghost. In an instant of disappointment, Chu Qing swiftly adjusts his mindset. Oftentimes, it is not the possession of wisdom that renders life interesting. The capriciousness of fate must be experienced firsthand to truly grasp its essence. And now, Chu Qing finds himself once more amidst the caprices of destiny. The ascension of the bizarre is far more uncertain than the elevation of the ghost master's shadowy position. For one cannot predict whether the bizarre, upon ascension, will still harmonize with the ghost master or instead retaliate directly. Promotion is not merely an enhancement of power. It also entails the assumption of greater risks. Yet, power possesses an irresistible allure. Even when individuals are aware that the likelihood of reaching the pinnacle of the unknown may be infinitesimal, they still choose to persevere. Chu Qing sealed the coffin and reclined once more within its pitch-black confines, closing his eyes. However, what should have been darkness before him radiated with a blinding crimson light. He stood resolute, unflinching in the face of the piercing scarlet, akin to a candle of red wax burning fiercely before him. Yet he was determined to plunge into the flames. Chapter 82. The Ascension of the Blood Eye. The Eye of Soul Theft. A sea of crimson. It seemed as though the entire world had been stripped of all color. Chu Qing felt himself traversing this boundless expanse of red. He was uncertain when he would reach the end, or how he could ever escape. This sanguine realm bore no boundaries, no concept of earth or sky. It felt as if he were ensnared in a spiraling arc, seemingly unable to break free. Where is this place? Chu Qing did not know. He only understood that he must find a way out. He possessed nothing commendable. Tenacity was the sole attribute worthy of mention as he stood at the precipice of despair. Human, allow me to take control of your body and everything that belongs to you. A peculiar voice resonated. Or rather, the voice manifested as words before Chu Qing's eyes. A mere human dares to attempt to dominate me? Its tone was brazen, yet brimming with confidence. Rest assured, I will lead your body and all your peculiarities to the zenith of this world. As for you, just a trifling human. You shall languish in this boundless sea of crimson. Chu Qing disregarded the blood-red script coalescing before him, sweeping his hand with force to shatter it, and continued silently towards a direction within this infinite red. Are you not weary? Human, I have witnessed everything you have done since our fusion. Are you not fatigued? Allow me to take control for a while. Take this opportunity to rest properly. Compared to before, the tone had softened slightly. Yet, Chu Qing's pace remained unyielding. The words held no sway over him. Human, do you comprehend the nature of my power now? I could easily eliminate you, eradicate everything you are, detach from you. I might still endure. Such threats seemed even more trivial than before. Chu Qing lacked the desire to pause and listen. Amidst this endless crimson, he continued to forge ahead. Very well, human, let us negotiate. How about this? Allow me to take control for 5 hours each day. 4 hours, this is my bottom line. 3 hours, without me, you would not be able to escape. 2 hours, merely 2 hours. Rest assured, I shall not engage in any improper conduct. An hour should suffice, shouldn't it? Chu Qing remained unresponsive. He had never been one to engage in bizarre bargaining or to concede. It finally dawned on him where he was and what he was doing. How dare these wretched humans, mere ninth-tier beings, treat him in such a manner? Upon witnessing the frantic words of this individual, Chu Qing finally halted. And within that sanguine consciousness, he slowly uttered his first words. Have you forgotten that even before I became the Tomb Guardian, I could command you? He merely let this statement drift lightly into the air, and the sanguine aura fell silent, for it was indeed the truth. Nevertheless, Chu Qing did not pause in his stride, traversing this boundless crimson realm. Suddenly, the blood-red hue seemed to reach an end. At that terminus, a patch of profound darkness emerged. This darkness was not an end, but rather an exit. He merged into the shadows, escaping the infinite crimson. Within the ebony coffin, a pair of eyes darted rapidly beneath their lids. Finally, they snapped open. Those eyes appeared somewhat dazed, as if struggling to acclimate to the present state. Akin to a device equipped with a high-performance graphics card, yet feeling an indescribable dissonance. However, it was not long before Chu Qing regained his composure. He gradually sat up from the coffin. Simultaneously, the watch on his wrist suddenly illuminated with crimson text. "Esteemed sir, you are remarkably enterprising. I am uncertain what compels you to advance so swiftly. However, dear Lord Chu Qing, as one who has diligently followed you, I must advise you. Seizing opportunities amidst peril has never been a commendable phrase. Strategic foresight is paramount. Of course, you have still emerged victorious. As a gambler who laughs last, esteemed sir, please verify your rightful rewards. Clearly, within the realm of the ledger of life and death, the actions of Chu Qing bore a substantial risk of failure. Should the blood pupil choose to resist stubbornly until the end, both parties would suffer, and Chu Qing would gain nothing of value. Fortunately, Chu Qing pushed open the coffin lid. The sky above was shrouded in darkness. A glimmer of starlight and moonlight illuminated the ethereal heavens. Chu Qing took out his phone to gaze at himself. In the blood pupil, he finally beheld the successful transformation of his blood pupil, still encased in dark circles, yet the eyes were as crimson as blood. However, this time, an unusual arc of light danced within the pupils. Upon activation, the entire rim of the eye formed a sanguine outline, enveloping the pitch-black sockets within. Naturally, Chu Qing was indifferent to the alteration in appearance. In a fleeting moment after casting his gaze, the entirety of the blood eye's abilities materialized before him in a vivid crimson text box. Soul-stealing blood, grade, 8th category, entity, symbiotic, anomaly, lifespan, 2 months and 27 days, eye for an eye, rule after a certain duration of mutual gaze. One may disregard the opponent's rule-based abilities and reflect them back. Should the adversary lack a rule-based ability, the power is activated to control the essence of living beings, specters, causing their blood, energy, to flow backward and perish. The execution requires a fixed duration of mutual gaze, the effect of which is contingent upon the grade of both parties, with the disparity in weight being definitive. Upon locking eyes with the opponent, the latter will, under certain circumstances, uncontrollably engage in mutual gazing. Eye in pearl, ability capable of probing into living beings, infernal artifacts, etc., discerning grade, essence, rules, abilities, and lifespan. Soul-stealing eye, ability within any anomaly locked by eye for an eye. One may utilize the soul-stealing eye ability to siphon the corresponding anomaly's power, exerting the weight effect of one's own grade anomaly. Currently, one may only siphon once per day, and the borrowed ability lasts for a mere day. Symbiosis, state 8th grade realm, consuming 2 days of lifespan daily. Currently symbiotic with humanity, resulting in doubled lifespan consumption, while simultaneously awakening a certain degree of wisdom. Promotion requirements, unknown, note, detestable humans, you have succeeded, but your current appearance is somewhat more agreeable. How does it feel to be astounded by my might? The nonsensical ramblings of this entity left Chu Qing bewildered. However, at that moment, he found himself lacking the leisure to ponder such matters. For, as the entity had stated, even though Chu Qing had anticipated some occurrences, he had not foreseen that the new ability manifested upon the blood eye's ascension to the 8th grade would be of this nature. Chapter 83. The Terrifying Station. Has he been here? Soul-stealing eye. Chu Qing's understanding of the blood eye dragon monarch from his previous life was somewhat limited. In that past existence, the individual most familiar with this entity was likely Lu Si, having interacted frequently with the blood eye dragon monarch as the former head of the Anomaly Affairs Bureau. He had sought on numerous occasions to eradicate the spectral afflictions plaguing Luo City. Conflicts must have arisen between them. Yet, even with preparations made, Chu Qing had not anticipated that the ascended ability of the blood eye would manifest in such a manner. Anomalous ascension typically entails either a significant enhancement of one's own rules and abilities or the acquisition of entirely new powers. Of course, Both could also occur simultaneously. Presently, aside from the enhancement of its rule-based abilities, it was evident that this novel power had redefined Chu Qing's understanding. Replication, while not exceedingly rare, becomes ludicrous when the effects rival or surpass those of other anomalies. The soul-stealing eye undoubtedly exemplifies this phenomenon. This ability signifies the blood eye's limitless potential, impervious to counteraction. For even if one comprehends the blood eye's capacity, no one could predict the nature of the abilities it might replicate. The crimson arc in Chu Qing's eyes was thus imbued with a terrifying allure. He was utterly impatient to discover the entity that had captivated his gaze, eager to uncover the true nature of the maternal specter associated with the infamous ghostly mother. Beneath the shroud of a pitch-black moonlit night, was this the place? Indeed, it was. Two voices emerged slowly from the dimly lit street. However, surrounding these two figures stood several others, all of whom gazed silently yet furiously toward a nearby location, a station. Indeed, it was an abandoned, dilapidated bus station, a remnant of the old district now left to decay. At this very moment, all present, including Captain Wang, turned towards the two who had spoken, none other than Captain Qinwei from Kyoto and Lulian. Yet, Captain Wang and many others found their attention irresistibly drawn to another object, the white mask held in Captain Qin's hand, which sparked curiosity and excitement. Lulian, however, exhibited no signs of emotional fluctuation. In just a few days, the once impetuous girl, fueled solely by youthful bravado and passion, seemed to have matured significantly. She nodded and continued. According to reports, there has been a substantial number of missing persons in the old district recently. Surveillance analysis indicates that they all vanished at this station, and upon my arrival, the death prompt indeed provided a notification. However, the feedback from the death prompt was peculiar. It did not specify any supernatural phenomena or a forewarning of death, but rather indicated that this is an alternate world. I did not comprehend its meaning. The survival guide from the enigmatic era of the king of Chu Qing did not mention this unusual circumstance. Could it be an anomaly not recorded? The term death prompt was a reference to the ledger of life and death. Therefore, I request you, Brother Qin, to come over. I wish to use that item for detection. Lulian also gazed at the mask in her hand, a snow-white visage adorned with an eerie smile, the corners of its mouth curving upward like that of jester. This was an authentic anomaly that Qin had brought with him upon arriving in Luo City. Its function and capabilities were indeed unique. As long as one refrained from laughing within a 10-meter radius, the rules of death would not be triggered. Once the rules were understood, the chances of survival would significantly increase. Moreover, its utility was remarkable. It could sense danger from a certain location. By donning it upon one's face and looking in a particular direction, one could perceive threats within 100 meters. In the face of utmost peril, this whimsical mask would transform from its playful demeanor to a cold, indifferent guise. If it remained unchanged, all would be well. However, if one were to burst into laughter, it would indicate that the danger was not severe. Thanks to this artifact, the inspectorate had gained considerable insight into the bizarre occurrences within the city over this period. The most perilous entities had already been marked. Qinwei nodded in agreement. All right, the smiling mask is not something to be donned casually. Once worn, it compels an involuntary smile, reserved for those with exceptional emotional and facial control. Qinwei, undoubtedly, is one such individual. Yet, this time, an unforeseen event unfolded. Qinwei slowly affixed the mask to his face and, as customary, gazed toward the distant station. He did not venture down the path, for, as Lu Lian had cautioned, the ominous hints from the death ledger instilled a certain trepidation. However, despite this, the perpetually smiling white mask revealed an unexpected expression before all witnesses. Its demeanor swiftly transformed into indifference, the corners of its mouth subtly drooping. Subsequently, 2 crimson tears began to cascade from the eye sockets of the pristine mask. He, or rather, it, was weeping uncontrollably. In the inky silence of the night, amidst the ancient streets of the old city, a chilling breeze swept through, sending shivers down the spines of all present, accompanied by a profound, primal fear emanating from deep within. Without needing direction, Lu Yin's expression shifted dramatically as she urgently pulled Captain Qin to retreat. Fall back. Wang, secure this area. No one is to enter. Understood. The investigation by the inspectorate had yielded remarkable results. Indeed, at this stage, the directive for Lo City was not to eliminate the anomalies. If that were the case, the higher-ups might well be the first to be addressed. Their sole requirement was to identify the hazardous zones, impose restrictions on entry, and ensure that societal order remained, to some extent, intact. The terror of the abandoned bus stop 14 exceeded all expectations. Consequently, upon returning to the inspectorate, as the workday concluded and everyone exhaled in relief while departing, Lu Yin's solitary office remained illuminated. Xiao Yin, aren't you leaving? Qin Wei furrowed his brow. For safety reasons, their accommodations have been relocated to a nearby collective dormitory. Lu Yin shook her head. Picking up a small disc, I've copied the surveillance footage from the intersection in front of bus stop 14. I want to review what entered that area. If possible, I'll send a notice of bereavement to their families. Qin Wei could only shake his head in resignation. You, always so determined. Just don't stay too late. Soon, the office was left with only Lu Yin's solitary figure. True to her word, she swiftly perused the lone surveillance video from that darkened street. Within the footage, the dilapidated thoroughfare appeared as a gaping maw of a malevolent specter, an entrance with no exit. Intermittently, 2 or 3 dozen individuals had entered, never to emerge again. Lu Yin furrowed her brow, capturing screenshots to document the distinguishing features of those figures. Yet abruptly, she found herself momentarily stunned. For in the very next instant, within that street where entry was permitted, but exit was not, a deep blue Bentley Continental emerged from amidst. It was nothing extraordinary, merely a striking sight. However, above that elegant azure coupe, she beheld a familiar silhouette. A raven, its feathers intermingled with hues of blood red and jet black, perched ominously atop the vehicle. In that morning hour, it exuded an aura of foreboding death. Lu Yin's pupils dilated sharply. Had he been here,